An ordinary high school senior, Su Yang, unexpectedly awakens an ultra-rare summoner card, a feat achieved by 1 in a million. However, just as he begins to grasp his newfound destiny, fate intervenes, setting him on an extraordinary path of transformation and greatness. Have you heard the news? Su Yang from Class 6, the guy who's always been a nobody with average talent and no ambition, actually awakened a summoner card. And not just any card, it's a professional-grade summoner card worth at least 1 billion. Word is, some guilds are already reaching out to him. On the sports field of Lakeside Vocational High School No. 2, a group of friends fresh from the campus convenience store were buzzing with excitement. That's insane luck. With his lack of drive, what's he going to do as a summoner? He should just sell the card, buy himself a purple Ferrari, and then the school queen would be his for the taking. One of them joked, nearly tripping over himself, which sent the group into a fit of laughter. After all, 1 billion in cash could fill half a room, enough to make anyone laugh in their sleep. Meanwhile, Su Yang sat quietly in the classroom of Class 11, his expression calm and composed. Just yesterday afternoon, he had inexplicably transmigrated into this parallel world where everyone pursued professional careers and had awakened the 0 summoner card. This profession was not only incredibly versatile, allowing him to cultivate battle pets for healing, attack, support, or speed, but it was also notoriously expensive to maintain. Without the backing of a powerful financial sponsor, the chances of failure were a staggering 99.999. Su Yang, listen to us. A crowd of classmates had gathered around him. We all think you should sell the card. How could so many people be wrong? Sell it, buy a warrior card instead, and at least you'll have a stable future. Don't forget, another added, stomping his foot in frustration. Summoners need to feed their contracted beasts with premium food, not to mention all the expensive gear they'll need. Do you even know how much that costs? Inwardly, some were already calculating the broker's fee they could earn from the sale, fantasizing about a celebratory night out with friends. Just as Su Yang was growing weary of the relentless persuasion, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. In that moment, mysterious text appeared in his mind. Talent, Death Absorption. Upon defeating an enemy in battle, you can permanently extract and assign a random attribute effect to one of your contracted beasts. There is no cap on attribute stacking. This was nothing short of divine providence. Attributes were considered priceless treasures, accessible only to elite professionals. Take the example of the legendary war god from the Huaxia Dragon Alliance. He had started as an ordinary gunner, but after unlocking a 35 critical damage attribute, he built his equipment entirely around critical hits. Through relentless dungeon grinding, he grew into a powerhouse capable of shattering mountains with a single blow. Su Yang's thoughts drifted back to his difficult childhood. His parents had disappeared when he was young, leaving him with nothing but a small house and some meager savings. He had relied on poverty grants to finish school and had always been the last to eat at his uncle's table, relegated to a spot in the corner. But now, for the first time, a genuine smile appeared on his face. Finally, fate had handed him his chance, his one shot at changing everything. I've made up my mind. I'm not selling it, Su Yang declared firmly, silencing the crowd. The room fell into an awkward hush. Someone tried one last attempt. Su Yang, why don't you come to my friend's new club tonight? There are some new hostesses in tight skirts. But Su Yang turned him down without hesitation. Standing in the hallway, Su Yang gazed at the prestigious Lakeside Elite Academy in the distance. Its imposing architecture seemed to symbolize both challenge and opportunity. Clenching his fists, the once overlooked boy made a silent vow. One day, he would walk through those gates and earn a spot in the academy's elite training program. Just then, a thin-faced classmate in a khaki uniform approached him. Su Yang, Lou Fay is looking for you, he said. Su Yang stepped into the classroom, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a girl dressed in a black and white JK uniform. She wore her hair in a ponytail, her hands resting lightly in front of her stomach. Her slightly swaying posture resembled a small bird seeking shelter. This girl, named Lou Fay, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear with a casual motion, exuding an air of youthful charm. Hey, can't I just come find you for no reason? Lou Fay tilted her head with a playful smile, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. Su Yang secretly scoffed to himself, recalling the scene from yesterday when he first found himself in this world. This green tea girl not only demanded gifts, but also openly flirted with other boys. As the former version of himself, a devoted pushover, would have endured it silently. But the current Su Yang? No way. KSK. Lou Fay, your makeup is really thick today, Su Yang retorted bluntly. He still vividly remembered the harsh words she'd said when they broke up yesterday. Don't regret this, there's no way I'll take you back. Not even if Jesus himself shows up. There are enough guys chasing me to fill a whole classroom. What makes you think you're anything special, Su Yang? Lou Fay, however, seemed unfazed. Instead, she stepped closer and grabbed Su Yang's right hand, pouting playfully. I dressed up like this just to see you, she said, gently swinging his hand and flashing an adorable expression that was hard to resist. The classroom buzzed with excitement as their classmates gathered around to watch the drama unfold. After all, Su Yang was somewhat of a minor celebrity at Lake High No. 2 Vocational High School. Though his grades were average and his family background unremarkable, his decent looks had earned him the title of the school's devoted simp. For 3 years, he tirelessly pursued the class beauty, showering her with gifts and attention. Yet, all he ever got in return was holding hands, and even that was rare. Su Yang instinctively pulled his hand away from Lou Fay's grasp, eyeing her warily. Hey, speak properly. When did I ever hold your hand? Lou Fay didn't back down and giggled. Oh, come on. I said I wanted to go see a movie with you. You know, like those couples in short videos holding hands, it'd be so romantic. She reached out again, but Su Yang dodged her move. Su Yang smirked inwardly. He knew exactly what was behind her sudden enthusiasm. She was after his rare summoner profession card. Ever since awakening this 09 card, former enemies and strangers alike had started calling him bro. Girls, meanwhile, lined up to add him on WeChat and invite him out. Just as Su Yang was about to call her out, a more entertaining idea popped into his head. Clearing his throat, he turned to address her in front of the whole class. Lou Fay, are you serious about wanting to get back together and be my girlfriend? Without hesitation, Lou Fay nodded obediently. I'm serious. She lightly patted Su Yang's shoulder and pouted. What do you mean, get back together? I've always been your girlfriend. The whole school knows that. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yang said, all right then, come here and let me hold you. Lou Fay hesitated briefly before stepping closer. Su Yang pulled her into his arms, then tapped his right cheek with his index finger. Understanding his gesture, Lou Fay, without caring about the 20-something pairs of eyes watching, stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Whose girl are you? Su Yang asked. Su Yang's, Lou Fay replied, wrapping her arms around him and resting her forehead on his chest. And how long are you going to stay with me? Forever and ever. My cat likes to do backflips in the middle of the night. Want to come over and see? Huh. Sure. I love cute little cats. After a few rounds of back and forth, Lou Fay was completely under Su Yang's control, just as he had predicted. With a sly grin, Su Yang glanced around at his classmates, who were now fully aware of one thing. Lou Fay was officially Su Yang's girl. Not only did Lou Fay agree to visit Su Yang's home to see the cat that could do backflips in the middle of the night, but she also suggested watching a movie together, subtly hinting at a desire for closer interaction. This scene played out in the classroom, leaving their classmates stunned. Taking the opportunity, Su Yang pulled Lou Fay closer, making her let out a soft gasp. Take it outside, someone shouted. But Lou Fay, relying on Su Yang's possession of the summoner career card, quietly accepted the intimate gesture. Deep down, she knew Su Yang hadn't made any promises. This was merely the initial stage of exploring their feelings. Suddenly, Su Yang remarked, I'm a bit thirsty. I feel like drinking Yulamai. As soon as he said this, Lou Fay eagerly ran downstairs to the small shop and bought him the drink. When she returned with the drink, she sat beside Su Yang and asked in a soft voice, Su Yang, who are you planning to sell your summoner career card to? Feigning deep thought, Su Yang replied, sell it? I haven't decided yet. I'm your girlfriend now. Can I at least take a look at it? Lou Fay's eyes sparkled with curiosity. There are too many people here, it's not convenient, Su Yang responded, noticing a hint of something unspoken in Lou Fay's gaze. Just as Lou Fay leaned in, preparing to whisper something in Su Yang's ear, a tall, broad-shouldered man wearing black-rimmed glasses entered the classroom. Whoa, the principal's here, someone exclaimed, and the room instantly fell silent. Principal Chai Quanbin walked directly to Su Yang's desk, found an empty seat, and sat down. Without beating around the bush, he said, Su Yang, hey, erase the deal. While the summoner is a well-rounded class, it may not be the best fit for you. Considering your situation, I've reached out to a powerful guild. If you're willing to sell your summoner career card, they're prepared to offer you 100 million in cash instantly transferred to your account. Su Yang paused for a moment in silence. Chai Quanbin patted his chest confidently. The initial offer was 90 million, but I specifically negotiated it up to 100 million for you. With me as your guarantor, what's there to worry about? Raising his head, Su Yang calmly replied, I've decided to keep the summoner career card for myself. I'm not selling it. What? Su Yang, don't joke around, that's 100 million. The principal was incredulous. I'm not joking, principal. It's just 100 million, Su Yang said, his tone carrying an air of ambition that hinted at far greater aspirations. Chai Quanbin was momentarily speechless, left staring at Su Yang with a look of bewilderment. Principal Chai Quanbin stood in the classroom, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and a look of urgency in his eyes. He stared at Su Yang in front of him, his voice tinged with desperation. Su, do you understand what a billion means? Do you know how much you can buy with a billion? Have you ever seen a billion before? Su Yang smiled faintly, raising his hand slightly in a dismissive gesture. His tone was firm as he replied, "Principal, let's not make a big deal of it. It's just a small goal. I'll earn it myself in the future." Principal Chai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and continued to persuade him. "Sue, as your principal, I urge you to think carefully before you answer. If you agree to sell, after the final vocational exams, we can make arrangements for you to attend any vocational university of your choice." Su Yang remained unfazed, shaking his head lightly. "Nope, not selling." Unwilling to give up, the principal sweetened the deal. "How about this? I can adjust your financial aid. Instead of the current 500 yuan per month, I can raise it to 150,000 yuan per month." Still unmoved, Su Yang replied decisively, "No, not selling. I appreciate your efforts, principal, but I'm really not selling." After several rounds of negotiation, Principal Chai was secretly shocked. He had assumed that a financially struggling student from an average class would jump at the chance of 1 billion yuan. After all, he had learned about Su Yang's situation from director's son of class 11. As someone who frequently brokered and vouched for the sale of vocational cards, this was the first time he'd encountered someone as stubborn as Su Yang. Just as Principal Chai was racking his brain for another approach, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. The sharp clack of expensive leather shoes hitting the polished floor grew louder and closer. A man dressed in a sharp suit, carrying a sleek black leather bag, strode confidently into the classroom. His face bore an expression of curiosity. "So, Principal Chai, have we reached a deal?" he asked. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers. Some students recognized the man. "Wait a minute, isn't that guy some big shot? I think I saw him at a Qin Guild event before. He's Qin Yao, the vice president of Qin Guild." "Is Qin Guild really that powerful?" another student whispered. "Let me put it this way," the first student explained. "Any residential complex in this city with Qin in its name probably has investments from their guild." Principal Chai immediately stepped forward, a wide smile plastered on his face. "Ah, Vice President Qin, what an honor to have you here in person. The matter hasn't been settled yet," he said, extending his hand for a friendly shake. Qin Yao nodded in acknowledgement, and then walked over to Su Yang, his expression one of admiration. "So, you must be Su Yang, right?" Su Yang answered calmly, "Yes, that's me." Qin Yao nodded approvingly. You seem to have potential. I take it that Principal Chai has already explained the matter of selling your vocational card." Su Yang replied coolly, "He has, and am not selling." Raising a hand slightly, Qin Yao attempted to ease the tension. "Now, hold on, young man. No need to be so quick to decide." Principal Chai stepped closer, gently nudging Su Yang and whispering, "Su, watch your tone. This is the very powerful investor I mentioned, Vice President Qin from Qin Guild." Qin Yao continued, "You're currently living with your uncle, and your phone is just some off-brand model, correct? And when you go to the cafeteria..." Before he could finish, Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt. "Vice President Qin, no matter how much you offer, I'm not selling. Please leave." The scene left Lou Fay, seated nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. She couldn't help but wonder, was Su Yang genuinely unwilling to sell, or was he just playing hard to get? Or perhaps he was holding out for a higher price, knowing how valuable the summoner vocational card was. If Qin Guild failed to secure the deal, maybe she, as Su Yang's current girlfriend, still had a chance. After all, Su Yang used to adore her. If she sweet-talked him and suggested watching a movie together, perhaps he'd agree to share the summoner profession with her. With this thought, Lou Fay pouted slightly and, acting as his girlfriend, wrapped her arm around Su Yang's. In a coquettish tone, she said, "Su Yang, since you're not selling, let's go out and have some fun." She was clearly trying to pull him away and cut off the conversation with the two big shots. "All right," Su Yang replied without hesitation, standing up and preparing to leave. Principal Chai's face darkened instantly. He quickly called out, "Wait, Su Yang, hold on." Qin Yao also stepped forward, raising the stakes. "What about 1.1 billion? Will you sell for that?" Su Yang continued walking, ignoring the voices behind him. 1.2 billion, Qin Yao called out again, his tone now tinged with urgency and frustration. 15 million, 8 million, 23 million. The bids were called out like a barrage of cannon fire, far surpassing the initial offering. Su Yang strode forward briskly, with Qin Yao following closely behind, his voice laced with urgency. "Su, if you agree to sell, starting tomorrow, you'll receive a Qin Guild Gold Patron card. You'll enjoy the same privileges and monthly stipend as the elite professionals within the guild at all of our establishments." Qin Yao's words were like a relentless drumbeat, echoing in Su Yang's ears. This vice president of the Qin Guild, a figure even Principal Chai would bow and scrape before, now resembled a persistent shadow, chasing Su Yang all the way from the third floor to the ground floor and even to the sports field. 280 million, plus a gold patron card, an inscribed piece of equipment adaptable to any future profession you might awaken, a 500 square meter lakeside villa, and full coverage of your university tuition. Qin Yao's offers grew increasingly tempting, his words spilling out faster and faster. Su Yong was secretly astonished. Who would have thought that a top-tier summoner profession card was worth so much? Principal Chase's earlier mention of 100 million suddenly seemed laughably insignificant. Su Yong, please wait. Name your terms. Qin Yao's voice carried a note of pleading. If the Qin Guild sets its sights on something, no matter the obstacles ahead, I, Qin Yao, will do whatever it takes to secure it. Su Yong turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Principal Chai, whose face was twisted in barely contained anger, and then landing on Qin Yao, who was feverishly raising his bids. It seemed there was no shaking off these two today. Even if he managed to, others would surely come knocking in the future. The entire sports field was now packed with onlookers. Students from every grade, from freshman to senior, were drawn to the commotion. The air buzzed with chatter, as lively as a pot of boiling water. At that moment, Su Yong focused, and the summoner profession card slowly materialized on his forehead. A dazzling golden light burst forth, drawing gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Look, the summoner profession card. That's the legendary summoner card. Seeing this, Qin Yao nodded approvingly. You're a sharp young man. He began to open his black leather bag, ready to pull out a tablet to finalize the contract and process the transfer when Su Yong suddenly shouted, "Activate." A surge of energy spiraled around Su Yong, rising like a whirlwind. With the activation of his bloodline, the floating summoner card transformed into a peculiar golden stream of energy and merged into his body. A system notification immediately chimed. Congratulations! You have become a summoner. Name, Su Yong. HP, 170. Level, LV1 XP required for Level 2, 0783. Attack, 9. Defense, 6. Strength, 8. Agility, 4. Spirit, 12. Skills, to be learned. Equipment, to be equipped. Summon beasts, none. The entire sports field fell into stunned silence. Lou Fay, who had been watching with hopeful anticipation, suddenly looked crestfallen. Ah, Su Yong, what are you doing? She exclaimed in dismay. Principal Chai Chuan-Bean's eyes widened in shock as he helplessly watched the summoner job card, which was almost within his grasp, get activated and used right before his eyes. He stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Qin Yao, the vice president of the Qin Guild, who had entered the second vocational high school with full confidence, felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. A lump of frustration sat in his chest, refusing to subside. Fine. Very fine, Su Yong. Qin Yao said through gritted teeth. The Qin Guild extended such generosity to you, and this is how you repay us? My job card off course. I'll use it however I please. Seeing Qin Yao's face twist from amiable to furious in an instant, Su Yong felt nothing but disgust. Deep down, he was relieved. Now that the job card had been used to change classes, those pesky people buzzing around him like flies would finally leave him alone. Despite his inner resentment, Qin Yao held back in the presence of teachers and students on the school field. Principal Chai quickly caught up to him. Vice President Qin, he said cautiously, didn't you say the summoner job card was as good as yours? What just happened? Qin Yao's face darkened, but he said nothing. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. It was Sun, the head teacher of Class 11. Principal Chai, what's going on here? Director Sun asked with concern. But Principal Chai, who was already at his wit's end, snapped, Director Sun, take a look at the wonderful student you've trained. Standing silently on the side for a while, Lou Fay finally couldn't hold back. She angrily waved her small hand and stormed off toward the school gates, muttering as she went, Su Yong, you're such a clueless idiot. Su Yong, however, remained unfazed. Instead, he seemed rather pleased with himself. Come on, Lou Fay, he called out. Shouldn't you be happy that your boyfriend has become a 9 million summoner? I've already booked a room for tonight. Wear something light and wait for my call. Director Sun, who had just arrived, was dumbfounded by what he overheard. After a quick inquiry, he pieced together what had happened. He had come to discuss the job card with Su Yong, only to find it had already been used. Seeing Principal Chai fuming, Director Sun's heart sank. He braced himself for the inevitable scolding during the upcoming meeting. You, Su Yong. Director Sun marched up to him and began berating him. We gave you this opportunity, and you wasted it. I don't even know what to say. What's going on in that head of yours? Su Yong glanced at him, uninterested, and walked straight out of the second vocational high school. As he left, he thought to himself, so I used the summoner job card for myself instead of selling it. What are you going to do about it? Spank me. After leaving the school, Su Yong bought himself a milk tea and headed straight to the largest professional equipment guild in Lake Sea City, heading directly for the Beast Companion section. A female staff member in a fitted skirt hurried over to him and greeted him warmly. Excuse me, sir. May I know which guild or financial group you belong to? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just sell me a good beast companion, and you'll get your money, Su Yang replied curtly. While he didn't visit often, he understood the rules here. Staff members frequently tried to gather information about customers to build connections, but they couldn't force answers if the customer was unwilling. Su Yang wandered through the section housing various exotic beast companions, finally stopping in front of a small gorilla munching on chestnuts. This one. I'll take it, he said, pointing at the gorilla. I'll transfer the money to your guild's account later. As a summoner who required substantial resources to sustain his career, Su Yang's first beast companion needed to be easy to care for, not picky about food, and versatile in combat. The little gorilla fit the bill perfectly, making it the ideal choice. Understood, sir. The staff member nodded and smiled. May I know where you're staying? I can arrange for a car to deliver it to you later. No need. Su Yang declined simply. He signed the contract on the spot, officially binding the little gorilla to himself. Back at home, Su Yang reviewed his remaining funds and realized they were far from sufficient. Left with no choice, he began selling off items his parents had left behind, along with some of his cherished electronics. By the end of the day, he had finally scraped together enough money to pay for the little gorilla and wired the payment to the guild. Now, Su Yang's liquid assets were nearly depleted. The only significant property he had left was the 100-square-meter apartment his parents had left him. However, half of its ownership had already been claimed by his uncle's family to support his education. After much contemplation, Su Yang decided to focus on forming a contract with his new beast companion and deal with other matters later. Contract Formation Array. Activate. With Su Yang's focused intent, a circular magic array featuring a unique summoner emblem began to spin beneath his feet. As the little gorilla's blood dripped onto the array, Su Yang felt his mental connection with the beast companion growing stronger, linking their spirits together. Once the magic circle dissipated, a three-pronged star emblem belonging to the summoner appeared briefly above the little gorilla's head before fading away. Su Yang carefully examined the summoned beast's stats. Gorilla, unnamed, level 1, requires 976 experience points to reach level 2, HP 135, attack 12, defense 5, strength 6, agility 9, spirit 11, skills. Yet to be learned, equipment, yet to be assigned. Gently stroking the soft fur of the little gorilla, Su Yang mused, with your build, you'll definitely need gauntlets or a staff in the future. You're suited for close combat. Let's call you Fist. As soon as he spoke, a wave of telepathic energy emanated from the summoned beast. The little gorilla shook its head joyfully, clearly pleased with the bold and fitting name. Over the next few days, Su Yang carefully budgeted his resources to stock up on bananas as Fist's food supply and purchased a storage pouch. By Wednesday, the second vocational high school of Lake High had opened an entry-level artificial dungeon, providing a trial opportunity for students who had awakened their professions. The top 10 performers would be rewarded by the school. For Su Yang, this was a rare opportunity to grind for experience. At the southern edge of Lake High, near Changcheng Mountain, the entrance to the artificial dungeon was teeming with people. Professionals of all types gathered in clusters, creating a lively atmosphere. Stronger professionals were highly sought after, with some even being offered money to join teams, along with promises of greater loot shares. However, Su Yang was well aware of his situation. Selling his profession card had offended many, and even those he hadn't offended wouldn't dare team up with someone perceived as weak. After submitting his dungeon entry pass, Su Yang entered the dungeon alone. He quickly located a swarm of patterned mosquitoes buzzing in the air and began his grinding session. Each adult pattern mosquito he killed granted him 0.04 experience points. More significantly, his innate talent, Death Absorption, allowed him to infinitely stack attribute effects. Initially, the mosquitoes managed to sting Fist and draw some of its blood. But over time, Fist developed a self-healing ability. With every attack it landed, the attribute absorption triggered a healing bonus, steadily enhancing Fist's vitality. While Su Yang focused on grinding, a few passing 5-person teams noticed him. Look, isn't that the so-called top-tier summoner, Su Yang? Turns out he only dares to fight these little mosquitoes. One team member mocked. Another chimed in. Summoners from corporate-backed families are using S-tier 6-nosed titans. And his little gorilla doesn't even come up to my knees. That tiny thing? It better stay out of my way, or I'll send it packing with a single skill. A third person sneered dismissively. These onlookers found Su Yang's choice baffling. With the artificial dungeon rarely open, most players were busy battling the canyon boss. Yet Su Yang was leisurely grinding mosquitoes on his own. It was, to them, utterly incomprehensible. How many mosquitoes have you swatted? A passerby stopped in his tracks, sneering at Su Yang. A burst of laughter erupted around them, and a crowd began to gather. Is this the Su Yang who turned down over 6 billion from the Qing Guild? Tsk. What an idiot, someone muttered, shaking their head with disdain. Is this guy out of his mind? Holding such a valuable profession and wasting time on something so pointless? A tall, armored warrior shouted. his voice dripping with contempt, his face twisted in disgust, his eyes brimming with scorn. Look, everyone, come and see the clown show. The warrior pointed at Su Yang, drawing everyone's gaze. There stood Su Yang, focused on controlling a gorilla. The gorilla's movements were comically absurd, swatting at patterned mosquitoes with exaggerated gestures. A sharp-voiced girl with glasses, who appeared shrewd and calculating, chimed in mockingly, "He gave up 6 billion and now chooses to live like this? Serves him right for being stuck at the bottom forever." Her eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, a smug smile playing on her lips. Others quickly joined in, their voices blending into a cacophony of ridicule. Exactly. What a fool to throw away such a golden opportunity. His brain must be fried. How could he not treasure such a chance? They formed a circle, pointing fingers at Su Yang, their faces a mixture of disdain and derision. But Su Yang seemed completely oblivious to the commotion around him. He remained engrossed in his task, his focus locked on the gorilla in front of him. His fingers moved deftly as he controlled it. With every mosquito the gorilla swatted, a system notification chimed in his ear. After attacking an opponent, lifesteal effect increases by 0.01. Current cumulative lifesteal 10. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Yang's lips, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. With the accumulated lifesteal effect, dealing with these mosquitoes had become effortless. His goal was clear. Max out the lifesteal effect to 100 before moving on to tackle other monsters. A 100 lifesteal effect meant recovering as much health as the damage dealt. For a low-level brawler, this ability could enable him to take down enemies far above his level. Even many bosses with low burst damage could be defeated with ease. As Su Yang immersed himself in his plans, the armored warrior suddenly stomped over and bellowed, "Hey, Su Yang, I'm talking to you." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The surrounding students held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. The atmosphere grew tense. The warrior, Zhang Qi, was tall, muscular, and radiated an aura of menace. He was a notorious sidekick of the school's biggest bully, known for throwing his weight around with impunity. Few dared to cross him. At that moment, Zhang Qi stood with his arms crossed, staring daggers at Su Yang, a cold smirk curling his lips. The onlookers instinctively made way for Zhang Qi, their faces betraying wariness. Many knew that Zhang Qi harbored a long-standing grudge against Su Yang. The reason? Zhang Qi had been infatuated with Lou Fay, a fellow student, and had gone to great lengths to win her favor. Every morning, before dawn, Zhang Qi would wake up early to buy breakfast from the best shop near the school, carefully selecting items he thought Lou Fay might enjoy: steaming buns with sweet soy milk one day, and gourmet sandwiches with fresh milk the next. He would carry the food delicately, as if it were a treasure, rushing to her classroom door with nervous anticipation. He didn't stop at breakfast. Zhang Qi frequently sent Lou Fay flowers, custom cakes, and even heartfelt love letters. But all his efforts were in vain. Lou Fay rejected him outright, never even sparing him a glance. When Zhang Qi learned that Lou Fay had recently reconciled with Su Yang and that Su Yang had even booked a room for her, his resentment towards Su Yang deepened into outright hatred. He wished nothing more than to crush Su Yang into oblivion. The crowd murmured among themselves, some even gasping quietly. Zhang Qi's clearly here to pick a fight. But Su Yang, what's wrong with him? Can't he tell? Instead of avoiding trouble, he's outright ignoring Zhang Qi. That's practically asking for it. Yeah, Zhang Qi's not someone to mess with. Su Yang's in for it now. Another whispered, their gaze darting between the two. I said I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhang Qi towered over Su Yang, glaring down at him with unmasked hostility. Interrupted by the sudden shout, Su Yang frowned in irritation. He turned to Zhang Qi, his voice sharp and impatient. Can't you see him farming? Are you blind? If you've got nothing better to do, get lost and mind your own business. What's wrong with your brain? Do you not understand how rare it is to get access to a man-made dungeon? And here you are, wasting time watching me farm? He gestured toward the crowd, his tone cutting. And all of you, what's wrong with you? Don't you have anything better to do? You all know how valuable this opportunity is. Yet you're standing around gawking at me? You call me bad at making decisions, but look at yourselves. You, the group, who had initially gathered to mock Su Yang, suddenly seemed to realize the absurdity of their actions. It was as if Su Yang's words had jolted them awake. Wait, he's right. I just remembered I need to farm for a night soul pearl. That thing's in the water zone, and if I don't hurry, all the mobs will be cleared out, someone muttered before turning on their heel and walking away. A chain reaction followed. I still need a few snow ferret pelts to sell and upgrade my gear. Damn, I almost forgot what I came here for. The once bustling crowd quickly dispersed, leaving the area nearly empty. Only Su Yang, Zhang Qi, and Zhang Qi's group remained. The wind swept through the clearing, kicking up a faint trail of dust. Zhang Qi's teammates began to fidget nervously. One of them tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Zhang Qi, Let's go. Don't waste time here. But Zhang Qi didn't budge. His eyes were fixed on Su Yong, and his feet seemed rooted to the ground. He roughly pushed his teammate's hand aside and strode toward Su Yong. He stopped less than a meter away, his bloodshot eyes glaring with unbridled fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth and hissed, "Mark my words, Su Yong. You'll pay for this. You hear me? This grudge between yous, it's personal now. We'll deal with things later," Su Yong said nonchalantly, his focus unwavering as he continued directing his fist to strike at the mosquitoes. Each successful hit brought a faint sensation of energy flowing back to him, subtly enhancing his lifesteal effect. After each attack, lifesteal effect increases by 0.01. Current cumulative lifesteal, 15. Su Yong calculated silently. He glanced up at Zhang Qi and, in a calm tone, said, "If there's nothing important, could you not disturb me while I'm leveling up?" Zhang Qi's face turned ashen at these words. His jaw clenched, and his body trembled slightly with fury. Fixing a death stare on Su Yong, he growled through gritted teeth, "Su Yong, mark my words. I won't let you get away with this." Su Yong responded with a cold smirk, meeting Zhang Qi's furious gaze without a hint of fear. "Got it. Consider it noted," he said flatly. Zhang Qi's teammates exchanged uneasy glances, the tension in the air palpable. They hesitated, unsure if they should intervene, fearing they might provoke Zhang Qi further. Finally, one teammate mustered the courage to step forward and cautiously suggested, "Zhang Qi, don't act on impulse. We still have important matters to take care of." But Zhang Qi seemed oblivious to his teammate's words, his entire focus locked on Su Yong. Seeing this, Su Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he taunted, "Important matters? Like buying breakfast for Lou Fay?" This remark struck Zhang Qi like a dagger to the heart. "What did you just say?" he roared, his face flushing with anger and humiliation. Veins bulged on his forehead as his emotions surged uncontrollably. Unperturbed, Su Yong fanned the flames further. "If you're really capable, why don't you just go after Lou Fay? Wasting time here seems unnecessary. Everyone's time is valuable, you know? There's no need to act all high and mighty only to end up embarrassing yourself." Zhang Qi could no longer contain his rage. He lunged forward, his fist clenched tightly and aimed squarely at Su Yang's face. The air whistled as his punch cut through it, but before it could land, his teammates sprang into action, grabbing hold of him just in time. "Zhang Qi, calm down. Calm down," they shouted desperately. A burly teammate wrapped his arms around Zhang Qi's waist, pulling him back with all his strength, while another seized his arm and yelled, "Don't be reckless. Fighting a classmate in this artificial dungeon will get you in serious trouble with the school. You could even be expelled." But Zhang Qi, consumed by anger, struggled violently against their restraint. "Let me go. I have to teach him a lesson today," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with fury. Meanwhile, Su Yong stood his ground, arms crossed over his chest, entirely unfazed. He watched Zhang Qi's futile struggle with a smirk and sneered, "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?" Zhang Qi's rage only intensified as he spat out curses. "Su Yong, you bastard. I won't let you off the hook." It took tremendous effort from his teammates to keep Zhang Qi under control. Their faces were etched with anxiety and concern as they continued to plead with him. "Captain, he's not worth it. Don't let this escalate into something bigger." Finally, Zhang Qi relented, though his fury remained evident. He glared at Su Yong and snarled, "Just you wait, Su Yong. You're in this dungeon alone, without a team. Don't end up dying in here." With that, he turned and stormed off, his teammates hurrying to follow him. Su Yong ignored Zhang Qi's parting words, his attention already back on controlling his summoned fist to swat mosquitoes. The fist moved with precision, slicing through the air with sharp whooshes. Each strike landed perfectly, bringing down a mosquito in an instant. The ground quickly became littered with mosquito carcasses. After honing his skills, his fist now effortlessly dispatched the pests, taking down one with each punch. Satisfied with his progress, Su Yong accessed the stats of his summoned creature. Summoned creature. Type, Gorilla. Name, None. Level, LV1 Level 2 XP, 400976. Health, 135. Attack, 12. Defense, 5. Strength, 6. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Skills, to be learned. Equipment, none. Attribute, Lifesteal 100. Noticing that the lifesteal attribute had reached its maximum of 100, Su Yong decided it was time to level up further. He opened the map, his gaze locking onto a deeper dungeon, the Candlelight Graveyard. Arriving at the Candlelight Graveyard, Su Yong was greeted by an eerie atmosphere. A chilling wind howled through the dim and oppressive surroundings, amplifying the sinister vibe. Most students lingered at the graveyard's outskirts, hesitant to venture further due to the dangers lurking within. The monsters in the outer areas of the graveyard came in two forms. One type was the twisted, decaying mummies, which had low attack power but boasted high health and defense. The other type was the elusive ghosts, which relied on their exceptional evasion skills to avoid being hit. These spectral creatures had little offensive capability but were incredibly difficult to land a blow on. Given the current capabilities of his summoned fist, Su Yang knew it wasn't yet equipped to deal with the floating ghosts. Su Yang stood at the edge of the eerie cemetery, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene before him. He had already assessed that the wandering spirits here were nothing more than low-level souls with negligible attack power. Even if his battle pet, Fist, stood still, these ghosts wouldn't be able to inflict any fatal damage. As he stepped into the cemetery, the eyes of the surrounding crowd shot toward him like arrows. Some immediately recognized him, and mocking voices quickly followed. Well, if it isn't Su Yang, the guy who was out swatting mosquitoes before. What? Done with the mosquitoes and here for some thrills now? Su Yang ignored the jeers around him, remaining silent as he calmly raised his arm. With his gesture, a golden pentagram materialized in the air, glowing brilliantly. From the light emerged a massive black gorilla, his battle pet, Fist. At that moment, a decayed mummy began to approach them, its tattered bandages reeking of a nauseating stench. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Fist, attack!" Fist launched forward in an instant, propelling itself like a cannonball toward the mummy. Its powerful legs kicked off the ground, sending up a cloud of dust as it charged with a thunderous roar, aiming straight for the decaying creature. The crowd erupted into laughter. What? Am I seeing this right? Someone scoffed loudly. You're actually trying to have that gorilla take on a mummy? The laughter rippled through the group, drawing even more people to join in the ridicule. A scrawny man shook his head as he laughed, his face full of disdain. Unbelievable. Has he lost his mind? This is a death wish. Exactly. Another chimed in. Does he even realize his own limits? Must have swatted too many mosquitoes and gotten delusional about his abilities. The crowd's taunts grew louder, with some laughing so hard they doubled over, while others wiped tears of amusement from their eyes. Meanwhile, Fist had reached the mummy and delivered a powerful punch. The mummy let out a roar of pain, retaliating with its sharp claws. Someone in the crowd, unable to hold back, shouted a warning. Hey, the mummy's poison will cause your pet to lose health over time. What are you thinking? Coming here without any supplies? Idiot. Don't expect us to give you any potions, another sneered coldly. Huh. Wasting medicine on something as worthless as that gorilla? Not a chance. A voice chimed in, dripping with mockery. Mummy is poisonous? Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. His mind was already calculating. If he could take down this toxic creature, wouldn't he be able to inherit its poisonous abilities? The thought sent a surge of adrenaline through his veins. Pointing at the decaying mummy emitting a foul stench in the distance, he shouted, "Go, Fist!" The massive gorilla, which he had named Fist, responded immediately. It let out an earth-shaking roar before leaping toward the rotting mummy with full force. The surrounding students were stunned into silence. Is this guy insane? Someone whispered. First time in an artificial dungeon and he dares to challenge a mummy? And with just a useless gorilla? For seasoned players, a decaying mummy was considered a beginner's nightmare. Standing over 2 meters tall, the hulking creature possessed immense strength, could release poisonous gas for area attacks, and, despite its sluggish appearance, could unleash bursts of terrifying speed. Killing it would at most reward a few scraps of tattered bandages, hardly worth the risk. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a 3-person team to face it. A shield warrior to tank the damage, an assassin to strike at the right moment, and a ranged healer to keep everyone alive. But Su Yang? He brought nothing but a gorilla and dared to charge in alone. Bang, bang, bang. Fist struck the mummy 3 times, each blow landing with a dull thud. But to the mummy, the attacks felt like nothing more than a light scratch. A glint of malice flickered in its hollow eye sockets as it spread its bandage-wrapped arms, revealing razor-sharp claws, and lunged ferociously at Fist. Fist, defend, Su Yang shouted. The gorilla raised its arms to block, but the mummy's overwhelming strength sent it staggering back several meters with a single strike. Huh, told you so, one of the onlookers sneered, clearly enjoying the spectacle. This guy's just asking to die. Probably trying to prove he's not useless after giving up that 6 billion awakening summoner title. This rewrite maintains all the original plot elements while enhancing the pacing and imagery to create a more vivid and engaging scene. The dialogue and character reactions are preserved to stay true to the original tone. Doesn't he even realize how useless he is? One classmate sneered, triggering a wave of laughter. Yeah, I've never seen anyone dumber than this mutt. Another chimed in, their tone dripping with contempt. No, Su Yang is worse than a dog. A third added with a mocking grin. Even the netherhounds in Candlelight Graveyard are 100 times better than him. As he spoke, he pointed at a few netherhounds not far away, busy digging holes and burying their waste. Su Yang ignored them entirely, his full attention fixed on the opponent before him. His fist was deflected, and an alarm bell rang in his mind. If I go Hedon, this thing might actually kill me, he thought to himself. This decayed mummy is far stronger than I expected. Despite the danger, Su Yang didn't lose his composure. After all, his fists carried a 100 lifesteal bonus. Observing the mummy's sluggish movements, an idea began to form in his mind. I just need to stall it chip away bit by bit. Eventually, they'll wear this thing down. But just as Su Yang was about to command his fists to engage in a tactical maneuver, the decayed mummy erupted with an earth-shaking roar. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell itself, causing the entire candlelight graveyard to tremble. Its eyes suddenly ignited with green flames, flickering menacingly in the dark as if they were ready to consume everything in their path. The classmates fell silent in an instant, their previous expressions of mockery or worry replaced by sheer terror. This is a mutated, decayed mummy, someone stammered in shock. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Sure enough, night had fallen, and a brilliant full moon hung high in the heavens. On nights like this, creatures of the Nether attribute experienced a significant boost in their combat abilities. However, this rule didn't apply to the Nether hounds, which were essentially the stray dogs of Candlelight Graveyard. It was said that these creatures had an attack power of just 1, meaning anyone with a defense stat above 1 could easily defeat them. Despite their weakness, these stray dogs offered surprisingly generous experience points, making them a popular choice for grinding and leveling up. This was precisely why the classmates mocked Su Yang as being worse than a dog. Su Yang's heart sank as a chilling sight unfolded before him. The mutated mummy loomed large with its twisted frame shrouded in an eerie green mist. Its eyes and claws burned with ghostly green flames, and beneath the flames were 2 blood-red orbs glowing like embers, fixed intently on the distant creature, Fist. The mummy's shriveled, decaying skin had peeled away, exposing ghastly white bones, while the remaining muscles trembled faintly with its movements. Its gaping mouth revealed jagged, sharp teeth, still stained with remnants of flesh. Su Yang kept a tense gaze on Fist as he activated his spiritual sense to check its stats panel. Summon Beast, Gorilla, Name, Fist, Level, LV1. Experience points to level up, 400976, Health, 130135, Attack, 12, Defense, 5, Strength, 6, Agility, 9, Spirit, 11, Skills, to be learned, Equipment, to be equipped, Attribute, 100 lifesteal. Seeing that Fist had only sustained minor injuries, Su Yang let out a small sigh of relief. However, just as he did, the previously motionless mutated mummy let out a deafening roar and charged at Fist like a bolt of lightning. Su Yang's face turned pale with shock, and he shouted urgently, "Fist, dodge now!" But the mummy's speed was astonishing. Before Fist could react, those green flame-clad claws were already closing in. Defend! Defend now! Su Yang roared desperately, his heart pounding in his chest. In the nick of time, Fist instinctively raised its arm to block. A loud bang echoed as green sparks exploded on Fist's body. But the mutated mummy suddenly twisted around, swiping an upward claw toward Fist's jaw. Fist barely evaded the blow, but the mummy spun again with terrifying agility, bringing both claws down in a crushing strike. The impact sent Fist hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Su Yang saw 6 smoking green gashes scorched into Fist's arm. The skin was torn, the flesh rolled back, and blood oozed out only to be consumed by the green flames. Fist groaned in pain, while Su Yang's face turned ashen, his heart writhing in agony. Checking Fist's status, poison effect, losing 10 HP per second for 5 seconds. Health, 50135. Fist, keep your distance. Stay mobile and don't engage first. Su Yang shouted anxiously, gritting its teeth against the pain. Fist staggered backward, trying to create space. A wave of mocking laughter erupted from the onlookers. Dude, why are you still here? Run. You think you can handle that thing? Stop pretending, Su Yang. Bringing a gorilla to fight this monster? How naive. Just then, Zhang Qi arrived with 4 others in tow. His expression darkened when he spotted Su Yang. We meet again, huh? Senior Zhang. You're here, the crowd exclaimed in delight. Zhang Qi approached the crowd with a puzzled expression, only to find his classmates gathered in a tense circle. What's going on? Why are you all standing in a circle? He asked. His classmates quickly explained the situation, and Zhang Qi's gaze shifted to the mutated mummy in the distance. His brows furrowed instinctively. A mutated, rotting mummy? This could be tricky, Zhang Qi thought to himself. He still had some medical supplies on hand, and with the support of his team behind him, the odds of defeating this creature were in his favor. The only concern was the potential high consumption of his resources. At that moment, Su Yang was already engaged with the mutated mummy, throwing punches relentlessly, though he seemed unable to find an effective strategy. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Qi not far away. Zhang Qi stood with a serious expression, gripping his weapon tightly, with his team ready for action behind him. An idea flashed through Su Yang's mind. He gave Zhang Qi a taunting smile and said, "Why don't you step aside? Whoever finds the prey first gets to claim it." That remark instantly ignited Zhang Qi's anger. He recalled how Su Yang had once stolen Lou Fay from him, and the painful memories resurfaced, cutting into his heart like sharp blades. Consumed by rage, Zhang Qi let out a cold snort and stepped directly in front of Su Yang. "Listen to me." Zhang Qi growled through gritted teeth. "Whoever can take it down gets to claim it. You worthless fool don't have what it takes, so get out of my way." The surrounding crowd erupted in agreement, cheering and jeering. "Yeah, Su Yang, you useless loser, step aside. Watch how a real expert fights." Laughter and mockery rippled through the crowd, crashing down on Su Yang like waves. Su Yang, however, felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew his provocation had worked. In truth, he didn't need to kill the mutated mummy himself. His death absorption ability only required him to wait until the target was dead before stepping in to claim its powers. He could simply let Zhang Qi do the hard work of defeating the mummy, then quietly reap the benefits. Deciding to continue his act, Su Yang's expression turned dark. He glared at Zhang Qi, his eyes burning with fury. "You're going too far," he growled, his voice dripping with suppressed rage. "Too far? Huh. If you've got what it takes, then prove it." Zhang Qi laughed arrogantly. "Why don't you kill it yourself? Or are you just too weak to handle it?" Su Yang stood in the crowd, surrounded by a cacophony of laughter and jeers. Zhang Qi's teammates chimed in one after another, mercilessly mocking and belittling him. "Stop barking like a dog, Su Yang," someone shouted. "Strength speaks for itself. Do you even have the right to talk without it? If you're so tough, why don't you go take down that mutated mummy?" Another taunted. "Look at your useless gorilla, it's a joke. Just like you." The group erupted into laughter, their voices echoing sharply in the open space. One of them shot Su Yang a sideways glance, their expression dripping with disdain. "Look at this guy, still not convinced, huh? Ha! Who does he think he is?" Another sneered, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at the corner of their mouth. He refused to sell that summoner profession card and insisted on keeping it for himself. And now? He's nothing. What a waste of such a great card. Exactly, someone else chimed in. "If that card were in our hands, it would be so much more useful." "He doesn't deserve it at all." Su Yang, however, wasn't consumed by anger. This was exactly what he wanted to provoke them into, confronting the mutated mummy, so he could swoop in and seize the opportunity. To achieve his goal, he had to play along. You all are going too far." Su Yang growled through gritted teeth. "This was my choice. You have no right to interfere, understand? Besides, I'm just getting started. Who are you to judge me?" He glared fiercely at the group, his eyes blazing with defiance. A tall teammate stepped forward, towering over Su Yang. "Kid, stop glaring. No matter how hard you stare, you're still a loser. Do you really think holding onto that card will make you someone important? Keep dreaming." "Haha, he's actually hoping the card will turn his life around," a skinny guy added with a mocking laugh. "And yet here he is, still a nobody. What a joke." Their laughter grew louder, more unrestrained, as if intent on crushing the last shred of Su Yang's dignity. "I'll make you regret this," Su Yang finally shouted, his voice filled with determination and defiance. But his outburst only fueled their ridicule. "Wow, still talking big, huh?" Zhang Qi sneered. "If you're so confident, prove it to us right now. Show us how you'll make us regret it. Otherwise, shut your mouth, no one will miss your voice." Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed with malice as he glared at Su Yang, his mind seething with hatred. He cursed silently. "Su Yang, this is all your fault. You stole Lou Fay from me. She should have been mine, but you ruined everything. Today, I finally have the chance to bring you down." A cruel smile tugged at Zhang Qi's lips. He vowed to utterly humiliate Su Yang, to crush him so thoroughly that he'd never be able to lift his head in front of others again. Zhang Qi's thoughts drifted back to the efforts he'd made to win Lou Fay's heart, the carefully chosen gifts, the heartfelt confessions, all of which had been rendered meaningless the moment Su Yang appeared. Lou Fay's gaze had fixated on Su Yang, ignoring Zhang Qi entirely. The sting of being overlooked and rejected still burned, made worse by how openly Lou Fay clung to Su Yang. "Su Yang, get ready to drown in endless humiliation." Zhang Qi cursed inwardly. "Fine, since you've said so much, why don't we have a little competition?" Su Yang declared, summoning his courage. He gestured toward the distant mutated mummy, which let out a ferocious roar before retreating a few steps. This was a feature of the artificial Dungeona safe zone where students could retreat if they couldn't handle the monsters. "A competition?" Zhang Qi scoffed, pointing toward a pack of ghostly hounds in the distance. You? Compete with me? I've never seen someone so delusional. The surrounding students turned their attention toward the commotion, their eyes widening in surprise as they overheard Su Yang challenging Zhang Qi. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Has Su Yang lost his mind? How dare he challenge Zhang Qi? One student muttered, shaking his head. Yeah, does he even know his own limits? Another added. What could he possibly compete in? Combat? He'd be walking straight into his own grave. Who knows? Maybe he watched some motivational video and got overly inspired, haha. I swear, I can't understand a single thing Su Yang does. What kind of logic is his brain running on? He's probably just lost his cool from all the humiliation, someone speculated. He knows he can't win but still wants to act tough. The crowd continued to murmur, with no one expressing confidence in Su Yang. He's just desperate for attention. Watch's going to lose miserably. Man, I thought he was smarter than this. What's gotten into him? Yes, I want to compete with you, Su Yang said firmly, standing tall as he stepped up to Zhang Qi. But not in combat. I know I can't beat you in a fight right now. Oh, not combat? Zhang Qi tilted his head, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Then what do you want to compete in? He's lucky he didn't suggest combat. Zhang Qi thought darkly, his fists tightening. If he had, I would have beaten him to a pulp. At the very least, I'd break his bones and leave him a cripple. That's right, not combat, Su Yang replied, his gaze shifting to the mutated mummy engulfed in green flames. A confident smile spread across his face. You said earlier that I'm weak, that I couldn't even handle that mutated mummy. So let's compete to see who can take it down first. What? What? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Wait, hold on. Did I hear that right? What is going on today? Among the crowd of onlookers were students from all walks of life, priests, mages, warriors, assassins, you name it. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. A frail figure standing against a towering hulk of a man. It was Su Ning, a rookie who had awakened the summoner class less than a week ago, challenging none other than Zhang Qi, one of the top 5 warriors on the grade leaderboard. Zhang Qi, upon seeing this, burst into laughter. His booming voice echoed like thunder, shaking the air around them. Trembling with excitement, he pointed at Su Yang and mocked loudly, Ha ha ha, I was just looking for a chance to humiliate you, and here you are, offering yourself up. Kid, you're digging your own grave. If you're so eager to make a fool of yourself, I'll gladly oblige. However, Su Yang remained unfazed by Zhang Qi's taunts. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he stared Zhang Qi down and declared boldly, Don't back out now if you dare. Zhang Qi's laughter abruptly stopped, and his expression darkened. He bellowed, Su Yang, you're way too arrogant. Do you think I, Zhang Qi, would ever back out? You, on the other hand, better not wet your pants when the time comes. Su Yang shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Back out? In a battle I'm destined to win? Why would I? If I back out, I'd be no better than a dog. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a resolute strength that echoed clearly in the dimly lit graveyard. The surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of doubt. Someone whispered, Is Su Yang out of his mind? How can he claim he'll win? Where does he even get the nerve? Another student shook their head and muttered, This is on a level I can't even begin to understand. Zhang Qi sneered and addressed Su Yang directly. What about the stakes? If we're having a contest, there should be rewards and punishments, right? His eyes glinted with eagerness, as if he couldn't wait to see Su Yang crumble under pressure. Unshaken, Su Yang met Zhang Qi's gaze and replied, If I win, I take the loot, and you let me tag along with you for a while to watch you grind monsters. How about that? As he spoke, a flicker of calculation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. The crowd grew even more bewildered. A scrawny student scratched his head and asked, What kind of harmless punishment is that? Another shook their head, completely baffled by the situation. A girl frowned and said, I thought the stakes would be something serious. But this? I don't get what Su Yang is thinking. Zhang Qi was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Su Yang's intentions. The proposed punishment seemed to hold no real consequence for him. So why would Su Yang even bother issuing such a challenge? Seeing Zhang Qi hesitate, Su Yang shouted from a distance, What's the holdup? Are you scared? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? What happened to your confidence? Zhang Qi froze for a moment before his expression turned stormy. His eyes scanned Su Yang up and down, trying to decipher his true motives. Then, as if something clicked, his face grew even darker. Su Yang, you little punk. How dare you humiliate me like this? Zhang Qi growled through gritted teeth. You think tagging along to watch me grind monsters will make me look bad? That it'll make everyone think you're better than me? Zhang Qi felt his pride had been deeply insulted. He raised his sword but quickly lowered it again, unwilling to be accused of being a sore loser by the surrounding students. At this moment, Zhang Qi was seething with anger. Yet he had no choice but to suppress it, caught in a dilemma with no easy way out. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger boiling within him, though the malice on his face was unmistakable. He fixed a cold glare on Su Yang, gritting his teeth as he spat, "Su Yang, you will pay for your arrogance." Su Yang waved his hand impatiently, cutting off Zhang Qi's threats. "Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. If you win and I lose, what's the punishment?" Zhang Qi was momentarily stunned, but a sly grin soon crept across his face. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he spoke slowly, "Fine. If you lose, you'll follow me around. And no matter where we go, you must say, 'I am Zhang Qi's dog.' Do you dare?" Su Yang's face darkened instantly, a flicker of fury flashing in his eyes. "Zhang Qi, don't go too far." Zhang Qi crossed his arms with smug confidence, looking down at Su Yang with disdain. "What's wrong? Lost your nerve? Weren't you acting so cocky just now?" He let out a cold laugh. "Too far? You call this too far? Letting you be my dog is already a favor to you." Zhang Qi pointed toward the distant nether hounds digging in the dirt, his tone dripping with mockery. "See those dogs? Even if they begged to serve me, I wouldn't take them. Letting you stay by my side as a dog is a privilege. Don't be ungrateful." The surrounding students were stunned by the humiliating terms, breaking into hushed discussions. "That's brutal. Zhang Qi is really trying to destroy Su Yang. No way Su Yang will agree to that. Who could put up with such humiliation? Maybe Su Yang's confident he can win. Otherwise, why would he dare challenge Zhang Qi?" Amid the murmurs, Su Yang remained silent for a moment. His gaze shifted from Zhang Qi to the distant nether hounds. After a brief pause, he turned back, his eyes now filled with unshakable determination. "Fine. I accept." Zhang Qi was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's unexpected agreement, but his surprise quickly gave way to triumph. He burst into laughter. "Haha, you said it yourself. Don't come crying to me later." When Su Yang heard the words regret, a faint smile appeared on his face. His joy was hard to conceal. There wasn't even a trace of regret in his heart. Besides, with Zhang Qi's abilities, it was uncertain whether he could handle the mutated mummy at all. Although Zhang Qi was a warrior and might have the upper hand in close combat, the mummy's eerie poisonous gas attack was his Achilles heel. Without a healer by his side and lacking skills to dispel negative effects, the toxicity posed a significant threat to him. Standing off to the side, Su Yang's sharp gaze never left Zhang Qi, who was cautiously approaching the mummy. His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Zhang Qi's strong physique and agility had certainly stood out in previous battles, but facing this mummy with its poisonous attacks, his chances of holding his ground seemed slim. A vivid mental image flashed before Su Yang's eyes. Zhang Qi wielding his sword, locked in combat with the mummy, but gradually succumbing to the corrosive effects of the toxic gas, eventually being defeated. The thought brought a slight curve to Su Yang's lips, further solidifying his confidence in victory. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath. The cool breeze brushed against his face, bringing a momentary chill, but it couldn't calm the ripples surging in his heart. This mummy, with its potent poison, far surpassed previous opponents, and it would undoubtedly amplify Zhang Qi's weakness against toxins. Fixing his gaze on Zhang Qi's back, Su Yang silently thought, "Zhang Qi, oh Zhang Qi, this time, you're bound to lose." Then, he spoke aloud. "Regret? Zhang Qi, you underestimate me. Am certain of victory. Why would I regret anything? But I'll give you a chance. You can still back out now. Just let me join you, and I promise not to punish you. What do you say? It's a fair deal, isn't it?" "Fair, my ass," Zhang Qi roared, glaring at Su Yang's overconfident expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Su Yang, oh Su Yang, you're truly overestimating yourself. You think you can challenge me?" As if suddenly remembering something, Su Yang called out, "Oh, by the way, to make it fair, you're not allowed to use any potions, none for healing or debuff removal. If you use any, you lose. Do you dare?" "Oomph. Su Yang, stop wasting time," Zhang Qi replied impatiently, but Su Yang pressed on, unyielding. "I'm asking you, do you dare?" His gaze was sharp and unrelenting, leaving Zhang Qi no room to back down. The onlooking students, surprised by Su Yang's sudden aggressiveness, began mocking him. A younger male student sneered loudly, "I don't get where this bumpkin gets his confidence. Talking like that? Seriously?" His voice drew a round of laughter. A girl crossed her arms and gave Su Yang a sideways glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Exactly. Does he even know his own limits? Acting all bold in front of Zhang Qi, how ridiculous. Such a show-off," her companion chimed in. "Didn't he refuse to sell his summoner class card just so he could act cool?" Some even stepped forward, pointing at Su Yang. "Look at you, all shabby and pathetic. Yet you dare challenge Zhang Qi? Know your place. More insults followed in rapid succession. Has he even looked in the mirror? Acting like he's someone important. Yeah, as if being gutsy is enough to win. How childish. But Su Yang only smiled faintly, unfazed by their jeers. Turning back to Zhang Qi, he said calmly, so? No potions, solo this mummy. Do you dare? Don't tell me you're scared, because if you are, they'll have to mock you for it. He laughed heartily, drawing more disdainful looks from the crowd. This time, however, Zhang Qi hesitated. His eyes locked onto the grotesque and menacing mutated mummy not far away, and a chill ran through him. He knew all too well how formidable the opponent was, especially with its toxic gas. This battle was anything but certain. Frowning deeply, Zhang Qi was lost in thought. Reflecting on his past battles, he had faced many foes, and his armor offered substantial protection. But against an opponent wielding poison, and without the option of using potions, the challenge felt daunting. Damn this poison. If I can't use potions, they'll have to avoid taking any damage at all. Zhang Qi muttered to himself, his frustration bubbling over into anger towards Su Yang. His hands unconsciously clenched, palms already slick with sweat. Am I going to back down? The thought flitted through his mind, only to be forcefully dismissed. No, I can't chicken out. If I lose this challenge, how will I ever face my classmates again? Zhang Qi's gaze sharpened with determination. He gritted his teeth and steeled himself. I can do this. I won't let fear defeat me. What's the matter, Zhang Qi? Judging by that look on your face, are you scared? Su Yang's voice rang out deliberately, as if reading Zhang Qi's thoughts. The students around them fell silent, momentarily caught off guard by Su Yang's taunt. After all, no matter what they said about Su Yang being reckless, if he actually won this challenge, they'd all look like fools. The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Qi, and the pressure instantly shifted onto him. Zhang Qi knew he couldn't afford to show weakness now. He let out a cold laugh and said, all you've got is talk. Fine, no potions. Watch closely, it'll show you exactly how he'll take down this mummy. With that, he ignored Su Yang, raising the sword in his hand. Its blade gleamed with a cold light, and clad in his silver armor, Zhang Qi stood tall, his figure dazzling under the sunlight. Zhang Qi took a determined step forward, striding toward the mutated mummy. Behind him, his classmates erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their voices echoing across the field with chants of, "Go, Senior Zhang Qi." Some pumped their fists in the air, faces flushed with excitement. Ponytailed girls jumped up and down in exhilaration. Even bespectacled boys joined in the shouting. The atmosphere became electric, and all eyes were fixated on Zhang Qi's figure. With a grave expression, Zhang Qi gripped his sword tightly, as though it had become an extension of his own hand. The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. He bent his knees slightly, leaning forward like a predator ready to pounce. Suddenly, he let out a fierce cry, "Let's settle this," and launched himself at the mutated mummy, moving like a bolt of lightning. As he closed the distance, Zhang Qi raised his sword high and brought it down with all his might. The blade carved a graceful arc through the air before landing heavily on the mummy. With a sharp crack, a mass of bandages was sliced away, turning into shredded strips that fluttered in the air like confetti. The attack enraged the mutated mummy. From its hollow eye sockets, eerie green flames ignited, and it let out a guttural roar. It extended its clawed hands, sharp as iron hooks, and swung them menacingly toward Zhang Qi. Unfazed by the ferocious assault, Zhang Qi swiftly pulled an iron shield from his spatial pouch and raised it firmly above his head. Boom! Bang! Bang! The mummy's claws collided violently with the shield, sending sparks flying in all directions, resembling fireworks bursting in the night sky. The immense force of the impact caused Zhang Qi's feet to skid backward, carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet he gritted his teeth and braced himself, holding the shield steady with unwavering resolve. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as Zhang Qi felt a tidal wave of power pressing down on him. His body involuntarily slid backward, his feet grinding against the ground with a screeching sound, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd fell silent, their cheers abruptly cut off. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, struggling to process what they were witnessing. Some even held their breath, as if under a spell. A nearby girl clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and admiration. Su Yang furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. Something's off. How is Zhang Qi managing to withstand such a brutal attack from the mutated mummy? Could I have underestimated him? His frown deepened, and a flicker of anxiety crossed his face. If he loses, my reputation will be in shambles too. Carefully observing Zhang Qi from a distance, Su Yang noticed that the shield bore only a minor scratch, with the rest of it remaining completely intact. This realization unsettled him even further, adding another layer of unease to his already growing concerns. Without a doubt, he hasn't been injured at all. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. a flicker of astonishment crossing his face before his brows furrowed deeply, his expression growing serious. He stared intently at Zhang Qi, as if trying to etch every inch of him into his memory. Under Su Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Qi's tall and imposing figure seemed even more like an unyielding mountain, immovable and indestructible. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He hadn't expected this guy to be so powerful, coming out unscathed from the ferocious attacks of the mutated mummy. Reflecting on his earlier underestimation of Zhang Qi, a trace of regret crept into his heart. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down, his thoughts tangled like a web. No, it's not over yet. This mutated mummy hasn't used its poison. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. Zhang Qi's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. Not bad, huh? Looks like I underestimated you. Before his words fully landed, he raised his sword and charged at the mutated mummy once more. This strike was fierce and direct, aimed straight at the mummy's face. The mummy let out a piercing, guttural screech, raising its arm to block the attack. The sword collided with the mummy's arm, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. To everyone's surprise, the force of the blow caused the mummy to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qi pressed the attack without hesitation. He thrust his sword toward the mutated mummy's abdomen, the blade flashing like lightning. The mummy hastily raised its other arm to defend itself, but it wasn't enough to stop the ferocious strike. The sword pierced through the mummy's arm, and a torrent of green pus gushed out like a fountain. With a sickening drip-drip, the pus splattered onto the graveyard floor, producing an eerie sizzling sound as it corroded the ground. Zhang Qi's eyes widened, and he quickly withdrew his sword. The blade was smeared with the green liquid, now marred by several blackened, corroded spots. This thing, it has corrosive abilities too? Zhang Qi exclaimed in shock, staring at his sword in disbelief. In the distance, Su Yang was equally stunned. A thought flashed through his mind. Looks like I've stumbled upon a treasure today, but almost immediately, a grim realization followed. Then again, there's some bad news too. Might not be able to defeat that mummy after all. Damn it, this guy actually has corrosive abilities. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Qi's face as he quickly realized he needed to change his battle strategy. Clenching his teeth, he wrestled internally over whether to retreat. Though he knew Su Yang had no chance of defeating the mutated mummy, the opportunity to push his own limits was right in front of him, and he was unwilling to let it slip away so easily. No potions, just beat this mummy. Heh. Zhang Qi let out a cold chuckle, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, adopting a javelin-throwing stance. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment at the sight. They were all well aware that at their current level, none of them possessed the skills to neutralize acid corrosion. A single touch from the acid could not only disfigure them but also cost their lives. Yet, Senior Zhang Qi seemed unfazed, resolute in his decision to confront the mutated mummy heathen. He's amazing, the students murmured in admiration, and Zhang Qi instantly gained a wave of new fans. Someone couldn't help but compare. Senior Zhang Qi is truly fearless. He's so much braver than that Su Yang guy. Dim light filtered through the cracks in the ceiling, illuminating Zhang Qi's determined face. His grip tightened around the slightly battered long sword as his gaze locked onto the mutated mummy, from which droplets of acid continuously dripped. The ground beneath hissed and smoked as it corroded. Zhang Qi was acutely aware of the danger but refused to back down. Steadying his breath, he prepared to see this challenge through to the end. From a distance, Su Yang froze at the sight. Seriously, dude? You're going all out like this? He wore a bewildered expression. What had started as a simple sparring match had escalated beyond his expectations. Zhang Qi's intensity had completely captured Su Yang's attention. Bring it on. Zhang Qi roared, his voice echoing throughout the dimly lit graveyard of candles. His eyes widened with determination as he channeled all his strength into his right arm. Gripping the long sword tightly, its blade gleaming coldly under the faint light, he hurled it with all his might. The sword shot through the air like a silver bolt, cutting a sharp arc as it sped toward the mutated mummy. The sword struck with tremendous force, piercing straight through the mummy's body. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath. The mutated mummy stood motionless, utterly silent. In the tense atmosphere, the students stared unblinkingly at the mummy impaled by the sword. Is it dead? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. But then, something shocking happened. The mutated mummy suddenly began to ooze large amounts of acid. The moment the acid made contact with the sword, it hissed and sizzled, releasing thick, acrid smoke. What the? The classmates who had just been doubting Su Yang were now utterly stunned, their faces pale with disbelief. They turned to look at Su Yang, their eyes wide with shock. No way, you actually called it. Instead of feeling relieved, Su Yang grew even more tense. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized that if the mutated mummy were purely mindless, it wouldn't have paused like it did. The pause wasn't for casting a spell, it was for thinking. Damn it, Zhang Qi's in danger, Su Yang thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind as his suspicions solidified. Su Yang suddenly realized the impending danger. His voice cut through the noisy crowd as he shouted toward Zhang Qi in the distance. Come back. It's dangerous. Watch out, you might lose your life. The sudden outcry instantly shifted the atmosphere. The students, who had been intensely focused on the duel, now wore expressions of discontent. Their tension turned into a wave of anger that spread rapidly. What is this supposed to mean? One student shouted angrily. They're in the middle of a duel. What gives Su Yang the right to tell Zhang Qi to come back? Exactly, another student scoffed, crossing their arms. He's just scared. Can't handle losing. The crowd erupted into murmurs of disapproval, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of judgment. Many pointed out that Zhang Qi's last strike had already pierced through the mutated mummy, making the outcome clear. To them, Su Yang's sudden interruption was nothing short of surrendering. This is so unfair. Isn't this just cheating? Amidst the barrage of accusations, Su Yang grew increasingly anxious, but he had no time to explain. His gaze remained locked on Zhang Qi, his voice hoarse as he yelled again, "Come back! Stop the fight! Your life is more important." In the distance, Zhang Qi hesitated briefly upon hearing Su Yang's desperate cries. His eyes shifted from the mutated mummy to Su Yang, a complicated emotion flickering across his face. Life is more important? Zhang Qi sneered coldly. Give me a break, Su Yang. You're disgusting. I'm about to win. And now you want me to back off? Talking about saving my life? If it was so important, why didn't you say something earlier? Why wait until now? You're just a sore loser, aren't you? With that, Zhang Qi ignored Su Yang's warning and refocused on the mutated mummy in front of him. The crowd, seeing Zhang Qi's defiance, grew even more convinced of their judgment. See? Even Zhang Qi's ignoring him. Su Yang is just causing trouble, one boy exclaimed, pumping his fist in frustration. This duel was supposed to be amazing, another student sighed, shaking his head. But Su Yang ruined everything. Now it's a total mess. Su Yang's actions sparked outrage among the audience. The crowd was filled with voices of accusation and discontent, blaming him for breaking the rules and disrespecting the competition. Bewildered by the sudden wave of criticism, Su Yang stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the mutated mummy in the distance, impaled by Zhang Qi's long sword. Scenes from moments earlier replayed in his mind. If I really got it wrong, then why did it pause at the beginning? Su Yang muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. Zhang Qi looked at Su Yang with disdain, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He spat in Su Yang's direction, his voice dripping with provocation. Kid, today I'll show you how I crush you under my feet. With that, he pulled out a brand new long sword from his dimension pocket and strode confidently toward the mutated mummy. Just then, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Zhang Qi abruptly halted, his eyes locked on the mummy in the distance. Thick green smoke began to rise from the mummy's body, followed by an outpouring of green, viscous fluid from its limbs and torso. The fluid quickly engulfed the creature, and even the long sword impaling it began to emit a hissing white smoke. Zhang Qi's eyes widened as he watched the acidic liquid rapidly corrode the sword. The blade's gleam dimmed in an instant, and the metal, weakened by the acid, became brittle and fragile. Within seconds, the long sword was entirely eaten away, crumbling into a heap of blackened residue that fell from the mummy's body. The acidic fluid continued to flow from the mummy, dripping onto the ground and leaving deep pits in its wake. The air filled with a pungent stench and waves of searing heat. Despite being pierced by the long sword, the mummy appeared far from defeated. Its bandages, tattered and torn from the earlier attack, hung loosely from its body, swaying in the wind and adding to its eerie presence. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang Qi's heart. The mummy, battered and seemingly on the verge of collapse from his earlier strike, looked like it was at its limit. Zhang Qi believed that, even if it wasn't dead, it was certainly no longer a threat. Murderous intent flickered in Zhang Qi's eyes as he gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. A swirling aura of ashen energy enveloped the blade, flowing steadily along its surface. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qi charged at the mutated mummy. As the distance closed, Zhang Qi could feel the decaying aura emanating from the mummy. Just before reaching it, he let out a thunderous roar. Prepare to die. His voice boomed like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the space. He then unleashed his ultimate move, the explosive Qi sword. Channeling all his strength into the sword, the ashen energy surrounding the blade erupted in a radiant glow. He swung the sword with overwhelming force, aiming directly at the mummy's head. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were riveted on this decisive strike. The sword, imbued with immense power, struck the mummy's head with a resounding crash. In an instant, the head exploded into a cloud of black mist and green fragments. Green fluid splattered everywhere, staining the ground around them. Done. Zhang Qi stood still, laughing triumphantly. Turning to face Su Yang, he spoke with confidence and pride in his voice. I've won. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. But in the very next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Su Yang stood frozen, staring at Zhang Qi with wide eyes. At first, Zhang Qi assumed Su Yang was simply stunned with fear, dismissing him with contempt. However, as Zhang Qi glanced at the surrounding students who had been watching, the smile on his face froze. What's going on? Zhang Qi asked in confusion. Why are you all just standing there? Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that scary? The students looked at him with sheer terror etched on their faces. Their eyes were wide, as though they might pop out of their sockets. Their mouths hung open, large enough to fit a fist, and their faces were stiff with fear. Some were trembling uncontrollably, their legs shaking as if they could barely stand. Zhang Qi's voice echoed unnervingly in the silence. What's wrong with you all? But no one answered. Only the chilling quiet and their horrified gazes remained. A wave of unease washed over Zhang Qi as he began to realize something was terribly wrong. Just then, a frail-looking boy in the crowd spoke, his voice quivering and barely audible. Zhang Qi, run, run. Zhang Qi repeated, bewildered. What are you talking about? No one explained. Someone else simply added, run, run? Why would I run? Zhang Qi asked, his confusion growing. Run now. Don't look back whatever you do. Don't look back. Just run. Someone shouted urgently. Caught off guard by the sudden cries, Zhang Qi furrowed his brow and raised his voice. What's going on? Why should I run? More voices joined in, desperate and panicked. Zhang Qi, just go. Don't ask questions, run. Don't look back. Whatever you do, don't turn around. The crowd began to stir restlessly. Some students took hesitant steps backward, while others nervously stomped their feet in place, unsure of what to do. Zhang Qi stared at the familiar faces of his classmates, now stricken with fear, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. But his pride and stubbornness refused to let him flee so easily. I'm not going anywhere until someone explains what's going on. What's behind me that I'm not supposed to see? I'm looking. I'll see for myself what's so terrifying. With that, Zhang Qi turned his head without hesitation, determined to face whatever was behind him. After all, the mutated mummy was already dead. What could there possibly be to fear? But in the very instant he turned around, Zhang Qi froze completely. The sight before him left him utterly speechless. Zhang Qi turned his head, and the sight before him left him utterly speechless. The decapitated mutated mummy was no longer what he had expected. All the bandages had fallen away, revealing a red, semi-transparent humanoid figure. What was even more shocking was that the creature had no head, and inside its translucent body, a mass of yellow, ribbon-like structures flowed ominously. Senior Zhang Qi, run! Students shouted anxiously from a distance, but their voices seemed muffled, as if they were coming from another world. Zhang Qi stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the monstrous figure before him, as if held captive by an invisible force. From afar, Su Yang witnessed the entire scene, cold sweat instantly soaking his forehead. His gaze was locked on the yellow, ribbon-like objects flowing within the creature. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Something's not right. Those things, they might be bones. The realization hit him like a bomb, and his heart began pounding violently, as if it might leap out of his chest. A wave of nausea churned in his stomach, and a strong sense of revulsion surged through him. Su Yang swallowed hard, his throat tightening. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Where had those bones come from? Were they remnants of the original corpse, or had the creature acquired them through feeding? Whatever the answer, a chilling conclusion emerged. If Zhang Qi were killed, he might become part of the creature's grotesque form. Su Yang's eyes darted back to Zhang Qi and the mutated mummy. The creature's body twisted and deformed, as though being kneaded by some unseen force. Its skin, or rather, the layer of red, semi-transparent material, was covered in a network of intricate, web-like patterns that seemed to pulsate faintly. The yellow, ribbon-like objects flowing within it resembled a mix of decayed internal organs and some bizarre parasitic organism, writhing and intertwining grotesquely. A nauseating stench filled the air, a putrid blend of rotting flesh, rancid pus, and acrid chemicals. The odor was so overpowering it almost felt tangible, spreading through the atmosphere like an invisible fog. Ugh, what the hell is this thing? It's revolting, one student muttered, covering his nose. Do you think breathing this stuff could harm us? The surrounding students froze, their expressions turning to stone. Fear pierced their hearts like an icy blade. Some widened their eyes in terror, their faces pale. A girl clasped her hands over her mouth to stifle a scream, but tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Others instinctively stumbled backward, tripping and shoving each other in their desperation to distance themselves from the horrifying creature. Standing before the crimson monstrosity, Zhang Qi was utterly dumbfounded. He had assumed that this would be a straightforward confrontation, one he could handle with his skills and experience. However, now that he was face-to-face with the mutated mummy, he realized the situation was far more complex and perilous than he could have imagined. He stared intently at the strange entity, his mind racing with disbelief. The internal structure of the mutated mummy resembled that of a slime. Its semi-transparent body seemed to contain countless tiny particles in constant motion, creating an ever-shifting, otherworldly form. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Qi's face, dripping onto the ground beneath him. His eyes betrayed hesitation and unease as he began to consider his options for escape. I need to run, he thought. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he hesitated again. If he fled, he would lose the match. Zhang Qi found himself trapped in a dilemma, his gaze darting between the mutated mummy and his surroundings, desperately searching for a solution. At that moment, the mutated mummy appeared to sense Zhang Qi's hesitation. Its body leaned forward slightly, adopting an unmistakably aggressive stance. This move heightened Zhang Qi's nerves even further. He instinctively took a small step back, yet his gaze turned as unyielding as steel. It's all or nothing, he roared inwardly. Tightening his grip on the treasured sword in his hand, he assumed a battle stance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qi channeled all his strength into his arms, causing the sword to be enveloped in a swirling gray whirlwind that howled ominously. With eyes wide open and fighting spirit ablaze, Zhang Qi let out a low, guttural roar. Fury blade. Before the echo of his words could fade, he kicked off the ground with explosive force, his entire body shooting toward the monster like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Twisting midair with remarkable agility, he swung his blade in a sweeping arc, determined to recreate the triumphant decapitation from before. But fate had other plans. In that critical moment, Zhang Qi's foot suddenly slipped. His flawless attack collapsed in an instant as his body lost balance and his center of gravity veered wildly. Oh crap! He shouted in panic, desperately trying to regain control. It was too late. He crashed heavily onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The momentum flung the sword from his grasp. It spun through the air, screeching as it cut a sharp arc before landing with a loud clang on the ground not far away. The crisp sound of metal against stone echoed piercingly in the stillness. Su Yang stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't wrap his mind around how such a critical moment had gone so horribly wrong. Only one thought filled his mind. It's over. Zhang Qi crashed heavily onto the ground, dust billowing around him as his mind went blank for a moment. His face was smeared with dirt, with streaks of sweat cutting through the grime, leaving him looking thoroughly disheveled. Struggling to lift his head, his gaze fell upon the sword lying not far away. A surge of regret and self-reproach filled his heart. No, my sword, Zhang Qi cried out, reaching desperately toward the weapon. But his movement froze midair as a chilling sight unfolded before him. The white bandages scattered on the ground suddenly came to life. They began writhing and twisting, slithering toward the sword with dizzying speed. No, stop! Zhang Qi's eyes widened in horror as he let out a desperate scream. He began crawling forward frantically, trying to reach the sword before the bandages did. But the mutated mummy had anticipated his move. More bandages shot up from the ground, quickly wrapping around Zhang Qi's arms and ankles, completely immobilizing him. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence, their whispers of shock growing louder. In the distance, Su Yang clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, just as I thought. This mutated mummy is indeed a high-intelligence elite monster. That initial stunned act was just a ploy to lull its opponent. Zhang Qi struggled violently on the ground, but the bandages only tightened their grip. His face turned red with pain and fury, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat poured down in streams. Among the onlookers, some wore expressions of fear, while others watched nervously, their hearts racing for Zhang Qi. The air was thick with tension and unease. Meanwhile, the bandages coiling around the sword formed a dense, intricate web and began slowly dragging the weapon away. The grating sound of metal scraping against the ground merged with the unsettling rustling of the bandages, sending chills down the spines of those watching. The swirling dust created a hazy veil over the scene. When the sword was dragged more than 10 meters away, Zhang Qi's panic reached its peak. Tears of despair blurred his vision as he turned back toward his classmates, shouting with every ounce of strength he had, "Help me! Damn it! Don't just stand there. Save me! Do something! Help me!" His cries echoed across the open field, but they were met with nothing but an eerie silence. His classmates exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with fear and hesitation. No one dared to step forward. No one dared to answer his pleas. Their eyes darted away, avoiding Zhang Qi's desperate gaze. Please, I'm begging you. Zhang Qi's voice broke, trembling with sobs, but the only response he received was the chilling quiet of the crowd. Finally, someone in the group murmured softly, "You were the one who chose to take on the challenge. Whatever happens, you should deal with it yourself." "No. Damn it. Don't just stand there and watch me die." Zhang Qi roared, his gaze sweeping across his teammates' faces. He was panting heavily, pleading once again. "Help me, please." The teammates exchanged uneasy glances, until one of them finally muttered under his breath, "Well, we're no match for that thing. He's way too strong. There's no way we can handle him." Another teammate added, his voice tinged with helplessness, "So maybe we should just let it go. We can't beat him, not this guy." Hearing such cowardly words, Zhang Qi's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His face flushed red with rage, veins bulging on his temples, and his voice trembled with fury. "You heartless bastards! You're nothing but spineless cowards, leaving me to die like this." The teammates, intimidated by his outburst, hung their heads low, avoiding his burning gaze. The air grew thick with tension and fear, an oppressive silence blanketing the group. And then, in that moment of heightened tension, the mutated mummy crept silently up behind Zhang Qi. Its rotting body exuded a nauseating stench, and its twisted arm slowly lifted. A droplet of putrid acid dripped from its deformed fingers, tracing an arc through the air before landing squarely on the back of Zhang Qi's armor. A sinister sizzle sound cut through the silence as acrid smoke rose into the air. Zhang Qi felt a searing heat on his back. He whipped around, only to come face-to-face with the bloodied, decayed form of the mutated mummy. A wave of terror surged through him, stealing the breath from his lungs. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the scene unfold. His pupils contracted sharply as he realized the mummy's horrifying intent. It was trying to dissolve Zhang Qi and absorb him into its own body. This explained the strange white, ribbon-like structures inside its frame. Su Yang was convinced now those were bones. "No. Somebody, help me!" Zhang Qi screamed, attempting to break free, but the pain and fear paralyzed him. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, frozen in place. The acidic droplet continued to corrode the armor, and the smoke thickened with each passing second. The students around him closed their eyes, resigned to the inevitable tragedy that was about to unfold. The drop of acidic liquid continued to corrode the armor, emitting thicker and thicker smoke accompanied by the relentless hissing of erosion. White fumes spiraled upward incessantly. Zhang Qi was trapped in place, his entire body tightly bound by vines, leaving him completely immobilized. His situation was dire, yet no one dared to step forward to save him. Even the senior students hesitated, unwilling to risk confronting this mutated mummy that had seemingly evolved intelligence. Time ticked away second by second, and the acid continued to eat away at Zhang Qi's armor. The hissing noise was constant, and dense smoke enveloped him, distorting his figure in the haze. The once sturdy and gleaming surface of his armor was now losing its luster, with dents spreading visibly under the corrosive assault. The surrounding students closed their eyes, their expressions filled with helplessness as they silently resigned themselves to the tragedy unfolding before them. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his forehead, his gaze burning with defiance and unwillingness. He channeled every ounce of strength he had into his already battered armor, desperately trying to slow the acid's relentless advance. "Damn it! I can't die. I won't die." Zhang Qi roared in defiance, struggling with all his might. Yet the drop of acid seemed imbued with endless malice, continuing its merciless corrosion. The acrid stench filled the air, and the once radiant metallic sheen of the armor had turned into a pitted, crumbling surface, resembling the ruins of time-worn walls. Ugh, Senior Zhang Qi is still fighting, but it's such a pity. He's doomed. Yeah, no matter how hard he tries, it's useless now. This is the cruel reality of fate. Senior Zhang Qi was so brave, but even he can't escape this. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily, "It's all Su Yang's fault. That show-off bastard. Damn it. He's the reason Senior Zhang Qi is dying." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Su Yang. Furious glares pierced through the air like arrows, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The students clenched their jaws, their faces twisted with anger. A burly male student stormed up to Su Yang, pointing a finger right at his face and yelling, "Su Yang, look at what you've done. Just to show off, you insisted on challenging Senior Zhang Qi. Now look, he's dying because of you." His voice was hoarse, and the veins on his neck bulged with rage. Nearby, a short-haired girl with tear-streaked cheeks screamed, "You're nothing but a selfish jerk." "Yeah, Su Yang, you're a selfish scumbag," others chimed in. "All you care about is showing off, with no regard for anyone else's life." Senior Zhang Qi is so amazing, so kind, and now he's losing his life because of your stupidity." A boy wearing a metal helmet pushed his way forward, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Su Yang, do you think you're so impressive? Look at what you've done. If anything happens to Senior Zhang Qi, you're the one to blame. We'll never forgive you. You're a sinner. You'll owe Senior Zhang Qi for the rest of your life." The crowd erupted with curses, their anger finding no other outlet as they heaped all the blame on Su Yang. Standing in the middle of the storm, Su Yang watched them, a cold smirk forming in his mind. He recalled their initial attitudes, how they had eagerly pushed him to accept the challenge, hoping he would lose miserably and let Zhang Qi humiliate him. Now that Zhang Qi was in peril, these same people had turned on him without hesitation. "Ha! Hypocrites. What a bunch of hypocrites," Su Yang thought to himself, his fleeting sympathy for Zhang Qi extinguished by their accusations. "This is all your fault, Su Yang. You arrogant fool. You put your ego above everything else, and now Senior Zhang Qi is paying the price. Su Yang, you're a disaster. Karma will get you for this." The more Su Yang remained silent, the more emboldened the crowd became, hurling harsher and harsher insults at him. Surrounded by their accusations, Su Yang stood still, suppressing the urge to laugh, refusing to utter a single word. The scene descended into chaos. The students were consumed by their emotions, some waving their arms, some stomping their feet. Everyone seemed ready to pounce on Su Yang and beat him senseless, yet not one of them stepped forward to save Zhang Qi. No. Please, no. I don't want to die." Zhang Qi's piercing scream cut through the chaotic and anger-filled atmosphere like a sharp blade. All eyes were drawn to him, their attention captured by the heart-wrenching sound, landing on his contorted, pain-stricken figure. Zhang Qi lay sprawled on the cold ground, his body convulsing violently, his face twisted in sheer terror. His hands flailed wildly in the air, but all it did was tighten the bandages wrapped around them, like a greedy python slowly devouring its prey. "Help me," he cried hoarsely. "Stop arguing. Call the director. Call the principal. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." His desperate words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the heated arguments around him. Silence fell over the scene, heavy and suffocating. Everyone was struck by a grim realization. Even if they contacted the principal right away, it would take at least half an hour for help to arrive. Meanwhile, the mutated mummy in front of them could end Zhang Qi's life in less than a minute. As a warrior-class fighter, Zhang Qi was giving it everything he had, using every defensive measure in his arsenal. His durability wasn't high, but he could hold on for a little while, maybe 5 minutes at most. Yet, even in those fleeting 5 minutes, everyone present remained powerless, frozen in place, watching helplessly as precious seconds ticked away, bringing Zhang Qi closer to his inevitable demise. The oppressive tension in the air was suffocating, broken only by Zhang Qi's anguished cries echoing around them. No one dared step forward to help. It was as if an invisible weight had anchored their feet to the ground, rendering them immobile. Faces were etched with hesitation and fear, eyes darting nervously between Zhang Qi and one another. Some lips quivered, as if to speak, but ultimately, all that came was a silent gulp of helplessness. The mutated mummy emanated an aura of pure dread, its body surrounded by corrosive acid and toxic fumes that kept everyone at bay. No one was willing to risk confronting such an unknown terror, no one ready to gamble their own life against the perilous odds. In this moment, saving Zhang Qi would require someone to step forward, to break through the chains of fear and face the monster hidden. Yet, fear gripped everyone like an unyielding shackle, paralyzing them, holding them back. Help me. I don't want to." Zhang Qi's terrified scream abruptly stopped, his voice trembling and shrill. Countless bandages, as if alive, surged from all directions, twisting in midair with blinding speed. With the sharp sound of rushing air, a swarm of bandages shot straight toward Zhang Qi. The first bandages latched onto his lips with precision, wrapping tightly, layer by layer. His words were forcibly cut off, leaving only muffled groans in his throat. Mimph. Zhang Qi struggled in vain, but more bandages swarmed in, quickly enveloping his entire head, leaving only a pair of eyes filled with fear and despair. Those wide, desperate eyes could do nothing to halt the relentless advance of the bandages. In the blink of an eye, even his eyes were covered. The bandages tightened continuously, compressing Zhang Qi's face until his features became distorted and nearly unrecognizable. Desperately, Zhang Qi twisted his body, his hands flailing wildly in the air, but he couldn't free himself from the constricting grip of the bandages. Starting from his head, the bandages spread rapidly down his neck, shoulders, chest, and limbs. His entire body was tightly bound, sweat and tears soaking into the fabric. As the bandages continued to wind around him, Zhang Qi's movements grew sluggish, his strength gradually drained away. his body contorted unnaturally, like a crumpled puppet. Su Yang, watching the scene unfold, was struck with horror. It's over. Zhang Qi is done for. They're turning him into a mummy. Acid began seeping through the gaps in the bandages, coming into contact with Zhang Qi's armor. Everyone present could see that the armor wouldn't hold out much longer. The sound of acid corroding metal echoed sharply in the silence, like a grim countdown to death, each hiss striking fear into the hearts of everyone watching. Ugh, MPH. Zhang Qi threw his head back, screaming in agony. His face turned bright red, veins bulging as he writhed in unbearable pain. The acid continued its assault, the dents in his armor growing deeper and deeper, on the verge of breaking through. Though the surrounding students had their eyes shut, horrifying images involuntarily filled their minds. The acid eating through the armor, seeping onto Zhang Qi's skin, sizzling upon contact. His skin would blister, rot, and dissolve piece by piece. The bandages would keep winding, and soon Zhang Qi would be fully mummified, leaving only a hole in his back where the acid would slowly pour in. His exposed armor was already pockmarked and deformed. The onlooking students were frantic, some pacing back and forth in agitation. What do we do? We have to find a way to save Senior Zhang Qi, one warrior exclaimed, clutching his hair in distress. We can't just stand here and watch. We have to do something. Another student, a bold-looking young man, stepped forward and declared loudly, "We'll go in. If we work together, we might have a chance." But another student immediately shot him down. "Yeah, right. You're as weak as a puppy. You'd just be throwing your life away with your pathetic skills." The rebuked boy's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. Gritting his teeth, he snapped back, "Then what's your plan? Just stand here and watch Senior Zhang Qi die in agony?" The group erupted into a heated debate, voices overlapping in a chaotic din. "We need a solid plan. We can't just rush in without thinking. Time is like an invisible blade, with every passing second threatening Zhang Qi's life." A group of people gathered around, their voices rising and falling in heated debate, yet no consensus could be reached. Some stomped their feet in frustration, others pounded their chests in regret, and still others slumped to the ground in despair. Zhang Qi, tightly wrapped in bandages, was losing his life bit by bit as the acidic liquid continued to seep into him. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly noticed a small detail. He turned to a student clad in blue armor, furrowing his brow as he asked, "There's something I don't quite understand. Since the candlelight graveyard has such powerful mutated mummies, why did you even dare to come here?" The crowd turned to look at him in confusion. Someone impatiently snapped, "Why are you asking this now? This isn't the time for such questions." Su Yang shook his head and insisted, "I just don't get it. This place is clearly full of dangers. You can't even handle a single mutated mummy, so why would you risk coming here?" Someone rolled their eyes, speaking with a hint of disdain. "You don't know? Seriously?" Seeing Su Yang's puzzled expression, the person pointed to a few ghostly hounds digging under a tree in the distance and explained, "See those dogs? Those are nether hounds. They don't have much combat strength, but what most people don't realize is that they're a goldmine for experience points. Many students come here not for rare items, but specifically to hunt nether hounds and grind for experience." Su Yang's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Are you saying nether hounds provide a ton of experience points? They're a great way to level up?" "Exactly," the person confirmed with a nod, but then frowned. "But what's the point of talking about this now? Senior Zhang Qi is at death's door. Even if you level up right now, it won't save him. Zhang Qi is on the verge of death, and you're talking about leveling up? Are you even a real friend? How can you stay so calm right now?" Su Yang's reaction left everyone around him utterly stunned. At this critical life-and-death moment, with Zhang Qi entangled by corrosive acid and facing imminent danger, Su Yang appeared completely unfazed. In fact, upon hearing that the Netherhound could be leveled up for massive experience points, a faint smile even crept onto his lips. This bizarre contrast made everyone question whether Su Yang had lost his mind. However, this was no time to dwell on Su Yang's odd behavior. The most urgent task at hand was to rescue Zhang Qi from his dire predicament. Just as the group hesitated, a boy clad in silver armor stepped forward decisively. "All right, everyone, let's go and give it a shot," shouted Song Qing, one of Zhang Qi's close friends. Behind him, a female priest wearing a cross pendant and a warrior gripping a large shield exchanged determined glances with him. Without hesitation, the three of them plunged into the foggy depths of the candlelit graveyard. The cold, damp air pressed against their skin as eerie shadows danced across the gravestones in the dim light. It wasn't long before they reached the mutated red mummy. Zhang Qi was now completely ensnared. If they delayed any longer, there would be no saving him. Song Qing and the shield warrior stood shoulder to shoulder, their muscles taut as they faced the sinister creature. Song Qing gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with the enemy. "All right, man, Let's take this thing down, Song Qing said in a low voice. It spits acid, so your job is to block it with your shield while I wait for the right moment to strike. Got it, the shield warrior replied curtly, leaning forward slightly into a defensive stance. His shield, inscribed with mysterious runes, glimmered faintly in the oppressive darkness. Meanwhile, the priest stood behind Song Qing, her hands tightly clasping her staff as she chanted softly. A faint holy light enveloped the trio, providing them with protective blessings. Though a trace of nervousness flickered in her eyes, she held her ground. Her role in the team was crucial, and she wouldn't falter. The three of them assumed their positions, ready to face the monster Hedon. The surrounding students fell silent, their arguments forgotten as all eyes turned to this life-and-death confrontation. The graveyard was shrouded in an eerie stillness, broken only by the tension of the impending battle. Suddenly, the mutated mummy let out a guttural roar. Its shriveled body was wrapped in dark red bandages that floated unnaturally, emanating a sinister glow. Its hands twisted and contorted in midair before morphing into razor-sharp claws that lunged toward Song Qing and his team. With a loud shout, Song Qing dodged nimbly to the side. At the same time, his sword slashed through the air, drawing a sharp arc of light aimed directly at the mummy's body. They're going in, one student exclaimed in excitement. Come on, take it down, another shouted. Song Qing's blade struck true, leaving a vivid crimson gash on the mummy's desiccated form. The monster recoiled in pain and immediately spewed a torrent of acid, a noxious, rushing flood that surged straight towards Song Qing. Now's the time. Song Qing's voice echoed through the eerie graveyard. The shield warrior sprang into action, charging forward with precision and determination. His movements were swift and decisive, every muscle in his body coiled like a drawn bow. The acid splashed violently against his shield, producing a sickening sizzle as white smoke billowed into the air. The shield emitted sharp, grating noises as the acid eroded its surface, filling the area with acrid fumes. Gritting his teeth, the shield warrior planted his feet firmly into the ground, using every ounce of his strength to hold back the overwhelming onslaught. His face turned crimson from the exertion, but he refused to lower the massive shield weighing over 100 pounds. He knew this was the only barrier protecting them from the deadly acid. What teamwork! One of the onlookers gasped, breaking the tense silence with a round of applause. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qing unleashed another swift and precise strike, carving another deep wound into the mutated mummy. His swordsmanship was relentless, a flurry of strikes as fierce and unyielding as a storm. The breathtaking scene left the surrounding students in awe, their eyes glued to the battle unfolding before them. In that moment, the entire graveyard seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the clash of battle and the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, a testament to the sheer intensity of the fight. What teamwork! A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. Dark clouds loomed heavily over the cemetery, and the flickering candlelight danced in the dimness. In the distance, a priestess stood with her eyes tightly shut, chanting incantations at a rapid pace. The staff in her hands emitted a soft yet radiant blue glow. As her chanting intensified, two streams of blue energy, like agile dragons, streaked through the air and swiftly reached the feet of Song Qing and the warrior beside him. As the blue light swept over them, both felt as light as a feather. Their previously heavy movements became swift and nimble, as though the wind itself carried them forward. A spark of excitement flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the mutated mummy with lightning speed. His sword carved sharp arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing wind and tearing flesh. Song Qing moved with fluid, relentless precision, his attacks as fierce and unyielding as a torrential storm, leaving no room for his opponent to recover. Suddenly, the mutated mummy let out a pained howl and opened its gaping maw, spewing a thick cloud of green poison. In an instant, the noxious fog engulfed the battlefield, obscuring visibility. Not good. It's that move again, gasped the onlooking students, their concern for Song Qing palpable. This battle was far from the simulated training on the school grounds. Their opponent was a venomous mummy, and a single misstep could mean death. The seamless coordination between Song Qing and the warrior was awe-inspiring, yet danger lurked at every turn. The students watching from the sidelines were on edge, their hearts racing as they anxiously observed Song Qing and his team. The battle was at its peak when the mutated mummy suddenly unleashed a thick cloud of green poison gas, enveloping Song Qing and his two companions in an instant. Song Qing, at the forefront, was the first to be hit. A sharp, acrid stench invaded his nostrils, and immediately, an indescribable pain surged through his body. It felt as though countless tiny insects were gnawing away at his internal organs and muscles. His face twisted in agony, and he couldn't suppress a guttural cry of pain. However, the battlefield allowed no room for weakness. Forcing himself to stay calm, Song Qing recalled the fate of Senior Zhang Qi. He knew all too well that any lapse in focus could lead to fatal consequences. Even with the poison coursing through their bodies, giving up was not an option. Failure would mean not only Zhang Qi's certain death, but also the demise of all three of them. Cover your mouth and nose. Song Qing shouted hoarsely to his companions behind him, his body trembling uncontrollably from the poison. Beside him, the warrior and the priestess were also suffering from the effects of the toxic gas. The warrior's face had turned deathly pale, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he instinctively used his hand to cover his mouth and nose. The priestess let out a short, sharp scream, her body swaying unsteadily. Though her hands trembled as she gripped her staff, she still managed to follow Song Qing's orders, covering her mouth and nose with shaky hands. The green poison gas thickened, blurring their vision. Song Qing's breathing became increasingly labored, each breath feeling like swallowing molten lava that scorched his throat and lungs. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, further obscuring his sight. He cursed the vile poison under his breath, fighting desperately to stay conscious as he felt his strength rapidly ebbing away. The students watching from outside the poisonous cloud were alarmed and began shouting words of encouragement, though they didn't dare rush into the toxic mist. Song Qing, hang in there. Don't give up. Their voices rang out, but the three trapped inside the poison cloud had no time to pay attention. Song Qing's body started shaking violently, his legs weakening to the point where he could barely stand. His consciousness began to blur, but one thought burned in his mind. I must hold on. Just then, a familiar roar shattered his thoughts. Song Qing's eyes widened in dread as he realized the situation had grown even more dire. The mutated mummy had detected their vulnerability and was preparing for another attack. A mix of fear and fury churned within Song Qing. The green poisonous gas clung to him like the grasp of a demon, stealing the air from his lungs. He frantically covered his mouth and nose with one hand while gripping his sword tightly with the other, struggling to maintain a fighting stance. But against the mutated mummy, his disadvantage was glaringly obvious. Despite his blurred vision, Song Qing could feel the oppressive presence of the mutated mummy. All he could see was a vague humanoid figure glowing red through the haze. He tried to launch an attack, but the strength in his single-handed sword swing was pitiful. The mummy dodged with ease and lashed out with its claws. Song Qing barely managed to sidestep, but his movements were sluggish and clumsy. The poisonous gas around them grew thicker, forming an invisible cage. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated mummy launched another assault. It opened its gaping maw and spewed an even more potent stream of toxic gas directly at Song Qing. The impact sent him stumbling backward until he slammed into a tombstone behind him. Cough. Cough. Song Qing coughed violently, nearly dropping his sword. He couldn't deny it, just the mummy's poisonous breath had completely shifted the tide of the battle in its favor. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear gripped him like never before. For the first time, he felt how fragile his life truly was. The mutated mummy advanced steadily, its figure flickering in and out of view through the toxic haze like a demon emerging from hell. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Song Qing. Why hadn't the priestess acted yet? They were a team of three, and the priestess had the ability to cleanse poison. Yet, she had done nothing. It made no sense. While fending off the mummy's relentless attacks, Song Qing turned his gaze toward the priestess, his heart filled with confusion. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Hey, Shui, how is this even possible? The priestess was already unconscious, collapsed on the ground. Her once fair face was now flushed red, as if scorched by flames. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long lashes quivered faintly, hinting at the torment she was still enduring even in her unconscious state. The staff she had been holding had rolled aside, its glow completely extinguished. Song Qing's heart sank like a stone into a bottomless abyss. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The priestess, who had been their pillar of support and protection, had fallen at such a critical moment. What was even more baffling was how this had happened. Could the mummy's poison truly be so potent that it rendered her unconscious? Her disheveled hair lay scattered on the ground, swaying gently with the faint currents of air. Her lips, once rosy, were now dry and pale, slightly parted as she struggled to breathe. Song Qing's eyes moved to her chest, noting her shallow, erratic breaths. Her sweat-soaked robes clung to her fragile frame, emphasizing her vulnerability. The green poisonous gas continued to swirl around her, shrouding her in its deadly embrace. At that moment, the mutated mummy struck again, its claws slashing mercilessly towards Song Qing. Forced to redirect his focus, Song Qing barely managed to dodge the attack, his mind still preoccupied with the unconscious priestess. She was one of their team's greatest assets, their beacon of hope. Without her healing abilities, their defeat seemed inevitably it was only a matter of time. Song Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, and his throat felt as if it had been scoured with sandpaper. Yet, in this moment, all discomfort was cast aside. His gaze remained locked on the fallen teammate in the distance, his chest heaving violently, teetering on the edge of mental collapse. The plan had already been risky enough. He had specifically positioned her in the rear to provide cover, ensuring she wouldn't fall prey to the mutated mummy. But who could have foreseen that everything would fall apart here? Song Qing's heart burned with frustration as he roared at the priest. What the hell is wrong with you? Get up. Say something, damn it. His furious shout erupted in the eerie silence, reverberating off the walls of the crypt. Song Qing's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead like snakes writhing under his skin. Ahead, the priest lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. Her once fair complexion had turned a sickly grayish-white, her lips tinged with purple. Her eyes remained tightly shut, casting faint shadows beneath her long lashes, devoid of the vibrant light they once held. The soil of the candlelit cemetery was dampened by poisonous fumes. Crumbling marble tombstones shimmered faintly in the dim light, while tendrils of pale mist coiled around them, forming a thin layer of condensation. The air reeked of the acrid remnants of the mutated mummy's toxic gas. Without the priest's healing, the team was like a ship adrift in a sea of peril, with no navigator to guide them. The inevitable wounds and poisoning from battling the mutated mummy were worsening without treatment, threatening the lives of everyone. Song Qing's mind screamed in frustration. Damn it! Why did you pass out? His brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the unconscious priest, searching her lifeless face for any clue. As a priest blessed with divine magic, she should have been able to easily neutralize any toxins. The blessings of the gods were supposed to act as an impenetrable shield, protecting her from harm. Even if her skills were lacking, there was no way she should have been knocked out by a single dose of poison. None of this made sense. Grinding his teeth in anger, Song Qing's fury boiled over. He couldn't help but move toward the priest, intent on examining her condition more closely. Suddenly, a strange warmth surged from deep within his stomach, rushing up into his chest. Song Qing froze, his entire body racked with discomfort. But with his teammate's life on the line, he forced himself to press forward. As he took another step, an excruciating pain tore through his throat. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing him from the inside, or as though a blazing fire was raging within. I know. Cough, cough, his throat spasmed violently, as if a trapped dragon were thrashing desperately in a confined space. Song Qing's face went pale in an instant, beads of sweat dripping onto the cemetery soil. It felt as though his throat was being ripped apart. Then, a wave of intense nausea hit him like a tidal wave. His stomach convulsed violently, and his body lurched forward. With a guttural retch, a fountain of blood burst from his mouth, splattering onto the ground and walls around him. Something's wrong. Senior Song Qing has been poisoned. A student in the group cried out in alarm. Without the priest's aid, Senior Song Qing wouldn't last much longer. If they didn't retreat from the battlefield immediately, he might meet the same fate as the shield bearer earlier, collapsing and being captured by the mutated mummy. And that fate, as they all knew too well, was grim. Wrapped tightly in its bandages, force-fed acid, and ultimately transformed into yet another mummy. The students around were stunned by the sudden scene, their faces etched with fear and panic. The air was thick with tension and unease, making it feel as though even breathing had become difficult. In just a matter of minutes, 3 more people collapsed, further fueling the spreading terror. Some students, driven by urgency, were ready to rush forward to save Song Qing. Their eyes shone with worry and determination. We have to pull him out, someone whispered anxiously. He hasn't been completely tied up yet, we still have a chance. But just as they took their first step, Song Qing suddenly raised his hand sharply, stopping them in their tracks. Why? Senior Song, someone called out in confusion, their voice trembling. In the dimly lit space, the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on everyone like a physical weight. The students' gazes darted back and forth between Song Qing and the perilous scene ahead, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and fear. Don't give up, Senior! A voice suddenly broke through the heavy silence. Soon, more voices joined in, shouting, Yes, Senior, life is precious. You have to survive. Words of encouragement rippled through the group, their eyes reflecting both trust in Song Qing and uncertainty about the dire situation. However, Song Qing's reaction left everyone utterly shocked. His gaze was sharp and unyielding, like that of a hawk, fixed intently on something ahead. His body was taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Then, with a sudden burst of ferocity, he roared, I'll say it again. Don't come any closer. If you don't want to die, stay back. His voice carried an urgency and terror unlike anything they had heard before. Don't believe what you're seeing. It's all fake. Don't trust it. Whatever you do, don't believe it. Song Qing's shout rang painfully in their ears, carrying the raw instinct of someone sensing imminent danger. Yet, this unexpected outburst only left the students even more bewildered. They glanced at one another, frozen in place, their confusion growing with every passing second. Why was the usually calm and decisive senior Song so shaken? This question lingered in everyone's mind. But in that moment of hesitation, the situation spiraled further out of control. The tension in the air reached its breaking point, as if something irreversible was about to happen at any moment. In an instant, countless bandages shot out from the darkness like agile serpents, hurtling towards Song Qing with blinding speed. The eerie sound of the rushing bandages was piercing. Song Qing's eyes widened as he instinctively twisted his body to dodge, but it was futile. The bandages coiled around him tightly, layer upon layer, constricting with such force that they seemed to dig into his flesh. At that moment, a tremendous force struck him from the side, slamming him hard to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His head hit the ground violently, sending a sharp pain through his skull. His vision blurred with a crimson haze, and his consciousness began slipping away. Just before losing consciousness, Song Qing's gaze instinctively fell upon the unconscious priestess nearby. In the faint light, he suddenly noticed several nearly invisible needles embedded in her body. The needles glinted faintly in the dim light, so subtle that they were almost impossible to detect without close inspection. In an instant, everything became clear. It was a trap, a scheme orchestrated by the mutated mummy. The so-called toxic gas was merely a decoy. The real threat lay in these concealed flying needles. The mummy had already prepared its deadly strike while releasing the gas. The needles, coated with a potent anesthetic, had rendered the priestess unconscious in moments. And now, Song Qing found himself in a dire predicament as well. The surrounding students gasped in horror, their fear palpable as it spread among them like wildfire. Song Qing lay on the ground, his consciousness fading, overcome with a crushing sense of guilt. If only he had uncovered the plot sooner, if only he had been more vigilant, perhaps they wouldn't be in such a helpless situation. This was the true terror of the mutated mummy. It was not just its overwhelming strength, but its terrifying intelligence. Song Qing suddenly realized how inadequate everything they had learned at school was when faced with real danger. Their combat skills, leadership abilities, teamwork, and even basic adaptability were woefully lacking. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind him. With great effort, Song Qing turned his head to see the mutated mummy advancing toward him. Its glowing green eyes flickered ominously in the darkness, and each step it took sent a shiver down his spine. The students' hearts raced as panic threatened to consume them. Yet, they knew they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. A burly male student stepped forward, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Don't panic. We have to work together. We can't let it hurt Senior Song." As soon as the words left his mouth, the students rallied their courage, raising their weapons and charging toward the mutated mummy. Their weapons gleamed coldly in the darkness, but the sight only made Song Qing's heart sink further. "Damn it! Are you all deaf?" Song Qing roared, his voice raw with desperation, like a wounded beast. "I said run. Run. Don't you understand? Are you deaf? Are you kids or something? What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Run. Go." His face flushed red from the strain of shouting, and he thrashed his shoulders in a futile attempt to free himself from the bandages. But the more he struggled, the tighter the bandages constricted, cutting into his skin and leaving trails of blood. This monster is incredibly smart. It lured you here on purpose. Do you get it? It has a brain, and it's smarter than you think. Coming here is just walking into your graves. Can't you see that? Song Qing's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the students with a mixture of anger and anguish, tears glistening in his eyes. But the students, driven by adrenaline and loyalty to their comrade, ignored Song Qing's warnings. With weapons in hand and determination in their eyes, they charged toward the mutated mummy, undeterred by the overwhelming aura of death it exuded. Charge! There's strength in numbers. A piercing roar shattered the night sky, echoing over the candlelight graveyard. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, their eyes burning with unwavering determination. So what if it has a brain? We have the numbers. Save them. We must save them. In the darkness, weapons glinted coldly, reflecting the resolute faces of those wielding them. They charged into the graveyard en masse, resolved to overcome the crisis before them. "Don't come in," Song Qing shouted, his voice filled with panic as he saw the priest's body riddled with silver needles. He desperately tried to stop the group, but only managed to get half a sentence out. Suddenly, a bandage shot through the darkness like a phantom, sealing Song Qing's mouth with uncanny precision. His eyes widened in fury and desperation as he struggled against the restraint, his body twisting violently. But his efforts were futile. The mutated mummy began to approach Song Qing, its every step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its blood-red body emitted an eerie glow, as though forged from blood itself. Within, thick, viscous liquid coursed sluggishly through vein-like patterns, creating a grotesque and chilling sight. What shocked Song Qing the most was that the mummy's severed head had completely regenerated. In just 2 minutes, all of Zhang Qi's hard-fought efforts had been undone. Song Qing's composure collapsed entirely. The mutated mummy's head was devoid of hair, its uneven skin marked with craters and ridges, and its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. It opened a mouth filled with jagged teeth and bent its towering frame closer to Song Qing. The stench of decay hit him like a wave, nauseating and suffocating. Leaning in close to his ear, the mummy whispered something in a deep, raspy voice. Song Qing's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling violently. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain as his body began to shake uncontrollably. A horrifying realization dawned on Song Qing's mind. It's over. This time, it's truly all over. Song Qing broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The mutated mummy had actually started speaking, completely shattering his understanding of reality. Faced with such an incomprehensible existence, he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, a group of 5th and 6th level students, armed with weapons, burst into the Candlelight Cemetery. They had originally come to hunt netherhounds for experience points, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this super elite monster. As soon as they stepped into the cemetery, thick green smoke enveloped them. Piercing wails echoed all around, and the students seemed to have their very souls drained, plunging them into excruciating agony. Their weapons slipped helplessly from their hands, hitting the ground with dull thuds. Pain contorted their faces, bloodshot eyes wide with terror. They clawed desperately at their cheeks and ears, leaving bloody scratches on their skin. Some collapsed to the ground, convulsing, their screams reverberating across the graveyard. Song Qing finally ripped the bandage from his mouth and shouted at the panicked crowd, "Didn't I tell you not to rush in? This monster is intelligent, it can speak like a human." But it was too late. 5 or 6 students had already been poisoned. Moments later, invisible poisonous needles shot out from the shadows, striking down the remaining students. The once fervent and determined scene was instantly overshadowed by the grim specter of death. Suddenly, the ground trembled faintly. Out of the cracks in the soil, white bandages emerged like tentacles, growing longer and more numerous. They surged toward the fallen students like a tide, wrapping around them with alarming speed. The bandages first bound the students' ankles, then climbed rapidly upward, encasing their bodies tightly. The students struggled in agony, but the effects of the poison left them defenseless. The bandages continued their relentless ascent until they completely enveloped their heads, leaving only small gaps through which despair-filled eyes could be seen. "Help, help me!" Faint cries for help emerged from within the cemetery, sounding as though they came from another world. The students, now bound by the bandages, used the last of their strength to call out, but their companions at the edge of the cemetery stood frozen in terror. The unbound students stood paralyzed at the border of the Candlelight Cemetery, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some covered their ears, tears streaming from their eyes. The pleas for help persisted, their companions' final cries of hope. Yet fear held them captive, as a fierce internal battle raged between the guilt of abandoning their friends and their instinct for survival. With a chilling crackling sound, the bandages wrapped another layer around the captured students, as if sealing them forever in this land of death. As the final layer of bandages was wrapped around them, the fallen students were all bound tightly like mummies, lying haphazardly on the muddy ground. The battlefield was eerily silent, with only the faint sound of their struggles against the dirt breaking the stillness. These once vibrant young individuals now writhed weakly, like ancient relics forgotten by time. The surrounding classmates watched helplessly, their hearts weighed down by pain and a sense of powerlessness. They bit their lips and clenched their fists, but there was nothing they could do. Someone murmured softly, "The most excruciating thing in the world is watching your familiar comrades slowly perish before your eyes, powerless to save them." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd, trembling with barely contained anger, asked, "Where's Su Yang? Where's that guy?" The question seemed to shatter an unspoken taboo, and instead of trembling with fear, the students began to burn with fury. "Yeah, where is that bastard Su Yang?" Another student shouted, raising a clenched fist, their eyes blazing with rage. The anger spread like wildfire among the students. Someone shouted, "This is all Su Yang's fault. If he hadn't insisted on showing off and challenging Zhang Qi, none of this would have happened. None of these lives would have been wasted." The atmosphere on the shore grew increasingly oppressive, like the heavy stillness before a storm. The students' faces were etched with fury, their once fearful eyes now blazing with fiery determination. Their tightly clenched fists were pale from the pressure, veins bulging on their arms. Some began to pick up the weapons they had previously discarded in fear. "This is all Su Yang's responsibility," one student roared, their voice booming like thunder. Their face was flushed red, veins bulging on their neck as spittle flew with the force of their shout. The words ignited a fuse, and the long-suppressed anger of the surrounding students erupted instantly. Yeah, it's all Su Yang's fault, someone echoed. Who does he think he is, always trying to show off? Look where that got us, so many people dead because of him. The students had just recovered from the harrowing battle with the mutated mummies, their eyes still reflecting fear and exhaustion. However, the moment Su Yang's name was mentioned, all traces of fear were instantly replaced by fury. Images of their fallen comrades, those consumed by this catastrophe, flashed relentlessly through their minds. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the stench of blood and terror. Suddenly, a hoarse and furious voice shattered the brief silence. Where's Su Yang? Where the hell is he? Bring him here. Damn it. Let him see the mess he's caused. The voice rumbled like distant thunder through the crowd. At first, the students were stunned, but soon, a chorus of angry questions erupted, growing louder and more chaotic. Just then, someone pointed toward a large tree in the distance, shouting with all their might, Su Yang is over there. He's fighting a netherhound. The voice was like a spark dropped into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the collective rage of the crowd. All eyes turned toward the tree, where Su Yang and his summoned gorilla, Fist, were locked in a fierce battle with the netherhound. Seeing this, the students' anger flared like gasoline poured on flames. They began closing in on Su Yang, their footsteps hurried and chaotic, kicking up clouds of dust around them. Some picked up rocks from the ground and hurled them in his direction, but the stones fell short, landing more than 10 meters away. Look at him. He's actually wasting time fighting a netherhound here. What a useless coward. We were risking our lives against those terrifying mutated mummies, and he's hiding here, dealing with some trash-tier monster like a netherhound? What does he take us for? Some people are just selfish. Doesn't he feel any guilt for what he's doing? Come on, let's be real. If Su Yang had a conscience, he wouldn't be acting like this, would he? He's a disgrace to our school. How did someone this spineless even get in here? A burly student clenched his fists and roared. At a time like this, when it's life or death, he's not fighting the real threats with us, is wasting time here. Does he think our lives are worth nothing? The students' insults grew more heated as they advanced toward Su Yang. Unconsciously, they had drawn to within 50 meters of him. Suddenly, a voice rang out like a battle cry among the crowd. At this point, he's still messing around with that netherhound. We're fighting for our lives up front, and he's shirking responsibility back here. Get him. In an instant, the students surged forward like an enraged swarm of bees, rushing toward the tree. Their footsteps churned up even more dust, and the ground trembled faintly beneath their charge. Their collective momentum was like a raging flood, threatening to sweep away everything in its path. A towering student led the charge, leaving muddy footprints in his wake. As he sprinted, he bellowed, Su Yang, you coward, you scum. You've caused the deaths of so many of our classmates, and today, you're going to pay for it. As the mob closed the distance to the tree, their anger only intensified. They could see Su Yang still focused on his battle with the netherhound, seemingly oblivious to the fury heading his way. This only fueled their rage further. He doesn't care about us at all. A student with glasses growled through gritted teeth. When they were just a few steps away from the tree, their pace quickened even more. Su Yang, you can't escape, yelled a bloodied student, his wounds still oozing but his pain entirely forgotten in his thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, Su Yang was still focused on defeating the netherhounds in front of him. System notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Killed 1 netherhound. Gained 50 experience points. Ding. Killed 2 netherhounds. Gained 100 experience points. Ding. Killed 10 netherhounds. Gained 500 experience points. Ding. Killed 50 netherhounds. Gained 2,500 experience points. Ding. Poison resistance increased by 1. Ding. Poison resistance increased by 2. Ding. Poison resistance increased by 50. Ding. Congratulations. Summoned Beast Fist has leveled up. Level up. Current level, 2. Level up. Current level, 3. Level up. Current level, 4. Level up. Current level, 11. Summon Beast. Type, Gorilla. Name, Fist. Level, LV11 Experience, 03216. Health, 910,910. Attack, 105. Defense, 80. Strength, 55. Agility, 45. Spirit, 82. New skill unlocked. Attribute bonus, 100 lifesteal, 50 poison resistance. Ding. New skill acquired. Observe. Observe, dropped from netherhounds. Allows you to view an opponent's attributes. The higher the level, the more detailed the information revealed. Ding. New skill acquired. Rend. Rend. Evolved from the netherhound's biting ability. Temporarily boosts strength for a powerful, rending attack. Finally done, Su Yang muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead. These netherhounds were exhausting. He knew time was critical because Zhang Qi was in grave danger. He had to push Fist to clear the area as quickly as possible. Time was too valuable to waste. He couldn't afford to let Zhang Qi die, not because he cared, but because it would bring unnecessary trouble his way. While Su Yang wasn't afraid of conflict, he preferred to avoid it when possible. For now, saving Zhang Qi was the most pragmatic choice. Su Yang stood beneath the barren tree, and in an instant, a surge of confidence washed over him. After defeating countless netherhounds, he could clearly feel a qualitative leap in the strength of his fists. Su Yang was convinced that with his current abilities, he was more than capable of taking on the mummy in the Candlelight Cemetery unknown. Just as Su Yang was immersed in evaluating his newfound strength, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps broke the silence around him. Moments later, an angry voice pierced through the air. There he is. Su Yang, do you even have a conscience? Shameless. People like you picking up chopsticks is all it takes to ruin a family dinner. You're nothing but a heartless disgrace. Before Su Yang could react, he saw a group of students rushing toward him. Their expressions varied, but most wore looks of disgust and disdain. Su Yang frowned, a wave of inexplicable confusion rising in his heart. Huh, what's going on? Did I offend you somehow? Su Yang asked, puzzled. A girl in the crowd let out a mocking laugh, then turned to the others behind her and sneered. He's still asking what's going on. Are you kidding me? Is this something a human being would do? Su Yang grew a little anxious. No, seriously, what is this about? You're just yelling insults without explaining anything. Deep down, he thought to himself that if they kept provoking him without reason, he wouldn't hesitate to teach this troublesome group a lesson and maybe test out his upgraded fists in the process. A voice from the crowd shouted, "What's this about? You seriously don't know what you did? You think you can act all high and mighty and just walk away? You've got some nerve playing dumb when you're already done for. Do you think the principal will let you off? Do you think the Qin family will let you off? You're a murderer, Su Yang. No wonder nobody likes you. But to think you'd turn out to be such a twisted freak behind everyone's back." Another voice chimed in. He's a murderer. Yes, he killed Zhang Qi and over 10 other classmates who went to save him. Su Yang froze, as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Over 10 classmates? What are you talking about? His mind was a chaotic mess as he tried to make sense of the accusations being hurled at him. A burly student wearing spiked gloves stepped forward angrily, shouting, "Still pretending? It was you. You're the one who did this to Zhang Qi. He's barely hanging on to life now. And those classmates who tried to save him? They're not going to make it either. You're a monster." At that moment, Su Yang's pet, Fist, snarled and moved forward defensively. The burly student, who had long harbored resentment toward the gorilla-like creature, saw this as his chance. Fueled by the crowd's anger towards Su Yang, he was ready to take action. You call that thing your pet? What's the point of keeping this useless beast around? The student roared. Su Yang, you've been leveling up at a time like this? They'll show you what leveling up really means. They'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Rolling up his sleeves, the student tightened his grip on his spiked iron gloves and assumed a fighting stance. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged. He raised his right fist high and swung it with all his strength toward Fist. However, he completely underestimated Fist's power. The moment his spiked glove made contact with Fist, there was a deafening bang. Shards of metal flew in all directions as the supposedly indestructible glove shattered like a fragile eggshell against Fist's incredible defense. My hand!" the student cried out, dropping to a crouch and clutching his mangled hand in agony. His fingers were twisted unnaturally, the result of a single blow from Fist that had fractured his bones. Su Yang's patience wore thin. What's the meaning of this? If all you want is to fight instead of talk, then don't blame me for defending myself. Fist, let's show them what we're made of. Fist, enraged by the unprovoked attack, let out a feral roar. Its eyes turned blood red, burning with primal fury. With its massive, powerful fist, it swung directly at the student's face. Boom! The punch landed with the force of a cannonball. Splat! A spray of mist erupted from the student's mouth as his head snapped to the side. His nose, now resembling an overripe tomato struck by a hammer, erupted in a stream of blood. Fist didn't stop there. It followed up with another devastating punch to the student's stomach. The unfortunate aggressor was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay there convulsing, his eyes wide with shock, as blood and frothy saliva spilled uncontrollably from his mouth. The surrounding students were paralyzed with fear, stunned into silence by the sudden violence. The once boisterous crowd fell deathly quiet. No one dared hurl another insult at Su Yang. Su Yang spoke up, his tone cold and resolute. Let me say this one more time, I have no idea what you're accusing me of. Zhang Qi's situation has nothing to do with me. He chose to jump into the fight himself. As for the classmates who tried to save him but couldn't, That's not on me either. If you're all so intent on picking a fight, I'm more than happy to oblige. The students, who already harbored resentment toward Su Yang, now seemed even more riled up like sharks scenting blood in the water. Their eyes burned with a mixture of anger, jealousy, and hatred. Yet, despite their heightened emotions, not a single one dared step forward to confront him directly. The reason was obvious. All their gazes were fixed on Fist, the gorilla-like creature whose immense strength had just been vividly demonstrated. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable companion of Su Yang's possessed such terrifying power? The dramatic scene that had just unfolded replayed vividly in everyone's minds. The imposing aura of the senior martial artist was shattered in an instant as he was flung through the air like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground with a painful groan. In that moment, everyone present realized the immense gap in strength. The once aggressive students wilted like frostbitten eggplants, their arrogance completely extinguished. Though they no longer dared to act recklessly, the fire of anger still burned within them. Changing their approach, they began to surround Su Yang, attempting to attack him with words, standing on what they believed to be the moral high ground, hurling insults at him. A short-haired boy forced his way through the crowd, his face flushed red as his trembling finger pointed at Su Yang. His voice was sharp and accusing. If it weren't for you and Zhang Qi competing, insisting on fighting that mummy, none of this would have happened. You're the one to blame. Su Yang stared at him coldly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. If he hadn't insulted me and insisted on challenging me, would any of this have happened? Who started the insults? Who threw the first punch? Don't you people know the answer yourselves? Faced with Su Yang's pointed questions, the students fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew tense, with only the sound of the wind whistling through the air. Before long, a girl wearing glasses stepped forward. Adjusting her frames, she spoke in a shrill voice. If you hadn't accepted the summoner class card back then, no one would have insulted you, and things wouldn't have escalated to this point. This is all your fault. Hearing this, a wave of disgust surged within Su Yang. He glanced around at the crowd, seeing them as nothing more than a troupe of clowns, utterly revolting. He vividly recalled how these people treated him before he awakened his class card, and how they acted now. Fixing his icy gaze on the girl, Su Yang replied with a voice as cold as steel, "Accepting a class card is my choice. What does it have to do with you? Do you think standing here accusing me makes you righteous? Who do you think you are? If you're so capable, why don't you go to the graveyard and bring those people back yourself?" He let out a derisive laugh and continued, "Aren't you all supposed to be so skilled? Why didn't you handle the mummy yourselves? Are you telling me that not one of you could defeat it?" The crowd was momentarily stunned by Su Yang's imposing presence. His words carried a certain logic, but they quickly convinced themselves that it didn't matter. In their minds, the blame still rested squarely on Su Yang's shoulders. More importantly, if this incident were to spread, their reputation would be in tatters. To have so many of them nearly obliterated by a single mummy, how would others perceive them? To protect their pride, they were determined to shift the blame onto Su Yang. Someone in the crowd stepped forward, accusing loudly, "Those 10+ people who went to save Zhang Qi but couldn't, it's all because of you. Stop trying to deny it." Su Yang tilted his head slightly, his expression dripping with mockery. Because of me? Or was it because they weren't strong enough? If they were capable, would things have turned out that way? The bottom line is, they were weak. Weakness is the original sin. You. The person who had spoken earlier was rendered speechless with rage, their arm trembling as they pointed a shaky finger at Su Yang. Su Yang cast a disdainful glance at them, his tone laced with contempt. "And another thing, don't point at me. I don't like being pointed at, especially by someone beneath me. Dogs have even less of a right." "You? Who the hell are you calling beneath you? Who are you calling a dog?" The person's face turned crimson, their voice cracking with fury. Su Yang raised a hand, cutting them off mid-rant, and continued, "As for those 10+ people who went to save Zhang Qi and failed, that has nothing to do with me. No one forced them to go. If they threw their lives away, don't pin it on me. The truth is simply you're not strong enough. That's all there is to it." Each word Su Yang spoke cut like a blade, striking directly at the core. He refused to shoulder blame that wasn't his to bear. "I've said my piece. If you're determined to pick a fight, I won't back down." Su Yang's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the crowd. His eyes were like daggers, sending chills down the spines of those who had been eager to continue their accusations. A lanky boy in black, unwilling to concede, spoke up, "You talk big, but soon Zhang Qi and the others will be dead. That's a fact. You're the one who should take responsibility for all of this." Su Yang stepped forward, his voice low and resolute. "Let me say this one more time, I am not responsible." The boy's voice grew shrill and piercing. "Does arguing about right and wrong matter right now? Lives are at stake. In a little while, they'll all be gone. Can't you just put your pride aside? We're talking about more than 10 lives here." Each word was like an icy blade, attempting to pierce Su Yang's defenses. Hearing this, Su Yang felt a surge of hot anger rise within him. This blatant moral coercion sent Su Yang's adrenaline surging. His fists clenched instinctively, veins bulging on his face as he was enraged to the point of almost losing control. Beside him, his bulldog sensed his fury, baring its sharp, dagger-like teeth in a menacing snarl. Its nostrils flared, releasing bursts of hot breath that turned into white mist in the cold air. The amber eyes of the dog burned with shared indignation over its master's unjust treatment, its muscles taut, its powerful frame ready to launch at the long-faced man at any moment. Su Yang glared at the long-faced man, stepping closer with a low, threatening tone. "I'll say this one last time, I am not responsible." The long-faced man remained unshaken, wearing a condescending expression. "One must think of the bigger picture," he replied smugly. "Can't you make a small concession? Do I really need to spell out the situation for you? We're talking about over 10 lives here." The other classmates quickly chimed in, piling on the moral pressure. "Yeah, Su Yang. Why are you being so petty? So thin-skinned? Huh? Can't take a little criticism? Think of the greater good, will you? Stop being so narrow-minded." Their voices overlapped, creating a cacophony of judgment, an invisible net attempting to trap Su Yang. But Su Yang was not someone to be easily subdued. His lips curled into a faint, cold smirk. "Fine," he said, his voice laced with icy defiance. "I can save every single one of them." Then, pointing to the ground, he commanded with chilling authority, "But you all kneel. Bow your heads to the floor. Beg me, and I'll do it." His words detonated like a bomb, throwing the crowd into chaos. "You're out of your mind. What kind of nonsense is this?" Insults flew, and some even began hurling abuse at Su Yang's family. Unfazed, Su Yang's expression remained unreadable, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. "Kneel and beg me, and you'll save them. Otherwise, they all die." His voice was as cold as ice. "You know the situation perfectly well. Over 10 lives, right? And yet, you're acting so small-minded. How ironic." He took slow, deliberate steps forward, his tone dripping with mockery. "People should think of the bigger picture, shouldn't they? But now, all I see are empty words and no action." His eyes narrowed, his voice filled with scorn. "What's the matter? Feeling offended? I only said a few words, and you're all upset? Aren't we supposed to focus on the greater good, kids?" Su Yang let out a cold sneer, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, blocking his path. In the distance, a dozen classmates were already at their limit. If he didn't act now, it would be too late. His voice was low and steady as he said, "Are you prepared to bear the blame for obstructing me from saving lives?" Before his words had fully settled, a man with a long face dressed in black scoffed, "You? A nobody who's worth less than a dog? You think you can save anyone? Do you even have the strength?" The surrounding classmates murmured their agreement. Su Yang didn't bother to argue. Instead, he spread his hands and said plainly, "So, you don't believe I have the ability to save anyone, yet here you are urging me to go? Do you want me to die as well?" This sudden retort left everyone stunned. They didn't think Su Yang could defeat the mummy, yet their earlier accusations had indeed been pushing him to act. Their contradictory words left them speechless. Su Yang snorted coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. "Get out of my way. I'm going to save them. You lot, who are so good at barking, better not block my path." His sudden surge of power and commanding presence froze everyone in their tracks. The man in black clenched his fists, wanting to retort, but Su Yang's icy glare silenced him instantly. "If you don't have the guts to come with me and face the danger, then shut your damn mouth. Otherwise, I'll use you as a stepping stone." The ancient-sounding phrase from Su Yang's lips carried an inexplicable weight, as if the person standing before them wasn't just an ordinary student, but a wild beast on the verge of unleashing its fury. Without another word, Su Yang strode away. It was only after he had gone that the black-clad man snapped back to his senses, muttering curses under his breath. "Acting all high and mighty. If you can actually kill that mummy, I'll take your name. What a show-off. Humph. Let's see how you die today." He called his group over, positioning themselves at the edge of the mummy's domain, ready to watch Su Yang's presumed demise unfold. In their hearts, they couldn't wait to see him fail. Meanwhile, Song Qing struggled weakly, his armor screeching as it strained against the pressure. Any hope of survival had long been extinguished. Once his armor was fully corroded, he would become a meal for the elite monster. He didn't even have the strength to resist anymore. The other students in the distance were in complete chaos, making rescue impossible. Suddenly, Song Qing caught sight of a figure approaching rapidly. He blinked in disbelief before mustering the last ounce of his strength to shout, "Go back! Run! Don't come here! This elite monster isn't something we can handle." But his warnings fell on deaf ears. The mummy, now aware of the approaching figure, turned its crimson eyes towards Su Yang with a hint of mockery. Another one rushing to their death, it thought. Glancing at the half-dead prey in its grasp, it chuckled darkly, an extra meal. Noticing Su Yang's slightly increased speed compared to before, the mummy deduced that he must have been out leveling up. It smirked to itself, recalling the weaker creatures it had placed as bait earlier. With a stiff movement, the mummy unleashed another wave of toxic gas. The thick fumes immediately caused Song Qing to lose consciousness, while others nearby weren't so lucky. Ha ha, the mummy cackled eerily, raising its fist to strike at the oncoming Su Yang. Fist. Attack. Su Yang suddenly pulled out a strange weapon-a mechanical fist and hurled it toward the mummy's face. Use the Ren skill. With a low growl, the fist erupted with explosive power, landing blow after blow on the mummy. The ferocity of the attack caught the mummy completely off guard. It could only defend itself, unable to counterattack. From the sidelines, the black-clad man and his group were dumbfounded. He grabbed a nearby classmate, exclaiming in disbelief, "Am I seeing this right? Su Yang's his monkey weapon is holding its own against the mummy? Is this real?" The mummy, which had been slaughtering students moments ago, was now on the defensive. The sight was so surreal that the long-faced man felt as though he were dreaming. His companions stood frozen, mouths agape, struggling to process what they were witnessing. How is this even possible? We couldn't last a second against it, even with a dozen people working together. And now Su Yang is suppressing it on his own? The sheer impossibility of the scene left every onlooker in stunned silence. Wait, why isn't he affected by the poison? The black-clad man suddenly blurted out. His question sent a wave of unease through the crowd. If Su Yang were to fail, they would be next in line to face the mummy. For the first time, they found themselves desperately hoping for Su Yang to succeed. Gripping his weapon tightly, the man in black shouted, "The poison must have worn off. Let's jump in and grab some credit." He charged forward, leading a few others to join the fray. But before he could get far, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Those who followed him also succumbed to the lingering toxic fumes. "Stop. Don't move. The poison is still there." "Wait, why is Su Yang unaffected?" The crowd was more confused than ever. Was Su Yang somehow immune to the deadly gas? At that moment, Su Yang let out a low growl. Prepare to die. All eyes snapped back to the battlefield. Taking advantage of his mechanical fist's relentless assault, Su Yang had circled behind the mummy unnoticed. He seized a long spear from the ground and aimed it at the third bandage on the mummy's back, driving it in with all his might. Roar! Roar! The mummy howled in rage, shaking off the mechanical fist and spinning around to face Su Yang. Its fiery eyes burned with fury as it bellowed, "You will die." But Su Yang's face remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Letting go of the spear, he took a step back and coolly uttered a single word, "Die." As if on cue, the mummy's bandaged fists suddenly burst apart, its decayed flesh crumbling to the ground. With a final, lifeless thud, it collapsed at Su Yang's feet, its last desperate strike failing to touch him. Su Yang lifted his head, scanning the wide-eyed, slack-jawed crowd around him. Folding his arms, he sneered. "Is that all?" "What did he say?" a female classmate asked, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable admiration. "He's so handsome." Another girl couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, a male classmate glanced at his girlfriend, who was clearly mesmerized by Su Yang. A pang of jealousy crept into his heart as he muttered under his breath, "He's just a tiny bit better than me. This guy really knows how to show off." In the distance, a male priest raised his hand, casting a gentle healing light over Su Yang. A system notification popped up, HP 10. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the number. He was certain this wasn't an issue with his healing ability, it was because Su Yang had only lost a mere 10 HP. Only 10 HP lost in a toxic gas cloud? "Are you even human?" the priest murmured to himself. Another priest lifted his hand, this time targeting Fist, Su Yang's summoned beast. The system notification read, HP 20. Seeing the number, the priests collectively erupted in frustration. This isn't fair. What kind of overpowered skill is this? Yeah, why does he barely lose any HP fighting these monsters? He must be cheating. The priests couldn't help but feel their pride take a hit as they thought about their earlier teammates desperately begging for heals, only to now face Su Yang, who clearly didn't need their help at all. The commotion outside continued, but Su Yang's attention was fixed on the system notification that suddenly popped up before him. Ding! You have slain an elite mummy. XP 8000. Then, a series of level-up notifications followed one after another. Level up, current level, 2. Level up, current level, 3. Level up, current level, 4. Level up, current level, 9. Just by taking down a single elite mummy, Su Yang's experience point skyrocketed, propelling him straight to level 9. Excited, He quickly opened his stats panel. Name, Su Yang. Level, LV9 EXP required for LV10. 01400. HP, 1700. Attack, 90. Defense, 60. Strength, 80. Agility, 40. Spirit, 120. Skills, to be learned. Equipment, to be equipped. Summon Beast, Fist level 11. Su Yang was thrilled to find that nearly all his stats had increased tenfold. This was a qualitative leap, and with an attack power of 90, he could now easily one-shot weaker monsters, significantly boosting his leveling efficiency and attribute gains. However, he quickly noticed something odd. Why didn't it drop any attribute items? Crouching down, Su Yang examined the elite mummy's corpse but found nothing. He gestured for Fist to help flip the body over, carefully avoiding any direct contact with the disgusting remains. As the mummy was turned over, a crimson glow suddenly appeared where it had been lying. Su Yang quickly picked it up and discovered it was a skill book. Attribute sharing. Summoner exclusive. Effect. The summoner can inherit 10 of their summoned beast's attributes. Each beast can activate one attribute line, which becomes permanently effective. Su Yang was overjoyed and immediately stashed the valuable skill book away. This was an incredible find. One of the biggest weaknesses of summoners was their low personal stats, often requiring teammates' protection to safely control their beasts in combat. But with this skill, even inheriting just 10 of a beast's massive health pool could greatly enhance a summoner's survivability. More importantly, Su Yang's summoned beasts had unlimited growth potential, meaning the skill's benefits were equally limitless. While Su Yang was reveling in his discovery, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. This was an extremely rare occurrence in artificial dungeons, especially since external interference with students' decisions was strictly prohibited. Su Yang gazed at the screen curiously, where Qin Yao appeared on the other side, forcing a strained smile. Mr. Su Yang, Qin Yao began, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Would you be willing to part with the skill book in your possession? I can offer 5 billion credits, a golden patron card, and scraped piece of equipment, an 800 square meter villa, and cover all your university tuition fees. This skill was practically game-changing for summoners. A summoner with higher HP than a warrior could charge straight into the front lines. Not only would this drastically improve their survivability, but it would also optimize team composition and massively boost overall damage output. Summoners were already a powerful class, with their strength increasing exponentially as they summoned more beasts. However, their own frailty often made them a liability, requiring constant protection from teammates. This limited a team's ability to include other support roles. In large-scale battles, summoners became prime targets for enemies, requiring even more protection. Adding to that, the high cost of nurturing summoners made them even more of a high-priority asset. This skill book could solve all of that, granting summoners unparalleled self-sufficiency and effectively turning them into walking fortresses with double-layered protection. Qin Yao's sky-high offer was tempting, and Su Yang couldn't help but consider it. After all, he couldn't rely solely on Fist to conquer the world, and there would be many expenses in the future. Let me think about it, Su Yang replied, not rejecting the offer outright. Seeing that Su Yang didn't immediately decline, Qin Yao's face lit up with hope. He quickly left his contact information, smiled, and ended the communication. Su Yang stood in place, deep in thought. Selling this skill book was certainly a viable option. After all, skills could always be acquired later as he grew stronger. Beyond artificial dungeons, there were also wilderness dungeons. With enough strength, these things would eventually be within his grasp. With that in mind, Su Yang crouched down and gently patted Fist's head. Once I sell this skill book, I'll take you out for a feast. Hearing this, Fist excitedly waved its arms and legs. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, his attention was drawn back to the elite mummy's corpse. From the severed neck, a faint golden glow seemed to flicker. More loot. Su Yang quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing that his classmates were still focused on him. Quietly, he signaled Fist to retrieve the treasure. Meanwhile, Su Yang cleared his throat, deliberately drawing everyone's attention as he began walking away. I'm planning to grind more monsters later. Anyone interested in teaming up? He then listed a series of nearly impossible requirements. Minimum stats. DPS classes must have at least 100 attack, tanks need at least 200 defense, warriors must have wide area damage skills, priests must provide at least 50 HP continuous healing or 100 HP in burst healing. His outrageous demands left everyone stunned. Are you kidding me? 100 attack and 200 defense? Dude, where are we supposed to find teammates like that? I just leveled up to 4, and I only have 50 armor. 100 points? How am I supposed to get that? Gear. Obviously. Even a basic gray item adds dozens of defense points. Seriously, bro? Are you handing out gear or something? Amid the heated discussions, Fist successfully retrieved the hidden treasure. Golden quality skill. Soul Link. Summoner exclusive. Hiss. Su Yang suddenly remembered he still hadn't checked the summoner's abilities. Thinking back to the mummy's grotesque face, he found it oddly endearing in a way, even though it was still revolting. Quietly, he opened the panel and began inspecting it carefully. The summoner's abilities left him in awe. The power to bind with battle pets, gaining 50 of their overall stats, and even sharing their learned skills. What was even more thrilling was that these effects weren't limited to just one pet, they could be applied multiple times. Beneath this blunt and straightforward description lay a terrifyingly powerful capability. Without hesitation, Su Yang activated the Soul Link ability and then checked his own attribute panel. When he saw the numbers, he almost cried out in shock. Name: Su Yang. Level: LV910 EXP required: 01400. HP: 1700-455. Attack: 90-52. Defense: 60-40. Strength: 80-27. Agility: 40-22. Spirit: 120-41. Skills: to be learned. Equipment: to be equipped. Battle Pet: Fist level 11. His HP alone exceeded 2,000 points. To put it into perspective, even the most dedicated tanks, who focused exclusively on stacking HP, could barely reach half of that. And his defense was on par with a tank as well. Su Yang didn't dare to keep looking, fearing that his smug grin would betray him. Recalling Qin Yao's earlier enthusiasm for that red, heavily nerfed skillbook, Su Yang fully understood the immense value of his own golden skillbook. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to keep a low profile. Under the eager gazes of his classmates, Su Yang activated his Battle Pet Fist skill, Read the Room. Glancing at the attribute panels of those around him, he shook his head internally. The highest HP among them was only 800, and the highest attack was barely 73. None of them were qualified to team up with him. Spreading his hands with an innocent expression, Su Yang said, "I'd really love to team up with you all, but you don't meet the requirements. Sorry, nothing I can do about it." With that, he left with fist in tow, continuing his monster hunting journey. This time, Su Yang set his sights not on the harmless mosquito-like creatures, but on the elite wild wolves that other students needed teams to handle. He quickly checked the wolf stats: HP 280, attack 40, with a critical weak spot at the lower back that would trigger triple damage on the first hit. Raising his hand slightly, Su Yang sent out a summoner-exclusive attack orb, which floated forward at an agonizingly slow pace. However, this attack had a significant advantage. It was guaranteed to hit, with built-in tracking. The surrounding students watched this scene unfold, erupting into murmurs. Look, Su Yang is attacking the elite wild wolf. Strange, why is he using an attack orb instead of his battle pet? Isn't a summoner's attack power supposed to be really low? Is he planning to chip away at the wolf's health? I think Su Yang must have a reason for doing this. Let's just watch and see. The recently awakened, long-faced man in black sneered disdainfully. If he manages to deal even 20 points of damage, he'll eat my words. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the seemingly harmless orb finally struck the wolf's lower back. A massive number popped up, and the wolf let out a pitiful howl before collapsing to the ground. The crowd fell silent. The long-faced man's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly counted the numbers in the screenshot sent by his teammate, muttering, This is how much?" Someone couldn't resist teasing. "So, when are you planning to eat your words? Need me to prepare something for you?" Over 400 points of critical damage. Not only were the students stunned, but even the teachers monitoring the dungeon's progress were left speechless. The principal's hands trembled with excitement as he pointed at the fading numbers on the screen, his face glowing with joy. Over 400 critical damage. Our school, Lake High Second High, is finally going to make a name for itself. Cheers erupted throughout the school building. Only the homeroom teacher of Class 11, Grade 12, wore a dark expression. It was no secret that he and Su Yang didn't get along. Earlier, he had even bet with his colleagues that Su Yang wouldn't last an hour in the dungeon. Now, Su Yang's stellar performance was a slap in his face. The teacher stared coldly at Su Yang on the screen, scheming silently. "You refused to sell me that profession card yesterday, and today you're out here stealing the spotlight and embarrassing me. Just wait, I'll show you how cruel people can be." He discreetly pulled out his phone and sent messages to a few contacts about Su Yang. Half a day later, the artificial dungeon closed, and the students began to leave. Su Yang's level remained at 9, but Fist had gained enough experience to reach an astonishing level 20. Beyond the experience, Su Yang's luck had also been exceptional. He had collected a wealth of basic materials and obtained various attribute boosts: 120 lifesteal, 50 defense, 30 HP, and 10 attack. Su Yang's attribute panel had become overwhelmingly powerful. Forget the school's artificial dungeon, now felt confident enough to tackle wild dungeons outside. However, with Fist now at level 20, it was time for a class advancement to further enhance its combat strength. Su Yang made up his mind and immediately left the schoolyard, heading outside. At the same time, he took out his phone. Qin Yao? I'm selling you that skill book. Let's meet at the park outside the school. We'll be there in 10 minutes, so make your arrangements. With that, Su Yang dashed off. Back on the schoolyard, a pale-faced Song Qing staggered out, barely clinging to consciousness after struggling through the dungeon. His bodyguards, waiting outside, rushed forward to support him. Young master, let's get you somewhere to rest. Gritting his teeth, Song Qing used the last of his strength to mutter. Inform my father. We need to deal with Su Yang. What? What did you say happened to Song Qing? A furious voice roared from the other end of the phone, making the two bodyguards wince in pain as the sound seemed to pierce their eardrums. They quickly explained, Boss Song, before young master Song Qing lost consciousness, he only mentioned something about Su Yang and then nothing more. The young master is currently unconscious from exhaustion, but he should be fine. We suspect there was some sort of conflict in the artificial dungeon. Given his strength, he shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Before they could finish their explanation, the sharp beeping tone of a disconnected call echoed through the phone. The two bodyguards exchanged helpless glances and shrugged. The artificial dungeon was specifically designed for students to train and improve their skills, and outsiders like them had no access to it. Now, not only was young Master Song Qing completely drained of energy, but he was also covered in injuries and had fallen unconscious. No one could say for sure what had happened inside. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the park, Su Yang was leisurely seated at a stone table, casually examining a skill attribute-sharing card he had just brought out from the dungeon. The card, worth a fortune, had an intricate design. The front displayed the skill name and its description, while the back featured a deep red background adorned with delicate golden patterns, exuding an air of rarity and value. As Su Yang focused intently on the card, several luxury cars suddenly pulled up at the park's entrance. Qin Yao, flanked by over a dozen bodyguards, strode into the park with a commanding presence, his sharp gaze sweeping the area until it landed on Su Yang sitting in the corner. Without hesitation, Qin Yao approached the stone table and took a seat across from Su Yang, signaling his men to place a heavy suitcase on the table. Qin Yao got straight to the point. 500 million in cash, a gold-tier tribute card, one piece of strength equipment, an 800-square-meter villa, and full coverage of your university expenses. I'm offering all of this to purchase the skill attribute-sharing card in your hand. When would you be available to complete the transaction? Everything is ready and on hand. Hearing this, Su Yang remained composed, gently sliding the crimson skill card to the center of the table. In a calm tone, he said, I don't do dishonest business. Take a look at the skill first to see if it's worth the price. Qin Yao nodded slightly, leaning forward with both hands on the table as he focused on the card. He meticulously read through the details, a gesture of respect and professionalism. He would never touch another person's property without prior agreement during a negotiation. After a brief moment, Qin Yao looked up and nodded solemnly. Yes, the skill is indeed worth this price. Su Yang gave a faint nod. All right, then let's proceed with the transaction. Transfer the 500 million to my account first, and I'll immediately transfer the card's ownership to you. The remaining items can be settled once this part is completed. Does that work for you? Qin Yao readily agreed and immediately pulled out his phone, dialing a number. The deal is done. Transfer the funds now. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang's phone buzzed with a notification of the deposit. After confirming that the funds had been received, Su Yang activated his skill to transfer ownership of the card to Qin Yao. At the moment the transaction was completed, a fleeting thought crossed Qin Yao's mind. The idea of keeping this rare skill card for himself. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Based on Su Yang's performance in the artificial dungeon, it was evident that he had exceptional potential. Maintaining a good relationship with Su Yang could lead to more lucrative opportunities in the future. Sacrificing short-term gains for long-term benefits seemed like the wiser choice. Once all the formalities were completed, Qin Yao stood up and offered enthusiastically, I happen to be heading in that direction. Would you like me to take you to see the villa? Su Yang politely declined the offer. No need. I have some other matters to attend to. The 500 million was already an astronomical sum for Su Yang, who had never imagined that selling a skill card could be so profitable. Qin Yao wasn't offended and instead pulled out an elegant gold-embossed business card from his pocket, handing it over with a sincere expression. If you ever need any assistance in the future, don't hesitate to call me. This was Qin Yao's personal contact information, something many would covet but could never obtain. Su Yang accepted the card with a calm demeanor, replying, if I come across any other valuable skills or equipment, I'll consider your group first. Hearing this, Qin Yao was secretly delighted. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. As long as Su Yang continued to bring valuable items to Qin's group, the stronger Su Yang became, the greater their potential profits. Even if Su Yang's success this time was just a stroke of luck, and he never managed to obtain anything extraordinary again, Qin Yao would have only lost a single piece of strength equipment, a risk he was more than willing to take. In truth, There was a hidden catch in Qin Yao's offer. Equipment was ranked by both color and grade, from lowest to highest: gray, black, white, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Players could only use grade-tier equipment below level 10, with higher tiers unlocking as they leveled up. Within each color, grades range from C to SSS. The strength equipment Qin Yao promised could be as low as strength grade tier, or as high as strength Y tier, depending on Su Yang's value to the group. If Su Yang proved invaluable, he would receive the best quality. Otherwise, Qin Yao would fulfill his promise with the bare minimum. As for the gold tier tribute card, Qin Yao had his own ways to recover it. Meanwhile, the villa, university expenses, and even the 500 million were negligible for a conglomerate as vast as the Qin Group. Qin Yao considered the deal a massive win. On the other hand, Su Yang also felt he had struck an incredible bargain. After all, he already possessed a far more powerful golden skill book, Soul Link, rendering the attribute-sharing card redundant. Trading it for such an abundance of resources felt like hitting the jackpot. The additional perks were just the icing on the cake. Both parties left the negotiation feeling entirely satisfied, even bidding each other farewell with friendly waves. However, just as Qin Yao was about to step out of the park, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly appeared, their auras exuding a chilling intensity that hinted at formidable strength. Su Yang instinctively activated his insight skill, quickly scanning the leader's profile. Name: Song Zhuang. Level: LV20. HP: 2000. Attack: 150. Talent: critical strike increases critical hit rate by 10. Class: Archer. A cold sweat broke out on Su Yang's forehead. With an attack power of 150, Song Zhuang surpassed his own enhanced 142 attack by a significant margin. Then his gaze landed on another individual, but the system only displayed a single piece of information: level 25. This meant the level gap was so vast that his insight skill couldn't fully analyze the person's stats. As Su Yang quickly scanned the group, he noticed that apart from Song Zhuang, the others were all above level 20. This indicated they had completed their first class advancement, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Who were these people, and what kind of powerful force did they represent? Before he could make sense of the situation, a middle-aged man stormed up to him, slamming his palm onto the stone table with such force that it shattered into pieces. The man bellowed, "Are you Su Yang? What did you do to Song Qing in the artificial dungeon? Speak now, or you'll regret it." Faced with the sudden threat, Su Yang's heart raced in fear. Summoning all his courage, he stammered, "Breaking a table, you have to pay for that." The middle-aged man froze, his gaze shifting back and forth between his hands and the shattered remains of the park table on the ground. His mind went blank for a moment, completely unprepared for Su Yang's demand for compensation for the broken table. This unexpected reaction hit him like a punch into cotton, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, a twitch appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. He reached out, grabbing Su Yang by the neck and hoisting him into the air. "Speak," he growled, his voice brimming with menace. Su Yang was lifted off the ground by the overwhelming force, his feet dangling helplessly. He clawed at the man's hand with both of his, desperately trying to create some space to breathe. Despite his struggles, the disparity in strength was too vast. Escape was impossible. "Don't push people too far," Su Yang croaked out with difficulty, his voice raspy from lack of air. "Bullying someone weaker than you, what kind of skill is that? If you've got guts, go fight my big brother, Qin Yao." This statement was like a bombshell, instantly altering the situation. Qin Yao, who had been leisurely watching the scene unfold from the park entrance and contemplating the perfect moment to make his grand entrance, was caught completely off guard. He never expected Su Yang to throw him under the bus so blatantly. The middle-aged man snapped his head around at the mention of Qin Yao, his gaze sharp as a blade. He released Su Yang's neck and turned his fury toward Qin Yao. "Qin Yao? Was it you who hurt my son?" he demanded angrily. The moment Qin Yao got a clear look at the man's face, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. A fawning smile plastered across his face. "Oh, it's Brother Song. Forgive my poor eyesight. I would have greeted you properly if I'd recognized you earlier," he stammered, quickly attempting to explain. "Brother Song, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. I only had a small deal with him, nothing more." Qin Yao had finally realized who he was dealing with: Song Wu, the head of the Song Corporation. The Song family's legacy had thrived for centuries, and they now held unmatched power in Lakeview City. Compared to them, the Qin family was nothing more than a minor player. Fully aware of the enormous trouble head stumbled into, Qin Yao's legs trembled as he scrambled to distance himself from Su Yang. Amid the chaos, Su Yang seized the opportunity. He slammed his hands onto the ground and muttered in a low voice, "Fist." Out of nowhere, an agile monkey appeared, grabbing Su Yang's hand. With remarkable speed and agility, the monkey whisked him away, scaling the park's rocky hills and vanishing into the forest within seconds. This was precisely why Su Yong had insisted on meeting Qin Yao at the park. The mountainous terrain was inaccessible by car and complex to navigate. As long as he wasn't completely overpowered in all aspects, he could rely on fists to retreat into the hills and hide, waiting for his chance to escape. It was a plan he had prepared well in advance. After all, Su Yong had frequented this park in the past, often seeking advice from the elderly about courting girls, and he knew the terrain like the back of his hand. Once hidden in the forest, Su Yong wasted no time. He headed for a dense thicket of grass, beneath which lay a little-known passageway that cut through the mountain. He sprinted through it toward the other side, his heart pounding and breath quickened. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Fist quickened its pace as well. By the time they emerged from the other side of the mountain, dozens of figures had arrived at the park, locking it down completely. Now safely out of harm's way, Su Yong let out a sigh of relief. He bought himself a small hat to disguise his appearance, and used some of the money he earned that day to buy 2 popsicles. He ate one himself and tossed the other to Fist. The two of the man and monkey sat on the supermarket steps, watching as Song Corporation's bodyguards swarmed toward the park. Su Yong couldn't help but chuckle. His relaxed demeanor was so out of place that the bodyguards didn't even spare him a second glance. After all, who would suspect that the person being hunted by the Song Corporation could sit so calmly on the roadside eating a popsicle? After enjoying the spectacle for a while, Su Yong concluded his eventful day and headed back home. But as he reached his door, the sound of a heated conversation drifted out from inside. "This house is worth 250,000. I'm letting you have it for cheap," a man's voice said. "Didn't you say 300,000 before?" another voice asked. "Well, half of it still belongs to my good-for-nothing nephew. If you can get rid of him, the whole place is yours." "Oh, so there's a catch. 200,000, and not a penny more. 220,000. It's just one stubborn kid. I'm his uncle, so I can't lay a hand on him, but if I could, he'd have been out a long time ago. I'm already cutting you 80,000. Don't push it." Hearing this, Su Yong paused mid-motion, his hand on the door. He recognized the voice of the man selling the house site was his uncle, Zhang Tao. Years ago, after Su Yang's parents passed away, Zhang Tao had taken him in, gaining half ownership of the house in exchange for caring for the young Su Yong. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao had fallen into gambling over the years, squandering everything he had and racking up tens of thousands in debt. It seemed he was now desperate to sell the house to pay off his creditors. Su Yang's feelings toward Zhang Tao were complicated. The original Su Yong didn't feel much gratitude, but he didn't harbor resentment either. After all, before Zhang Tao's gambling habit took hold, he had cared deeply for Su Yong, even standing up for him in elementary school by scolding the bullies who had picked on him. But now, the gratitude the original owner received, what does that have to do with me, Su Yong? Su Yong sneered inwardly, then kicked the door open without hesitation. Inside the room, 3 people were enthusiastically discussing the price of the house. The sudden crash startled them, and they all turned to look at the doorway in unison. Su Yong strode in, extended his hand, and locked eyes on one of them. "Uncle Zhang Tao, sell this house for 300,000 yuan. We'll split it 50-50. What do you say?" Su Yang's voice was cold and unyielding, a stark contrast to the original owner's sentimental attachment to the house. Zhang Tao froze for a moment, then quickly nodded, a greedy smile spreading across his face. All right, 300,000 it is. Kid, you've finally come to your senses. Money is just a worldly possession," Zhang Tao said, rubbing his hands together. "Tonight, I'll treat you to a good meal." Hearing this, Su Yong simply gave a faint smile, stepped back, and spoke with a tone that carried an indescribable undertone. "Uncle, good luck." With that, he turned and headed toward the rooftop, his footsteps echoing through the stairwell. One of the buyers watched Su Yang's departing figure with confusion and then turned to ask, "Hey, that's your nephew, right? He's not heading to the rooftop to jump, is he?" Zhang Tao, busy scribbling out a crude contract for selling the house, replied without even lifting his head, "If he dies, all the Beterno want to split the money with me. Tonight, I'll hit the casino again. This time, I'll definitely win it all back." The buyer sneered inwardly, thinking, "Once you step into a casino, dreaming of winning it back? Foolish." Just as the contract was completed, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly approached from downstairs, growing louder and louder. "This is the room," a gruff voice barked. "You two, get down and put your hands on your heads. Where's Su Yong?" It turned out that the Song Corporation, after scouring the park without finding Su Yong, had pried his address out of Qin Yao and immediately sent people over. They planned to catch him off guard here. Zhang Tao was so frightened by the commotion that he trembled and stammered. Su Yong just went up to the rooftop. The lead bodyguard's eyes lit up and suddenly turned to Zhang Tao. "What's your relationship with Su Yong?" While Zhang Tao was racking his brain to fabricate a lie, the buyer casually betrayed him. "He's Uncle Zhang Tao, The bodyguard was overjoyed to hear this and grabbed Zhang Tao by the collar. You're coming with us. Refuse and you'll regret it. In no time, only the buyer was left in the room. He bent down to pick up the contract from the floor, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'll make sure to burn 300,000 yuan for you in the afterlife. After offending the Song Corporation, you won't survive for long. On the rooftop, Su Yang stood silently amidst the night, feeling the cool evening breeze brush against his face. Suddenly, a group of black uniformed bodyguards from the Song family, as agile as leopards, climbed swiftly onto the rooftop, surrounding him in an instant. Don't move, barked the lead bodyguard sharply. We are bodyguards of the Song Corporation. The chairman wants to see you. Resist, and you'll face the consequences. Despite the harsh threat, Su Yang merely smiled faintly. Calmly, he turned around, pulled out his phone, and pressed the speaker button. Instantly, Song Qing's furious roar echoed across the rooftop. You idiots! Song Qing's voice thundered from the other end. You can't even deliver a message properly. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Su Yang, I'll chop off their hands myself. And where is my foolish father? As it turned out, in the artificial dungeon of Lakeshore City's second high school, Song Qing had met a reliable teammate for one Su Yang. Not only had this teammate faced elite monsters with courage, but he had also saved Song Qing's life. Instead of being grateful, Song Qing's clueless father had sent people to capture Su Yang, igniting Song Qing's wrath. After his outburst, Song Qing's tone softened abruptly. Su Yang, don't take it personally. My father can be unreasonable. I'll personally host a banquet to make it up to you later. For the sake of our time as classmates, can you give me some face? Amused by the sudden change in attitude, Su Yang readily replied, Sure, you arrange the place. Let these bodyguards take me there. By the way, I heard they captured my uncle, Zhang Tao. Hearing this, Song Qing's anger flared again. These damn fools. Who gave them the nerve to act so recklessly? I'll have them release him immediately. Don't worry, I promise your uncle. Before Song Qing could finish, Su Yang interrupted with a light laugh. They did a good job. A brief silence followed on the other end of the line, broken only by the sound of papers being flipped. Moments later, Song Qing's voice came through, low and serious. Do you want him alive or dead? Don't worry, it'll be clean, Song Qing added. Su Yang burst into laughter. That's my uncle we're talking about. Of course, I want him alive. Song Qing let out a long sigh of relief. All right, I'll make sure he learns his lesson. I'll go prepare the meal and wait for you. After hanging up, Su Yang leaned against the rooftop wall, eyeing the bodyguards in front of him. After a moment of thought, he quipped, climbing up here was tiring. Who's going to carry me down? The bodyguards exchanged looks before realization dawned. A mere 6-story climb wouldn't tire anyone clearly. This was Su Yang's way of giving them an out. If they carried him down, they could avoid blame when questioned by the chairman. 2 bodyguards, grateful for the lifeline, stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Please, let us assist you. At Tianxiang Pavilion, the most luxurious restaurant in Lakeshore City, every detail exuded the refined taste of a centuries-old aristocratic family. As Su Yang stepped through the door, the soft carpet cushioned his feet while a faint fragrance filled the air. Priceless artworks and antiques adorned the surroundings, and the soothing sounds of a guzheng mingled with the gentle flow of water from the first floor, creating an elegant atmosphere. Before long, Song Qing appeared with 2 others, walking straight towards Su Yang. Without preamble, he asked, Su Yang, can you handle spicy food? Su Yang nodded and then inquired, how did things go with your father? Song Qing smiled apologetically. I just gave him a good scolding over the phone. He's gone to buy some fine wine and will personally apologize to you later. That's just how he is. Please be patient with him, Su Yang. With that, Song Qing led Su Yang to a private room on the 2nd floor, marked with the prestigious Tian label. Once seated, Song Qing proposed, should we invite a few classmates over? It'll save us from running out of things to talk about. By the way, the holidays are coming up, and I'm planning to form a team to explore a wilderness dungeon. Are you interested? The mention of a wilderness dungeon made Su Yang's heart race. Wilderness dungeons far surpassed artificial ones in terms of bosses and rewards, often yielding unique treasures. Even Su Yang's own soul link skill had been planted in an artificial dungeon, meaning others could potentially obtain it. Wilderness dungeons, however, carried no such limitations, and the value of skill books found there was immeasurable. Sure, just let me know when, Su Yang agreed without hesitation. Song Qing laughed heartily. I knew you'd be in. By the way, do you have a decent healer on your side? I've got a tank with 1,500 HP, it's going to need some serious healing. Su Yang shook his head. No, I don't have many friends. Song Qing waved it off. Just asking. I'll handle the healer. How about we bring everyone here to get acquainted with each other's roles? Do you need a stronger battle companion? I can sell you one at a good price. Faced with such generosity, Su Yang found it hard to refuse. As a summoner, His greatest challenge was the lack of funds. Without substantial financial backing, progressing long-term would be difficult. Thanks, I appreciate it. Let me know if you ever need anything, Su Yang said gratefully. The two chatted amicably, and soon Song Qing called in 3 more people. The first to arrive was a burly young man who greeted them enthusiastically. Boss Su, is this the guest you were talking about? I'm Zhuanghu, your frontline tank. He flashed a wide grin at Su Yang and gave him a thumbs up with his thick, calloused hand. Su Yang introduced himself simply. Su Yang, summoner. With Zhuanghu's arrival, the room livened up considerably. Not long after, a cold voice rang out. So lively Zhuanghu must be here already, right? I wasn't wrong, was I, Boss Su? The newcomer was a lean young man who adjusted his glasses while sizing up Su Yang. He introduced himself succinctly. Lu Zhang, archer and healer. This brief introduction left Su Yang stunned. Dual class. A dual class. This title is a rare honor not only in Huhai City but also across the southern regions of Yen country. Lu Zhang, as a dual-class archer and priest, possesses astonishing potential. He can combine unparalleled offensive power with enhanced health and defense, turning himself into an impenetrable fortress. Even more fearsome is his ability to exploit his second class to create illusions in battle, luring enemies into making critical mistakes. Apart from the drawback of requiring double experience to level up, being dual-class comes with virtually no downsides. That the Song family managed to recruit someone like Lu Zhang is a clear testament to their immense resources and foresight. However, even for such a well-established family, winning over a dual-class individual is no easy feat. Su Yang was still marveling at the concept of dual-classing when he suddenly realized he had forgotten to introduce himself. Fortunately, Song Qing stepped in just in time to break the awkwardness. This is Su Yang, a rare summoner with boundless potential, Song Qing said. Su Yang quickly stood up, extending his hand to Lu Zhang. Nice to meet you. I look forward to working together in the future. Lu Zhang gave only a perfunctory handshake before turning to chat with Zhuanghu, occasionally exchanging a few words with Song Qing. Su Yang was left to the side, but he didn't mind. He quietly committed Lu Zhang's name and dual-class details to memory, preparing for any potential confrontation in the future. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Song Qing soon sat beside Su Yang and started chatting about school. Su Yang smiled lightly. Senior, I prefer peace and quiet. This is just fine. Scratching his head awkwardly, Song Qing replied, well, there's someone even more reserved coming later. You two shouldn't end up sitting together, or this place will freeze over. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint fragrance filled the air, and a figure silently took the seat beside Su Yang. Song Qing introduced her. This is Lu Yin. Her class is Assassin. Song Qing then proposed forming a 6-person team to tackle a wilderness dungeon, suggesting that everyone share their highest stat. When it was Su Yang's turn, he hesitated before revealing his health stat. My highest stat is health 2155. The number caused an immediate stir. Song Qing exclaimed, Su Yang, you must be joking. How can a summoner have such a high health pool? Lu Zhang sneered. If you don't want to be honest, just say so. Everyone's got their secrets. Left with no choice, Su Yang briefly displayed his health panel. The room fell into an awkward silence. After a moment, Lu Zhang remarked thoughtfully, have you never allocated your attribute points? I've heard that summoners can't manually assign their points and instead get them randomly upon leveling up. Maybe you've just been lucky, and most of yours went into health. Su Yang suddenly understood. So, summoners' attribute points were randomly distributed. Just then, Song Qing received an urgent call from his family and left the private room. Shortly after, Su Yang also excused himself, heading out to meet Song Qing on the street. Song Qing, now serious, warned him, something's off about Lu Zhang. Be cautious of his actions during our team missions. My family barely knows anything about summoners, so how could an unemployed drifter like him figure it out before I did? Also, don't show your stat panel to anyone again. Just make up a number next time. After listening to Song Qing's explanation, Su Yang suddenly understood. He pondered silently, thinking that Lu Zhang, an outsider, knew so much about the detail she must have done his homework in advance. This realization made Su Yang politely nod in thanks to Song Qing's reminder, but he paid it no mind. After all, Su Yang's real trump cards were the hidden stat bonuses. 120 lifesteal, 50 poison resistance, 50 defense, 30 health, and 10 attack. These astonishing stats were not displayed on his panel. Even his reported health of 2,155 points actually had an additional 30, reaching an incredible 2,800 points. Such a health pool was something even the legendary tank classes couldn't achieve at level 9. Outwardly, Su Yang appeared to be carefully considering Song Qing's advice, but inwardly he calculated, from now on, he must act cautiously and not easily trust others. At that moment, Song Qing spoke again. My father has reprimanded Qin Yao and helped you retrieve the skill book. 5 billion is way too low. The true value of a skill like attribute sharing is at least 20 billion. If you're still willing to sell, I'd like to buy it for 20 billion. What do you think? Su Yang agreed without hesitation. Selling the same book twice, this was undoubtedly another unexpected windfall. Seeing Su Yang's consent, Song Qing immediately took out his phone and sent a text. Then, he patted Su Yang on the shoulder and said, I need to go back and handle the situation over there. Oh, and by the way, your uncle has been beaten half to death and left on East Street. If you want to save him, there's still time. Su Yang smiled and replied, he's my uncle, after all. How could I not save him? Song Qing sighed, turned around, and headed back to the Tianxiang Pavilion. Su Yang stood on the street, carefully confirming his bearings. East Street was straight ahead, but without hesitation, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. 20 billion credited to his account. A smile spread across Su Yang's face as he completely ignored the impending fate of Zhang Tao on East Street. He thought to himself, back when I pretended to jump off a building, if Zhang Tao had spared me even a glance, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. As a transmigrator, Su Yang had never received any kindness from Zhang Tao. You didn't save me back then, so I won't save you now, we're even. Carrying this cold detachment, Su Yang headed straight for the Combat Beast section of the Professional Equipment Guild. This time, with 25 billion in his pocket, he was truly flush with cash. At the Combat Beast section, Su Yang immediately asked the staff to bring him the list of beasts. He quickly scanned through it and smirked inwardly. Although these beasts were priced high and their potential was painted as limitless as a summoner, he knew full well that whether a beast could live up to its listed potential depended entirely on future cultivation. This was nothing more than a sales tactic. Putting the list aside, Su Yang said calmly, got anything more practical? These aren't impressive. Seeing how experienced Su Yang seemed, the staff quickly nodded and hurried away. Not long after, a young, elegant woman approached and sat down across from Su Yang. What kind of combat beast are you looking for, sir? I can provide some suggestions on cultivation, she said with a warm smile. Without saying a word, Su Yang summoned Fist, his summoned beast, and pointed at a nearby testing device. Go, give that thing a punch. Fist obeyed immediately, delivering a heavy blow to the testing device's sandbag. With a muffled thud, the numbers on the device rapidly climbed before stopping at 86. Su Yang glanced at the current stats on Fist's panel. Summoned beast, gorilla. Name, Fist. Level, LV20 unpromoted, unable to level up further. Health, 1910-1910. Attack, 194. Defense, 100. Strength, 86. Agility, 70. Spirit, 90. Skill 1. Insight, view opponent's attributes. Skill 2. Tear temporarily boosts strength. Attribute bonuses visible to summoner only. 120 lifesteal, 50 poison resistance, 50 defense boost, 30 health boost, 10 attack boost. After reaching level 20, Fist's attack power had increased significantly, but its other attributes had grown only modestly, particularly Spirit, which had barely improved since level 11. However, the testing device's measurement of strength was impressively accurate. The woman glanced back at the test result, her brows furrowing slightly. Clearly, Su Yang's demonstration had caught her off guard. Gorilla-type beasts were typically low-tier, with limited growth potential even with dedicated cultivation. Yet Su Yang's Fist had reached an impressive 86 strength points. Based on combat beast templates, Fist's attack power should have easily surpassed 100 by now. This young man was undoubtedly an expert in beast cultivation, not someone who could be easily deceived. After a moment's thought, the woman pulled out her phone and made a call to the manager. After a brief conversation, she turned to Su Yang with a polite gesture and said warmly, "Honored guest, please follow me." Her attitude had completely changed, now brimming with respect and professionalism. Su Yang maintained a composed demeanor as he followed the woman deeper into the combat beast section. As a heavy door opened, several restrained beasts came into view. This is the Azure Sky Howl. According to current data, it has a high probability of evolving into the Roaring Sky Howl Lion upon reaching level 60 and promoting. It comes with a large area, high damage skill that also restricts enemies, making it an excellent choice for dungeon runs. Su Yang silently activated the Insight skill, bringing up the Azure Sky Howl stats. Azure Sky Howl Juvenile. Level 3. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Spirit, 60. Skills, none. Note: premature birth, evolution potential lost. With the Insight skill, no secret could escape his scrutiny. Su Yang's gaze lingered on the Azure Sky Roar for only a moment before he quickly reined in his thoughts. Although this battle beast's stats were remarkably impressive, there was a hint of regret hidden in the words he left unsaid. The woman leading the way ahead was quick to pick up on Su Yang's thoughts. Awkwardly fiddling with the documents in her hands, she refrained from making any further attempts to promote it. She had realized that this guest was a true expert, someone not easily deceived by tricks meant for amateurs. There are more options inside. Let me show you, the woman said cautiously. Su Yang cast one last reluctant glance at the azure sky roar. At only level 3, all of its attributes had already reached an astonishing 60 points, and they were perfectly balanced. He couldn't help but compare it to his current companion, Fist, whose stats had just barely reached the 20-point threshold. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, without the potential for advancement, the Azure Sky Roar couldn't become a crucial asset in dungeon runs, losing its most critical value. As he followed the woman through the Battle Beast zone, Su Yang listened to her introductions while discreetly using his skill to analyze the attributes of the various creatures. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a cage. Inside was a small lion. It was a juvenile Moonlit Night Lion. Su Yang carefully examined the Moonlit Night Lion stats. Level 1. Attack 50. Defense 50. Strength 100. Agility 50. Spirit 50. Skill. Lunar Eyes ignores darkness. The staggering 100 points in strength left Su Yang utterly shocked. To think that his own strength attribute had just barely reached 107 points at this moment. This lion, at only level 1, already boasted nearly equivalent strength. However, the Moonlit Night Lion was merely the appetizer. Su Yang's gaze shifted slightly upward, landing on the lion's tail, where a tiny crimson dragon was coiled. The crimson dragon's stats were even more astonishing. Level 1. Attack 110. Defense 110. Strength 110. Agility 110. Spirit 110. Skill 1. Dragons might reduces all attributes of non-dragon creatures below its level by 20. Skill 2. Summon Storm Massive Area Effect Attack with indiscriminate damage. Seeing the perfectly aligned 110-point attributes, Su Yang nearly gasped aloud. This was an absolutely extraordinary existence. A level 1 dragon with stats comparable to what a level 20 human could achieve and across all attributes, no less. Suddenly, Su Yang had an epiphany. He finally understood why teams would go to such lengths to protect summoners. The battle beasts under a summoner's command were far more powerful than ordinary combat classes. This was a fundamental difference between species, one that no amount of talent or effort could bridge. More importantly, even if a battle beast were to fall, for the summoner, it was merely a matter of raising another Oni cost so low it was almost absurd. What excited Su Yang even more was that this appeared to be a massive oversight. Two powerful battle beasts were confined in the same cage, likely due to negligence on the part of the handlers, or perhaps the Crimson Dragon had deliberately concealed its presence. Suppressing the thrill in his heart, Su Yang continued touring with the woman. When they stopped before a massive golden dragon, Su Yang cleared his throat, signaling her to pause. This is the golden dragon, currently at level 10, the woman explained. However, as you can see, its foundation has been damaged and would require a significant amount of resources to restore. Even so, its value is estimated to be around 10 billion. Su Yang gave an awkward laugh. I definitely can't afford that. I only have about 2.3 billion. Hearing this number, the woman quickly returned to the Moonlit Night Lion's cage. With 2.3 billion, I must highly recommend this Moonlit Night Lion to you, she said enthusiastically. Its strength is outstanding, and its health and defense make it an excellent frontline unit. Its greatest advantage is that it requires almost no additional resources to grow. Just let it bask in moonlight. Look at it. Feigning hesitation, Su Yang eventually gritted his teeth and said, all right, it does sound convenient. But can you lower the price? How about knocking off 200 million? The woman smiled sweetly, sensing she had found her customer's weak spot. Elegantly, she replied, we only handle the sales on behalf of the owners, and their asking price is firm at 2.3 billion. However, if you're feeling a bit reluctant, we can offer a complimentary specialization upgrade for your gorilla. After a long silence, as if waging an internal battle over his finances, Su Yang finally nodded in agreement. The woman, delighted, handed over the transaction paperwork. The moment the deal was finalized, Su Yang wasted no time in forming a contract with the two creatures in the cage, as if afraid the woman might change her mind. Contract formation array. Activate, he commanded, his voice low and firm. Two arrays appeared, nearly overlapping. The woman, preoccupied with the lucrative commission she was about to earn, paid no attention to this anomaly. As Su Yang's will pressed down, the resistance from the two battle beasts surged. The woman, noticing his struggle, smiled and reminded him, if you fail to enslave them, we can only refund half the price. Take your time taming them here. I'll go ahead and upgrade your gorilla. Su Yang instructed Fist to follow the woman while he focused entirely on the task at hand. He had never encountered such intense resistance before, and the knowledge he'd gleaned from books seemed utterly inadequate under the immense pressure exerted by these two creatures. Moments after the woman left, Blood began to seep from the corner of Su Yang's mouth. The effort of subduing two extraordinary battle beasts simultaneously was taking a severe toll on his body. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. I can't hold Oni, need to tackle them one at a time. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Su Yang raised his reddened eyes, fixing his gaze on the two trapped beasts. He tried to open his hand to deactivate the contract array, only to find, to his horror, that he couldn't control it. The moonlit night lion's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if mocking his audacity. With the contract array on the verge of backfiring, Su Yang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you really want to stay here, waiting to be picked by random buyers? Don't you want to see the world outside with your own eyes? To return to the wild and soar freely?" As the words left his mouth, Su Yang felt the pressure on him ease slightly. He knew this was his only chance. If he couldn't secure these two beasts now, he would undoubtedly perish right here. In this critical moment, Su Yang made a crucial promise. "If you wish to leave, I'll willingly dissolve the contract and set you free. But when you go, you must find me a replacement. I can't spend this much just to buy your freedom, can I?" The pressure from the contract array lightened significantly. The moonlit night lion lazily yawned, flicking its tail as it spoke in human language. "Big brother, what do you think?" From the tail, a faint voice replied, "Remaining trapped here is no long-term solution. As long as he keeps his word, I see no harm. However, trusting a human's promise is always a gamble." The gazes of the moonlit night lion and the crimson dragon flickered with hesitation. After a brief moment, the resistance from the two battle beasts grew even more intense. The moonlit night lion let out a low growl. "Why should we trust the promises of a human?" Su Yang quickly raised his voice and shouted, "Hold on, let me show you something first." As he spoke, he immediately demonstrated his soul link skill. Su Yang patiently explained, "I paid to buy your freedom. All you need to do is officially become my battle beasts in name only. As for your whereabouts and actions, I won't interfere. As long as you're registered under my name, you'll benefit from it. I have no reason to go back on my word, because if you return to your clans and grow stronger, will also benefit me." As the soul link skill manifested, the attitudes of the two battle beasts visibly softened. Su Yang felt the pressure on him ease significantly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "Do you understand what I mean?" Su Yang continued, "I just need your names registered. I pay for your freedom, and you provide attribute boosts. That's our deal. If you agree, we can sign the battle beast contract. After that, I want meddle in your affairs." The moonlit night lion seemed tempted and softly said to the crimson dragon, "Big brother, I think this could work." After a brief hesitation, the crimson dragon also nodded in agreement. Let's hope the human's words hold true. With the approval of both battle beasts, Su Yang once again activated the contract formation, effortlessly subduing them. Eagerly, Su Yang opened the full attribute panel of the moonlit night lion. Moonlit Night Lion Juvenile Stage. Level 1. HP 20002000. Attack 50. Defense 50. Strength 100. Agility 50. Spirit 50. Skill 1. Moon Eyes Night Vision. Skill 2. Falling Stars Massive AoE Damage. Upgradable. Skill 3. Tiger's Descent deals high single target damage. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. What he had observed earlier was only the surface. A skill like Falling Stars, capable of massive area damage, was incredibly rare and expensive in the market. And a skill like Tiger's Descent, being on par with it, was undoubtedly equally impressive. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yang turned his attention to the Crimson Dragon's attribute panel. Crimson Dragon. Level 1. HP 25002-500. Attack 110. Defense 110. Strength 110. Agility 110. Spirit 110. Skill 1. Dragons Might. All non-dragon creatures below the Crimson Dragon's level lose 20 of all attributes. Skill 2. Command Storm's Massive AoE Damage. Upgradable. Skill 3. Dragon Bloodline 50 Resistance to all elements. Upgradable. Skill 4. 5 Elements Mastery 50 Boost to all attribute damage. Skill 5. Crimson Dragon Blaze Single Target. Explosive Damage. Upgradable. Skill 6. Reign of Renewal recovers 1 of max HP per second. Seeing these 6 skills, Su Yang was utterly stunned. 6 innate skills. Dragon's Might alone was a god-tier ability for cutting through weaker opponents. Dragon Bloodline and 5 Elements Mastery, one providing 50 resistance to all elements. The other boosting all attribute damage by 50, secured the Crimson Dragon's dominance in elemental combat. Reign of Renewal, while seemingly minor with its 1 HP recovery per second, would become terrifyingly effective in late-game scenarios when HP could reach hundreds of thousands. As for Crimson Dragon Blaze and Command Storms, they were specialized for single target and AoE damage, respectively, each excelling in their own way. Most importantly, these skills were fully functional at level 1 and ready for use. Taking a deep breath, Su Yong opened his own attribute panel. Name, Su Yong. Level, 910 EXP needed, 01400. HP, 4405 1700 455 101250. Attack, 222 90 52 25 55. Defense, 180 60 40 25 55. Strength, 187 80 27 25 55. Agility, 142 40 22 25 55. Spirit, 241 120 41 25 55. Talent, Death Absorption stacks infinitely. Skill, Soul Link. Equipment, to be equipped. Battle Beasts, Fist level 11, Moonlit Night Lion level 1, Crimson Dragon level 1. The boost to Su Yang's attributes was astonishing. His HP skyrocketed from 2155 to 4405, and with an additional 30 attribute boost, it reached an incredible 5726. That was equivalent to the HP of 2.5 pure tank builds. Moreover, with 180 defense and 222 attack, his stats were already fearsome. What excited Su Yong the most was that these two battle beasts were only at level 1. With their terrifying base stats, their future growth would be even more extraordinary. Su Yong could hardly imagine how outrageous his attributes would become in the future. As agreed, Su Yong secured the two battle beasts and led them out of the cages. After waiting outside for a moment, the woman returned with Fist. Sir, the class advancement has been successfully completed. You can check the panel for details, the woman said. Su Yong called Fist over, and after confirming their prearranged signal, he felt reassured and checked Fist's panel. Summon Beast, Gorilla. Name, Fist. Level, LV20, First Transition, Fist King. HP, 20002000. Attack, 200. Defense, 100. Strength, 86. Agility, 70. Spirit, 90. Skill 1. Insight allows viewing of opponent's attributes. Skill 2. Rending Strike temporarily boosts strength. Attribute bonuses visible only to owner. 120 lifesteal, 50 poison resistance, 50 defense, 30 HP, 10 attack. After the class advancement, Fist's HP and attack had improved, though the other gains were minimal. However, this didn't matter much, as the primary purpose of the advancement was to enable further leveling. The stat boosts beyond level 20 would far surpass those before. Since Fist was primarily a transitional companion, Su Yong wasn't too concerned about these minor changes. Today turned out to be a day full of gains. Su Yong nodded slightly, calculating silently in his mind. He used the last of his money to purchase a set of iron spiked knuckles for his fist, immediately feeling the boost in attack power. Though this left him completely broke, he felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Suppressing the urge to smile, Su Yong quickly left the trading area. He headed to a nearby plaza and spent his last few coins on a cup of milk tea and a simple dinner to replenish his depleted energy. While eating, he turned to the two newly tamed battle beasts and said, "You are free now. What are your plans? If you need help, I'll do my best to assist you." Seeing that Su Yong kept his promise, the attitude of the two battle beasts noticeably softened. The Moonlit Night Lion was the first to respond. "This is the human world, and we are not familiar with it. For now, we wish to follow you. If we encounter our kin, we will leave. Do you object?" Su Yong smiled faintly. "That works perfectly. Do you have anything urgent you need? Since we're friends now, I'll do my utmost to help." Despite his words, Su Yong had his own plans. He had keenly sensed an unusual connection between the Moonlit Night Lion and the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon's aura was weak, and it remained silent, as if trapped in some kind of predicament. If he could help it break free, perhaps he could win their loyalty and make them willingly serve as his battle beasts. What worried Su Yong, however, was whether he could earn money fast enough to meet the needs of these two formidable creatures. After a brief silence, the Moonlit Night Lion spoke again. "My elder brother is gravely injured and requires a piece of dragon ambergris to recover. But you needn't worry. With my strength, I should be able to assist you." Hearing this, Su Yong immediately opened his panel to check the Battle Beast section. Battle Beasts. Fist, level 11. Moonlit Night Lion, level 1. Red Dragon, level 1 asleep. Upon closer inspection, Su Yong noticed that although the Red Dragon was in a dormant state, the attributes it provided were still active. This was undoubtedly good news. A 55-point boost to all attributes and 1,250 additional health points were invaluable support. "Alright, we'll head to the Wilderness Dungeon later to help you level up." Su Yong agreed decisively. The Moonlit Night Lion gave a soft hum of approval before falling silent again. As Su Yong leisurely finished his dinner, occasionally teasing Fist, his phone suddenly rang. "This is Song Qing. I've arranged everything. My subordinate just reported that your account is empty. so I transferred 30,000 to you as an emergency fund. If it's not enough, let me know. We're classmates. No need to be polite, just ask if you need help. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su-young hung up and looked at the notification of the 30,000 deposit on his phone. He couldn't help but sigh. So this is what they mean by deep in the mountains. A wealthy friend is still a close relative. Before awakening his summoner specialization card, someone like Song Qing was someone Su-young wouldn't even have had the chance to meet, let alone have them offer money so readily. This change was entirely due to his growing strength, which had attracted more people eager to form connections with him. Song Qing was just one among many. Su-young deeply understood that strength was the ultimate determinant of one's social circle. Su-young first took a ride to the villa gifted by Song Qing, where he purchased some daily necessities. Then, he left the city again, heading straight to the entrance of the wilderness dungeon. Unlike artificial dungeons, the wilderness dungeon was like a vast and complete world. The countless entrances were merely different pathways leading into this massive realm. As soon as Su-young set off, news of his departure reached Song Qing. Frowning, Song Qing muttered, "He's only level 9, and his battle beasts aren't very strong. Entering the wilderness dungeon alone is practically suicidal." While he was still puzzled, another message came through. "Young Master Song, according to our investigation, Su-young purchased a moonlit night lion. Detailed information has been sent to your phone." Song Qing quickly opened the Song Group's internal communication app and reviewed the Moonlit Night Lion's data. Moonlit Night Lion Juvenile Stage. Level 1. Health 20002000. Attack 50. Defense 50. Strength 100. Agility 50. Spirit 50. Skill Moon Eyes Night Vision. After reading the stats, Song Qing gasped. Such a high-level panel at level 1, how did it sell for only 2.3 billion? Then, noticing the skills section, he suddenly understood. Battle beasts typically had higher base stats than humans, but those only determined their baseline potential. The true determinant of their upper limits was their skill set. With only a niche night vision skill, the Moonlit Night Lion's value was significantly diminished. Bought a high-stat battle beast to speed up leveling, huh? Song Qing speculated. Does he not know that skills learned later might not fully align with the beast's abilities, limiting their effectiveness? After some thought, Song Qing decided to instruct his team to monitor Su-young discreetly, just in case. At the wilderness dungeon entrance, Su-young saw an elderly man sitting alone by the gate, beside a deep and mysterious door. Such lax security? Su-young muttered to himself, curiously observing the man while activating his insight skill. Skill ineffective due to significant level difference. The sudden notification startled Su-young. This seemingly ordinary old man was anything but. Su-young could usually glean information from individuals up to level 20, though the details might be incomplete. With level 20 marking the first specialization threshold, this elder was at least level 40, possibly even a level 60 powerhouse. Noticing Su-young's scrutiny, the old man slowly opened his eyes and cast a calm glance at him. Then, with a tap of his cane, he blocked the entrance. "Young one, the wilderness dungeon is fraught with peril. You may not be able to handle it alone." "I can manage," Su-young replied firmly. The old man's seemingly clouded eyes scrutinized Su-young for a moment before he chuckled softly and withdrew his cane. "The path of solitude is filled with trials and tribulations, both now and in the future," the old man said cryptically. Though puzzled by his words, Su-young respectfully nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, elder." With that, he stepped boldly into the wilderness dungeon. The world around him seemed to flip upside down. When his surroundings became clear again, an awe-inspiring sight greeted Su-young. He found himself in a small camp surrounded by groups of adventurers preparing for exploration. But what truly stunned him was the scene beyond the camp. A massive skeleton towering over 100 meters high stood under a dark red sky. Its colossal frame was so immense that Su-young appeared as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Gulping, Su-young swallowed hard. This was the wilderness dungeon, a place filled with endless opportunities, deadly dangers, and the constant threat of death. Su-young stood frozen in place for a long moment, as if stunned by the sight before him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and then turned to search for nearby merchants. After spending 10,000 coins to purchase a map, he began to carefully study the surrounding terrain, looking for an ideal spot to level up. About 100 meters in front of the camp, a swarm of mutated mosquitoes caught Su-young's attention. He recalled the artificial dungeons from school, where mosquitoes often dropped blood-sucking attribute items. Intrigued, Su-young decided to investigate and see if these mosquitoes were any different. With determination, he clenched his fists and strode forward. A black mosquito came into view, its wings vibrating at high speed, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Su-young immediately activated his insight skill, and the mosquito's attributes appeared before him. Bloodthirsty mosquito. Health, 200. Attack, 100. Defense, 10. Strength 10, Agility 200, Spirit 0, Skill 1, Blink. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty attack absorbs 10 of damage dealt. Su Yang took a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. This mosquito was not only incredibly agile, but also had a blink skill, making it a difficult target to catch. However, its low health and defense were a relief. Calculating internally, Su Yang considered his spiked gloves, which boosted his attack power to 210. Even with 10 points of defense reducing the damage, the remaining hit would be enough to take it down in one strike. He decided to test the waters and commanded, "Fist, lure one over." Fist quickly followed the order, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the mosquito. Provoked, the bloodthirsty mosquito charged straight at Fist. Seizing the moment, Fist delivered a powerful punch. However, the mosquito activated its blink skill in an instant, dodging the attack and reappearing behind Fist to land a vicious bite. Su Yang quickly checked the battle log and was shocked to see that Fist had lost 136 health points in one hit. Fist tried to counterattack, but missed again. Su Yang frowned, realizing the situation was far trickier than he had anticipated. This wasn't the docile critters from the school's artificial dungeons. This was a nightmare-level challenge. To make matters worse, the bloodthirsty mosquito's consecutive attacks both triggered critical hits. Su Yang began to suspect that this tiny creature's critical rate had reached an absurd level. "Fist, use a feint to trick it," Su Yang commanded, thinking on his feet. Fist understood the plan, pretending to swing forward but quickly spinning around to deliver a sharp back kick. This time, the attack landed, though it didn't trigger a critical hit. Su Yang's eyes lit up as a thought struck him: weak points. In the school dungeons, he had exploited this mechanic. Hitting a weak spot guaranteed a critical hit. This meant the bloodthirsty mosquito likely had the same trait. Piecing things together, Su Yang had an epiphany. The monsters in artificial dungeons were modeled after real-world creatures, which explained why the mosquitoes dropped blood-sucking items. With this understanding, Su Yang ordered Fist to retreat. The mosquito's speed was too overwhelming, and Fist couldn't land effective hits. Prolonging the fight would only lead to unnecessary damage. Without hitting a target, Fist couldn't trigger his lifesteal recovery either. Su Yang decided to seek out a new target. Just then, the bloodthirsty mosquito pursued Fist relentlessly, unwilling to let its prey escape. Seeing this, Su Yang raised his hand and launched an attack to cover Fist's retreat. However, as he watched the glowing orb he had summoned, he froze in disbelief. The orb floated forward at an agonizingly slow pace, barely faster than a human jog. This was the infamous weakness of summoners. Not only did their attacks lack power, but even their execution was painfully clumsy. Though the stat panel didn't explicitly state it, Su Yang knew that successful parries could reduce incoming damage. The mosquito seemed to mock him, waiting until the orb approached before using blink to evade. But then, to Su Yang's astonishment, the orb inexplicably changed direction midair and resumed its pursuit of the mosquito. This tracking ability was unbelievable. Su Yang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Even textbooks ridiculed the summoner's attack methods, and those books were typically filled with overly positive descriptions to encourage students. For an attack method that even textbooks disparaged to exhibit such extraordinary tracking capabilities, Su Yang was utterly floored. The bloodthirsty mosquito kept dodging, but Su Yang's orb clung to it like a shadow, refusing to let go. Watching this spectacle, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He was curious to see how long the tracking would last. Taking advantage of the mosquito's evasive maneuvers, Su Yang glanced at his own stats. His attack power was an impressive 222 points. A single hit would undoubtedly kill the mosquito. The only drawback was the attack's lack of speed. Carefully observing, Su Yang noticed that his attack was finally closing in on the mosquito. This realization thrilled him. Who would have thought that the summoner's much-maligned attack style would prove so effective in this situation? Still, Su Yang quickly tempered his excitement. The attack only seemed impressive because of his inflated stats and lack of alternatives. If he were another class, like an archer, he could have ended the fight with just 2 arrows. A warlock could have done even better, unleashing a barrage of flames. Ultimately, it all came down to the overwhelming advantage of his stat panel. Reviewing his defense stats, Su Yang noted a base defense of 180 points, boosted by a 50 bonus from his attributes, bringing it to 270. Comparing this to Fist's defense, Su Yang realized he had unknowingly become a powerhouse, while Fist had been relegated to a support role. With such formidable defense, the bloodthirsty mosquito couldn't even scratch him, inflicting at most 1 point of forced damage. And with Su Yang's massive health pool, that single point was negligible. Understanding this, Su Yang dismissed Fist and charged into the mosquito nest alone. Instantly, the air was filled with swarming bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Su Yang unleashed attack after attack, filling the sky with glowing orbs that chased the mosquitoes like a dazzling fireworks display. When Su Yang launched his 100th attack, The mosquito that Fist had provoked finally fell to the ground with a thud. The system notification chimed. Bloodthirsty mosquito defeated. Experience 10. Dropped attribute. Lifesteal damage 0.01. Su Yang examined the attribute closely. Lifesteal damage attacks deal an additional percentage of damage and restore health equal to the amount of damage dealt. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "The wilderness dungeons sure live up to their reputation. These drops are incredible." This attribute combined offense and recovery, far surpassing standard lifesteal effects. Even better, it was classified as a recovery effect. No matter how little damage an attack dealt, even just 1 point of force damage, it would still restore a fixed amount of health. In comparison, a standard lifesteal effect, even at 100, would only recover 1 health point from 1 point of damage. The superiority of this attribute was clear as day. Su Yang continued to unleash a flurry of attacks, utilizing the unique advantage of a summoner's basic attacks never missing. His strikes landed with precision, targeting the bloodthirsty mosquitoes darting erratically through the air. While every hit was lethal, the process of taking them down was painstakingly slow. The first mosquito, under Su Yang's relentless assault, struggled for a full 3 minutes before finally falling. Even now, no matter how many attacks he launched, it would still take 3 minutes to see the results. As Su Yang focused on chasing down the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, a group of 5 quietly entered the wilderness dungeon's entrance. A charming woman clung to the arm of the team leader, Zhou Xiang, speaking in a soft, coquettish voice. "Brother Zhou, could you give me a bit more experience this time? If I can specialize as a Tier 1 priest sooner, they'll be able to provide stronger healing for the team and make farming monsters safer. Plus, after the first job advancement, my skill slots will increase from 5 to 10, allowing me to learn more skills, buff everyone, and improve efficiency." Zhou Xiang, clearly smitten by her charms, grinned foolishly and replied, "Sure, sure. They'll make sure you get more experience later." Hearing this, the woman's voice became even sweeter. As soon as they left the camp, they noticed the commotion caused by Su Yang. Countless attacks crisscrossed the air, sluggishly chasing the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, creating a dazzling spectacle that resembled a sea of stars. The group couldn't help but look on with curiosity. Zhou Xiang squinted, scrutinizing the faint silhouette within the glowing attacks. "That looks like a person. Judging by the attack style, it's probably a summoner, right?" he speculated. A burly man beside him cracked his knuckles, his voice brimming with excitement. "Boss, summoners are worth a lot. What if we make a move and score big?" Zhou Xiang immediately rebuked him. "Keep your voice down. A summoner might have powerful backers. Acting rashly could get us killed without even knowing how. I'll let it slide this time since you're new, but if you're this reckless again, remember no one investigates deaths in the wilderness dungeon." The burly man instantly fell silent, cowed by the warning. As Zhou Xiang observed the lone, young summoner, greed began to stir in his heart. Summoners were known for their weak, personal combat abilities, relying entirely on their summoned beasts. This kid was alone, and seemed inexperienced, likely a naive rookie. If they could capture him and sell him to the right people, it could mean a huge payday. Zhou Xiang led his team closer, pretending to pass by. He called out, "Hey there, buddy. Are you farming monsters alone? Need a team?" Hearing the voice, Su Yang was about to step out from the glowing barrage of attacks, but was quickly surrounded again by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Frustrated, he shouted back, "I'd love to team up, but as you can see, it's not an option right now. Thanks for the offer, though." "Sorry." Su Yang wasn't lying. These bloodthirsty mosquitoes had formidable attack power and came in overwhelming numbers. With his current defense and health, his HP had already dropped to half. He was only managing to stay afloat thanks to the slow healing effect of his attacks, which restored over 200 HP per hit. If it were any other tank class, they'd likely have been drained dry by now. "Trouble I caused myself, I'll deal with myself," Su Yang thought to himself. "Besides, having something valuable can be dangerous. The fewer people who know about my secrets, the better. I'm not strong enough to handle the risks yet." Zhou Xiang, seeing Su Yang's refusal, began to form a plan. Speaking through the team's internal voice chat, he said, "This kid is farming alone and doesn't want to team up. He probably has some good loot on him. Spread out for now. We'll keep talking to him and see if he's got any backing. If he doesn't, we'll take him down. But if he does, no one moves, got it?" With the plan set, Zhou Xiang stepped forward and quietly activated a skill. A shroud of mist enveloped him, causing the bloodthirsty mosquitoes nearby to lose sight of him and redirect their aggression towards Su Yang. Zhou Xiang spoke in a friendly tone. "Hey, buddy, no need to be so wary. Let's chat a bit. Summoners are in high demand, and their late-game potential is well known. Your attack style already gave away your class. I brought my team over just to make friends. When you make it big someday, remember to look out for us. We'd be grateful for even a little help. You're farming monsters, right? These bloodthirsty mosquitoes are tough to handle alone. How about teaming up?" As he spoke, He sent a party invite. Surrounded by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He had already turned them down, yet they were still pestering him, clearly up to no good. Seeing Zhou Xiang's party invitation, Su Yang clicked to accept while simultaneously opening the map. He noticed that the five had already spread out, with Zhou Xiang standing in the middle, closest to him almost within reach of the mosquito swarm. The other two had moved to the flanks, forming a semicircle. It was clear they were setting up to surround him completely. Understanding their intentions, Su Yang smirked coldly. So, they wanted to treat him as easy prey, huh? Summoning his summoned beast, Fist, to stay by his side, Su Yang prepared himself. Though Fist wasn't strong enough for direct combat, it could help buy him some time. Once ready, Su Yang finally spoke, "Let's split the experience. I don't need much of it." His words landed like a thunderclap. Farming monsters in the wilderness dungeon was standard practice, and experience was essential for all classes. Su Yang, at only level 9 and a rare summoner class, couldn't afford to underestimate the importance of experience. Yet, he had just claimed he didn't need it? Zhou Xiang and his team were stunned, momentarily halting their encirclement. Trying to maintain his composure, Zhou Xiang said, "Wow, generous of you, brother. Let's split it 50-50 then. Everyone, stop standing around and help with the monsters." He added pointedly, "Priest, can't you see Su Yang's low on health? Heal him already." The charming woman reluctantly cast a healing spell, restoring 100 HP to Su Yang. HP 100. The system notification echoed, but it was a drop in the ocean. Su Yang's health pool was massive, and the 100 HP barely registered on his health bar. Zhou Xiang approached one of the mosquitoes, stabbing at it with his dagger. However, the mosquito deftly evaded with a quick flicker. "Strange," Zhou Xiang muttered, frowning. "These mosquitoes are unusually agile." Turning to the priest, he snapped, "Ru Hui, didn't I tell you to heal Su Yang? What are you standing there for?" At the back of the team, Lu Ruhui stared at her skill icon, which had entered its cool-down phase, with a puzzled expression. She then glanced over at Su Yang. Frowning, she murmured to herself, "Something's off." "I definitely healed him." Zhou Xiang, growing impatient, snapped, "Why are you women always so slow? Hurry up and heal Su Yang. Want a share of the experience without doing anything?" Lu Ruhui rolled her eyes and activated her second skill again. She explained in the team chat, "Be careful, everyone. My skills seem to be acting up. I only have a low-level healing spell left. I'll use a continuous healing spell on Su Yang first, but I need to check the combat log to figure out what's going on." With practiced ease, she opened the combat log and navigated to the healing stats. The screen displayed, "Healing spell restored 100 HP to Su Yang." Lu Ruhui's expression tightened in confusion. The healing had clearly gone through, yet Su Yang's health bar hadn't budged. Her mind buzzed with confusion. She tried casting all her healing spells on Su Yang, but his health bar only inched upward by the tiniest amount. The scene made Zhou Xiang furious. Internally, he cursed, "Useless troublemaker, can't even fake competence properly. Once she's outlived her usefulness, I'll kick her out of the party." Zhou Xiang moved closer to Su Yang and called out in the team chat, "Brother Su Yang, where are you? Need backup? Your health is already halfway down, and that idiot healer is failing us at the worst time." Before he could finish, Lu Ruhui exploded with anger. She lashed out in the team chat, "Zhou Xiang, watch your mouth. Do you want me to stop healing you altogether? I did heal him, it's a system issue. Got it?" Zhou Xiang sneered internally. "Healed him? Then why hasn't Su Yang's health bar moved? She's obviously slacking off again." Lu Ruhui did have a history of slacking, and the entire team knew it. Zhou Xiang had assumed a few harsh words would scare her into action, but this time, Lu Ruhui was having none of it. "You think you're so great? Why don't you do the healing then? Just because you hit level 20 a few days ago, you think you're some big shot now? A trash-tier assassin, nobody even wants that class." Lu Ruhui retorted, her fury boiling over. Zhou Xiang, now thoroughly offended, shouted back, "What the hell is your problem?" Lu Ruhui scoffed, "I don't have to put up with this. A healer with 100 heal points? I'm sure plenty of teams would take me." With that, she left the party, the notification of her departure ringing out. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the drama unfolding before him. He hadn't expected such a small misunderstanding to escalate into such a spectacle. Entertaining as it was, the situation was now precarious. The remaining 4 party members had surrounded him, clearly waiting for the right moment to strike. They were all poised to take down the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, but their eyes were also locked on him. The 4 of them closed in, leaving Su Yang trapped in the center. The odds were stacked against him. He thought to himself, "I need to get out of here. As long as I'm in the party, they can track my location. That's how they managed to surround me. I only joined to assess their numbers and strength. Now that I have all the information I need, there's no reason to stay and keep giving away my position." "Sorry, everyone," Su Yang said calmly. It seems my high health pool caused some confusion. I'll go talk to that healer and clear things up. With that, he decisively left the party. The moment he left, Zhou Xiang panicked and shouted, "Quick! He's trying to escape, get him!" The three helpers, who had been patrolling nearby, charged headfirst into the swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. The bloodthirsty mosquito evaded the attack. System notifications popped up one after another. As soon as they entered this hellish landscape, Zhou Xiang and his team were overwhelmed. Each attack from the mosquitoes drained 150 H2 hits, meant a loss of 300 HP. If any of them took 10 hits, they'd be done for. To make matters worse, these bloodthirsty mosquitoes were absurdly fast, and their health bars were dropping at an alarming rate. Holy Light Rejuvenation, 300 HP. The frontline tank used a rare skill to restore his health before retreating at full speed. As the tank, he knew his limits better than anyone. Just luring 3 to 5 of these mosquitoes had already cost him a quarter of his health. Pushing further would be suicide. "Brother Zhou, this isn't right, we need to fall back," one of the helpers yelled. Zhou Xiang, his health dangerously low, gritted his teeth and downed an expensive health potion, refilling his health bar. He immediately activated his assassin stealth skill. "You guys retreat and recover. I'll hunt that brat down myself." Damn it, these aren't ordinary mosquitoous theory bloodthirsty mosquitoes. What the hell was that kid thinking, provoking these things? Using his stealth, Zhou Xiang crept towards Su Yang's location. He activated his first skill, Nightfall, and the surroundings were instantly plunged into complete darkness. Even Su Yang's starlit domain was swallowed by the black void. Zhou Xiang let out a disdainful chuckle, licking the edge of his dagger. "Kid, all your treasures are mine now. Don't blame me for being ruthless, this is just how brutal wild instances are. Next time, remember to bring a team." Locking onto Su Yang's position, Zhou Xiang moved in cautiously. Meanwhile, the other three regrouped outside. Brother Zhou used his Nightfall skill. "That kid's as good as dead. Yeah, no way he can survive. With those mosquitoes already swarming him, one strike from Brother Zhou is all it'll take. Do you think Lou Ruhui really left for good? Man, I can't get her slender waist out of my head." As the group chatted, Lou Ruhui suddenly appeared, arms crossed and looking thoroughly unimpressed. "Oh, so you all got sent running back here without me, huh?" The three men scrambled to appease her. "Come on, don't mind Zhou Xiang. You know how he is. Yeah, it's just his mouth. The three of us have always been straight with you. Why don't you rejoin the party? We'll say it was our idea to distract that kid." Lou Ruhui shot them a cold glance, a sly glint in her eyes. "Taking her time," she replied. "At least you three have some sense." "Huh, Zhou Xiang? He's nothing special, just got in early, that's all." The three men eagerly nodded in agreement. After secretly sowing discord among the three and Zhou Xiang, Lou Ruhui began to lament her grievances. She presented the combat records to the trio, providing irrefutable evidence. After reviewing the records, the three were deeply puzzled. The healing should have worked. How could this happen? They concluded that Zhou Xiang had wrongfully accused someone and decided to clarify the matter with him later. "Lou Ruhui, don't worry. With us here, Big Brother won't misunderstand you." The three reassured her earnestly. Suddenly, one of them caught a strange detail in the records and pointed at a number in shock. "Wait a second. Who dealt 212 points of damage?" The group froze at the discovery. Lou Ruhui waved it off nonchalantly. "Oh, the system must be malfunctioning today. It'll probably be fine, Tamarono, big deal." The burly man carefully recalculated the damage and said skeptically, "Zhou Xiang's attack power is just over 100. Did he trigger a critical hit? No, that can't be right. He's only level 20. And he allocated 10 levels of stats to agility, hasn't invested anything in critical hits." Lou Ruhui yawned lazily. "Doesn't everyone have a base 1 critical hit rate? Even I do. He must have just gotten lucky." While the four of them were still scratching their heads, Zhou Xiang, the subject of their debate, was even more bewildered. Using the assassin skill, Nightfall, which guaranteed a critical hit in darkness, he launched his next attack. With his stacked 200 attack power and a passive skill that added 50 critical damage from his luck boost, the strike should easily deal 600 damage. Moreover, as an assassin, his backstab skill added an extra 100 attack power to his next hit, and this bonus could also critically hit. Against an unarmored target, the damage could soar to 1/200, enough to eliminate most backline classes in one blow. Yet, when his precise strike landed on Su Yang, the damage number displayed was only 900. To make matters worse, Su Yang's health bar barely budged, dropping only a negligible amount. Zhou Xiang was utterly dumbfounded. Something's wrong with that health bar. Zhou Xiang's instinct screamed danger. Before he could react, Su Yang swung his staff and followed up with a fierce punch aimed directly at Zhou Xiang's legs. Two staggering damage numbers popped up, instantly depleting half of Zhou Xiang's health bar. As an assassin, Zhou Xiang boasted high attack power but was notoriously fragile. Even after reaching level 20 and completing his first job advancement, his health barely exceeded 1,000. These 2 hits left him in a dire state. Panicking, he quickly activated the basic assassin skill, substitution technique, and retreated to safety. Su Yang glanced at Zhou Xiang's dwindling health bar and casually raised his hand to unleash another attack. This strike would be enough to bring Zhou Xiang to the brink, forcing him to abandon any unrealistic ambitions. The attack hit its mark perfectly, and Zhou Xiang's pupils contracted. Nightfall was still active, shrouding the area in darkness, and he had used the substitution technique to reposition himself. How could Su Yang locate him so quickly? As Zhou Xiang stood in shock, a barrage of light spheres suddenly detonated around him. These were Su Yang's earlier attacks, which had finally caught up with the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. System notifications flooded the screen. Bloodthirsty mosquito killed. EXP 10. Dropped attribute. Lifesteal damage 0.01. Bloodthirsty mosquito killed. EXP 10. Dropped attribute. Lifesteal damage 0.01. Bloodthirsty mosquito killed. EXP 10. Dropped attribute. Lifesteal damage 0.01. The experience and attribute bonuses were instantly applied, filling Su Yang's experience bar to the brim. A faint glow enveloped him as he leveled up to 11. Su Yang's system panel updated. Name, Su Yang. Level, LV10 LV11. EXP required, 01800. HP, 1717 455 101250. Attack power, 99 52 25 55. Defense, 66 40 25 55. Strength, 88 27 25 55. Agility, 44 22 25 55. Spirit, 132 41 25 55. Talent, Death Absorption, infinitely stackable attribute absorption. Skills, Soul Link. Equipment, Pending. Companions, Fist level 11, Moonlit Lion level 1, Crimson Dragon level 1, Dormant. Scanning his updated stats, Su Yang noticed his base attributes had increased by 10, consistent with previous level ups. The new attribute, Lifesteal Attack 1, caught his attention. Clearly, the swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes had only yielded a modest 1 lifesteal effect, far from sufficient. Determined to collect more, he resolved to find another grinding spot. Since he planned to stay in the wilderness dungeon, it was imperative to intimidate the group nearby to prevent further interference. As the glow from his level up faded, Zhou Xiang's Nightfall skill also expired, allowing light to flood the area. With his health fully restored from leveling up, Su Yang pointed to his own health bar and spoke coldly. My health is not something you can deplete. Zhou Xiang, if this happens again, I won't be so lenient. I only tolerate mistakes once. Consider this your warning, ignore it at your own peril. With that final warning, Su Yang called for Fist, and the man and his monkey headed deeper into the wilderness. His goal was to hunt more bloodthirsty mosquitoes and stockpile lifesteal attributes. With his health now at an absurd level, typical healing spells were ineffective. Only high lifesteal attributes combined with his overwhelming attack power could sustain him. Although grinding these low-level bloodthirsty mosquitoes was tedious, the payoff was worth it. Su Yang's cold demeanor as he issued his warning made it clear he wouldn't hesitate to act. Whether Zhou Xiang and the others chose to back down or succumb to greed was no longer Su Yang's concern. They had one chance. If they suppressed their greed, they could live. If not, they would die for it. In the wilderness dungeon, the lack of rules was the ultimate rule. Killing others here wasn't against the law. Following the map, Su Yang arrived at the top of a low mountain. Looking down, he spotted a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes circling a cave. His eyes lit up with excitement. These were shining piles of attribute treasures, irresistible. Here I come, my precious treasures. Su Yang shouted gleefully before leaping into the cave and initiating a massacre. The cave's narrow confines significantly limited the mosquito's ability to evade, greatly increasing Su Yang's efficiency. Even Fist managed to crush several mosquitoes, redeeming itself from its earlier failures. Su Yang leapt into the cave, his full attention focused on leveling up and boosting his stats. The dim environment posed no challenge to him, thanks to his Moonlit Night Lion's night vision ability. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes he defeated occasionally dropped attribute items, adding an element of surprise to the grind. While Su Yang was immersed in his task, Zhou Xiang quietly stalked the cave entrance. His sharp eyes pierced through the darkness, clearly observing Su Yang dispatching the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Frowning, Zhou Xiang muttered to himself, does this guy have some kind of night vision skill? Standing behind him, Lou Fay interrupted with a cold laugh. Use your head. Why would a summoner bother learning that skill? Obviously, it's his battle beast providing him with vision. Didn't you see that monkey sticking close to him the whole time? The others nodded in agreement, finding her explanation more plausible. Zhou Xiang suddenly turned to face his teammates, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I bet he's carrying some valuable loot. If we can kill him, the stuff we take from him will set us up for life. He erased the plan once he finishes grinding and lets his guard down. We strike. One clean hit to take him out. What do you think? Lu Ruhui nodded lightly. Sounds good. Her eyes flicked to Zhou Xiang's health bar, now fully restored, and her brows furrowed slightly. Earlier, she had deliberately only healed him partially to force him into submission. Yet somehow, Zhou Xiang had managed to recover fully on his own, clearly harboring resentment toward her. Realizing the dangers of being in this wilderness dungeon, Lu Ruhui secretly sent Zhou Xiang a private message. Big brother, don't be mad. I was wrong earlier. I apologize. They'll follow your lead tonight, alright? Zhou Xiang quickly replied, alright? But as he stood at the cave entrance, gazing down at Su Yang, a cold smirk crept across his face. This conniving which still thinks she can take my spot as leader? Pathetic. She clearly has no idea how I, Zhou Xiang, clawed my way to the top. They'll make sure they all die here today. After a brief silence, Zhou Xiang spoke up. Alright, it's time. Let's head down. His attack power is high. He nearly crippled me in just 3 or 4 hits earlier. Tanks and warriors, you go first. Lu Ruhui, keep their health up. They'll find an opening to take him out. One strike should do it. Lu Ruhui, you handle the team's commands. I'll follow last. The others readily agreed to Zhou Xiang's instructions. Watching his teammates descend into the cave one by one, Zhou Xiang's smirk widened. He had withheld a critical piece of information. Su Yang's health pool was ridiculously high. 1,000 damage, enough to kill most non-tank classes, barely scratched Su Yang. Zhou Xiang wasn't foolish enough to challenge Su Yang again, but that didn't stop him from setting his teammates up to die. Once everyone else had gone down, Zhou Xiang lightly leapt into the cave and melted into the shadows. Su Yang noticed the commotion as the group entered the cave. Glancing at the remaining 10 bloodthirsty mosquitoes around him, he casually summoned his moonlit night lion. Looks like we have some uninvited guests. Take care of the rest of these mosquitoes for me, he instructed. With that, Su Yang strode toward Lu Ruhui's group, his fists slowly clenching. What brings you all here? Su Yang's cold voice echoed in the cave. I warned your leader earlier. This time, I won't hold back. Lu Ruhui quickly ducked behind the tank in front of her, though her voice remained calm. There must have been a misunderstanding. We're here to apologize. We mean no harm. If we wanted to attack, wouldn't we have done so while you were grinding? That would have been much harder for you to deal with, don't you think? Meanwhile, in the team's voice chat, she issued a command. Move in. Second brother, be ready to use your skill. Stun him before we unload on him. The warrior on the side kept his hand hidden behind his back, quietly activating the skill Hammer Strike. This was a basic control ability that could stun a target for 2 seconds, commonly used by warriors for its simplicity and effectiveness. Su Yang observed all of this, but remained unfazed. Even if they managed to control him for 20 seconds, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. The only real threat, the assassin, lacked sustained damage. Besides, this was just a low-level team in a wilderness dungeon hardly worth his concern. Crossing his arms, Su Yang spoke icily. This is your final warning. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, don't blame me for what happens next. 1 2-inch. Before Su Yang could finish, Lu Ruhui barked. Second brother, hammer him. Third brother, activate your shield and move in. I'll buff you. The 3 launched their attack in perfect coordination. The tank let out a loud shout, drawing Su Yang's attention as he activated his taunt skill. Though ineffective against players, the flash of light was enough to cover the warrior's movements. Thud. A dull impact echoed through the cave, and the warrior shouted, Big brother, now's your chance. But the expected damage numbers didn't appear. Zhou Xiang, already in stealth mode, had retreated to a safe distance to watch the scene unfold. Had tested Su Yang's defenses earlier. His strongest attack couldn't even dent Su Yang's health bar. There was no way this warrior's control skill would make a difference. Taking one last look at Su Yang's untouched health bar, Zhou Xiang turned and left. As he exited, he thoughtfully sealed the cave entrance behind him, plunging the entire space into darkness. Big brother, what are you doing? Zhou Xiang, you traitorous bastard. The disappearance of the light above finally made the 4 realize they had been utterly betrayed by Zhou Xiang. What the hell is this damage? The moment the damage numbers popped up, Lu Ruhui was completely thrown into panic. Her hands trembled as she hastily cast a healing spell. HP 100. But in the next instant, 2 glaring red damage numbers appeared again, mocking her feeble attempt at healing. Damn it, heal me now. My HP is down to half. The tank with the massive shield shouted in terror, disbelief filling his voice. What kind of monster is this? As the tank, the most durable class in the group, his armor and HP were exceptionally high. Even elite mobs couldn't drain his health bar this quickly. Yet, from the darkness, 2 more massive damage numbers emerged, as if delivering a death sentence. Please, have mercy. Spare me. The tank's heart sank to rock bottom. His health bar was now on the verge of emptying. 2 rounds of attacks, each dealing 640 points of damage, totaled an astonishing 1,280 points. For a tank, this was nearing the critical threshold. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed through the cave before everything fell silent again. Lou Ruhue's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling as she begged, "Please don't kill us. We'll give you anything. Just spare us. I'm still useful. They'll do anything for you, even stay with you for the night. Just don't kill me." But all that greeted them were the relentless, cold damage numbers continuing to pop up. "Lou Ruhue, you useless woman. Heal us already." Thud. Another teammate fell to the ground. Moments later, Lou Ruhue was the only one left standing. When Su Yang broke through the frontline defenses and approached Lou Ruhue, he found her foaming at the mouth, paralyzed with fear. Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, seriously? He couldn't understand why these four had come to provoke him. Did they not know the damage-dealing power of bloodthirsty mosquitoes? He could tank an entire swarm of them without his health bar even budging. Did they truly not grasp what that implied? Su Yang let out a sigh. They must have lived too comfortably, he thought, to make such reckless decisions. In a way, he was merely helping them fulfill their death wish. After thoroughly searching the bodies of the four, he found mostly useless materials. The only items of value were a few recovery potions. Low-tier recovery potion. Restores 150 HP, 10 bottles. Mid-tier recovery potion. Restores 400 HP, 1 bottle. After a moment of consideration, Su Yang decided to keep the potions for himself. Although their healing effect was far inferior to the lifesteal effect tied to his attacks, they were better than nothing. Worst case, he could sell them at a high price back in Lake Sea City. Song Qing, who prided himself on being a senior, surely wouldn't let him suffer a loss and would offer a fair price. After stashing the loot, Su Yang turned his attention to the entrance of the cave. There, Zhou Xiang was cautiously peeking inside, trying to assess the situation. Su Yang noticed him and gave a cold smirk. "Trying to use me as a tool and walk away unscathed? Not without paying a price." Zhou Xiang's heart grew cold as he surveyed the carnage inside the cave. The more he looked at Su Yang, the more he felt like he was facing a mini-boss. Terrifying health, terrifying damage, and even a bit of intelligence. Wasn't that the hallmark of a mini-boss? While Zhou Xiang was lost in his thoughts, a sudden force struck his back. The next second, he lost control of his body and tumbled into the cave along with the stones blocking the entrance. At the cave's mouth, a moonlit night lion flicked its pristine white tail arrogantly. After finishing off the remaining bloodthirsty mosquitoes, it had stealthily made its way here, cutting off Zhou Xiang's escape route. As soon as Zhou Xiang hit the ground, he scrambled to his feet, plastering a nervous smile on his face as he looked at Su Yang. "Brother Su Yang, I swear it wasn't intentional. I told them you were strong, but they wouldn't listen. I couldn't stop them." Su Yang strode forward, stopping just half a meter away from Zhou Xiang, his voice icy. "I don't mind being used as a tool, but shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Zhou Xiang froze for a moment before nodding repeatedly. "Of course, Brother Su Yang, just give me a moment." He quickly rummaged through his inventory and pulled out 10 mid-tier recovery potions. Without bothering with manual trade settings, he directly transferred them to Su Yang's storage. "Will this do, Brother Su Yang?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. These were 4 well-coordinated players. Zhou Xiang didn't hesitate to nod. "Brother Su Yang, I really don't have much left, but I remember that woman had a decent skill she hadn't learned yet. Wait here, I'll get it for you." With that, he walked over to the unconscious Lou Ruhue and stripped her of all her equipment and materials without a shred of courtesy. Before long, Zhou Xiang returned with a red skill book and handed it to Su Yang. "Brother Su Yang, here it is. This is the skill I was talking about. It's a priest-exclusive skill, but its percentage-based healing is incredibly valuable. It could fetch a high price." Su Yang took the skill book from Zhou Xiang. Skill name: Rejuvenation. Effect: restores 5 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. The healing effect was so impressive that even Su Yang felt a twinge of envy. 5% HP per second would mean several hundred points of sustained recovery for him. For priests below level 20, healing was usually based on fixed amounts since early-game health pools were low, making flat heals more effective. But as the game progressed, percentage-based healing became the gold standard. This skill book was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Zhou Xiang's gesture of goodwill was certainly genuine. "How long have you been running around in the Wildlands dungeon?" Su Yang asked. Hearing the question, Zhou Xiang quickly replied, 3 to 5 years. "I've worked with all kinds of people. Don't worry, this skill book is definitely valuable." 3 to 5 years. No wonder he was so slick and devoid of any loyalty to his teammates. After some thought, Su Yang decided to let Zhou Xiang's earlier actions slide, as he could still be useful. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang extended his hand to Zhou Xiang. Give me a copy of the nearby map, and we'll call it even. Zhou Xiang quickly pulled out a small scroll. This is the official map. It's worth about 200,000. Without hesitation, Su Yang took it and walked away without another word. Watching Su Yang leave, Zhou Xiang exhaled deeply in relief. At least he hadn't brought disaster upon himself today. Glancing around at the bloodthirsty mosquito corpses and the bodies of his 3 teammates, he sneered. If a mere woman can lure you to your deaths, you're not worth keeping around anyway. Finally, his gaze fell on the unconscious Lu Ruhui. With a cold smirk, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and walked out of the Wildlands dungeon. This woman's looks aren't bad. He'll sell her at the black market to make up for the losses. If he had another chance, he would never provoke Su Yang again. Su Yang had been grinding in the wilderness dungeon for half a day when he received an urgent message sent by someone from Song Qing. The bodyguard delivering the message wore a grave expression as he spoke. Su Yang, Song Qing asked me to inform you that it seems Qin Yao has sent people into the wilderness dungeon. You'd better lay low for now. This news hit Su Yang like a wake-up call, instantly putting him on high alert. He knew full well that the Qin Corporation would not let things slide after suffering such a loss at his hands. Not only had they failed to acquire the exclusive skill card they had their eyes on, but their plan to buy the attribute-sharing skill at a low price had also fallen apart due to the intervention of the Song Corporation. At this moment, Su Yang had undoubtedly become a thorn in the Qin Corporation's side. Su Yang quickly assessed the situation. Even if the Qin Corporation didn't dare to openly take his life, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to cause trouble in the shadows. What's more, this was the wilderness dungeon where killing carried no consequences. Although Su Yang's abilities placed him among the top of his peers, he would struggle to fend off an ambush orchestrated by the Qin Corporation. He glanced at the map one last time and saw that the bloodthirsty mosquitoes he had been farming were nearly wiped out. The lifesteal attribute had reached 50, which was barely sufficient but still significant. This wasn't just about lifesteal, it also provided a substantial boost to damage. With Su Yang's exceptional stats, the extra fixed 50 damage was nothing to scoff at. Beyond the attribute gain, the experience points he had accumulated were impressive. His Fist King specialization had leveled up to 22, and his Radiant Moonlion talent had reached level 5. Considering the steep experience requirements for the Fist King specialization and the high upgrade threshold for the Radiant Moonlion, these results were more than satisfactory. After weighing his options, Su Yang decided to call it a day. Please thank him for the warning, he said to the bodyguard. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. They'll relay your message as is. Half an hour later, Su Yang hitched a ride back to Lake Sea City in a vehicle arranged by the Song Corporation. Once he returned to his villa, he enjoyed a long, relaxing soak in a hot bath before sprawling out on the spacious sofa. Feeling refreshed, he picked up his phone, which he hadn't checked in a while. What he saw left him stunned. His messaging app was flooded with notifications, and friend requests had skyrocketed to 999. On top of that, he had nearly 100 missed calls. Just as Su Yang was marveling at how idle these people must have been, another call came through. Hello, is this Su Yang? We're professors from Dongshan University. Would you be interested in enrolling with us? We'll cover all your tuition fees, an enthusiastic voice said on the other end. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, they'll think about it, and hung up. But the calls didn't stop there. Another one came in immediately after. Su Yang, this is Shinwu University. Would love to have you join us. If you enroll, we'll cover all your expenses, provide you with a scholarship, and, as a bonus, our university is known for producing top-tier healers and support classes. You'll definitely become the center of attention among our female students. Su Yang once again brushed off the caller with a vague response before hanging up, feeling increasingly annoyed. These recruiters were acting like they were on a sugar rush, competing to secure students even before the college entrance exams had started. He could only imagine how chaotic things would get after the exams. Frustrated, Su Yang tossed his phone aside, letting it continue ringing on its own. He understood why this was happening. Though the exams hadn't begun, universities were already scouting for top-performing students. Someone like him, who had demonstrated exceptional ability in artificial dungeons, was naturally a prime target for recruitment. What concerned Su Yang more, however, was the potential for hidden agendas behind these seemingly straightforward recruitment calls. Some individuals might be using this opportunity to probe into his background or gather information for ulterior motives. After some thought, Su Yang picked up the landline in his villa and called Song Qing. Senior, could you help me get a new phone number? Song Qing's amused voice came through the line. Of course. We'll have someone take care of it right away. By the way, I heard from the bodyguard earlier that your villa doesn't have a housekeeper yet. Would you like me to arrange for someone trustworthy? A villa this big isn't something you can manage on your own. Su Yang glanced around the spacious interior of his villa and had to admit that Song Qing had a point. All right, I'll leave it to you. After ending the call, Song Qing turned to face the people in his office, including his father, Song Wu. Behind him, A large projection screen displayed a simulated analysis of Su Yang's fight against Zhou Xiang and his team. Song Qing looked at his father with a hint of exasperation. Dad, you're way too reckless. How are you even qualified to be the chairman? Do you expect me to feel at ease as your son? Look at this. This is the guy you almost offended in the park last time. He took down a tank and 2 warriors hidden. Tell me, who in our company could pull off such a feat at level 10? I couldn't even do it at level 10. We were this close to losing someone this talented. Song Wu awkwardly lowered his head, his usual authoritative demeanor as a father nowhere to be seen. Song Qing took a deep breath and addressed everyone in the room. Listen up. Make sure to maintain a good relationship with Su Yang. He's a summoner with limitless potential. Even if he doesn't join our corporation in the future, having a connection with him is like having a safety net. Keep a close watch on Qin Yao's side. If they make any moves against Su Yang, I want to know immediately. If they give him trouble, we'll give them trouble. As for Su Yang's requests, prioritize them above everything else. In less than half an hour, Su Yang received another call from Song Qing. At the same time, a group of people arrived at his villa. A black-clad bodyguard led a team of 10 individuals into the house. These are the 10 candidates we've selected as housekeepers. They're reliable and loyal. Let us know which ones you want, the bodyguard explained. Su Yang was puzzled. Which ones? Don't you mean which one? The bodyguard chuckled. That's right. You can choose as many as you like. Su Yang was momentarily at a loss. His financial situation wasn't exactly robust, especially with his newly acquired skills yet to be sold. Who among them has the lowest salary? I'm running a bit tight on funds. The bodyguard quickly reassured him. You don't need to worry about that. The chairman has made it clear you're an honored guest of the Song Corporation. You won't need to spend a dime. Why don't you take a look first? Su Yang felt a mix of gratitude and unease at Song Qing's thoroughness. This was a friend worth keeping. He casually pointed to a middle-aged man. I'll go with him. Thanks for the trouble. The bodyguard smiled, glanced at the man Su Yang had chosen, and, after some consideration, discreetly signaled for 2 female housekeepers to stay as well before leaving with the rest. Su Yang had chosen a male housekeeper, thinking that a man's strength would be more practical for chores. Meanwhile, the bodyguard left behind the 2 women to ensure Su Yang had something pleasant to look at. Su Yang gave concise instructions regarding the villa, and the male butler nodded respectfully, promising to handle everything within an hour. Turning his attention to the 2 remaining female housekeepers, Su Yang's gaze briefly swept over them. One was curvaceous and mature, while the other had a slender, model-like figure. After a moment of contemplation, he said directly, you can leave for now. There's nothing that needs doing at the moment. It wasn't that he disliked such beautiful women, but they were both assigned by the Song Corporation. Any inappropriate actions could easily be reported back. Su Yang had no intention of getting too deeply entangled with the Song family just yet. After all, the world was vast, and there was still so much he wanted to explore. Once the 2 left, Su Yang picked up his new phone. Besides the usual apps, there was an additional internal messaging app exclusive to the Song Corporation. Driven by curiosity, he opened it, only to find a single contact listed, Song Qing. Aside from that, it was completely empty. He then logged into a more familiar messaging app, cleared out friend requests, ignored messages from classmates, and went straight into the all-muted class group chat, the only peaceful place he was part of. Navigating to the group files, he found the latest announcement. All universities in Lake Ocean City were hosting the Lake Ocean Rally, with the first round scheduled for Monday. The goal was to help students improve their skills before the college entrance exams. There would be 2 rounds in total. Teams of 5 were required to participate, entering an artificial secret realm for exploration. Teams could either continue exploring until all monsters were defeated, or choose to withdraw if they could no longer proceed. The rest of the announcement consisted of the teacher's repetitive rhetoric, emphasizing the importance of the rally. After skimming through it, Su Yang closed the file and went straight to bed. The next morning, Su Yang arrived at the classroom just as the bell rang, as usual. But this time, he wasn't met with scolding or disdainful looks. The teacher on the podium cleared his throat and said, "Class is starting. Su Yang, why are you just on time? If you haven't eaten, feel free to go to the cafeteria. They'll wait for you to come back before starting today's lesson." Su Yang sighed inwardly. So this is the privilege of good grades? Even the smallest things get special treatment. Shaking his head calmly, he replied, "I've already eaten," and took his seat. Seeing this, the teacher cleared his throat again and began the lesson. Today, we'll be discussing summoners. Since we have a summoner in our class, we'll be covering some additional knowledge. Starting with the basics, the essence of a summoner lies in controlling battle beasts to fight, making the selection of a battle beast extremely important. Learning how to distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of battle beasts is a fundamental skill. The teacher explained patiently, though Su Yang wasn't paying much attention. He found it boring and spent the time looking at his phone under the desk. Classes were dull, no experience points to gain, no loot to collect, and not even anyone glaring at him to provide a bit of drama. Besides, with his skill in reading others, he could easily discern the stats of most battle beasts, rendering these observation techniques unnecessary. Just as Su Yang was engrossed in watching videos, a hand suddenly pressed against his back, startling him. He quickly stuffed his phone into the desk drawer and pretended to pick up a pen, feigning attentiveness. However, the expected reprimand never came. Instead, the teacher lightly patted his back and said, "Don't keep your head down for too long, it's bad for your posture. You're an excellent student. Listen if you want, or don't if you're not interested. It's just basic knowledge. As long as you're not disrupting others, you can even look at your phone on the desk." Su Yang was stunned. He knew top-performing students received special treatment, but he hadn't expected it to go this far. Glancing up, he saw the teacher smiling warmly, and after confirming the sincerity, Su Yang placed his phone openly on the desk. The freedom to watch videos without sneaking around was truly satisfying. Out of the 40-minute lesson, 30 were dedicated to summoners, while the remaining 10 summarized all other professions. As the bell rang, the teacher packed up and left. In an instant, a swarm of classmates surrounded Su Yang. "Su Yang, you're my idol. Su Yang, are you considering me for your team this time? My healing power is over 90, it's the highest in the class." "Buffed, step aside. Do you think a male healer is more appealing than us female healers?" Amid the commotion, Lou Fay pushed her way through the crowd, locking eyes with Su Yang's calm gaze. "About what happened in the artificial dungeon last time, I was wrong. I'm here to apologize. Su Yang, I've realized my mistake. Can we make up?" Lou Fay's audacity left Su Yang speechless. He glanced at her indifferently and said, "The guy you found last time wasn't even worth remembering. To this day, I don't even know his name." Seeing that Su Yang hadn't outright rejected her, Lou Fay's face lit up with hope. She quickly pushed past the other girls and leaned in close to Su Yang, her chest brushing against his arm. "I knew you'd forgive me, Su Yang. I'm really sorry, and I'll do anything to make things right. Last time, you asked me to book a room, but you disappeared. I waited for you for so long. How about we go today?" As she spoke, Lou Fay played what she thought was her trump card. "I'm still a virgin, Su Yang, so be gentle with me." Hearing her shameless words, Su Yang merely smiled faintly. "No need to book a room. Let's just do it here." Su Yang had expected his remark to make Lou Fay back off, given the presence of so many classmates. Surely she wouldn't dare to strip in front of everyone, especially with only a few minutes of break time left, hardly enough to do anything. What happened next, however, left Su Yang utterly dumbfounded. Lou Fay's cheeks turned crimson as she clenched her teeth and resolutely pulled down the zipper of her school uniform. Her light pink undergarments and smooth stomach were suddenly exposed to everyone's view. Panicked, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest and snapped at the surrounding classmates. "Turn around. Don't look. I belong to Su Yang, and this is not for anyone else to see." Su Yang was utterly stunned, his mind a chaotic mess. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure, and said, "All right, just go back for now. We'll think about it." After all, with so many people watching, he didn't want to lose face. A sly glint flashed in Lou Fay's eyes. She thought to herself, this trick works like a charm. Su Yang's such a softie, always falling for this kind of act. Give him a little sweetness, and he'll be completely hooked. Besides, this guy, who's suddenly become so powerful, can handle all those bosses that no one else can deal with. If I stick with him in the artificial dungeon, the leveling speed will be insane. Her mind raced with calculations. If I can't keep up with Su Yang's growth, they'll just follow him and benefit from the scraps. If he runs out of steam later, they'll squeeze out whatever value he has left and ditch him when he's no longer useful. With that thought, Lou Fay leaned closer to Su Yang, her voice soft and enticing. "So tonight, they'll book a room and wait for you. Let's call it even. Okay? No backing out now." Su Yang coughed again, his response vague. "They'll think about it." Satisfied that she had given Su Yang a taste of temptation, Lou Fay slowly zipped up her uniform. She added, "Oh, by the way, I'm a priest, currently at level 8. I have 2 healing skills. One restores 100 HP instantly, and the other heals 1 of HP per second. If your team needs a healer, keep me in mind." Her blatant words left Su Yang feeling uneasy. Even the old version of himself, who used to fawn over Lou Fay, wouldn't have dared to imagine such intimate moments. Lou Fay, convinced she had Su Yang wrapped around her finger, smugly returned to her seat after fixing her clothes. What she didn't realize was that Su Yang was no longer the same person. Did she really think such a cheap seduction tactic would work on him now? Laughable. He hadn't been interested in her before, and he certainly wasn't now. As for the brief physical contact earlier, he considered it a small repayment for all the times she had disgusted him before. At that moment, the classroom door opened, and Mr. Sun, the teacher in charge of Class 11, walked in. His gaze landed on Su Yang, and a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. If only Su Yang had sold that career change card earlier, none of this trouble would have happened. I wouldn't have been scolded by Qin Yao or lost out on that huge commission. The more Mr. Sun looked at Su Yang, the angrier he felt. But knowing that Su Yang now had a strong backer, he forced himself to suppress his fury. Clearing his throat, Mr. Sun announced, "The preliminary trials for the relay competition will begin this afternoon. You've all seen the rules, right? Let me go over them again. Teams of 5, no time limit. You have the next 3 periods to form your teams. Submit your team lists before lunch, and after the lunch break, wait for further instructions. They'll take you to the artificial dungeon then." He then turned to Su Yang, his tone dripping with feigned concern. "Su Yang, your class is quite unique. You'll need teammates with strong defensive capabilities to bring out the best in your skills. I have a few good candidates in mind. Want to come with me and take a look?" Su Yang shook his head firmly. "You, a lackey of the Qin Corporation, trying to give me advice after losing out because of me? Do you think I'm stupid enough to trust you?" Mr. Sun, pretending not to mind, replied, "All right then, suit yourself. Just let me know once you've decided." Internally, however, he was scheming. As a teacher, he held significant influence over the students. With a bit of persuasion, he could easily insert someone from the Qin Corporation into Su Yang's team. This preliminary relay competition was a joint event held by all the high schools in Lake Sea City. The resources and monsters in the artificial dungeon were far more abundant than in the previous dungeon. For students aiming to perform well in the college entrance exams, these trials were absolutely critical. Since Su Yang had offended the Qin Corporation, they were bound to retaliate, creating obstacles to disrupt what should have been a smooth journey for him. As soon as Mr. Sun finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. Every student's first priority was to team up with Su Yang. Despite Su Yang not being particularly strong at the moment, and his summoned beasts being nothing exceptional, summoners were always in high demand. In artificial dungeons, summoners could use their beasts to scout ahead, ensuring safe areas for leveling up. In tricky situations, their beasts could be used to test the waters. A burly, heavy-set boy pushed his way through the crowd and approached Su Yang with an eager grin. "Su Yang, my man, let's team up." "Su Yang, team up with me." An enthusiastic classmate with a burly build shouted excitedly. "I'm a frontline tank with skills to absorb damage for teammates. Your safety is guaranteed. Plus, I have a counter damage ability that I can share with the team." Su Yang responded with a faint smile, but before he could politely decline, another leaner classmate hurried over, eager to make his case. "Su Yang," he whispered in a conspiratorial tone, "they'll let you in on a little secret. I have a skill that makes teammates invincible, and my healing power is pretty solid too. Think about it, all right?" Just then, a scoff echoed from the crowd. Lou Fay crossed her arms, her expression proud and unyielding. "The healer role is mine," she declared. "No one else can take it. I'm teaming up with my boyfriend to grind mobs." Faced with such enthusiastic invitations, Su Yang quickly raised both hands, signaling for everyone to calm down. His gaze skimmed over the excited classmates and landed on Mr. Sun, who stood by the door, watching the scene with a hint of envy. "Mr. Sun," Su Yang asked, "are we allowed to form teams with students from other classes?" Mr. Sun gave a curt shake of his head. "No restrictions." His response was brief, and he seemed disinclined to elaborate. With this confirmation, Su Yang turned back to the crowd, clasping his hands together in a gesture of apology. "Since there's no restriction on teaming across classes, I think someone will invite me soon." "I'm sorry." Confusion spread across the faces of his classmates. "Invite you? Who's going to invite you?" Someone couldn't help but ask. At that moment, a towering, broad-shouldered man stormed into the classroom, his voice booming with anger. "Who's Su Yang? Get out here. Messing with my woman, are you looking to die?" The moment his voice rang out, Lou Fay's face turned pale, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. It was clear her attempts to charm 2 men had backfired spectacularly. The man's furious roar continued. "I, Gu Wu, will never let anyone touch my woman. If you dare, you're dead." The name Gu Wu sent a ripple of fear through the classroom. The students quickly stepped aside, their expressions filled with alarm. Gu Wu was notorious as a school troublemaker with a reputation that preceded him. Rumor had it he had the backing of a powerful group, and those who crossed him never fared well. Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining calm as he lifted a hand. "I'm Su Yang," he said evenly. "Gu Wu, may I ask who exactly is your woman?" Gu Wu's face flushed an even deeper red as he stomped over to Su Yang, his fists cracking ominously. "Lou Fay is my woman," he growled through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with menace. Su Yang's lips curled up slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile as he looked at the flustered Lou Fay. The classroom grew tense in an instant, and the students held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. "Why don't you ask her what this is all about?" Su Yang said softly, his gaze lingering on Lou Fay's panicked face. "She doesn't have to tell you, though. You could ask any of our classmates. I've never provoked her." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Wu slammed his fist onto the desk with such force that it shattered a corner of Su Yang's table. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the students gasped, quickly stepping back. If you didn't force her, then why are there such rumors? Gu Wu roared, his eyes blazing with anger. If you don't come clean, I guarantee you won't have a single tooth left in your mouth. Despite Gu Wu's threat, Su Yang remained unfazed. He chuckled inwardly. These schoolyard wannabes, even if they ganged up on him, wouldn't make a dent in his health. They weren't like Zhou Xiang, a professional assassin with a cohesive skill set. These guys just threw out whatever they had. Su Yang leisurely raised his hand, resting his chin on it as he licked his lips, as if savoring a memory. She came to me of her own accord. Everyone here can vouch for that, he said slowly. She undressed herself. I have to say, the shape was nice. The feel was nice, very smooth. The moment the words very smooth left his lips, Gu Wu's face turned beet red. He hadn't even held Lou Fay's hand yet, and now this. Enraged, Gu Wu raised his fist and swung it at Su Yang's head with all his might. But Su Yang simply lifted his hand and effortlessly blocked the attack. Weaker than I expected, he said with a calm smile. He didn't retaliate, clearly aiming to let Lou Fay's true colors come to light. Grabbing Gu Wu's hand, Su Yang turned his gaze to Lou Fay, who was trying to sneak away. Fay, don't you think you owe me an explanation? He asked, his tone playful. Do you want to be with me, or with Gu Wu? Don't worry, I'm always fair. Lou Fay froze as if struck by lightning. Her face went pale, and she began breathing heavily, her mind racing as she tried to decide how to respond. Just then, a stern voice rang out from the doorway. Gu Wu, are you tired of living? Kneel. Apologize. The entire class turned to the door in unison, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Before they could see who had spoken, they heard the sound of Gu Wu dropping to his knees. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Gu Wu's reaction was swift. It wasn't until he had already bowed his head that Su Yang realized what had happened. Quite the adaptable lapdog, Su Yang said with a faint laugh. Instead of getting angry, Gu Wu nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm your loyal lapdog. Please don't hold a grudge over what happened earlier. I sincerely apologize. When Song Qing entered the classroom, everything became clear. It's the student council president. Song Qing, someone whispered in awe. With a stern expression, Song Qing strode over to Su Yang. He didn't hurt you, did he? Song Qing asked with concern. This mutt has been out of control lately. If his apology isn't enough, it'll make him keep going. Su Yang looked at Song Qing curiously. You and him are? Song Qing offered a sheepish smile. He used to have a tough family situation. One time, he was about to jump off the roof, and I stopped him. Since then, I've kept him around as an unofficial helper. I apologize for not handling this properly. Su Yang shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to waste time on him. The rest of the class was stunned, each wondering just how powerful Su Yang must be for even the student council president to treat him with such respect. Song Qing quickly got to the point. Are you interested in joining the upcoming relay preliminaries? It's the same group as last time, but we're still short a healer. Do you have anyone in mind? Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. No one. A healer? With Su Yang's current self-healing and lifesteal abilities, he didn't need a healer at all. Song Qing glanced meaningfully at Lou Fay, who was standing nearby, then smiled. All right, we'll put your name down. Let's grab lunch together before the event. We'll come get you then. Sound good? Su Yang nodded calmly. Song Qing laughed heartily, then nudged Gu Wu with his foot. Get up. Stop embarrassing yourself here. If this happens again, it'll break your legs. Gu Wu nodded repeatedly, bowing deeply to Su Yang once more to apologize before following Song Qing out. He didn't spare Lou Fay a single glance. At this point, Gu Wu had no chance of turning things around. Instead of wasting energy on a losing battle, it was better to focus on working under Song Qing and securing a stable future. With the situation resolved, Su Yang pulled out his phone and started scrolling through videos again. The other students, realizing they couldn't compete with Song Qing, gave up entirely and began looking for compatible teammates. After a long silence, Lou Fay approached Su Yang, tears welling in her eyes. Su Yang, I didn't mean to. He kept bothering me, and I had no choice but to pretend to agree. I really have feelings for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done all that. Her voice trembled, and her eyes shimmered with tears. Please say something. Isn't your team lacking experience? I can take a smaller share of the experience points. Let me join, okay? Lou Fay's mind was racing with calculations. Song Qing's team, led by the student council president, couldn't possibly be weak. Even with a smaller share of experience points, the team's efficiency would more than make up for it. Once she reached level 20, she could specialize in her role and become highly sought after. Early on, healers leveled up slowly. Reaching level 20 and completing a specialization would give her a significant advantage over other healers. As long as she clung to Su Yang, she could secure a spot in a good university. and all it took was humbling herself in front of Su Yang. The benefits were too good to pass up. But Su Yang merely replied indifferently, "The team leader is Song Qing. Talk to him." Su Yang calmly turned down Lou Fei's suggestion without showing any emotion. He was well aware that bringing someone into the team would mean owing Song Qing a favor, which was not a wise move for him at this stage. The system attributes granted to him were extraordinary, paving the way for a future on a much larger stage, rather than being confined to the small city of Huhai. Establishing a deep connection with the Song Corporation too early would only tie his hands and add unnecessary concerns for his ever-growing ambitions. Seeing that Lou Fay was reluctant to leave, Su Yang gave a faint smile. His tone was calm, but carried an unmistakable edge. "Even if I were willing, I'd still need to consider my teammates' opinions. Besides, anyone joining Song Qing's team wouldn't be lacking in skill compared to me. If you truly want to be my girlfriend, isn't the bare minimum not creating trouble for me?" These words hit Lou Fay like a heavy blow, leaving her reeling. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, while inwardly cursing, "I only agreed to let this bootlicker be my boyfriend to give him a chance to prove himself. If it weren't for his newfound fame, he wouldn't even have the right to hold my hand." However, she knew she needed his help at the moment and dared not act out. Forcing a strained smile, she said, "I won't cause you any trouble. I'll ask President Song Qing myself, and if it doesn't work out, I'll find another team. Don't worry about me, can handle this." Su Yang smirked inwardly. Such petty tricks, hoping to secure a spot on his team? Hoping to claim the title of his girlfriend? Ridiculous. Even if Lou Fay was undeniably attractive and carried herself with a certain allure, how could she compare to the diverse charms of the girls from Sakura Country? From legal age to various, well, techniques, they had it all. Whatever fleeting interest he had felt when they first met had long since dissipated. He was now entirely immune to her ploys. Watching Lou Fay linger at the classroom door, pacing back and forth with feigned hesitation, Su Yang lowered his head and focused on his work, ignoring her completely. Lou Fay was left standing awkwardly. She thought back to just a month ago when this act would have had Su Yang obediently buying her jewelry. Now, it had no effect at all. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, in the student council's exclusive meeting room, Song Qing was busy assembling a powerful team. The principal had personally tasked him with forming several elite squads to compete against other schools. Song Qing carefully assessed his resources, striving to achieve the optimal balance of overall combat strength. "Li Xiang, you'll be moved from Team 3 to Team 5 as a frontliner. Protect the archers and make good use of your 1-second invincibility skill," Song Qing instructed. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. Turning to another teammate, Song Qing continued, "Han Yun, your skill can stack once, allowing for 2 heals at a time. Go to Team 8. They have a dual warrior setup and will need your burst healing." As Song Qing was busy rearranging his team, the classroom door creaked open. Lou Fay peeked inside before stepping in and approaching him. "Senior Song Qing, may I join your team? I want to earn my spot based on my abilities, not through connections," she said earnestly. Her words caught Song Qing's attention. He studied her carefully, thinking, a girl who refuses to take shortcuts and insists on proving her worth. This kind of determination is admirable, even if her skills are slightly lacking. "Tell me more," Song Qing said. "What's your class and what skills do you have? If you're a good fit, they'll consider adding you to the team. We happen to need a healer." Lou Fay thanked him profusely before stepping onto the platform. "My name is Lou Fay. My class is priest, and am currently at level 8. She introduced herself confidently. Lou Fay stood nervously in front of Song Qing, her expression betraying a hint of tension as she introduced her skills. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly unsure if she would be accepted into the team. "I have 2 healing skills," she said quickly. "One can instantly restore 100 health points, and the other restores 1 health per second for 30 seconds. She paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Also, I've mastered dual casting. Every time I cast a spell, it automatically triggers a secondary effect with half the original healing power." Song Qing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He recalled the records in the guild archives. Dual casting was at least a rare skill from a green-grade skill book. He hadn't expected Lou Fay to be so fortunate as to acquire such a powerful ability at just level 8, combining the divine skills of both the priest and mage classes. Nodding slightly, Song Qing spoke in a calm tone. "All right, I'll find a suitable team for you. If there's no one better qualified, you'll be the healer for my team. However, if someone more capable comes along, they'll have to apologize. After all, the honor of Lake Ocean High School is at stake with this team." Hearing this, Lou Fay's face lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Student Council President. I'll go tell Su Yang the good news right away." After Lou Fay left, Song Qing pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message to Su Yang. "Lou Fay has dual casting and her healing output is decent. Do you want to recruit her for the team?" It wasn't long before Su Yang's reply came through. "Doesn't matter. Those 3 simple, almost indifferent words made the corners of Song Qing's mouth lift slightly. Clearly, when it came to Lou Fay, he didn't need to show Su Yang any special consideration. Song Qing began analyzing Lou Fay's capabilities in his mind. Compared to other priests of the same level, her healing output was about 50 higher, making her a valuable asset. However, in his elite team, her abilities were still lacking. Song Qing's own health pool had already surpassed 1,100 points, and even if Lou Fay used both of her healing skills at once, she could only restore 45 of his total health plus an additional 150 fixed points. Even factoring in dual casting, using all her skills on him wouldn't be enough to fully replenish his health instantly. And as for Su Yang, with his intimidating 2,000 plus health pool, Lou Fay's healing was barely a drop in the ocean. Song Qing understood well that for an assault team, the importance of a healer couldn't be overstated. In critical moments, whether a frontline warrior could instantly recover from near death to full health often determined the outcome of the battle. A competent healer needed to be able to fully restore the frontliner's health with a single skill. Clearly, Lou Fay's current skills and healing output fell far short of that standard. After some thought, Song Qing flipped through the roster in his hand, his gaze finally settling on Team 10. He quickly typed a message on his communicator. Assign Lou Fay to your team. Let her know after lunch. Time flies like a fleeting horse, passing in the blink of an eye. Lou Fay returned to the classroom brimming with pride, intending to show off to Su Yang, only to find that he wasn't at his seat. This left her simmering with frustration, and she spent the entire morning in a sullen mood. Little did she know, at that moment, Su Yang was standing on the rooftop of the school building, accompanied by a quiet and reserved girl. I want to join your team as a priest. Is that okay? My healing output is 500 per cast, the girl said softly. Su Yang froze for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately signaled for her to stop talking and led her up to the rooftop. Did you say your healing output is 500? He repeated in disbelief, his brows furrowing. After all, a fixed healing amount exceeding 200 was already considered exceptional. Noticing the doubt in Su Yang's eyes, the girl gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained, my class is a bit special, so my healing output is higher than average. Su Yang fell silent for a moment before using his insight skill to assess the girl in front of him. A series of details instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Zhang Huanhua. Class, Astrologer Priest. Level, 13. HP, 1,200. Attack, 20. Defense, 30. Talent, Compassion. Each healing effect includes an additional amount equal to 50 of the caster's maximum HP, but reduces the caster's HP by 10 per cast. Skill 1. Autumn Water Illusion creates a phantom nearby. When the player suffers fatal damage, the phantom takes their place and absorbs the damage. Maximum Phantoms, 3. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 2. Healing Spell restores 100 HP to a player. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised. She had a hidden class, just like him. Hidden classes were incredibly rare, and under normal circumstances, the school would have been informed immediately. How had she managed to stay under the radar? Why haven't I heard anything about you before? Su Yang asked, puzzled. Zhang Huanhua lowered her head and replied softly, during the last artificial instance, I accidentally obtained a class randomization card. That's how I switched from an archer to a priest. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. So the artificial instance really did contain such rare items. His Soul Link skill was already invaluable for a summoner, but Zhang Huanhua's random class card had directly granted her a hidden class. This made Su Yang feel that the allure of the wilderness instances paled in comparison. After a moment's thought, Su Yang weighed the pros and cons. A special class joining the team, especially one with 2 incredibly powerful skills preventing death and providing exceptional healing, was undeniably tempting. However, her low defensive stats required significant protection. With this in mind, Su Yang decisively pulled out his phone and called Song Qing. Senior Song Qing, I've got someone here you might want to meet. By noon, Su Yang followed Song Qing to a restaurant outside the school. They met up with Zhuang Hu, Lu Zhang, and Lu Yin, officially forming a 5-member team to strategize for the upcoming relay race. Shortly after lunch, an announcement echoed through the school, instructing all students to gather in their classrooms. Soon after, the notification came. The first relay team, led by Captain Song Qing, was to set off. Su Yang immediately got up and joined the others at the base of the teaching building. Lu Zhang eyed Zhang Huanhua, who was standing behind Su Yang, with curiosity. Is this the priest you mentioned? Su Yang smiled sheepishly. There weren't any suitable priests available, so I brought my girlfriend. Don't worry, she won't take any of your experience points. Lu Zhang chuckled. Fine, bring her along. I don't need healing anyway. Song Qing laughed heartily. No problem. Use as many healing potions as you need. Just let me know, and I'll reimburse you. With the reassurance that Zhang Huanhua wouldn't affect their experience gain and that Song Qing would cover the cost of healing potions, the others reluctantly accepted her presence. The group of 6 boarded a vehicle and headed to the artificial instance for the competition. Unlike the previous chaotic rush into instances, this event saw collaboration among multiple schools, with a large number of participants. To prevent accidents, the entry process was divided into batches. Over time, this evolved into the current system. Each school's top team entered first, followed by 60 participants from the 2nd through 11th teams half an hour later. Every subsequent half hour, 10 more teams were allowed entry, with the remaining students entering 4 hours later. As a member of Lakeview High School's first team, Su-young joined Song-ching and the others as part of the initial group to enter the artificial instance. The moment they stepped into the instance, a searing heat radiated from the ground. Su-young glanced down and saw a dark red, scorched terrain emitting green toxic fumes. He quickly checked his combat log and discovered that despite having 50 poison resistance, the lingering damage from the gas was still as high as 20 points. Song-ching's voice rang out immediately. Everyone, stay alert. Our landing spot isn't ideal. Let's move out of the volcanic area first. Lu Yin, activate your stealth skill and scout ahead. Zhuang Hu, you and I will clear the path. Lu Zhong, Su Yang, Zhang Huanhua, watch yourselves. Use healing potions if your health drops, don't hold back. With that, Song-ching handed each team member 50 small healing potions. Lu Zhong grinned. That's why I like having you as our captain. With these potions, I won't even need healing. Song-ching and Zhuang Hu forged ahead, paying no attention to the chatter behind them. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhong privately messaged Zhang Huanhua, how much can you heal at once? You're not completely useless, are you? Zhang Huanhua forwarded the message to Su-yang. Su-yang glanced at it discreetly and instructed her to reply, 100. Even after hearing this number, Lu Zhong remained skeptical and continued probing. However, Zhang Huanhua stuck to her answer. It wasn't until she cast a healing spell on a fully healed Su-yang, displaying a clear 100, that Lu Zhong finally gave up. In the team chat, Lu Zhong joked, I envy people with girlfriends. Full health and still getting heals, while I have to chug potions when I'm dying. Captain, when are you going to find me a girlfriend with a healer class? Su-yang raised an eyebrow at the comment. It reminded him of something he had discovered earlier that afternoon. Out of curiosity, he had secretly used his insight skill to check the stats of his teammates. What he found on Lu Zhong's profile was startling. Lu Zhong's priest class was already at level 15, the highest level among the 6 of them. His priest skills were fully developed, and his archer class wasn't far behind, lacking only a bit in level. This starkly contrasted with the image Lu Zhong had initially portrayed. It was clear that Lu Zhong was hiding something. Su-yang, determined to protect the team, especially Zhang Huanhua, the priest with weak defenses, decided to have her pose as his partner to conceal her identity. As he deliberated on how to monitor Lu Zhong, Zhang Huanhua sent a message, informing him that Lu Yin was inquiring about her status. This immediately raised Su Yang's suspicions, as Lu Yin was supposed to be scouting ahead. Quickly scanning the surroundings, Su Yang noticed that Lu Zhong had quietly slipped away from the group. Without hesitation, he alerted Song-ching and moved to shield Zhang Huanhua behind him. Song-ching understood the urgency and subtly retreated with Zhuang Hu. Suddenly, the sharp clang of metal echoed twice, and the 6-person team was reduced to 4 in an instant. From a distant hilltop, a bright arrow shot into the sky, followed by a relentless downpour of arrows. As the arrows struck the ground, deafening explosions erupted. Su Yang shouted for the Zhaoyuan Night Lion to take Zhang Huanhua and leave immediately. He then raised his staff and unleashed 3 basic attacks aimed at Lu Zhong on the hilltop. Lu Zhong sneered disdainfully, dismissing the summoner's attacks as negligible. He sent the remaining 4 team members the same message, a warning that the volcano was about to erupt. Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to heat up rapidly. Su Yang quickly summoned the Zhaoyuan Night Lion, placed Zhang Huanhua on its back, and commanded it to retreat at once. He charged toward the volcano's edge, his fist clenched, with Song-ching and Zhuang Hu clearing the path ahead. The ground trembled violently as molten lava erupted from the earth. Just as Su Yang was within 100 meters of safety, a fiery pillar shot skyward. The ground underfoot instantly melted, and Su Yang plunged into the searing lava. Song-ching shouted in desperation, attempting a rescue, but was suddenly struck in the chest by a dagger wielded by Lu Yin. Zhuang Hu roared in fury and charged at Lu Yin, only to lose his footing and slip into the molten depths. Witnessing this betrayal, Su Yang erupted in anger, demanding to know why Lu Yin and Lu Zhong had turned on them. Lu Yin coldly remarked on Su Yang's survival abilities before vanishing into the shadows with Lu Zhong, leaving Su Yang struggling in the lava. However, things did not unfold as Lu Yin had anticipated. Zhang Huanhua's Autumn Water Illusion Moon skill managed to save Song-ching and Zhuang Hu. As for Su Yang, his impressive health pool of over 5,000 points and the continuous healing from the Red Dragon allowed him to endure the lava's torment and crawl out, barely alive. After regrouping, the trio discussed the Academy's response, learning that officials would be dispatched to handle the situation. Seizing the opportunity for some rare leveling, Su Yang suggested they continue hunting monsters to gain experience. He summoned his companion, Fist, and instructed it to activate its situational awareness skill to locate a suitable grinding spot. In the depths of a dense forest, the group encountered a massive, mobile tree. Zhuanghu was struck by its attack, losing 300 health points in an instant. Despite facing such a high-level monster, Su Yang remained calm, unleashing a series of basic attacks. Zhuanghu and Song Qing were perplexed by Su Yang's straightforward combat approach. However, when a series of staggering damage numbers appeared, Song Qing was left speechless, staring in disbelief before stammering. How much? 200 points of damage from a basic attack? Song Qing was completely stunned. As a warrior class known for high health and attack stats, supported by the immense wealth of the Song Corporation and decked out in top-tier gear, he had painstakingly worked his way up to 1,100 health and 90 attack points. But looking at Su Yang, he seemed like an absolute anomaly. The last time Song Qing checked Su Yang's stats, he already had over 2,000 health, and now, over 200 attack points? Unbelievable. Song Qing cursed silently, wishing he could switch roles with Su Yang to let him be the warrior instead. On the sidelines, Zhuanghu was having the time of his life, sending private messages to tease him. Guild leader, over 200 attack and 2,000 health? Looks like someone in our team is about to become a mascot. Care to guess who? Bombarded by the messages, Song Qing's face twitched, and he coldly replied, "Keep running your mouth, and I'll dock your pay." Immediately, Zhuanghu backed down. Haha, the guild leader actually gets mad. For the sake of my paycheck, I'll shut up now. Though he didn't send a voice message, his frequent chuckles from the front line only made Song Qing's expression darker. Just then, the battle took a sudden turn. With Su Yang's relentless attacks, the Treant, whose health bar had been reduced to half, suddenly raised countless vine whips and lashed out wildly in all directions. The sharp crackling echoed through the air, but strangely, no damage numbers appeared. Zhuanghu stepped forward cautiously and activated his tank's taunt skill. After a series of loud snaps, he looked at the Trent's untouched health bar in confusion. No damage. Everyone, be careful, this could be a special skill. Su Yang immediately used Insight, and the Trent skill information popped up. Enchanted Forest. Summons a large number of saplings to fend off intruders. Sapling attributes. Health, 100. Attack, 50. Defense, 5. Agility, 10. The sapling stats weren't particularly impressive, but what worried Su Yang was the phrase a large number. 1,000? 10,000? Suddenly, a dense rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. Su Yang's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a sapling darting between the branches. Without hesitation, he landed a basic attack on it. Fist, go protect Jiang Huanhua, Su Yang quickly commanded. Senior Song, do you have any area effect skills? These small mobs have low health and probably low defense too. Zhuanghu, help Senior Song gather them up. With everything set in motion, Su Yang summoned his Moonlit Night Lion. Though this level 5 summoned beast was still in its infancy and low on experience, its stats were astonishing. Moonlit Night Lion Juvenile. Level 5. Health 40004000. Attack 100. Defense 100. Strength 200. Agility 100. Spirit 100. Skills 1. Moon Gaze, Night Vision. 2. Falling Stars, massive area damage, upgradable. 3. Tiger's Descent, high single target damage. The Moonlit Night Lion's experience requirement far exceeded that of players, but in exchange, its stat growth was absurd. At just level 5, its base stats had doubled across the board. With 4,000 health, it surpassed tanks under level 20 and could even rival those under level 40. Its 100 attack points alone left high-attack warriors like Song Qing in the dust. Although summoning the Moonlit Night Lion seemed like a defensive move, Su Yang was preparing for any unexpected developments. The next moment, the saplings swarmed out from behind the trees like a tidal wave. Holy crap! That many? Song Qing's scalp tingled. Looking ahead, the sapling horde stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhuanghu took a deep breath and shouted, "Taunt!" Instantly, every sapling within 50 meters turned and charged straight at him. Guild leader, your turn, Zhuanghu called out. Song Qing nodded, already prepared. As the saplings closed within 5 meters, he raised his hands, gripping an invisible weapon in the air. A colossal phantom axe materialized, and with a furious roar, he brought it crashing down onto the ground. Earth Shatter. A massive 200-point area effect attack cleared every sapling within a 50-meter radius. Su Yang noticed another notification in the battle log alongside the damage. 4 stun, 3 seconds. This powerful combination of area control and high damage made Su Yang secretly marvel at the resources of the Song Corporation. Moments later, A flood of experience notifications filled the screen. Defeated sapling, EXP1. Defeated sapling, EXP1. Defeated sapling, EXP1. Saplings give experience? Su Yang was about to take a closer look when Song Qing's voice interrupted. This isn't good. They're coming again. We need to retreat. Me skills cooldowns can't keep up with their speed. Before Song Qing could finish, a faint pillar of light shot up from the moonlit night lion. Song Qing turned to look, only to see the saplings suddenly marked with glowing moon symbols above their heads. The next second, stars began to appear in the daylight sky, or rather, meteors, descending rapidly from above, each targeting the moonlit marks. Their sheer number was staggering. Boom, boom. The meteors rained down relentlessly, and damage numbers popped up above the saplings' heads, instantly wiping them out. Song Qing stood in stunned silence, his eyes scanning the area. Everywhere he looked, the ground was bathed in starlight. The affected range was dozens of times larger than his 50-meter earth shatter. So this is the power of a battle beast? Song Qing murmured to himself, utterly shaken by the spectacle before him. The profession of summoner has always been highly sought after in large guilds. The Song Corporation once collaborated with a summoner, leaving everyone who witnessed their power in awe. Song Qing had always thought these praises were exaggerated until this moment, when he finally understood the true strength of a summoner. As the stars rained down from the sky, indiscriminately annihilating all opponents, Song Qing had an epiphany. This was why the last rule in the Song Corporation's code was always, never provoke a summoner. Their power might seem unremarkable at its minimum, but its upper limits were beyond imagination. The moonlit night lion summoned by Su Yang unleashed a barrage of falling stars, gradually depleting the Trent's health while smashing the smaller saplings into pieces. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed a sapling. XP1. Killed a sapling. XP1. Killed a sapling. XP1. This endless stream of notifications not only reflected the steady accumulation of experience, but also underscored how challenging the Trent was. Without Su Yang, even the carefully selected duo of Zhuang Hu and Song Qing from the Song Corporation would barely have been able to withstand a single wave of attacks. Song Qing looked up at the falling stars overhead and shrugged helplessly. Zhuang Hu, on the other hand, stared at the Trent, then at Su Yang, utterly dumbfounded. Among the team, only Jiang Huanhua remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the area around Su Yang, ready to cast a healing spell at a moment's notice. As time ticked by, Su Yang suddenly gave an order to the moonlit night lion. Stop attacking the Trent. I have a use for it. The lion immediately nodded and cancelled the moonlit mark on the Trent. After another 10 minutes, the experience notifications finally stopped. Su Yang turned to Jiang Huanhua and said curtly, heal. Jiang Huanhua quickly cast her spell, and a green glow enveloped Su Yang. HP 600. Su Yang facepalmed in exasperation. I'm at full health. Why are you healing me? Jiang Huanhua grew even more flustered, stammering, didn't mean to. I thought I was healing the others. Zhuang Hu chimed in at just the right moment, teasing, the mysteries of love healing someone with full health. The joke made Jiang Huanhua's face flush bright red as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. No, that's not it. I just misunderstood. Ignoring his teammates' banter, Song Qing turned to Su Yang with a puzzled look. He activated his skill to check the health of the 4 team members, and 2 battle beasts. Everyone was at full health. Clearly, when Su Yang said heal, it wasn't meant for the team. Piecing together the earlier large-scale attack, Song Qing quickly realized that the only living creature left, now in a weakened state, was the Trent, which had been drained of vitality after using its skill. Raising an eyebrow, Song Qing suddenly understood. You're not trying to test the skill's trigger conditions, are you? Su Yang smirked faintly and admitted, you're sharp, Senior Song. You figured it out right away. I noticed earlier that the Trent triggered its skill when its health dropped to half, so I wanted to heal it back to half and see if it would activate Tree Spirit Awakening again. If it works, this will be the perfect spot for farming experience. At the mention of experience, Song Qing finally realized the potential. These saplings only gave 1 point of experience each, but their sheer numbers, combined with Su Yang's Battle Beast's incredible area effect skill, made this an ideal leveling ground. He glanced at his own experience bar and was delighted to find that he had unknowingly leveled up from 15 to 16, now only a short way from 17. Incredible! Song Qing gave Su Yang a heartfelt thumbs up. At this point, his interest in the boss had completely vanished. Even the 2,000 experience points from defeating the boss couldn't compare to the allure of this endless sea of saplings. With her healing spell off cooldown, Jiang Huanhua immediately cast it on the Trent. HP 600. Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Lucky us. This monster can be healed. As the Trent's health recovered past 50, it suddenly sprang back to life, brandishing its vine whip with a menacing aura. Su Yang responded with 3 swift attacks, bringing the Trent's health back below 50. Instantly, it activated its skill again. Tree Spirit awakening, countless saplings emerged once more. But this time, their appearance only brought joy to the group. Zhuanghu shouted excitedly, "No way! It actually works. Su Yang, dinner's on me. I'll take you to the best restaurant in Lake Sea City. You can order anything you want. Time to grind." Song Qing gave Su Yang another thumbs up and sent him a private message. "This time, consider it you carrying Zhuanghu and me for leveling. I'll pay you according to market rates." Su Yang didn't hold back and replied directly, "We're classmates, I'll charge you half price." Watching the tree spirit fall into a weakened state after using its skill, Su Yang suddenly had an idea. He turned to Jiang Huanhua and suggested, "Why don't we try boosting its health bar again?" Without hesitation, Jiang Huanhua cast a healing spell. At the same time, Su Yang launched his attack as planned. Just as the tree spirit began to recover, its health was suppressed once more. Enraged, it lashed out with its vine whip and unleashed its turning wood into minions skill. In an instant, the number of smaller tree spirits around them multiplied dramatically, crowding together in a chaotic mess. Some areas were so packed that the minions stacked on top of each other, creating a scene of utter mayhem. Seeing this, Su Yang burst into laughter and called out to the Moonlit Night Lion, "Use falling stars and activate the farming mode." Time was of the essence. While Jiang Huanhua continued healing the tree spirit, Su Yang suddenly noticed her health bar was already halfway down. Alarmed, he realized the danger. He was well aware of the unique traits of Jiang Huanhua's hidden class. She had incredibly high healing potential, but at the cost of her own life force. If this went on, she would be in serious trouble. To make matters worse, her fixed 500-point healing couldn't keep up with the damage caused by the Moonlit Night Lion skill. Su Yang hesitated for a moment before making a decision. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a rare red skill book, handing it to Jiang Huanhua. "Use this to heal the tree spirit, and we can just sit back and enjoy the show," Su Yang said, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Song Qing stood nearby, utterly stunned. A red skill book, just given away like that? Jiang Huanhua immediately shook her head, expressing her gratitude but also her reluctance. "I'm already so grateful you let me join this dungeon for the experience. This skill book is too valuable." Su Yang interrupted her directly, "Just learn it. Think of it as helping us grind faster. This is the only skill that can keep the tree spirit's health at around 50 under the damage of falling stars." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Huanhua bit her lip and accepted the skill book. "Thank you, Su Yang. I promise I'll work hard to earn enough to repay you for this skill book in the future." Su Yang waved her off nonchalantly and explained, "A red skill book is indeed precious. But don't forget that this is the rally race jointly hosted by Lake and Sea universities. The faster we all max out our levels, the sooner we can compete with the other teams for bosses and better treasures. Other teams aren't going to wait for us to slowly grind levels before going after elite monsters and bosses. In this race, time is money." As Jiang Huanhua mastered the rejuvenation skill, she wasted no time casting it on the treant. A green light flashed, instantly restoring 400 health points to the treant, with the healing numbers prominently displayed in midair. Su Yang quickly calculated that the treant had only 8,000 health points, just slightly more than his own. Watching the treant's health steadily recover under the effect of rejuvenation, while Moonlit Night Lion's attacks could only deal 100 damage per strike, Su Yang realized he couldn't lower the treant's health fast enough. Without hesitation, he pulled out his staff and timed a series of basic attacks to strike as the treant's health reached the halfway mark. The treant, unwilling to back down, repeatedly unleashed its Awaken the Forest skill. Each attack caused the ground to tremble, spawning countless small treants that sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. Their numbers were so overwhelming that they clustered together, unable to move, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Moonlit Night Lion's Starfall skill proved devastating, wiping out the small treants in a single sweep. As the first round of rejuvenation ended, half of the small treants had already been cleared. At this point, Song Qing and Zhuanghu left the party one after the other, having reached level 20. Zhuanghu couldn't help but marvel at Su Yang's strength, remarking that someone with such talent needed to be recruited. Shortly after, Jiang Huanhua also reached level 20 and exited the party. Left alone to face the endlessly respawning small treants, Su Yang watched as experience points poured in like a tide, but his level stubbornly remained at 10. He turned to Moonlit Night Lion and asked whether its elder brother could gain experience. After a brief discussion, Moonlit Night Lion agreed, and Crimson Dragon quietly emerged. The tedious grind continued for 2 hours. Song Qing and Zhuanghu observed from a distance, astonished by Su Yang's patience. Suddenly, the treant let out a wailing sound and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. A system notification rang out, announcing that Su Yang had slain the mini-boss Earth Treant, earning generous rewards. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly, had just helped Moonlit Night Lion and Crimson Dragon reach level 20, while he himself had only advanced to level 11. Resigned, he consoled himself with the thought that at least his battle beasts had grown stronger. Rejoining the party, Su Yang voluntarily displayed the boss loot to prove his integrity. Song Qing quickly expressed his trust and marveled at the rare class change item among the drops. Although Su Yang hadn't leveled up as much as he had hoped, his actions earned him the trust and admiration of his teammates. While Su Yang, Song Qing, and the others were dividing the loot dropped by the boss, they continued deeper into the artificial dungeon, following the map's guidance. As the four-person team advanced, Song Qing suddenly stopped and turned to Su Yang, saying, "Su Yang, the two job-specific items we just looked at are for hidden professions. We still don't know their exact details yet. But don't worry, once we successfully change professions, we'll definitely compensate you for the purchase costs at market price. The other items will also be calculated based on market value." After carefully inspecting the items, Song Qing sent another message to Su Yang. Even if they paid the full price for the items, it would still be a huge gain for Song Qing and Zhuang Hu. This was because the most crucial objective of the first stage of the rally wasn't to loot gear or kill bosses, but to reach level 20 without a time limit. This would allow them to select suitable skill books for the second stage after the profession change. The hidden profession items were an unexpected bonus, and Song Qing naturally wasn't going to be stingy. Su Yang, however, didn't care much about it. He trusted Song Qing, at least as a reliable ally until they graduated from university. After a moment of thought, he said, "There are 3 job-specific items, but there are 4 of us. It's hard to divide them fairly. How about this? They'll take the red skill book, and the rest of you can each take 1 item. After all, we earned them together. No need to make it so formal." Su Yang's generosity earned an approving nod from Song Qing, who secretly gave him a thumbs up and privately messaged Zhuang Hu, "See? I told you Su Yang was reliable. You didn't believe me a few days ago. Don't forget to honor our bet." Zhuang Hu gave a hearty laugh and replied, "It's just a hot pot meal. How about we take them all out to eat after this is over?" After finalizing the item distribution, Su Yang picked up the skill book and raised an eyebrow. Not the best luck, it's a priest skill. He carefully read the skill description. Divine Radiance, usable only by priests and hidden professions. Instantly restores 50 of the target's total health, ignoring distance and any restrictions, and teleports the user to the target's location. Cooldown, 12 hours. Though the healing amount was only 50, the lack of distance limitation combined with instant teleportation made it a god-tier skill for priests. If it weren't restricted to priests, Su Yang would have considered using it himself. This was a life-saving skill with immeasurable value in critical moments. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang handed the skill book to Jiang Huanhua. "Here, take it. With this skill, you could easily become a little tycoon. Just remember to give me a discount when I call for help in the future." Jiang Huanhua, unaware of the red skill book's true value, assumed it was just an ordinary skill. She accepted it with a simple "thank you," but as soon as she read the skill's details, her expression turned to shock. She looked up at Su Yang, her gaze filled with a mix of amazement and disbelief, as if the world around her had faded away. "Huanhua, don't fall behind," Song Qing reminded her. "We're only a team of 4, so you need to stay in the middle and keep safe." Snapping back to reality, Jiang Huanhua quickly jogged to catch up with the group. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, Lu Zhang and Lu Yin found themselves in a difficult situation. Lu Zhang glared at the seemingly endless rows of ironwood trees, grinding his teeth. Damn those rats. They actually hid in a place like this. These special ironwood trees were incredibly tough, capable of blocking his deadly arrows. Lu Yin downed a recovery potion, her expression grave. "Brother, this team is way too strong. They're even tougher than Song Qing's group." Lu Zhang snorted. "It's just because they have 2 extra people, making their team complete. If it were an unknown fight, I wouldn't fear anyone." Despite his bravado, he was already considering retreat. Their ambush had failed, and they had lost their advantage. Even with a 2-known scenario, it would be difficult to take on a fully coordinated team. The opposing team's archer had used a flare to illuminate the area, forcing Lu Yin to hold back. The 2 warriors and tank tightly protected their priest and mage. Their coordination was seamless, and from the earlier skirmish, Lu Zhang could tell that defeating them quickly was unlikely. "Instead of wasting time here, we should find another target," Lu Zhang ordered. The 2 of them swiftly retreated, leaving the small squad hiding in the ironwood forest unharmed. The leader of that squad was the tank, who had been at the forefront. "Where did they go?" the mage asked, activating a stardust tracking skill. "They've already moved far away," the tank leader replied. "Should we report this to the school?" The tank pointed to the sky. "Don't worry. There are hidden cameras everywhere. The school would have known the moment they made a move. Let's keep exploring and find a good leveling spot." Half an hour later, a look of utter disbelief appeared on Lu Zhang's face, as if he'd just seen a ghost. Moments earlier, he had drawn his bow from afar, preparing to unleash a powerful charged arrow, but was caught off guard by an unexpected counterattack. From the squad he had targeted, 3 archers simultaneously fired arrows in his direction, leaving him no time to react. At the same time, Lu Yan's stealth was also compromised. A warrior suddenly let out a deafening battle cry, forcefully breaking her out of her invisibility. The squad leader sneered coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. So these are the rats they mentioned. Take them out. Before the words had even faded, a barrage of arrows rained down like a storm. 2 warrior guards activated their lock-on charge skills simultaneously, aiming directly at Lu Zhang and Lu Yin. In a desperate moment, Lu Yin had no choice but to use the assassin's signature skill substitution technicato, narrowly avoid a fatal strike before fleeing in panic. Having failed twice in quick succession, both Lu Zhang and Lu Yin found themselves in a state of numb disbelief. Lu Zhang couldn't help but question inwardly. What kind of monsters are these? Are Song Qing's squad the only weaklings around here? As he puzzled over this, an unusual phenomenon suddenly occurred in the distance. From beneath the volcano where Song Qing's squad was supposed to have been ambushed, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky. Lu Zhang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. That location, could it be that we've been tricked? Song Qing and those 3 brats aren't dead? This realization instantly ignited a burning rage within Lu Zhang. His eyes reddened, nearly bursting with fury. After all this effort in this artificial dungeon, not a single kill had been achieved. To him, this was an unbearable humiliation. Grinding his teeth, Lu Zhang began analyzing the situation. If it were the boss's glow, it should remain stationary. But now that the beam of light had moved, it could only mean it was triggered by a player's special skill. Was it Song Qing's? Or perhaps Shuang Hu's? Or could Jiang Huanhua be the hidden trump card? He instinctively dismissed one possibility. It couldn't possibly be Su Yang, that useless summoner. A healer-type summoner? What use could he possibly have? Little did he know, his words of disdain had been transmitted loud and clear to the league office, where a group of school principals was closely watching the broadcast. Among them, Chai Quanbin, the principal of Lake High Second Vocational High School, was glaring at the screen with a dark, stormy expression. On the screen, Su Yang was putting on yet another dramatic performance. Every move, every expression, felt like a sharp blade stabbing into Chai Chuanbin's pride. His face grew darker and darker, as though he was on the verge of an outburst. The immense power of the summoner class left Chai Quanbin filled with regret. He brooded over the missed opportunity, thinking that if he had persuaded Su Yang to sell this class earlier, he could have earned a fortune from the Qin Yao Corporation. If he had thoroughly researched the summoner's potential before making the deal, he might have even raised the price significantly, multiplying the rewards several times over. That amount of money would have been enough for him to live a life of luxury in Lake Ocean City. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt towards Su Yang. At that moment, the principal of Lake Ocean First High School wore a smug smile. I never expected my hastily formed triple archer team to handle the situation so effortlessly, he remarked. The room was filled with other school principals, all seasoned professionals with a deep understanding of team composition. They immediately detected the pride in his tone, but responded only with polite smiles, wary of copying such an unconventional approach. Replacing the typical mage and healer roles with 3 archers brought immense firepower, but it also placed a significantly higher demand on the front line. More specifically, finding a front line that didn't require a healer's support was even harder than assembling 3 high-damage archers. Not to mention, the 2 warriors on the team performed exceptionally well. Although their war cry skills had limited range, they were executed with such precision that they could flush out hidden assassinsa technique that was almost indescribable in its mastery. While some were impressed, others were less pleased. The principal of Lake Ocean Second High School chuckled lightly. I don't think Su Yang's team is any less impressive. Their 2 frontline roles are exceptionally rare, and they also have a healer whose healing output is rather astonishing. He stopped short of mentioning Su Yang, the summoner, as doing so would have been a direct affront to the first high school principal, potentially sowing seeds of rivalry for years to come. The first high school principal gave him a long, meaningful look before smiling faintly. True, their coordination was indeed commendable earlier. The discussion in the office continued, with the elite teams from various high schools being thoroughly analyzed and praised. Yet, there was one name conspicuously absent from the conversation: Su Yang. This wasn't because they hadn't noticed him, but because bringing him up would instantly diminish the achievements of everyone else. All the principals were deliberately avoiding the topic of Su Yang, to the point where it even stifled discussions about Song Qing and the others on his team. Behind the scenes, however, the principal's staff members were working tirelessly. They were feverishly gathering every piece of information about Su Yang, down to the smallest details, including who he had pursued romantically and how much money he had spent. Each school had produced data analysis reports of at least 10,000 words. The purpose of all this effort was clear: to recruit Su Yang. Securing this summoner for their school, alongside 5 protective teammates, would guarantee a team that could advance to the collegiate level. The school's reputation would soar, overshadowing its competitors for years to come. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the lively discussions in the office, Su Yang's team seemed unusually quiet. Spotting a group of minor monsters near a hot spring at the base of a volcano, Song Qing suggested, "There are some monsters over there. Why don't we grind for some experience points?" But Su Yang shook his head decisively. "No need. My level isn't important right now. Securing the treasure comes first." Looking at Su Yang's level just 11, Song Qing couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He couldn't understand why Su Yang refused to prioritize leveling up. Little did he know, Su Yang had a very good reason. He had already leveled up his summon creatures, Moonlit Night Lion and Crimson Dragon, to level 20. These two summons had absurdly powerful stats, and thanks to the Soul Link skill, half of their attributes were shared with Su Yang. The Moonlit Night Lion, even in its juvenile stage, boasted incredible stats. At level 20, it had 10,000 health points, 250 attack and defense, 500 strength, 250 agility, and 1250 spirit. Its abilities included Moon Eye's Night Vision, Falling Star's a massive area effect attack, and Tiger's Descent high single target damage. This lion alone granted Su Yang an additional 5,000 health points, more than double the combined health of Song Qing and Zhuang Hu. The Crimson Dragon's stats were even more astonishing. At level 20, it had 12,500 health points, 550 attack, defense, strength, agility, and spirit. Its skills included Dragon's Might, suppressing lower-level non-dragon entities, Summon Storm, indiscriminate massive area effect damage, Dragon Bloodline 50 resistance to all damage types, 5 Elements Harmony 50 to all elemental damage, Crimson Dragon's Inferno high single target burst damage, and Rain's Blessing, recovering 1 maximum health per second. Additionally, there was Fist, a level 23 Black Gorilla with 2,600 health points, 26010 attack, 115 defense, 120 strength, and 100 agility and spirit, equipped with skills like Keen Insight and Rend. With these summons, Su Yang's personal stats had become outrageously powerful. Health points: 1850, 1300, 506250. Attack: 99, 130, 125, 255. Defense: 66, 57, 125, 255. Strength: 88, 60, 255, 255. Agility: 44, 50, 125, 255. Spirit: 132, 50, 625, 255. This resulted in an absurd 14,400 health points, even without considering additional attribute bonuses. With a 30 boost from attribute modifiers, his health approached a staggering 18,000. At this point, Su Yang's health bar rivaled that of a dungeon boss. And with 503 defense excluding the 50 bonus from additional modifiers, she was virtually impervious to damage. Any attack against him would be reduced to the minimum force damage. It would take 18,000 attackers hitting simultaneously just to bring him down. But the real issue was that assembling 18,000 attackers to strike in unison was practically impossible. For Su Yang, leveling up to 20 for a class upgrade seemed almost unnecessary. With his current stats, he could easily go toe-to-toe with dungeon bosses. Su Yang pointed at the passage underfoot, and Song Qing's vision instantly went dark. This madman actually wanted to challenge the most powerful boss in the man-made dungeon. Every dungeon had a massive boss guarding it, the pinnacle of combat strength among all the monsters in the area. Defeating the boss not only offered generous rewards but also granted golden skill books and exclusive, customized rewards for team members. It was a dream for countless academies, yet one too ambitious for most to dare pursue. "Su Yang, calm down," Song Qing anxiously urged. "We're only level 20, we haven't even completed our class transitions, and our skill sets are incomplete. Besides, we're short on manpower, and our teamwork isn't polished yet. How about considering something else first?" But Su Yang shook his head firmly. "If we take down the small bosses first, it'll turn into chaos when we face the big boss. Better to strike now. If you don't want to join, I won't force you. This is just my decision." To everyone's surprise, Zhang Huanhua immediately spoke up. "I'll go with you. I can help heal you. You'll need me for the boss fight." Song Qing hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding. "Fine, we're coming too." Zhuang Hu, prepare yourself mentally, you might only be able to protect Zhang Huanhua. Su Yang smiled faintly. "That'll be enough. Let's go." The team stepped into the territory of the massive boss. A system notification popped up. "You have entered the final boss's domain. Map: 3-level maze. Boss: Abyssal Overlord. Warning: the Abyssal Overlord possesses the skills Blood Drain, Reflect Damage, and Burrow, as well as 2 unknown abilities." In the darkness, Su Yang activated the Moonlit Night Lion's Night Vision skill. The walls on either side of the passage were densely packed with bats, their crimson eyes glowing eerily. Swiftly, he used his Insight skill to analyze them. Blood-sucking bats. Attack: 150, HP: 100, Defense: 0, Skills: Blood Drain restores 10 of damage dealt as HP with each attack. Blood Poison inflicts mandatory damage, applying a 5-second bleeding debuff that can stack and refresh duration. Stay back from me, Su Yang instructed briefly before charging straight into the swarm of bats. The flurry of flapping wings filled the air as he unleashed the Moonlit Night Lion's Starfall skill without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. The bats exploded into blood mist, filling the air with an acrid stench. Zhang Huanhua couldn't help but turn away and retch. Within just 10 seconds, the entire area was cleared. Wait here. I'll go clear the path to the second level, Su Yang said as he headed toward the second-level entrance, leaving Zhuang Hu, who was full of exasperation, and Song Qing, who now wore a faint smirk, behind. With an attack power of 150, you'd need at least 150 defense to avoid the blood poison effect, Song Qing muttered to himself. Looks like someone's become a good luck charm, though I won't say who. Okay. This word, once casually uttered by Zhuang Hu to Song Qing while battling a small tree monster boss, had now become a bitter taste in his own mouth. As a tank class known for high health and defense, Zhuang Hu found himself utterly outclassed by a summoner. The stark contrast left him with a swirl of conflicting emotions. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Zhuang Hu's mind. How about you take over as the tank? He couldn't help but mock himself inwardly, shaking his head with a wry smile. After teasing Zhuang Hu, Song Qing turned to Zhang Huanhua, who had just finished retching. He issued a concise command. Cast a regeneration skill on Su Yang. His health is high, so sustained healing should suffice. Hearing this, Zhang Huanhua immediately sprang into action, raising her staff and casting a rejuvenation spell aimed at Su Yang's avatar. Both Zhuang Hu and Song Qing focused intently on the combat log, knowing the rejuvenation spell's effect could help them deduce Su Yang's total health. When the 900 number appeared, Song Qing's eyes widened, practically pressing his face against the combat log panel. Zhuang Hu was equally stunned, his heart racing. Guild leader, isn't the healing rate 5 of max health per second? Zhuang Hu swallowed hard. 5 is 900 points, so, oh no, guild leader, my brain's about to explode. Song Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm as he checked his own stats. Health, 1,100. This meant that, without all his health-boosting gear, his health bar might not even reach 5 of Su Yang's? No way. I'm supposed to be the proud health tank. Song Qing screamed internally, spiraling into a deep existential crisis. Just then, a new battle notification appeared. Combat log. Su Yang's normal attack hit Poison Scorpion, dealing 660 damage and healing for 198 through lifesteal. Song Qing stared at the 660 damage value, completely dumbfounded. 600 attack power? He instinctively glanced at his own pitiful 100 attack power and, in a fit of frustration, slammed the combat log shut. Out of sight, out of mind. Where are these stats even coming from? 18,000 health, at least 660 attack power. This isn't a student, this is a boss in disguise. Song Qing's mind was screaming. Zhuang Hu, now thoroughly numb, looked up and said flatly, Guild leader. Even boss monsters don't have health as high as his. Clang. Song Qing finally snapped, smacking Zhuang Hu on the head. I'm not blind. Do you just love running your mouth? He growled through gritted teeth. His eyes filled with a mix of exasperation and defeat directed at his brilliant teammate. As Song Qing and Zhuang Hu chatted and laughed, the boss of the second level in the maze had already been taken down. When Su Yang sent a message through the team channel saying he had entered the second level, the already desensitized Song Qing simply chuckled and shook his head. He immediately sent Su Yang a private message, asking why his stats and skills were so overpowered. Su Yang's reply was short and cryptic. It's a secret. This expected response left Song Qing staring blankly at the screen. However, moments later, Su Yang added, Remember that skill book I sold last time? I have something even better. Keep it to yourself. This revelation hit Song Qing like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing his mind. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder Su Yang had been so indifferent about selling that red-grade skill book, even at a relatively low price. It turned out he had even more valuable treasures up his sleeve. Thinking back to that moment, Song Qing couldn't help but smile. He realized that Qin Yao probably would never have guessed in his wildest dreams that the skill book Su Yang sold was actually something he no longer even cared about, trash in his eyes. A skill stronger than the red-grade shared attributability, combined with Su Yang's jaw-dropping stats, ridiculous attack power, defense, health, and that absurd battle beast. As these pieces fell into place, a light bulb went off in Song Qing's mind. You were leveling up your battle beast when you were farming those tree monsters. Song Qing exclaimed internally. Before long, Su Yang's confirmation came. Exactly. In that instant, all of Song Qing's doubts vanished. He finally understood the source of Su Yang's overwhelming power. With the mysteries unraveled, the weight on Song Qing's heart also lifted. He realized it wasn't that he wasn't working hard enough, it was that Su Yang had been extraordinarily lucky. A top-tier battle beast, at least a red-grade ultimate skill book, and the massive experience gained from relentlessly farming tree monsters, each of these was nearly impossible to replicate. With so many fortuitous encounters stacked together, it would be more surprising not to create a monster like Su Yang. As Song Qing was lost in thought, another message from Su Yang arrived. Hey, Song, hold on a sec. Something actually broke through my defense. Let me deal with this boss first. Song Qing looked at the chat window, his mouth twitching. It dawned on him that Su Yang was already fighting the boss, contrary to his assumption that Su Yang was still finding his way there. Not long after, Su Yang's voice came through the team channel. This dungeon lord has a percentage-based health training skill. Zhang Huanhua, be ready. If my health drops too much, they'll call for you. Zhang Huanhua immediately gripped her staff tightly, ready to unleash her healing skill, Heavenly Light, to support Su Yang. The team fell into a tense silence, as if bracing for an epic battle. A minute passed, and Zhang Huanhua's palms were already sweaty. The distance was too great for her to monitor Su Yang's health bar. Though she was told to be ready, no further instructions came, leaving her anxious. Unable to hold back, she asked in the team channel, Su Yang, are you okay? After a brief pause, Su Yang replied, damn, this thing runs fast. Almost lost him. Song Qing and Zhuang Hu exchanged glances. The latter couldn't help but comment in the channel, see, I told you. The boss isn't as ridiculous as he is. Zhang Huanhua let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. You scared me for a moment. While the team was still trying to process what just happened, Song Qing received a private message. Su Yang asked, hey, Song, is it okay if I keep a skill book for myself? Song Qing was taken aback. He knew that keeping an item meant secretly pocketing loot from the boss for personal gain. He quickly replied with a serious tone, I'm a man of principle. Everyone should get an equal share. Before he could finish, Su Yang interrupted, oh, I'm not talking about gear. You can have all of that. After Su Yang's straightforward response, Song Qing suddenly felt a sense of clarity. He realized that the biggest gain from exploring this custom dungeon wasn't reaching level 20, it was befriending someone as promising as Su Yang. Unlike many prodigies who might peak early or burn out, Su Yang had already demonstrated both incredible power and consistency. Take his absurd health pool, for example, who could possibly pose a threat to him now? With nearly 20,000 health points, he was practically a walking fortress. Song Qing quickly recognized Su Yang as a stable, low-risk investment with limitless potential. Building a good relationship now would pay off immensely when Su Yang inevitably rose to the top. Even a casual mention of the Song group within high-level circles could open up countless opportunities. Faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Song Qing didn't hesitate. Su Yang keeping loot? What a joke. If anything, they were the ones leeching off Su Yang's efforts. After all, they hadn't even lifted a finger to fight the boss. Zhuang Hu gave Song Qing a meaningful look and said quietly, boss, the fight seems to be over. Song Qing nodded and sent Zhuang Hu a private message. Don't even think about the loot. We didn't contribute. If Su Yang gives us something, take it. If not, let it go. Shortly after, Su Yang's voice came through the team channel again. The loot's been distributed to you guys. The rest, I'll keep for myself. Yeah, I'm actually keeping it, no compensation or anything. At that moment, Song Qing opened his inventory and saw 5 pieces of equipment neatly placed inside. His mind buzzed as he examined each item's attributes, growing more astonished with every glance. The first item was a Berserker Axe, a blue SS-grade weapon. Not only did it have incredible base stats, but it also came with 2 powerful skills. Such a treasure would be nearly priceless on the market. Even if the Song group sold all their assets, they likely couldn't afford it. And that was just the first item. Next was the Berserker Helm, a purple scrayed piece with a game-changing immortality effect that prevented complete death, a priceless asset in any dungeon. Then came the Berserker Bracers, purple S-grade, which offered a 100 base attack speed boost. This effectively doubled overall attack speed, making its value self-evident. The Berserker Robe, purple A-grade, provided a 1000 point health boost and additional effects that increased attack speed and lifesteal as health decreased. Song Qing was utterly stunned. Su Yang had essentially handed over items worth multiple Song groups combined. Fortunately, the last 2 items were white grade and lacked game-breaking attributes, serving only to complete the set. Song Qing quickly equipped the items and was thrilled to see his attack power double from 100 to 200. His health skyrocketed from 1,100 to 2,400. With such high attack power, area damage effects, and terrifying attack speed, his combat capabilities had multiplied several times over. Song Qing finished gearing up, his spirits high as he looked around eagerly. He couldn't wait to test his skills on a monster, but unfortunately, the first level of the maze had already been cleared by Su Yang's battle beasts. Left with no other option, he reluctantly drew his long sword, feeling a hint of confusion in his heart. President, Isn't this equipment a bit too valuable? Zhuanghu asked nervously, gripping tightly onto the only piece of gear he had just received, the Celestial Cloak. This SS-grade Cyan cloak was exclusive to tank classes, yet its attributes and abilities were astonishingly powerful. 100 base defense, 200 additional defense, and 3 formidable skills to boot. As Zhuanghu carefully read the equipment's description, his hands trembled slightly. Such a top-tier item could spark a fierce battle across the entire Lake Sea province, yet Su Yang had given it to him so easily. Did Su Yang not understand its true value? Quietly, Song Qing pulled out 6 pieces of equipment that Su Yang had given him. He casually remarked in the team chat, "Thanks to Su Yang, I scored 6 pieces of gear." Zhuanghu gritted his teeth and followed suit, saying, "Thank you. If you ever need anything, just let me know." He then turned to Jiang Huanhua with curiosity. "Huanhua, what did you get?" Following Su Yang's instructions, Jiang Huanhua discreetly hid one of the items she received. Then she displayed her collection of life-saving gear. A priest's robe, a divine veil necklace, a disjunction staff, and more, a total of 30 pieces. Each piece had unique features, offering layers upon layers of survival mechanisms. With timely equipment swaps during cooldowns, Jiang Huanhua was practically invincible. "Su Yang, you're too generous," Zhuanghu exclaimed in amazement. Just then, Su Yang returned to the first level, holding 3 small crimson vials in his hand. "These can't be traded directly, so I brought them back for you. Each one is a single-use item that increases your health by 500 points. As he distributed the vials, he chuckled. "As for the other stuff, I really did keep it for myself. Don't hate me for it." Song Qing lightly punched Su Yang on the shoulder. "I'm already more than satisfied. How could I hate you? Once this dungeon run is over, let's grab a meal together. Pick any place in Lake Sea, sit me treat." Su Yang nodded cheerfully before sending Jiang Huanhua a private message. "Don't forget to use that item and bind it to me. From now on, you're my secret healer." Lowering her head, Jiang Huanhua replied, "But I don't think I can afford the cost." Su Yang burst out laughing. "Doesn't matter. Just prioritize teaming up with me whenever you see me in the future." He knew Jiang Huanhua was the most financially strapped among them, so he wouldn't expect her to pay. Besides, her performance today had already proven her reliability as a teammate. "Use it now, no point in waiting," Su Yang reminded her. Then he turned to Song Qing and Zhuanghu. "Let's go. There are plenty of mini-bosses outside. Let's farm some skill books to sell. Song, you take the loot for now. We'll split everything after the dungeon run." Without hesitation, Song Qing and Zhuanghu rushed out of the maze, eager to face the monsters outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Huanhua stared at the gray item hidden at the bottom of her inventory. Taking a deep breath, she chose to use it. This special tool allowed her to move a single character within a skill's description. Following Su Yang's instructions, Jiang Huanhua selected her hidden class's talent skill, Compassion. The original effect read, "Each healing restores an additional amount equal to 50 of the caster's max HP, but reduces the caster's HP by 10 per cast." She moved the 0 and 50 to the front of the 1, instantly boosting the healing effect tenfold and removing the self-damage drawback. This simple adjustment resolved the core limitation of Jiang Huanhua's class. Now, each healing spell restored a staggering 6,012 HP, capable of fully healing Su Yang in just 3 casts. With health-boosting gear, a single heal could even exceed 9,000 HP. Jiang Huanhua was about to thank Su Yang when he had already turned toward the maze entrance. "Let's catch up and see how they're doing." As they arrived at the entrance, they heard Song Qing shouting, "Stop right there, you beast. Where do you think you're going?" He was wielding a massive berserker axe, relentlessly attacking a 3-me turtle stone monster. With his enhanced attack speed, the axe left after images as it struck, dealing 4 hits of 200 damage each second. The stone monster's health bar plummeted, and Song Qing finished it off with a skill called Shock. "Yes!" Song Qing yelled in excitement, though his own health was already down to half. Instinctively, Jiang Huanhua cast a healing spell on him. HP 6012. Song Qing stared blankly at his fully restored health bar, his expression turning to stunned disbelief. 6,000. Are you trying to heal me to death with sheer numbers? At Su Yang's command, the 2 war beasts, Fist and Moonlit Lion, roared into action, independently initiating their hunt. At the same time, radiant rings of light erupted beneath his feet, a manifestation of the United as One's skill. This skill shares 50 of all hidden attribute effects with teammates, while war beasts benefit from 100 of the effects, which can also stack with their existing attributes. The moment the aura activated, a flood of astonishing attribute boosts surged forth: 60 life steal, 25 poison resistance, 25 defense, 15 health, 5 attack, and 25 vampiric attack. These attribute bonuses originated from a golden skill book dropped after defeating the Cave Lord. A book so powerful that it had tempted Su Yang to claim it for himself. What was truly jaw-dropping was the fact that these attributes could stack an additional time on the war beasts. A war beast that originally had 120 life steal would, under the aura's influence, skyrocket to 240. This meant that for every 100 points of damage dealt, they could restore a staggering 240 health. Coupled with the vampiric attack's bonus of 100 additional damage and life steal, these beasts were nearly unstoppable unless killed instantly. They could essentially outlast and wear down any monster. Song Qing numbly watched a nearby small monster and swung his blade. Attack hits the beetle, dealing 150 damage. Life steal, 90. Vampiric attack damage, 100. Vampiric attack restores 100 health. With a single strike, he dealt 150 damage while recovering 190 health. Song Qing was utterly speechless, thinking, if I just stack a bit more health, wouldn't I become invincible within this aura? It's like putting on a no-pain blood swap performance for the boss. Watching Song Qing, Zhuang Hu, and the two war beasts mowing down monsters, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in Su Yang's mind. Instead of focusing on leveling up himself, why not prioritize increasing the number of war beasts? Even the lowest tier war beasts, when standing within the aura and benefiting from double attribute bonuses, would become practically immortal as long as they weren't one-shot. The more war beasts there were, the more attribute bonuses they could farm, which would then feed back into the war beasts, creating a virtuous cycle with limitless potential. Without hesitation, Su Yang messaged Song Qing. Senior Song, I remember the Song Corporation sells war beasts, right? Might as well make money within the family rather than letting outsiders profit. Song Qing was just about to respond when, deep within the Song Corporation, the air was heavy with a sense of foreboding. Song Qing and Su Yang walked down the long corridor, arriving at a heavily guarded room. Song Qing took a tablet from a nearby secretary, his slender fingers tapping a few times on the screen before navigating to the Battle Beast section. Su Yang. Song Qing glanced at the young man beside him. I'm guessing your Battle Beast is a moonlit night lion, right? Su Yang nodded calmly, feeling slightly surprised. Song Qing seemed to notice his confusion and continued. It's mainly because that move, Falling Stars, is so distinctive. Once you've seen it, it's impossible not to recognize a moonlit night lion. Su Yang shrugged lightly. It wasn't something worth hiding, after all. Noticing this, a faint trace of tension appeared on Song Qing's face. Taking a deep breath, he went on. Hey, erase the deal. Our Song Corporation has never managed to establish a partnership with a summoner. We don't have many battle beasts in stock, and their quality is, at best, average. But you can pick any of them you like, as a token of appreciation for helping me level up. He hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice. After all, the company is pretty much out of liquid funds now. Could you consider it for old time's sake, as classmates? Before Song Qing could finish, Su Yang reached out and drew a large circle on the tablet. I'll take all of these, he said calmly. Song Qing immediately looked down to check, his eyes widening in shock. Su Yang's selection included more than 20 battle beasts. This number far exceeded the limit a summoner could manage. Do you really need this many? Song Qing asked uncertainly. Without a summoner to sell to, these beasts might be hard to offload. Su Yang simply nodded. Leave it to me. I'll figure it out. He paused and then asked, by the way, do you have any special items that can increase the number of battle beasts a summoner can control? As a summoner, Su Yang was well aware that his greatest limitation, aside from his own strength, was the number of battle beasts he could bind. Before reaching level 20 and completing his job transition, a summoner could only bind 5 beasts. After that, one additional beast could be added every 20 levels. Even at level 100, a summoner could only control 10 beasts. Only special items could break this restriction. Song Qing's eyes lit up at the question. I think I've got something, he said excitedly. When I first took over the family business, I made a mistake and bought a pile of useless stuff. Those things are still sitting in the warehouse. Let me show you the details, and if you're interested, they're yours. With that, Song Qing quickly operated the tablet. Soon, an item description appeared on the screen. Battle Beast Expansion Card. Summoner exclusive. Increases the number of battle beasts by 1 upon use. Seeing the information, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This was exactly what he had been looking for. With this, he could assemble a massive army of battle beasts to grind levels and hunt monsters on autopilot, sparing himself the effort. What surprised him even more was the quantity marked as 999. That many? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Song Qing scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, back then I thought the more beasts, the better. But in reality, it's the opposite. The more beasts you have, the more resources they consume, and no one can afford to maintain them. Plus, while battle beasts have some level of autonomous decision-making, managing more than 5 is almost impossible for a summoner. So these cards ended up useless, and they were part of a bundled purchase. A smile spread across Su Yang's face as he listened. All right, he said decisively. We'll take all of these cards. For each card, prepare a corresponding battle beast for me. Here are my requirements. For every 10 beasts, at least one should be of decent grade. For every 100, at least one should have high intelligence and strong decision-making ability. We'll use the remaining payment from the dungeon resources sale to settle this. How does that sound? Song Qing waved his hands hurriedly. No way, that's too much of a loss for you. Even 1,000 ordinary battle beasts wouldn't be worth that much. I know you're being generous, but I can't let you take such a hit. After a moment of thought, Su Yang firmly shook his head. No, this is my decision. High-intelligence battle beasts are rare and hard to find, so we'll leave that to you. Seeing Su Yang's determination, and considering the dire financial state of the Song Corporation, Song Qing gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, deal. They'll try to have everything ready within 3 days. But we can't settle it like this. I'll set up a special funding project within the company. Once our cash flow improves in a month, you can withdraw the money anytime. The two reached an agreement and completed the transaction for the Battle Beast expansion cards on the spot. Now, all that was left was for the Song Corporation to select the qualified beasts. As they left the Song Corporation's headquarters, the two called up Jiang Huanhua and Zhuang Hu, sneaking out together for a hot pot meal. Meanwhile, Principal Gu of Lake Ocean High School was sitting alone in his office. A cigarette dangled between his fingers as he stared intently at the glowing screen before him. This was the 38th time he had watched the same video today. Every time he closed his eyes, the images of that battle replayed vividly in his mind, as if he had been there himself. Letting out a long sigh, Principal Gu stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray, already overflowing with cigarette butts. What kind of monstrous student is this? He muttered to himself. Just then, a knock on the door broke his thoughts. His secretary entered, walking briskly to his side. Principal Gu, the secretary began. The analysis is complete. It seems Su Yang recently had some kind of fortuitous encounter, and his strength has skyrocketed. Based on the calculations of the Tianqiong system, Su Yang's combat power has exceeded the standard, and he can be directly admitted to university for advanced studies. In Principal Gu's office, the secretary was reporting the latest analysis results. After inputting the data about Su Yang selling the red skill book with attribute sharing, the secretary said, her voice tinged with nervousness, the Tianqiong system, based on existing personality analysis, predicts that Su Yang has likely obtained a higher quality golden skill book, Soul Link. Principal Gu frowned as he listened, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. The secretary continued, the system also speculates that Su Yang might possess another powerful battle beast, and that this beast may not have been upgraded, but is only providing attribute effects. When the report concluded, the office fell into a brief silence. Principal Gu's mood grew heavier. The Tianqiong system was a groundbreaking computational marvel capable of creating artificial instances. In the past, whenever anyone's data was input, the system could provide precise predictions, from skills to equipment, even deducing which attributes were upgraded. But this time, when calculating Su Yang's data, the system only returned vague predictions. Principal Gu weighed the situation carefully. There were only two possibilities. Either Su Yang possessed skills unknown even to the Tianqiong system, making precise calculations impossible, or the system itself had malfunctioned. Just as Principal Gu was lost in thought, another secretary hurried into the office. Principal, we still can't get through on the phone. Principal Gu was unsurprised. Ever since Su Yang left the instance, he had instructed his team to repeatedly call Su Yang's phone. The lack of any response after so many attempts likely meant Su Yang had changed both his phone and SIM card. Even though the constant calls seemed futile, Principal Gu insisted on trying. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth the effort. At that moment, the principal of Lake C Second High School called. Principal Gu. The voice on the other end was direct. I have some important intel to share with you. In exchange, give me one of the frontliners from your Three Bows team. I've got a summoner here who urgently needs a qualified frontliner. Faced with such an outright poaching request, Principal Gu didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. Go ahead. Straightforward, the other principal said approvingly. Actually, I've looked into this Su Yang as well. He's beyond what Lake C Second High can handle, so I've already given up. He paused briefly before continuing. From my investigation, Su Yang's Zhang Tao died on the street a few days ago. According to witnesses, Zhang Tao was thrown out by the Song Corporation. After Zhang Tao was abandoned, Su Yang also left the Song Corporation. Principal Gu listened intently as the other principal went on. Based on my analysis, Su Yang may have experienced some sort of emotional blow during this period, which could have drastically changed his personality. The Tianqiong system's personality data input might not be accurate. After listening to the report, Principal Gu took a deep breath, his brows furrowing slightly. In a low voice he said, I'll complete the transfer procedures within 3 days. That'll give you 5 days to adjust. A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone. Thank you so much, Principal Gu. After hanging up, Principal Gu immediately turned to his assistant, his expression serious. Is there an issue with the personality data imported into the Tianqiong system? The assistant nodded in confirmation. Principal Gu gave an immediate order. Rerun the Tianqiong system to analyze Su Yang's personality. His sharp eyes glinted as he added, once someone's personality is clearly defined, it becomes obvious whether they'll be an asset or a liability to Huhai City in the future. We can even use their personality weaknesses to guide them onto the right path. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder shook the sky, rattling the windows. The four of them had just finished dinner and hadn't yet said their goodbyes when the rain poured down in torrents, drumming loudly against the eaves. Looking at the downpour outside, Song Qing turned and asked, "The rain's so heavy. Should I arrange for someone to take you back?" Su Yang grinned. "You know my address. I'll leave it to you then." Song Qing nodded in agreement and then turned to Jiang Huanhua. "What about you? Where are you staying now? In a few days, we'll run some practice in the wilderness instance. It'll be easier to send someone to pick you up if I know." Jiang Huanhua lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "The school? I live at the school." Hearing this, Song Qing immediately waved his hand. "No way. If you go back to school now, you'll definitely get harassed by the principals of various universities, prying for information about us. You won't be able to rest, and how will you handle the next round of the rally? Here's what we'll do. There's a villa next to Su Yang's. It's under my name. You can stay there for now. I'll also arrange for some bodyguards to keep an eye out for you." Jiang Huanhua's eyes widened at his words, her hands unconsciously clutching at the hem of her clothes. No, I can't." Su Yang yawned lazily and remarked, "Still worried about money? You're a billionaire, remember?" Being reminded by Su Yang, Jiang Huanhua suddenly recalled, scratching her head awkwardly. "Oh right. Sorry, I forgot." Something seemed to occur to her, and she asked, "By the way, is there a bank nearby? I want to send some money to my family." Su Yang casually pointed in a direction, and Jiang Huanhua dashed out into the rain. The bodyguards arranged by Song Qing quickly opened umbrellas and hurried to follow her. Thunder rumbled overhead. Su Yang suddenly looked at Song Qing, his expression turning serious. "Be careful these next few days. I'm worried those two might not have given up yet. They managed to infiltrate the university and haven't been reported yet, so they probably got away. Whoever's behind them isn't simple." Song Qing nodded lightly. "You be careful too. Treat these days as a break. Put off going into the wilderness instance alone for now. You know how it is in there. Killing has no consequences, and people don't follow any rules." Su Yang nodded in agreement. The attributes dropped in the wilderness instance were indeed valuable, but compared to the rally's artificial instance, the monsters were scattered and much stronger. A team was necessary for effective progress. Besides, it wasn't just the Lu siblings' schemes that needed guarding against, there was also Qin Yao's lingering ambitions. The risks of venturing out were too high. It was better to wait for the next artificial instance. Not long after, Jiang Huanhua returned, her face beaming with a smile. "Su Yang, Song Qing, sorry to keep you waiting." Su Yang noticed the strange expression on the bodyguard's face behind her and casually said, "The new villa probably doesn't have its utilities connected yet. You can stay at my place for now. Once everything's set up there, you can move over." Jiang Huanhua quickly nodded. As soon as they got into the car, Song Qing sent a text message to Su Yang. "Su Yang, she just sent 2.5 billion to her family. Something's off. Can you ask her about it for me? They'll send someone to investigate and let you know when I find out anything." Su Yang silently closed his phone and casually asked, "Do you have any plans? Like going to college or something?" Jiang Huanhua immediately shook her head. "I'd like to go to college, but with my family's situation, I don't know if we could afford it. My parents said tuition is really expensive." Su Yang let out an internal sigh. He glanced at Jiang Huanhua, thinking to himself, 2.5 billion? Forget college, you could live a carefree life in Huhai City for the rest of your days. What kind of family hole is so big that even 2.5 billion can't fill it? However, he didn't say anything further and instead made small talk on the way back to the villa. After instructing the housekeeper to prepare the rooms, Su Yang collapsed onto the couch. He opened his phone and, unsurprisingly, saw a message from Lou Fay. Her team had been lucky and encountered high-experience monsters, leveling up to 20. Lou Fay invited Su Yang to join them for the job change process. She even attached a picture of herself holding bubble tea, her shoulders bare, the angle carefully chosen to highlight her feminine charm. As he was looking at it, another message from Lou Fay popped up. "Su Yang, where are you now? Want to grab a meal together?" Su Yang immediately exited the chat and opened the class group. From the messages, he could guess how much his classmates had gained from the instance. The biggest gain was experience. Many had reached level 20 and were ready to change jobs, significantly boosting their combat power. Other gains were minimal since most resources had been snatched by Su Yang and the elite teams from other universities. Suddenly, Lou Fay's message appeared in the group. "Has anyone seen Su Yang? Why isn't he at the job change site with everyone else?" Her question caused the group to pause momentarily. "Su Yang? Oh yeah, where is he? One message after another began to appear. Su Yang, feeling amused, casually typed in the group, "I'm only level 12. Why would I go for a job change?" Lou Fay sent a surprised emoji. Zhang Zihan asked, "Su Yang, what's going on? We're all level 20 now. You've been with Song Qing, how could you not have leveled up?" The group quickly exploded. "I knew you'd amount to nothing. You couldn't even gain experience with Song Qing. Did he kick you out of the team as soon as you entered the instance? You're broke and still dreaming of being a summoner? Do you even know your place? I've wanted to say this for a while, what a waste of such a powerful profession. If only it were mine. You got a rare class and didn't even bother leveling up? Disgraceful. I really can't stand people like you." In response, Su Yang simply smirked. What once belonged to his old self would now be reversed. Ignoring the taunts, Su Yang carefully took a screenshot of his stats panel. Moments later, he posted it in the group. Name, Su Yang. HP, 1850. Attack, 99. As soon as the image appeared, the previously mocking classmates fell silent. Nearly 2,000 HP and 99 attack points, this stat sheet rivaled that of a warrior. And this was only at level 12. After a brief hush, the group erupted again. "So what if you have warrior stats? You're still a squishy summoner. Show us your defense stats if you're so confident." "Yeah, 100 attack isn't that impressive. Mine's 110. Why only show part of the screenshot? Afraid of being exposed?" "Su Yang, where'd you learn to Photoshop? Teach me." Su Yang let out a faint hum, his gaze sweeping over the still bickering classmates. He glanced down at his own interface and ultimately decided to ignore it. This panel, tied to the secret of soul linking, was best kept hidden for now. Although this skill would inevitably become a semi-open secret, Su Yang chose to keep it concealed for as long as possible. For now, he had to put on a show. Outside, unknown forces were watching him intently, while inside, Qin Yao and the Qin Corporation loomed like a coiled dragon. Su Yang calculated his next move be keeping this apparent trump card hidden. He could divert their attention. When everyone believed this was his ultimate secret, his real ace, the mysterious dropped attribute entries, could quietly grow in the shadows. With that thought, Su Yang decisively removed the image and exited the class group chat. No matter how chaotic the group became, he left them to their antics, calmly turning on the TV. Occasionally, he would return to the chat to see if the noise had died down, only to toss in a few provocative lines to reignite the flames before disappearing again. The act of toying with the crowd brought Su Yang a certain satisfaction. An hour passed like this when a private message from Lou Fay suddenly popped up. "Su Yang, I've already advanced to a level 1 priest. I can now heal 200 HP in one go. When are we teaming up to hunt monsters? Can you ask Senior Song Qing if I can join his team?" Shortly after, she sent a private photo. The faint curves beneath her pink pajamas left little to the imagination. Moments later, a voice message followed, with Lou Fay's coquettish tone asking, "Su Yang, my dear brother, do you think my healing power is big enough?" Su Yang nearly choked on his soda. The kind of attention his former self had chased in vain for years was now being handed to him effortlessly. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same person, and such antics failed to pique his interest. Just then, a message from Song Qing came through as well. "Brother Su, we really need your help with this. Jiang Wanhua's parents are gamblers who owe over $1 million. Their life is in shambles. We can't let her get dragged down with them. Once someone gets mixed up with gambling or worse, drugs, it's nearly impossible to escape." Su Yang thought for a moment before replying, "Let's pay off $1 million first. Keep the rest for later." Putting his phone down, Su Yang turned to Jiang Wanhua, who had just changed into dry clothes. He gestured for her to sit on the couch. Jiang Wanhua sat down cautiously, her posture stiff and upright. After a moment of silence, Su Yang spoke up. "To be honest, I was raised by my uncle. After my parents passed, life at home was tough." His words immediately caught Jiang Wanhua's attention. Shared experiences often made for the best conversation starters. "I remember one particularly harsh winter when my uncle gathered a pile of dry straw to help us get through it. He wasn't a bad person at heart, but later, he got hooked on gambling and lost all the tuition money my parents had left behind." As Su Yang recounted his story, Jiang Wanhua unconsciously leaned closer. The space between them had dwindled to just a hand's width. When he finished, Jiang Wanhua asked curiously, "What happened to your uncle?" Su Yang replied calmly, "He's dead." Jiang Wanhua froze, flustered, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Yang gave her a reassuring smile. "It's fine. It's all in the past. Actually, we haven't officially defined our relationship, have we? The fact that I have women around Muhat, does that have to do with you?" Su Yang's voice was cold as ice, slicing through Lou Fay's near hysterical screams on the other end of the call. Without hesitation, he hung up and turned to Jiang Wanhua, his expression calm as he explained, "It's nothing. Just a girl who used to chase after me. Now that I've gained some success, she's pretending to be in love, hoping to gain some benefits." A couple of years ago, when I hadn't seen her true colors, maybe I would have fallen for it. Jiang Huanhua couldn't help but cover her mouth as she chuckled softly, a sly glint in her eyes. You? Someone as sharp as you could have been fooled by her. Su Yang nodded earnestly, a trace of reflection in his gaze. Yeah, kind of like how everyone knows gambling is a bad idea, yet some people still can't resist. Or like someone who knows there's no saving a situation, but still refuses to let go. His tone suddenly grew serious as he looked directly into Jiang Wanhua's eyes. 2.5 billion. If you give that to them, it might be gone in a day or two. But if you keep it for yourself, it'll be more than enough to cover your college tuition. His words landed like a heavy blow, leaving Jiang Huanhua stunned. Su Yang had already pieced together the general situation from earlier probing at her age. She understood everything but couldn't bring herself to let go of her parents' kindness. Seeing her frozen in place, like a startled rabbit, Su Yang softened his tone slightly. The 2.5 billion Songqing already blocked that for you. If you're really worried and want to show filial piety, let Songqing send them a small amount every month. With that money, as long as they don't gamble again, they'll be financially secure for the rest of their lives. What do you think? Jiang Huanhua lowered her head, clutching the hem of her shirt tightly, clearly struggling internally. Su Yang frowned at her resistance and decided to apply more pressure. The item I gave you is priceless. If you don't believe me, search for it online or ask anyone. It's worth more than you can imagine. They'll work hard to earn, Jiang Huanhua whispered in protest, only to be cut off by Su Yang. No matter how hard you work, you wouldn't earn enough in a lifetime to match its value. Jiang Huanhua suddenly looked up, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. I can earn it. Su Yang's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. I believe you can. That's why, until you can give me an equivalent item in return, all the money you make including what you have now will count as interest. Deal? Jiang Huanhua lowered her head abruptly, her silence stretching for a long time, before she finally let out a deep sigh and nodded reluctantly. With her agreement, Su Yang immediately dialed a number. Senior Song, the money, and all of Jiang Wanhua's future earnings will be under my control. Send her parents 2,000 a month, just enough to keep them from starving. Su Yang forcefully intervened in Jiang Huanhua's life with an undeniable attitude. He was well aware that this sudden interference would likely provoke resentment from her. After all, she was still young, naturally attached to her parents, and believed she could handle these problems on her own. However, she underestimated the complexity of human nature. Su Yang understood that people addicted to gambling rarely quit so easily. Even if they stayed away from the gambling table for a while, as long as they had spare cash, they would inevitably return to that intoxicating world. Gamblers always remember the glory of their wins, but conveniently forget the shame of their losses. Noticing that Jiang Huanhua remained silent with her head down, Su Yang chuckled softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Well, as you can see, I'm a bad guy. Since you've used my priceless tools, you have no choice but to accept my proposal. He paused for a moment before adding, you should be grateful that I'm currently too busy to have much interest in matters between men and women. As soon as his words fell, a deafening clap of thunder roared across the sky. Su Yang's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he silently calculated his next steps. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a unique set of experiences that gave him clarity about who was worth saving and who wasn't. In his eyes, gamblers were the least worthy of saving, and the ones he needed to draw the clearest boundaries with. Without paying further attention to Jiang Huanhua, Su Yang returned to his bedroom. He briefly explained the situation to Songqing and instructed him to secretly have someone follow Jiang Huanhua to prevent her from doing anything rash. After giving his orders, Su Yang drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sky was exceptionally clear after the heavy rain. Su Yang opened his phone and found a string of messages from Lou Fay sent the previous night. After her attempts at garnering sympathy failed that afternoon, she had switched to an overly enthusiastic approach. She inquired about Su Yang's dinner, expressed concern for his well-being, and even advised him not to take the group chat's remarks too seriously. Late at night, she sent a provocative photo of herself, her alluring figure accentuated by pink lingerie. Su Yang merely glanced at the photo before closing the message. He had no interest in entertaining this woman at the moment. Butler, tell Jiang Huanhua to prepare a meal for me, he instructed the butler outside the door. Not long after, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Hearing the familiar noises, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. Jiang Huanhua's situation could be set aside for now. Whatever she might be thinking, at least she wouldn't do anything foolish in the short term. As for the future, once she entered university and witnessed more of the darker sides of human nature, she would naturally come to understand Su Yang's intentions. Su Yang reopened his phone and this time saw a message from Songqing. Good news, Su Yang. Last night, we did a thorough search and found a batch of high-quality battle beasts, each with its own strengths. There are about 200 of them, and they've already been secured at the Song Corporation. I've also picked out a few potential leaders for the battle beasts. They seem to have decent decision-making abilities. As for the rest, I'm still on the lookout. Su Yang replied briefly. Good work. I'll come by after handling a few things. After responding, Su Yang glanced at the group chat. Following yesterday's banter, his classmates were evidently displeased with him. They were busy celebrating the success of their artificial dungeon exploration, reveling in their achievements. Clearing his throat, Su Yang uploaded Lou Fay's photo censored with a mosaic filter to the group chat and added a cheeky caption. Here's a beauty for you guys to admire. Within 10 seconds, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Wow, what a figure. Su Yang, where did you find this pic? Share the link. You're the man. Father Su Yang, I bow to you. Please, Father, share the video too. The chat exploded with excitement, and at the same time, Su Yang's private messages lit up. One of them was from Lou Fay. As soon as he answered, Lou Fay's angry voice came through. Su Yang, what do you think you're doing? That photo was for you. Why did you post it in the group chat? Now everyone's seen me. Su Yang responded with a calm chuckle. Oh, that was from you? With so many messages, I almost forgot. Good thing I added the mosaic filter, or things could have gotten messy. On the other end of the line, Lou Fay gritted her teeth but forced herself to suppress her anger. Her tone softened as she said, Su Yang, I didn't mean to get upset. Please don't take it to heart. You can show the photo to whoever you want after all. I'm yours, and I'll do whatever you say. Su Yang smirked. How about this? Let's meet at the park around noon. Lou Fay's voice instantly brightened with excitement. Really? Great. I'll get up now, do my makeup and head over to wait for you. Su Yang replied with a faint smile, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then exited the messaging app, entirely deleting the account as well. With his new phone in hand, Su Yang walked out of his room and sniffed the aroma of the dishes on the table. Amidst the faint smell of burnt food, he detected a hint of egg. He sat down at the table and looked at the overcooked eggs, shaking his head slightly. Zhang Huanhua stood by the table, accompanied by the plump housekeeper. The housekeeper smiled apologetically. Mr. Su, Zhang Huanhua isn't experienced in cooking, so the taste might not be great. If you'd like, I can prepare something for you instead. Su Yang waved her off, sat down confidently, and finished the half-cooked porridge and burnt eggs in just a few bites. Before he could reach for a napkin, the housekeeper quickly offered him one with both hands. Su Yang paused for a moment before taking the napkin. Don't do unnecessary things like this in the future, I don't like it, he said. The housekeeper trembled slightly, clearly understanding the underlying message in his words. After a quick cleanup, Su Yang stood at the door and glanced back at Zhang Huanhua, who still had her head down. Next time, cook the rice longer and don't fry the eggs for so long. With that, he left the villa and headed straight for the Song Corporation. On the way, Su Yang used all the items in his possession to increase the number of battle beasts he could command, bringing his limit to an astonishing 1,000. After receiving the batch of battle beasts, Su Yang stayed back and addressed the Moonlit Lion. What resources do you need to break through to level 20? While I have some free time, I can help you gather them. Once I get busy, I won't have the time. Also, check with the Red Dragon, it might be in hibernation, but you should be able to communicate with it, right? The Moonlit Lion nodded eagerly. After a brief pause, it replied, I need the radiance of the moon, and the big brother needs the dragon flute. Both are quite valuable, but we're willing to offer suitable items in exchange. Su Yang decisively waved his hand, rejecting Moonlit Lion's suggestion. I'll help you look for those items if it's convenient, but don't hold it against me if I can't find them. I can't guarantee I'll be able to get these tools. He fixed his gaze on Moonlit Lion, his tone firm. No need for an exchange. Helping you grow stronger is also helping me improve my strength. Just stay bound to my battle pet slot as we agreed from the start. Moonlit Lion nodded reluctantly and retreated back into the battle pet space. There, it engaged in a brief mental exchange with Crimson Dragon. Big brother, I think this person is worth building a deeper connection with. Moonlit Lion expressed its opinion. Judging by his character, he doesn't seem like the humans we've encountered before. Crimson Dragon responded cautiously. Humans are unpredictable, little brother. Let's observe him more before making any conclusions. You're right, big brother. Moonlit Lion agreed. I'm just sharing my thoughts. For now, if we want to survive, we have no choice but to rely on him. Meanwhile, Su Yang had arrived at the Song Corporation headquarters, ready to bind the 300 battle pets that Song Qing had prepared for him. These pets were far inferior in strength compared to Moonlit Lion. In the face of Su Yang's current power, they had no choice but to submit. Before long, all 300 battle pets were added to his ranks. Su Yang carefully examined the attributes of his newly acquired battle pets. Although their individual attack power was relatively low, averaging around 10 points, their sheer numbers made up for this shortcoming. Half of each pet's attributes were reflected back to Su Yang, resulting in a significant boost to his own stats. His attack power alone surged by over 1,000 points, with other attributes also seeing considerable improvements. Staring at the sudden increase of over 1,000 points in his attack stats on his status panel, Su Yang could hardly believe it. "Is this what they call strength in numbers?" he muttered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His attack power now exceeded 2,500 points, enough to one-shot any tank class player below level 20. As for his health, it had grown to rival that of a boss-level creature. The addition of this new batch of battle pets brought a massive advantage, even without leveling them up. However, in Su Yang's plan, training them was an essential next step. After careful consideration, Su Yang decided to take a risk by heading to the Wildlands dungeon. With the artificial dungeon currently closed and the next opening tied to the second round of the rally contest, waiting would delay his progress in conquering the dungeons. His goal was to directly challenge the ultimate boss of the artificial dungeon next time, while also sweeping up smaller bosses and elite monsters along the way. To achieve this, his small fry battle pets would need to reach at least level 10 to be effective. Of course, the main reason Su Yang changed his plan was simple: his inflated power stats had also inflated his confidence. In his eyes, the Wildlands dungeon, the Qin Corporation, and even the school investigation were trivial obstacles in the face of absolute strength. With his decision made, Su Yang immediately contacted Jiang Huanhua, his go-to healer, and arranged to meet outside the west gate of Lake Sea City. Before setting out, Su Yang rummaged through the Song Corporation's warehouse and stumbled upon a rare dragon's fragrance. When he asked the secretary if he could take it, the response was affirmative. It could be deducted from his allocated funds. Impressed by Song Qing's generosity, Su Yang didn't hesitate to take it. He also selected a set of equipment for Crimson Dragon and Moonlit Lion. However, their advancement to level 20 and beyond would have to wait, as the necessary breakthrough items were extremely rare on the market. After leaving the Song Corporation, Su Yang took a ride to the West Gate, where Jiang Huanhua was already waiting. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Wildlands dungeon for some fun," Su Yang said as he led the way toward a different entrance near Lake Sea City to avoid drawing attention. As soon as they stepped into the dungeon, they encountered a group of panicked players. "Move aside," someone shouted. "The boss is heading for the base. Everyone below level 40, evacuate immediately. Raise the defensive barrier." Su Yang looked up to see a massive mechanical creature advancing toward them, its form resembling a giant truck. Suddenly, the mechanical monster extended its arm and unleashed a burst of flames, which struck the camp's defensive barrier. Activating his insight skill, Su Yang quickly assessed the mechanical creature's stats. Mechanical automaton. Health, 300,000. Attack, 500. Defense, 500. Skill 1. Deadly Strike. All attacks have a chance to critically hit, dealing double damage. Skill 2. Flame Burst. A large-scale damage skill that inflicts continuous burn damage. Seeing the automaton's staggering 300,000 health points, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Even with his current 2,500 attack power, ignoring defense, it would take him 150 hits to bring it down. Surrounding the automaton were numerous smaller mechanical creatures chasing after players. Su Yang shifted his focus to these minions. Mechanical Servant. Health, 10,000. Attack, 200. Defense, 200. Skill. Deadly Strike. All attacks have a chance to critically hit, dealing double damage. The sheer number of these mechanical servants was overwhelming. The area was teeming with mechanical servants, their numbers surpassing even the bloodthirsty swarm of mosquitoes. Su Yang reacted swiftly, summoning his Moonlit Night Lion. Thinking quickly, he pulled out a disguise tool and placed it on Jiang Huanhua, then commanded the lion to stand protectively by her side. "Falling stars," Su Yang shouted in a low voice, activating the Moonlit Night Lion skill. This level 20 summon beast already boasted a base attack power of 250, and with the carefully selected gear Su Yang had equipped, its attack power soared to 300. The power of Falling Stars matched the lion's attack power, dealing 100 points of damage with each strike and restoring 150 points of health through its lifesteal effect. Although the lifesteal attack was mitigated by the enemy's defenses, causing only 1 point of force damage, it didn't hinder its restorative effect at all. In an instant, the Moonlit Night Lion was enveloped in a dense green glow, its vitality rapidly rejuvenated. Turning to Jiang Huanhua, Su Yang whispered firmly, "You're pretending to be a summoner now. Don't use any healing skills unless I tell you to." With that, he grabbed the newly purchased massive battle axe and charged directly at one of the mechanical servants without hesitation. This wasn't a move made lightly. Su Yang was acutely aware that he was already under a lot of scrutiny. If he displayed the ability to take down a level 40 monster, it would undoubtedly draw even more unwanted attention. The Liu siblings' family wielded considerable influence, and if they decided to target him, they could easily dispatch powerful fighters to hunt him down. Showing off might be satisfying in the moment, but risking his life for it simply wasn't worth it. Awkwardly but forcefully, Su Yang swung his massive axe, landing a heavy blow on the mechanical servant in front of him. The strike instantly stripped away a third of its health, The servant retaliated with astonishing speed, but just as it was about to reach Su Yang, it froze in place. 1 point of force damage? The unexpected turn of events left not only the mindless mechanical servant stalled, but also stunned everyone in the vicinity. Hey, tank over there. Use your taunt skill quick. Priest, buff the tank with heals and defense. A tank's here. Stay calm, everyone. Wait, what's that glow? Holy crap, is that a summoner? Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, stars rained down like a relentless storm. In just 10 seconds, the health bars of all the mechanical servants on the field were wiped clean. Everyone stood frozen in shock, even the massive mechanical golem turning its head toward Jiang Huanhua and the moonlit night lion by her side, its gaze filled with caution. For monsters, the rules of battle were absolute. Kill the summoner first, then the priest. The mechanical automaton turned its massive body, preparing to charge at Jiang Huanhua. At this critical moment, a massive battle axe suddenly came roaring from the front. Bang! With a deafening clash of metal, the automaton's health dropped by over 2,000 points. The sudden attack made the automaton jerk its head around, locking its gaze firmly on Su Yang. In this world, there are two ways to draw aggro. One is through the standard taunt skill of tank classes, which forces nearby monsters to focus on the user. The other is by dealing the highest damage. If you hurt the boss the most, it will come after you. If the damage dealt by players is similar, the boss prioritizes attacking the squishiest targets. Su Yang's summoner class happens to fall into the squishy category, and with that massive damage from his axe swing, he had firmly secured the automaton's aggro. Unwilling to back down, the automaton swung a massive metal arm from the side. Yet, Su Yang didn't even bother dodging. Clang! The metallic collision echoed again, leaving the automaton in shock. Its 500 attack power had only caused 1 point of force damage. It checked Su Yang's level again. Level 12. At that moment, the automaton wished it could find a hole to crawl into. Come on, I'm supposed to be the boss here. How does a level 12 player have such ridiculously high defense? Unwilling to accept this, the automaton launched another attack, and this time it got lucky, a critical hit. But the result was just as baffling. With a base attack power of 500, the critical hit should have dealt 1,000 damage. Yet, once again, it only inflicted 1 point of force damage. The automaton was completely dumbfounded. In desperation, it raised the flamethrower embedded in its chest and unleashed a scorching jet of fire at Su Yang. However, Su Yang remained unfazed, standing in the flames as his health bar didn't budge an inch. This scene left the surrounding players in awe. Wow, what an incredible tank. That's at least 1,000 defense points. Amazing frontline protection. Having such a high defense tank is so reassuring. Our hero is Hiru can finally take a breather. Players who had been running for their lives moments ago now stopped in unison, watching the showdown between Su Yang and the automaton from a safe distance, their eyes filled with admiration. Su Yang swung his massive battle axe again, dealing another staggering amount of damage to the automaton. In comparison, the automaton's attack seemed utterly futile. That pitiful 1 point of force damage wasn't even enough to make Su Yang consider using a healing spell. Besides, he had a personal healer behind him who could restore 6,000 health in one cast, an amount that would overflow the health bars of most players above level 40. As the crowd watched in amazement, a portal suddenly materialized. From it emerged a general clad in armor, leading a battalion of over 100 soldiers to reinforce the camp. The general immediately spotted Jiang Huanhua, who was disguised as a summoner, and issued commands. Lin Cheng, Lin Yu, protect the summoner. Yin Squad, organize the players to retreat. Sha Squad, follow me into battle. Just as he finished speaking, the general noticed something unusual. The boss health was already below half. Alarmed, he shouted, everyone, retreat behind the light barrier. The automaton will trigger a self-destruct skill at half health. Before he could finish, he looked up to see Su Yang still locked in combat with the automaton. The general quickly used his highest level communication authority to warn Su Yang. The automaton will unleash a powerful self-destruct skill at half health. It's a one-hit kill. Retreat immediately. But the warning came too late. Su Yang had already landed another strike. The automaton immediately curled up, initiating its self-destruct sequence. In the face of imminent danger, Su Yang gritted his teeth and shouted, Huanhua, heal the boss. He knew all too well how terrifyingly powerful these hidden self-destruct skills could be. A green light suddenly illuminated the automaton's head as its health bar rapidly recovered. This unexpected healing left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The automaton, its limbs uncoiling, looked around in confusion, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The general was equally stunned. What kind of genius move is this? Healing the boss to prevent self-destruction? He quickly snapped back to reality, realizing the opportunity was fleeting. Buff me, quickly. With that command, the general leapt into the air, his body instantly surrounded by various enhancement buffs. Raising his spear high, he aimed it at the automaton below and thrust downward with a mighty roar. Azure Dragon pierces the sun. As the spear was about to strike, the general sent Su Yang a party invitation. If they were in the same party, the attack wouldn't harm him. Su Yang immediately understood, swiftly leaving his party with Jiang Huanhua and joining the general's team in a flash. Boom! A fierce gust of wind swept through, forcing Su Yang to shield his eyes from the blinding force. When the wind subsided, everyone was astonished to see the automaton left with only a sliver of health. However, this time, it didn't trigger its self-destruct skill, as if its programming had somehow been disrupted. Standing there dumbfounded, Su Yang was at a loss for what to do. He had just made a new discovery when, all of a sudden, a powerful gust of wind descended from above, spiraling down with immense force. In an instant, the massive mechanical puppet collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash. Witnessing the scene, Su Yang was secretly startled. This was the true strength of a top-tier powerhouse from Lake Ocean City. A single strike had dealt an explosive 150,000 damage, and judging by the lingering force of the wind, it seemed there was more damage yet to unfold. The whirlwind raged on, sweeping through the area 10 consecutive times, each time stripping away 10,000 health points. Su Yang quickly did the math. If all the hits landed, combined with the initial burst damage, the total damage from this move would easily exceed 250,000. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This was the first time he ever felt his own health bar might not be enough. Just then, a message popped up in the party chat. Su Yang? Your name sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Su Yang quickly cleared his throat, trying to keep his composure. Thank you for stepping in to save me. I'll take my leave now. With that, he swiftly left the party and switched to team up with Jiang Huanhua instead. The general, standing above, looked down at the departing Su Yang with a puzzled expression. In Lake Ocean City, countless people clamored to join his party, and once they did, they'd cling to it as if their lives depended on it. This was the first time had ever seen someone voluntarily leave. After a moment of contemplation, the general decided to send a friend request. His name appeared in the request, Wei Wuji, Governor General of the Wilderness Dungeon in Lake Ocean City. Su Yang stared at the request for a moment, hesitating briefly before ultimately accepting it. After all, Wei Wuji was undeniably a true powerhouse. Maintaining a good relationship with him couldn't hurt. The moment the friend request was accepted, Wei Wuji sent a message. Have you considered joining my garrison? The benefits are excellent. Su Yang politely replied. Maybe after I graduate from college, you'll think about it. Wei Wuji was stunned. College? He double-checked Su Yang's profile and nearly spat out his drink. Level 12? Are you kidding me, man? Wei Wuji exclaimed in disbelief. A level 12 player surviving the mechanical puppet's attacks? That thing can crit. You'd need at least 1,000 defense to stand a chance. Wei Wuji racked his brain, struggling to comprehend how a level 12 student could possibly have over 1,000 defense. Even a tank class with a hidden defensive specialization wouldn't. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Su Yang's class, Summoner. Wait, what? Wei Wuji was completely floored. When Wei Wuji saw Su Yang's profession, his mind buzzed with disbelief. This was completely at odds with the experience he had accumulated over the years guarding the entrance to the Wilderness Dungeon camp. In his understanding, summoners were supposed to be fragile and in need of protection. How could there be a summoner reckless enough to charge into the front lines of battle? What shocked him even more was that Su Yang's attack power was close to 2,000, and he was only level 12. Wei Wuji shook his head vigorously, trying to confirm if he had made a mistake. However, when he looked again, Su Yang had already hidden his profession panel. While Wei Wuji was scrutinizing him, Su Yang was also observing the attributes Wei Wuji displayed to his friend. When Su Yang realized his profession had been inadvertently exposed, he quickly hid it again, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Today, Su Yang had deliberately shown off his bold tactics in front of others, but his aim wasn't to amaze them with the strength of his summoner profession. Instead, it was to conceal his true identity. He had already gained some fame, and the forces behind the Qin Corporation and the Liu siblings might pose a threat to him. Even the principals of major universities had sent secretaries to keep an eye on him outside the Song Corporation. To sneak into the Wilderness Dungeon unnoticed, Su Yang had gone to great lengths. His plan was simple: conceal his identity and continue growing quietly. If he were to attract attention, the consequences could be disastrous. Though he was invincible among those of the same level, Su Yang was fully aware that he couldn't contend with experts dozens of levels higher. Recalling how Wei Wuji had previously dealt a single blow that took out most of a puppet's health, Su Yang knew he couldn't withstand such an attack hidden. Even if he managed to block one strike, the opponent could easily follow up. Moreover, while Su Yang currently had no teammates, others might have powerful allies. If someone like Wei Wuji were a rogue instead, the burst damage would be even more terrifying. Therefore, Keeping a low profile and developing in secret was Su Yang's top priority for now. Watching Su Yang walk away, Wei Wuji pondered for a moment before issuing an order to his subordinates. Go into the city and inquire with the city chief. Find out which level 12 summoners are currently in the universities, and report back immediately. Have Han Shuang follow him. If he's confirmed to be from our Lake Sea City, offer him protection. If he has ill intentions, eliminate him on the spot. The subordinates immediately carried out his orders. Meanwhile, Su Yang, accompanied by Jiang Huanhua, was searching the wilderness dungeon for an area with plenty of monsters that weren't too strong. His goal was to unleash his army of summoned beasts and level up as much as possible. After some searching, Su Yang finally stopped at the foot of a volcano. He had found the perfect target, Ember Imps. These creatures had 300 health points, 20 attack power, 0 defense, and no special abilities. Although they liked to move in groups, which could make them challenging to handle, they were exactly what Su Yang needed. A satisfied smile spread across Su Yang's face. His army of summoned beasts was still weak. Even with the benefit of double attribute bonuses, their combat effectiveness had only slightly improved. Most of the monsters in the wilderness dungeon could easily crush them. Only these low-level creatures were suitable targets for Su Yang's plan. He immediately summoned over 300 summoned beasts and marked 3 of them as commanders, each responsible for leading 100 beasts. He then instructed these commanders to mark 10 squad leaders under their command, and the squad leaders in turn marked 10 beasts each under their leadership. In this way, a simple yet efficient communication network was quickly established. Su Yang gave clear instructions to the 3 more intelligent beasts: spread out and level up. Each of you pick 10 beasts to form a patrol team for perimeter surveillance. These 3 beasts were capable of understanding and executing Su Yang's orders, as well as breaking them down into smaller tasks for their subordinates. The second-tier beast commanders, though slightly less intelligent, could follow received orders and handle minor issues, such as summoning reinforcements when encountering strong enemies. The lowest-tier beasts, however, relied mostly on instinct to fight and were incapable of executing complex tasks without direct commands from their summoner. As the summoned beast army began to spread out, Su Yang activated one of his skills. United We Stand. This skill allowed him to share all hidden attribute effects with his teammates at 50 efficiency. For summoned beasts, however, the effects were shared at 100 efficiency and could stack with their existing attributes. Under the influence of the United We Stand aura, combined with the double attribute bonuses, the summoned beasts transformed into superpowered entities for their level. With 240 lifesteal, 100 poison resistance, 100 defense bonus, 60 health boost, 20 attack boost, and 100 lifesteal attack, even a level 1 monkey with just 10 attack power could restore 24 health points with a single punch on an undefended Ember Imp. The attack would also deal an additional 10 lifesteal damage, recovering corresponding health points. On the other hand, the Ember Imps, with their mere 20 attack power, couldn't even break through the defenses of the summoned beast army enhanced by the 100 defense bonus. Su Yang watched with satisfaction as his army began their work, confident that his strategy would allow him to grow stronger while keeping his identity hidden. Su Yang's army of summoned beasts, though slow in movement, had sheer numbers on their side. Like a relentless tide, they surged toward the Ember Imps, engaging in an intense battle. Within just a minute, the system notification sounds chimed repeatedly. Defeated Ember Imp, gained attribute entry. Dodge 0.01. Defeated Ember Imp, gained attribute entry. Dodge 0.01. Defeated Ember Imp, gained attribute entry. Dodge 0.01. Su Yang kept his eyes fixed on the screen, watching the dodge attribute rapidly climb. When the value hit 3, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This efficiency is practically cheating. Not bad, keep going. The Ember Imps at the base of the volcano were typically shunned by players. They offered pitiful amounts of experience, and the chances of dropping skill books or equipment were abysmally low. But for Su Yang, these little creatures had become a treasure trove. He fully understood the value of the dodge attribute allowed complete evasion of damage. Even against attacks with millions in damage, as long as dodge triggered, one would emerge unscathed. This was the fundamental difference between dodge and defense, and the reason why it was so hard to acquire. Time slipped by as Su Yang tirelessly farmed the monsters. Half an hour later, when his army wiped out the last Ember Imp in the area, the dodge attribute had skyrocketed to an impressive 60. The only limiting factor during the grind had been the number of Ember Imps, leaving Su Yang wanting more. Just then, a wisp of gray smoke emerged from beneath the volcanic rocks, catching Su Yang's attention. His lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, this spot is definitely worth revisiting. He quickly issued a command. All summoned beasts, regroup and rest. Inventory check. While waiting for the report, he was already planning his next farming location. On to the next spot. Su Yang declared decisively, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the adventures ahead. As Su Yang gathered a large number of battle beasts, he began focusing on organizing the information. The flying beast scouted the surroundings and reported back with accurate intelligence. Not far away, Wei Wuji hid behind a massive boulder, observing the scene below. A chill ran down his spine. Han Shuang, what have you found? Wei Wuji asked in a low voice. Ahead of him, a patch of wild grass swayed faintly. That was Han Shuang's camouflage spot. She whispered her report. It seems Su Yang used a battle beast expansion card to summon about 300 beasts. He just killed an Ember Imp, apparently trying to level up his beasts. However, with so many of them, the effect is minimal. Most beasts only gained 1 or 2 levels, and some didn't progress at all. Han Shuang paused briefly before continuing her analysis. I suspect he hasn't undergone formal training. Otherwise, he'd know that for summoners, it's better to focus on quality rather than quantity, especially in the resource-scarce early stages. After listening, Wei Wuji shared his intel. The Skyvault system speculates that he might possess a Soul Link skill, which allows him to share a portion of his health with his beasts. If that's the case, summoning more beasts makes sense. Besides, low-tier beasts and expansion cards aren't worth much. The grass swayed slightly, signaling agreement with this assessment. Is he on our side for now? Wei Wuji asked. Han Shuang replied. Based on his current actions, it seems he's aligned with us for now as long as he's not provoked. However, the Skyvault system lacks sufficient data to give a definitive answer. We'll need to keep observing. She suddenly grew alert. I just noticed 2 teams sneaking closer to investigate. Their intentions are unclear. Wei Wuji was silent for a moment before issuing his order. Continue prioritizing his protection. Wait until we have more information before taking any action. Try not to interfere with his movements. Understood. They'll keep monitoring, Han Shuang responded. With that, Wei Wuji quietly stood up and retreated into the distance. Su Yang's situation was too uncertain to risk getting too close for now. After a night of exploration, Su Yang began taking stock of his gains. Aside from a few recovery potions, he had only picked up some worthless grade-tier equipment. This was consistent with the rules of the wilderness dungeon. The stronger the monster, the better the loot. For a minor creature like the Ember Imp, dropping recovery potions was already considered lucky. Just as Su Yang recalled his beasts and prepared to leave, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. You've been quite hard to track down. Time freeze. With a faint sound, Su Yang felt his movements slow dramatically. A figure had appeared before him out of nowhere, a rogue assassin. With a casual flick, Su Yang's movements returned to normal. As he glanced around, even Jiang Huanhua, who had just started to raise her head, seemed frozen in time. The wind itself had slowed to a crawl. This signature skill instantly revealed the assassin's identity to Su Yanga, Time Assassin, a wielder of temporal power with limitless potential. The assassin twirled a dagger in his hand, smirking smugly. A summoner, huh? I hear you guys are loaded. Hey, race the deal, hand over 200,000 in cash and your recovery potions, and I'll let you walk away. Su Yang crossed his arms, a cold smile forming in his mind. While the Time Assassin's abilities were powerful, they had a glaring weakness. Anything they touched would return to normal. In essence, it was just an enhanced stealth skill. With a sly grin, Su Yang retorted. Who said him a summoner? The assassin frowned and tightened his grip on the dagger. Not a summoner? Then whose beasts are those circling you? Don't waste my time. Be smart and hand over the goods. 200 grand is pocket change for someone like you. Su Yang laughed heartily, pulling out a massive battle axe and slamming it into the ground. With a gleam in his eye, he declared, I'm a warrior, kid. A full-fledged warrior. Without hesitation, he swung the axe directly at the assassin. Thanks to his absurdly high stats, Su Yang wielded the oversized weapon as if it were a toy. After just 2 swings, the assassin was drenched in cold sweat. Are you kidding me? You're playing dirty. The assassin cursed as he quickly backed away. What kind of warrior raises battle beasts anyway? The assassin's strategy relied on delivering a burst of high damage to take out backline classes in one swift strike. Typically, their single offensive skill would be enough to deplete the health bar of any ranged profession. However, against warriors or tanks, such damage was negligible. A furious warrior wouldn't wait for the assassin to launch a second attack. Instead, they'd retaliate with consistent, reliable damage, often finishing the assassin off before they could strike again. At this moment, the Time Assassin found himself in complete disarray. For the first time, he realized he had fallen into a trap deeper than he ever anticipated. A warrior class, yet he feeds and raises so many battle beasts, pretending to be a summoner. Su Yang cursed inwardly, his massive blade swinging down with a sharp, decisive motion, aiming straight for the Time Assassin's vital point. The blade tore through the air with a piercing whistle. This strike was not only swift, but also carried a double layer of damage. Before the Time Assassin could react, a searing pain shot through him, and his health bar instantly dropped to 0. You've got to be kidding me. Are you even human? The Time Assassin spat angrily, only to see a flash of red light, and his health bar was suddenly restored to full. Su Yang calmly withdrew his axe, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. This death immunity looks familiar. He recalled equipping Jiang Huanhua with similar life-saving gear before. It must be the equipment skill time node, which grants the user a brief invincibility state after taking a lethal hit and resets all skill cooldowns. Taking advantage of the moment, the time assassin quickly activated his skill and vanished from Su Yang's sight. You win this time. This territory is yours, his voice echoed from a distance, tinged with resentment and a veiled threat. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing the possibility of a hidden ploy. Unwilling to take unnecessary risks, he immediately turned to Jiang Huanhua and said, "It's time to head back." Su Yang understood that the opponent likely had reinforcements, possibly someone as formidable as Wei Wuji. Rather than lingering and courting danger, retreating was the wiser choice. Besides, the night's monster hunting had yielded significant rewards, making this the perfect time to leave. Without hesitation, Su Yang led Jiang Huanhua away from the battlefield. Not long after, a thunderous roar split the sky. Wei Wuji, having received the news, opened a portal and stepped into this realm. He gripped a long spear, his expression cold as ice, and his entire being radiated an aura of lethal intent. Suddenly, a withered hand appeared like a phantom, clamping tightly around Wei Wuji's neck. The hand crackled with thunderous energy, sending a chill down Wei Wuji's spine. A raspy voice hissed in his ear, "One more word, and I'll send you on your way." Wei Wuji instantly reacted, the energy within him surging like a storm. The old man felt the immense resistance from Wei Wuji's body, and his grip could advance no further. Seizing the moment, Wei Wuji spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the elder flying. "Old fool, don't push your luck." Wei Wuji spat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Calling you senior is a courtesy. If you really think you're someone important, my spear will make you regret it." With that, Wei Wuji slammed his spear into the ground. A powerful shockwave erupted from where he stood, sweeping outward in all directions, shaking the grass and trees, and sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, Wei Wuji's presence was like a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to unleash an earth-shattering force at any second. Su Yang had no idea what was happening in the wilderness dungeon. Carrying the treasures he had obtained, he headed straight back to the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he made his way to the bathroom to wash off the dirt and sweat from his body. After taking a shower, he collapsed wearily onto the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw a message from Lou Fay. With a faint smile, he answered the call. "Fay, what's up?" Su Yang asked in a deliberately affectionate tone. Hearing his endearing way of addressing her, Lou Fay's voice softened immediately. "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask, did something come up yesterday? You said we'd meet at the park, but you didn't show." Su Yang replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, something came up. I'm really tired now, so I'm going to sleep." With that, he hung up without waiting for a response. This was exactly how the original Su Yang used to treat Lou Fay, and now he was returning the favor in kind. He was confident this tactic would work after all. The original Su Yang was proof of its effectiveness. Sure enough, moments later, a notification popped up on his messaging app. It was Lou Fay again, sending messages full of concern, telling him to rest well and take care of himself. Su Yang shook his head as he read them. These messages were almost identical to what the original Su Yang used to send her. It seemed Lou Fay hadn't quite mastered the art of playing the role of a devoted admirer. She could only mimic what she had learned from fragmented memories and the behavior of her many admirers. Among them, the original Su Yang had undoubtedly been the most infatuated. Su Yang chuckled to himself. "Let me guess, the next message will be something like, 'Want me to bring you food later? What do you feel like eating?'" As expected, 10 seconds later, Lou Fay's message arrived. "How about lunch together? There's a great restaurant nearby, my treat." While the wording had changed slightly, the underlying intent remained the same. Expressionless, Su Yang closed his phone. Lou Fay's little games were starting to bore him. With nothing pressing to attend to and unable to level up with his battle beasts for now, he decided to take a nap and recharge. That nap lasted until late at night. Hearing movement upstairs, the butler on night duty came to check in. "Young Master Lin, do you need me to prepare anything for you?" Su Yang thought for a moment before replying, "Get me a clean set of clothes. I feel like going out for a walk." It was only then that he realized he hadn't had the chance to properly explore Lake City since arriving in this world. He had been too preoccupied with leveling up and dealing with various matters. With nothing urgent to do tonight, he figured it was time to enjoy some leisure. After changing into fresh clothes, Su Yang called for a car and left the villa, heading straight for the nearest food street. Despite the late hour, the street was bustling with people. Following the aroma of food, he stopped at a small stall, ordered a plate of stir-fried noodles, and bought a drink. Finding a seat, He sat down and leisurely observed the night sky above Lake City. Not far away, a lively group was gathered around a table. Just then, a familiar singing voice caught Su Yang's attention. He raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the sound, realizing it was coming from an old-looking karaoke bar. Selecting a red-backed hound from his battle beasts, Su Yang whispered, "Find the person singing, it's a woman." The hound perked up its ears, listened intently, and then led Su Yang into the karaoke bar. At the entrance, a staff member approached. "How many in your party?" Su Yang casually handed over a $100 bill. "Just looking for a friend." The staff member accepted the money without further questions. After navigating a few turns, Su Yang arrived at the edge of a dance floor. The floor was packed with people, and on the central stage, Lou Fay was performing. She was dressed provocatively, swaying her hips to the beat and occasionally singing a few lines. Watching her immerse herself in the performance, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He checked his phone. Lou Fay's last message had been, "I'm heading to bed now. See you tomorrow. Good night." Classic good night. Classic see you tomorrow. Expressionless, Su Yang put his phone away and walked to the bar. He ordered a drink and blended into the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice boomed over the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our hands. Today marks the 100th day since Lou Fay and our esteemed Mr. Tang met. We're hosting this party in their honor. Mr. Tang has generously offered to cover all drinks tonight." Amid the cheers, a middle-aged man stood up. He flaunted his expensive watch and adjusted his designer clothes before taking the microphone. "Everyone, drink to your heart's content tonight, it's all on me." The crowd erupted into cheers once again, while Su Yang simply smirked. Interesting, he thought. Who would have guessed Lou Fay had so many secrets? If it weren't for his sudden whim to explore tonight, and the coincidence of hearing her voice, this secret might have stayed hidden much longer. Taking advantage of a moment while his drink was being prepared, Su Yang discreetly snapped a photo and put his phone away. In the end, he didn't drink the cocktail. The noisy environment was starting to irritate him. As word spread that Mr. Tang was footing the bill, more people poured in to take advantage of the free drinks. Su Yang, moving against the tide of incoming partygoers, stood out. From her vantage point, Lou Fay spotted his retreating figure. Her heart skipped a beat. That back, could it be Su Yang? She quickly pulled out her phone and sent him a message. "Su Yang, I can't sleep. What are you up to?" No reply. She let out a small sigh of relief. Just then, a greasy hand draped over Lou Fay's shoulder. Mr. Tang tilted her chin up playfully and teased, "Who are you messing with this time?" "Another clueless boy." Without flinching, Lou Fay locked her phone and switched to a different passcode. The screen now displayed a completely different interface. If Mr. Tang wanted to look, she would let him see exactly what she wanted him to see. Leaving the nightclub, Su Yang turned a corner and noticed a burly man standing by the roadside. Narrowing his eyes, he realized the man's figure and attire seemed familiar. "Who are you?" Su Yang asked. The man straightened up immediately. "A bodyguard from the Song Corporation. Young Master Song assigned me to protect you in secret." Su Yang wasn't surprised. "What's Song Qing up to?" he asked casually. The bodyguard replied, "Young Master Song is gathering materials for his profession change. From what I've heard, it's quite a lot." He paused before adding, "Are you planning to explore the area? I can show you around food, drinks, entertainment. I know all the best spots." At that moment, Su Yang's stomach growled audibly. A whole day of exertion clearly wasn't satisfied by a single plate of stir-fried noodles. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he said, "Food." The bodyguard grinned. "Second floor of that building over there, Starry Night Restaurant. They have the most diverse menu and excellent flavors. It's just a bit pricey. Their signature dish is braised pork knuckle, rich but not greasy, tender and delicious." Before he could finish, Su Yang cut him off with a wave. "Lead the way. If you keep talking, I might start gnawing on a table." The bodyguard hurriedly took the lead, guiding Su Yang to the restaurant. "Hey, bring me your signature pork knuckle," Su Yang called out loudly as soon as they entered, eager to satisfy his ravenous hunger. Su Yang had just taken a seat when the bodyguard beside him stood straight like a javelin, clearly showing no intention of joining him for dinner. Glancing at the bodyguard, Su Yang asked softly, "On duty?" The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Understanding the situation, Su Yang quietly took out his phone and began browsing the latest news headlines. Since it was the bodyguard's working hours, he thought it best not to disturb him. As for the cold and quiet dining table in front of him, it didn't bother him much after all. There wasn't much to talk about between two strangers. While Su Yang was absorbed in his phone, the bodyguard suddenly spoke. "Young Master Song installed a preloaded professional forum app on your phone. It has the latest updates and bounty missions." Su Yang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh, is that so?" Following the bodyguard's guidance, Su Yang opened the special app. The interface popped up, displaying a variety of posts and updates. The information was neatly categorized. Help requests, team-ups, casual chat, bragging, and more clear and easy to navigate. Curious, Su Yang clicked on the help request section. A post immediately caught his attention. Help needed. 30 miles outside the North Gate lies an abandoned city occupied by a level 40 elite monster. Known intel. The monster has a self-healing ability triggered at half health, restoring it to full health. Cooldown time is approximately 5 minutes. Attack style resembles that of an assassin, with exceptional speed. Urgently seeking teammates with locking and illumination skills. Generous rewards offered. The post even included a strategy video. Though the challenge seemed tough, the players in the video, mostly level 40, emerged without casualties despite the intense battle. Turning to the bodyguard, Su Yang asked, "Where can I see the reward?" The bodyguard promptly replied, "At the very bottom." Su Yang quickly scrolled to the bottom of the page and saw the details. Defeat the elite monster to claim all loot, plus an additional reward of 300,000. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Su Yang pondered for a moment. 300,000 wasn't a significant sum considering his current status. However, if he happened to pass by in the future, it might be worth a try. As a summoner, his attacks came with built-in locking capabilities, making them practically guaranteed hits unless faced with skills like an assassin's substitution technique. Checking the post's timestamp, Su Yang noticed that the request had been up for some time. Clearly, the elite monster was no easy foe. He continued browsing through several similar help requests. The format was consistent: initial strategy info, reference battle videos, and a clear outline of the required support. Not bad, quite interesting, Su Yang murmured, his eyes lighting up. With this forum, exploring wilderness dungeons would no longer be a solitary grind. Teaming up with experienced players to take down bosses would surely be a valuable learning opportunity. Su Yang was well aware that his combat strategies were still immature, relying heavily on his overpowered stats. While his stats were formidable, he couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't yet reached his full potential. Switching to the casual chat section, a bolded message immediately caught his eye. Looking for a warrior who fought mechanical puppets at the North Gate Wilderness Dungeon entrance yesterday. Willing to offer a monthly salary of 1 million to join my team. Right below it was another post. Brothers, I've got proof. Yesterday, I saw a summoner with a massive herd of battle beasts. I almost died laughing. Are there really people this foolish? Intrigued, Su Yang clicked on the post. The video showed none other than himself, wielding a massive battle axe with glowing auras beneath his feet. The battle beasts were spread out, centered around Jiang Huanhua. Viewers had mistakenly assumed that Jiang Huanhua was the summoner. The comment section was lively. She's a woman? No wonder she'd do something so dumb. What's wrong with women? Wanna bet I'll chop you down with one swing of my axe, you scummy assassin? Stop arguing. Didn't you guys notice how organized those battle beasts are? Doesn't seem random to me. Buffed. There are over 200 battle beasts in the video. Can she even afford to maintain them? Seeing the comments, Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. Afford it? No, he couldn't afford it right now. If not for the experience farming opportunity he had last time, maintaining even those 300 battle beasts, let alone the Moonlit Lion and Crimson Dragon, would have been a nightmare. These two battle beasts, both under level 20, required more experience than even his level 20 post-class change fists. They were practically bottomless pits. Su Yang could only hope to come across items that directly granted level ups in the future. Otherwise, grinding for experience might take an eternity. Still, even if he couldn't afford to maintain them long term, these battle beasts had their uses. Shrugging off the comments, Su Yang continued scrolling. Even though a mosquito's legs are small, their numbers can make up for their lack of strength. Su Yang stared at the screen, calculating in his mind. A level 1 battle beast has an attack power of 10. If he could gather 100 of them, wouldn't that be enough to rival a powerful beast like the Moonlit Lion? Just as he was deep in thought, a familiar voice interrupted him. Tang Gongzi walked into the restaurant with his arm around Lou Fay's shoulder, laughing playfully. Fay, the food here is top-notch. I don't bring just anyone here, he boasted. Today, we'll try their signature sashimi. It's not cheap, you know. Lou Fay giggled and replied sweetly. All right, I'll follow your lead, Tang Gongzi. After they sat down, she sneaked a glance at her phone. Seeing that Su Yang still hadn't replied, she began to doubt whether she had misread his earlier signals. She quickly snapped a selfie and sent it to him with a message. Can't sleep. Out shopping with the girls. Wanna join? At that moment, Su Yang had no time to bother with his phone. He was focused on jotting down the requests in the app, already forming a plan in his mind. After the college entrance exams, he intended to spend an entire month in the wilderness dungeon. He aimed to level up his battle beasts and gather rare items. After all, materials for upgrading the Moonlit Lion and the Crimson Dragon weren't easy to come by. As he pondered, his finger accidentally swiped across the screen, revealing a hidden section under the standard interface. The Black Stone, a sales listing immediately popped UPA white S-grade item. In the attached image, a pair of battle boots was prominently displayed. Inside the boots, faint traces of flesh and blood were visible. Instinctively, Su Yang held his phone farther away and turned to the bodyguard beside him. Does this have anything to do with the Song family? The bodyguard's expression shifted, and he quickly lowered his voice. You'd better put that away. This app is officially released by the authorities in Lake Sea City. Since the wilderness dungeon is hard to control, some equipment and skills end up wasted when their owners die. That's why they created this section. It's also given rise to a group of corpse scavengers, a way to salvage resources from the dead. We don't have a choice. We've only explored less than 1% of the wilderness dungeon, so we can't afford to waste anything. Su Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he listened, but he quickly relaxed. He recalled the content from his textbooks. The current exploration of the wilderness dungeons was still at a very low level. It wasn't due to a lack of effort from the human race, but rather because the wilderness dungeons were simply too vast. The unknown monsters hidden deep within these dungeons made the rare equipment and items obtained from them incredibly valuable. To maintain overall combat strength and prevent a significant drop in power due to the loss of individual members, the recovery of these items was particularly important. These thoughts left Su Yang feeling somewhat uneasy, so he casually closed the software. Just then, a neatly dressed waiter approached, carrying a plate of braised pork knuckle that emitted an enticing aroma. The golden, glossy pork knuckle was the centerpiece of the dish, surrounded by carefully arranged side dishes for decoration. Su Yang curiously asked, "What's special about this dish?" The waiter straightened up and explained with enthusiasm. "This pork knuckle is prepared using our exclusive secret recipe, a process that takes 3 days and 3 nights. We use a variety of premium ingredients for seasoning, and the pork knuckle itself is selected from the finest cuts of meat, carefully chosen from thousands." As the waiter described the dish, Su Yang picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth. Instantly, his previously tense expression softened. The seemingly ordinary pork knuckle was infused with a rich seafood flavor that awakened his taste buds. Not bad, Su Yang praised. "What special ingredients did you use in this?" The waiter patiently explained, "Abalone, sea cucumber, scallops, shark fin. All these luxurious ingredients are subtly incorporated into the pork knuckle, ensuring every bite offers a unique taste." Su Yang nodded and added, "Bring me a bowl of rice as well. By the way, do you have any cola here? I don't drink alcohol, and I'm not a big fan of tea." "Cola?" The waiter was briefly taken aback, but quickly recovered with a professional smile. "Of course, please wait a moment." As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but think to himself, coming to such a high-end establishment and ordering cola, this wealthy man's taste is truly unpredictable. As Su Yang was enjoying his meal, a familiar figure appeared beside his table. "Su Yang." Lou Fay's face was filled with surprise. Su Yang looked up and smiled calmly. "What a coincidence. I'm just here for a late-night snack. Weren't you out shopping with your girlfriends?" Lou Fay suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She silently cursed her bad luck. Her carefully maintained fish pond was on the verge of collapsing. She quickly calculated her options. Tang Gongzi might have some money, but he hadn't awakened any special profession and was just an ordinary person. She was only associating with him for financial benefits. In contrast, Su Yang was the real deal, a powerful summoner who could both fight and protect her. Following him meant a secure future. That was the real reason she shamelessly clung to Su Yang. Countless thoughts flashed through Lou Fay's mind in an instant. Without hesitation, she sat down at Su Yang's table. "Oh, my girlfriend's had something come up at the last minute, and I happened to run into Uncle Tang, so I came along," she said with a quick smile, her eyes darting. Then, as if an idea struck her, she added, "How about I ditch Uncle Tang and stay here with you? He's just a distant relative, nothing important." A faint smile appeared on Su Yang's face. He saw right through her. Lou Fay's words were carefully chosen, aiming to prompt him to say something like, "Go accompany your uncle first." That was exactly what the old Su Yang would have said. But that person was long gone. To Lou Fay's surprise, Su Yang suddenly nodded and said, "Waiter, please bring another set of utensils." Lou Fay was momentarily stunned. This was not the reaction she had anticipated. She forced a smile and continued, "It's just his birthday. It's no big deal if I skip it." She expected Su Yang to persuade her to leave, but instead, he replied calmly, "Mem, skipping it is fine." Lou Fay nearly lost her composure. Panic began to set in. Something was off about Su Yang today. He seemed like a completely different person. "Su Yang, are you okay?" she asked anxiously. "Are you feeling unwell? Did I do something to upset you? If I did, I can change. Please, don't be mad." Her nervousness grew as she noticed Tang Gongzi approaching their table. "Ife, who is this?" Tang Gongzi asked, his expression curious as he glanced at Su Yang. Before Lou Fay could respond, she quickly explained, "This is my classmate, Su Yang. He's quite famous at school, a rare summoner profession, very sought after." A trace of apprehension flickered in Tang Gongzi's eyes. He clearly didn't want to provoke someone with a profession, especially a rare one. Forcing a smile, he waved it off. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. I'll head to the bar for a drink. Just as Lou Fay breathed a sigh of relief, Su Yang suddenly spoke up. I heard from Fay that both your parents passed away. My condolences. Tang Gongzi's fists clenched tightly. Lou Fay was utterly shocked and immediately stood up to deny it. No, I never said that. Su Yang's gaze shifted between Lou Fay and the visibly enraged Tang Gongzi before turning to a nearby bodyguard and asking, Hey, didn't Lou Fay just say that? The bodyguard caught on quickly and nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's exactly what she said. Turning back to Tang Gongzi, Su Yang said in a calm tone, Don't be too upset. It's just that your parents' ashes were scattered and swept away by a sanitation truck. It's not a big deal, everything will pass. These words completely ignited Tang Gongzi's fury. With a roar, he swung a punch at the bodyguard. However, the bodyguard was prepared, effortlessly dodging the punch. He then stepped forward, grabbed Tang Gongzi by the waist, and executed an over-thresholder throw, slamming him onto a nearby table and chairs. The sound of wood shattering echoed through the room as a table and 3 chairs were reduced to splinters. Startled waitstaff rushed over, their faces filled with alarm. The bodyguard remained composed, dusting off his shoulder as he said, I'm a bodyguard for the song group. I'm acting under orders today. Any damages will be fully compensated by the song group. At the mention of the song group, the waitstaff immediately backed off. Lying in the wreckage, Tang Gongzi struggled to lift his head and cursed at Lou Fay. Fay, you little witch, how could you not stand up for me? Hearing his accusation, Lou Fay gritted her teeth, made up her mind and retorted, I did say it. So what? She then sat down angrily, stabbing her chopsticks into the pork knuckle with force. She was furious everything had been meticulously planned, and if it weren't for Su Yang's interference, things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. She blamed Su Yang for everything but didn't dare direct her anger at him. Instead, she vented her frustration on the pork knuckle. Su Yang calmly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and remarked lightly, Well, now it's ruined and can't be eaten. Lou Fay threw her chopsticks down in frustration and snapped, So what if it can't be eaten? How much could a pork knuckle possibly cost? I'll pay for it. Su Yang suddenly gave her a meaningful smile and turned to the waiter. You all heard her, right? She ruined my pork knuckle and said she'd pay for it. Make sure she settles the bill. By the way, how much is my bowl of rice? The waitstaff exchanged glances, then instinctively looked at the bodyguard standing behind Su Yang. No words were needed. A waiter approached the table, and Lou Fay angrily pulled out 2 100 yuan bills from her purse, slamming them onto the table. Take it. Keep the change. However, the waiter didn't accept the money. Instead, they stopped Lou Fay as she tried to leave. She immediately raised her voice. I said keep the change. What more do you want? Another waiter stepped forward with the menu, pointing to the specialty pork knuckle. Miss, you still owe 66,466 yuan for the dish. Lou Fay's eyes widened in disbelief as she screamed hysterically. A pork knuckle? Is it made of gold or silver? Over 60,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? Her face turned bright red, and her eyes burned with a mix of anger and incredulity. Su Yang calmly rose to his feet, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The pork knuckle was excellent, especially with the seafood flavors inside. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the seasoning was perfect. The rich aroma hasn't even faded yet. He licked his lips lightly. Pack me another one, please, and have it delivered to my place later. There's someone at home who's still hungry. With that, Su Yang casually pulled out his wallet, counted a few large bills, and paid the bill. He turned and left with an air of ease and confidence. Lou Fay's venomous glare followed him like daggers, as though she wanted to devour him whole. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the 60,000. It was the way Su Yang had handled the situation that completely shattered her composure. Back at the villa, Su Yang noticed that the light in Jiang Huanhua's room was still on. He turned to the housekeeper waiting by the door and instructed, when the pork knuckle arrives later, take it to her. She hasn't eaten in over a day. Even a body of steel couldn't handle that. Inside Jiang Huanhua's room, the atmosphere was heavy. She held her phone tightly, reporting the situation to her parents. On the other end of the line, her father's furious voice roared, You ungrateful child. What's the point of coveting a prop? I can't believe I raised such a useless waste of space. 2,000 a month, what can that even do? Even if you earned that for 10 years, it wouldn't cover the cost of raising you. Jiang Huanhua remained silent, occasionally wiping the tears streaming down her face. Her father, exhausted from yelling, handed the phone to her mother. Huanhua, her mother's voice was softer, but still filled with worry about money. I'm not blaming you, but this kind of thing isn't hard to resolve. You've already used the prop, so even if you leave now, you won't lose out. You need to think about yourself and get back what's rightfully yours. Just say the prop was something you earned. He didn't make you sign any papers, did he? Listen to me, bring that money back. The debt collectors came to our door again yesterday and even injured your father. Choking back sobs, Jiang Huanhua struggled to form a coherent sentence. She knew deep down that her parents were only focused on money, but she couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. Well, think about it, she finally whispered, managing to squeeze out those 5 words before turning off her phone. She buried her face in her pillow and cried uncontrollably. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door. Miss Jiang. The gentle voice of the female housekeeper came through. I secretly made something for you to eat. Please have some food. Everything will be okay. The housekeeper's warm demeanor, which she had consistently shown over time, eventually persuaded Jiang Huanhua to open the door. Placing the bag with the pork knuckle on the table, the housekeeper noticed Jiang Huanhua's swollen eyes and choked voice, letting out a sigh. Child, if you have something on your mind, you can tell me, the housekeeper said softly. Mr. Su mentioned you haven't eaten all day, so I prepared something nice for you. Eat first and then we can talk. Suddenly, Jiang Huanhua reached out and hugged the housekeeper tightly, as though clinging to her last shred of hope. The housekeeper gently patted her back, soothing her. Time passed slowly, and with the housekeeper's comforting presence, Jiang Huanhua finally finished her meal. The pork knuckle, in particular, was unlike anything she had ever tasted. It was absolutely delicious. The next afternoon, Su Yang knocked on Jiang Huanhua's door. Huanhua, Song Qing just messaged me. The school wants to meet with us to discuss something. Get ready. We'll leave in half an hour. Half an hour later, the 4 of them gathered at the headquarters of the Song Corporation. Su Yang, Jiang Huanhua, Song Qing, and Zhuang, who sat in a row, facing an elderly man with graying hair, the head of the education department at Lake Ocean High School. The old man's cloudy eyes swept over the group as he slowly began to speak. I've heard about the 4 of you. The rally race was originally designed to help all students improve their skills in preparation for the college entrance exams. But based on the strength you demonstrated last time, if we let you participate in the second race, the other students won't stand a chance. So, for the benefit of the majority, we, the faculty, have decided to propose a compromise. He paused for a moment before continuing. We'd like you to sit out the second round of the rally race. As compensation, we'll open an exclusive custom dungeon for you. The final boss in the dungeon will be the same as the one in the second race, along with 10 mini-bosses and high-experience mobs. What do you think of this arrangement? Before the old man could finish, Song Qing chuckled and retorted, Minister, it's not that we're unwilling to agree, but the gap is just too wide. You're aware of the capabilities of our team, so you must also know that a dungeon boss and a few mini-bosses are just appetizers for us. Song Qing's response instantly shifted the negotiation from a discussion between the school and the students to a standoff between the Song Corporation and the education department. The old man lowered his head in silence, while Song Qing smirked and continued. You care about the welfare of the other students and want a higher graduation rate. I can understand that. But why should your decisions come at our expense? Are we not also students? Since when did the rules work like that? The old man sighed in resignation. The principals had asked him to mediate in hopes of intimidating these 4 students and resolving the issue with minimal cost. Given Su Yang and his team's efficiency and post-class advancement abilities, they could probably clear the second rally race within half an hour of its start. After a long pause, the old man finally sighed again. The Sky System's computational capacity is limited. Managing this mini-bosses is already. Su Yang stared at the elder in astonishment, unable to believe that the representative from the Ministry of Education possessed such a rare artifact as the dragon flute. Noticing Su Yang's surprise, the elder explained that it was the result of years of accumulation by the school. While the artificial copies often lacked valuable items, they were not entirely devoid of treasures. He emphasized that these resources were meant to be used for those who needed them most, especially students like Su Yang, who had shown a willingness to help others. After a moment of silence, a glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It seems the school's resources exceed my expectations. Since you are asking me to make a concession, they'll add 1 more demand dragon flute, Radiance of the Moon, and a golden tier skill book required by the Dragon Clan. Is that acceptable? The elder's expression darkened instantly, and he replied in a deep voice, Young man, don't get too greedy. Su Yang yawned nonchalantly and spoke lazily. As far as I know, the second rally's arena is vast, with elite monsters, mini-bosses, and major bosses densely distributed. What you're asking me to give up is hundreds of opportunities to gather resources. I'm only asking for 3 items you don't really need. How is that excessive? The elder's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, even with your impressive stats, it's impossible to achieve perfection in reconnaissance, exploration, investigation, strategy, and planning with an incomplete team. There will inevitably be oversights. Su Yang smiled calmly and casually summoned a small wolf. It was a creature that only the most impoverished summoners would choose as a battle companion. Though weak in combat, it excelled in reconnaissance. Then, he released a gray hawk-like beast, whose form flickered faintly in the air. A spirit hawk, the elder exclaimed. This type of battle beast, while lacking in combat strength, possessed flight capabilities and extraordinary vision, capable of scouting an area spanning several miles from high altitudes. The two beasts Su Yang displayed were more than enough to demonstrate his reconnaissance capabilities. He continued to provoke. Shall I summon the Moonlit Lion as well? Just to dispel your doubts about my ability to handle large groups of monsters. Or perhaps you'd like a glimpse of my current stats. With the terrifying boost provided by my hundreds of summoned beasts, the elder quickly raised a hand to interrupt Su Yang, his words cutting him off. He felt deeply frustrated, being cornered by a mere youth. The worst part was that this wasn't due to any connections, relationships, or status. It was pure and undeniable strength. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, the elder finally said, "Fine. I accept your demands, 3 items in total." Before he could finish, Su Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze sharp. "I've already revealed this secret to convince you. Don't you think you owe me something extra for that?" For the first time, the elder felt an intense killing intent radiating from a student, sending a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In addition to the dragon flute, Radiance of the Moon, and the Golden Tier skill book, I'll give you another Golden Tier skill book." Seeing that Su Yang remained unmoved, the elder clenched his teeth again. "He'll also provide an S-grade dark gold piece of equipment tailored for summoners." At this, Su Yang finally seemed satisfied and nodded faintly. "All right, I agree. Next." The elder turned to Jiang Huanhua, noting her priest class, and his attitude immediately softened. Priests were indispensable members of any team, second only to the commander in importance. He presented her with an item that doubled healing output and asked if she was satisfied. Without hesitation, Jiang Huanhua nodded in agreement. When it was Zhuang Hu's turn, the elder relaxed slightly at his honest and cheerful demeanor. "What do you want?" Grinning widely, Zhuang Hu replied straightforwardly, "I don't want much, just a full set of tank gear, excluding the cloak. The higher the defense, the better." The reason he excluded the cloak was that he already possessed the heavenly cloak gifted by Su Yang. Despite being only a blue-grade SSS item, it was a tank artifact he could rely on indefinitely. The elder pondered briefly before standing up. "All right then. If there are no further questions, meet me tomorrow morning at Justin Square in Lake City. Completing the testing early will be to your advantage. Let me remind you, this is a groundbreaking opportunity. Several university principals will be observing. Perform well, and secure a chance to enter a top university. The items you requested will be delivered within half an hour, so please wait here." With that, the elder spent the remaining time conversing with the 4 individually. Afterward, he handed over the promised items. Zhuang Hu received a complete set of height-ear tank gear, significantly boosting his defense. Song Qing, on the other hand, only asked for a favor from the elder, as favors in her circles were far more valuable than equipment. Su Yang obtained 2 job transition materials, and with the dragon saliva he had acquired from the Song Corporation, both the Crimson Dragon and Moonlit Lion could now be put to use. Additionally, he received a summoner-exclusive staff, the Frenzy Staff. The Frenzy Staff came with 3 skills. 1. Passive. Increases all attributes of summoned beasts by 10. 2. Beast Substitute. When receiving fatal damage, transfer the damage to a selected summoned beast. Cooldown: 1 second. 3. Frenzy. All summoned beasts enter a frenzied state, significantly boosting attack attributes for 1 hour. Cooldown: 1 hour. The first skill, while a modest enhancement, improved the combat effectiveness of his beasts. The second skill addressed the summoner's vulnerability in close combat critical weakness. The third skill was a game changer, allowing summoners to unleash devastating power. Though the exact boost percentage was unknown, it was unlikely to disappoint. Overall, Su Yang was highly satisfied with the outcome of this transaction. Jiang Huanhua successfully obtained the long-coveted item. The one-time consumable, called Compassion, could double all healing effects after use, making it an undeniably powerful boost. With the individual goals of the 4 participants achieved, the deal was brought to a close. The elderly man stood up, ready to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Su Yang. "Our team is short on members. Could we recruit 2 more?" Su Yang asked, a shrewd glint in his eyes. The old man paused, a subtle expression crossing his face. This young man always managed to come up with cunning ideas to gain an advantage. "Of course," he replied, "but the team is capped at 6 members. That's the rule for both the entrance exam and the rally." Su Yang nodded and immediately turned to Song Qing. "Senior Song, could you post a recruitment notice? Let the candidates bid for the spots, and we'll pick 2 in the end. Half of the payment can go to the Song Corporation for operational use, and the other half will be split among the 4 of us. How does that sound?" Song Qing wiped the sweat off his forehead, astonished by Su Yang's audacity and meticulous planning. "You really know how to squeeze every last drop of profit out of a situation, don't you? But I have to admit, well done." The old man stormed off in frustration, leaving the four of them to discuss the details. Su Yang's gaze eventually landed on Jiang Huanhua, only to be flatly rejected by her. Don't even think about it. I have no use for that thing, Jiang Huanhua explained. The value of an item depends on the profession using it. Besides, even if I help you sell it, holding on to something like that would warrant a handling fee, don't you think? You'd be better off using it yourself and being a proper healer. If you perform well in this rally, I might consider waiving a month's interest for you. Jiang Huanhua shot Su Yang an annoyed look before crushing the item in her hand. Song Qing chuckled awkwardly. All right then, let's all get some rest and prepare for tomorrow. We'll go post the recruitment notice now. The next morning, the four gathered at Justin Square. Song Qing pointed at two newcomers and introduced them. This is Lin Shai, a warrior. He's looking to join us to gain some loot since first-hand drops usually don't fetch a high price. Su Yang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. The other newcomer was a young man carrying a long blade and chewing on a blade of grass. He stepped forward to introduce himself. I'm Zhou Wuji, the eldest son of the leader of the Lake City Mafia. I'm an assassin. I don't need any gear or items, I just came to make friends with you all, especially you, Su Yang. My father specifically mentioned you. Su Yang extended his hand nonchalantly. Would you like me to save your contact information? Zhou Wuji's bid was exorbitantly high, and he didn't care about Lou that was here purely to build connections. Su Yang wasn't about to reject such goodwill. Zhou Wuji immediately pulled out his phone. Sure thing. I like straightforward people. The two quickly exchanged contact information. At that moment, the elderly man from the previous day stepped onto the stage and scanned the six of them. Once you're ready, you can enter the artificial dungeon for exploration. This special event will be observed by universities across the board. Don't be nervous, just do your best. With that, he formed a seal with one hand, and the dungeon entrance slowly materialized. A shimmering portal appeared before the group. Song Qing quickly added everyone to the team and gave a brief introduction. I'm Song Qing, a warrior. Zhuang, who is our frontline tank. Jiang Huanhua is the healer. Su Yang is the summoner. The two of you just need to provide light protection for Jiang Huanhua. Zhou Wuji and Lin Shai nodded silently. The six of them stepped into the dungeon together, and the old man immediately sealed the entrance behind them. In the distance, cameras were already flashing. Fortunately, the area had been cleared in advance. Otherwise, maintaining order today would have been nearly impossible. As they entered the dungeon, they were enveloped in darkness. Su Yang quickly activated the night vision skill of his Moonlight Lion, scanning their surroundings. They found themselves in a long, narrow corridor with no choice but to move forward. Su Yang summoned a frenzied bat and sent it ahead to scout the path. He then led the team forward in the pitch-black tunnel. Curious, Zhou Wuji asked, as an assassin. I can see in the dark, but what skill are you using? After a brief pause, Su Yang replied, it's a skill from my battle beast. Zhou Wuji nodded in understanding. I see. That's pretty versatile. I've encountered summoners before, but most of them are completely useless without their beasts and still act all high and mighty. You're on a different level. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he lowered his voice and asked, by the way, is that girl your girlfriend? Su Yang nearly choked. Zhou Wuji's bluntness was utterly disarming. How could he ask something like that openly? Jiang Huanhua was in the party, she could see the chat log. Suppressing his irritation, Su Yang curtly replied, no. Unfazed, Zhou Wuji leaned closer and whispered, are you using the wrong approach to woo her? Let me tell you, I'm an expert at this. If you've got any questions, I can give you some tips. Don't worry, I've successfully played matchmaker for several couples, and my track record is solid. Even though Zhou Wuji had lowered his voice this time, the echoing cavern ensured that everyone caught bits and pieces of the conversation. The fragments were enough for their imaginations to fill in the blanks. Su Yang was mortified. Just then, the frenzied bat returned with news, breaking the awkward moment. We're about 100 meters from the exit. It's wide open outside. Stay alert and get ready for combat, Su Yang warned. Zhou Wuji patted his chest. Got it. I'll scout ahead. With that, he activated stealth and vanished into the shadows. Su Yang quickly messaged Song Qing privately. Where did you find this guy? I can't handle this level of awkwardness. Can you cover for me later? Song Qing sighed in exasperation. Hey, he offered the highest bid. They'll share a bit more of the split with you, okay? But don't pin this on me, I'm just following your instructions. I haven't broken any rules. Su Yang was left speechless. This was turning into a bigger headache than had anticipated. With university deans watching, if Zhou Wuji started spouting more bizarre topics, it would be a public embarrassment. As Su Yang mulled over his predicament, Zhou Wuji's voice came through. We've got a problem. Who puts a giant boss, mini-bosses, and elite mobs all in the same area? This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. The group hadn't even exited the tunnel when Song Qing quickly suggested, take a video and send it to the team chat so we can assess the situation. Moments later, a video appeared in the chat. It showed the exit of the tunnel situated halfway up a mountain, surrounded by an unbroken chain of peaks that formed a massive circular basin. At the center of the basin was an enormous, venomous scorpion, the dungeon's final boss. To their dismay, the scorpion was surrounded by a dense cluster of mini-bosses and elite mobs, making it impossible to tackle them one by one. Su Yang approached the cave's exit with a heavy heart, surveying the dense swarm of monsters below from a distance. He frowned deeply, lost in thought. Could that old man have tricked them with an overpriced deal? Song Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang, her tone tinged with resignation. Tricked or not, what can we do about it now? The real question is, how do we handle this mess? Why don't you send one of your battle beasts out as bait and see if they share an aggro system? Su Yang nodded and released a small minotaur. Though it was modest in size, it possessed a resurrection skill, which meant that even if it got instantly killed, Su Yang could retrieve it back into his beast roster during its brief revival window. The minotaur had barely made it 50 meters out of the cave when something unexpected happened. All the monsters below simultaneously turned their heads, their countless eyes locking on the intruder. In the next instant, a barrage of attacks launched into the air like a storm of arrows. A glaring red magic circle also lit up beneath the minotaur's feet. In the nick of time, Su Yang swiftly recalled the minotaur, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, a violent tremor followed, shaking the entire mountain as if it were on the verge of collapse. Shared aggro, Su Yang muttered grimly. Damn it, those old bastards really want me dead here. The 6 teammates exchanged somber looks. Monsters sharing an aggro system was already a nightmare-level dungeon mechanic, let alone the presence of a massive boss among them. This setup had significantly amplified the overall combat difficulty. The concentrated firepower of such a group was something no ordinary person could withstand. Meanwhile, in an office outside the dungeon, an elderly man was intently watching a glowing screen displaying the events unfolding inside. His sharp eyes tracked every reaction of the group within. Internally, he mused, this team is cautious enough, but if they can't find a solution, their efforts will be in vain. He turned to the projections of several other figures in the room and asked, Gentlemen, isn't this test a bit too harsh? Surprisingly, the office was not filled with the expected scene of numerous university deans gathered. Instead, there were only 5 projections present. One of them, a man clad in armor, responded in a deep voice. The greater the power, the harsher the trials. This is the only way to bring out their full potential. Besides, encountering clustered monsters like this isn't uncommon. At least today, we're here to monitor and can pull them out of the dungeon if things go south. But when they face such scenarios in the wilderness dungeons later, they'll need to know their own limits. Another elder in a white robe chuckled and added, it's undoubtedly challenging for them, but given this special evaluation, it's normal for the difficulty to exceed the standard. Seeing that the 5 had their own perspectives, the elderly man refrained from arguing further. As a seasoned member of the Ministry of Education, he had already recognized the potential of this team, particularly Su Yang, the summoner. There was a chance he could become a pivotal figure for humanity. Such talent couldn't be left to ordinary institutions to compete over. It had to be entrusted to the most authoritative academy, one that had always been on the front lines against the monsters. Yen Nation's elite institution. These 5 individuals were none other than the 5 pillars of Yen Nation, each a renowned expert in their respective fields. If any of these students managed to catch their eye and become their apprentice, their future would be limitless. The elder redirected his attention to the screen, his thoughts growing more active. Despite his age, seeing such promising young talents stirred an excitement within him, a desire to secure the best opportunities for them. Back inside the dungeon, after a brief pause, the monsters lost their locked-on target and returned to their previous state. Su Yang ran his hand along the cave's entrance, carefully inspecting the area, and soon discovered a faintly glowing magic circle. This seems to be the designated safe zone, Su Yang remarked, before turning to his teammates. Anyone have experience dealing with this kind of monster? Other than Song Qing, everyone shook their heads. Song Qing cleared her throat and said, I've heard my father mention them before. When these monsters gather, they'll appoint a leader to maintain order. If we can locate and take down the leader, it might resolve everything. Once the leader is dead, the rest will turn on each other and scatter. She paused, then suggested, Su Yang, why don't you send out a battle beast to scout? We can analyze the situation from there. Su Yang agreed and immediately summoned a few scouting beasts. At the same time, he activated his perception skill, carefully observing the monster horde below and relaying the intelligence to his teammates. Bronze Arm Ape, Minor Boss. Attack Power, 800, Defense, 500. Skill 1. Ape Howl summons 3 low-level Bronze Arm Apes to assist. Skill 2. Steel Fists Invincible Fists until the boss is slain. Flame Lord, Minor Boss. HP, 100,000. Attack, 500. Defense, 100. Skill 1. Flame Demon summons 2 temporary Flame Demons. After 20 attacks, the demons regain 30 health and split into 2 new demons, resetting their timers. Skill 2. Scorch deals 10 additional damage per consecutive attack on the same target, stacking infinitely. Skill 3. Volcano triggers volcanic tremors, applying an interrupt effect every 3 seconds and a group stun every 10 seconds. As Su Yang revealed the stats of each minor boss, the team's expressions grew increasingly grim. These absurd bosses, how could they possibly deal with them? Even one was a nightmare, let alone an entire group of them. Lin Shai glanced at his meager stats and sighed in defeat. I only have 2,300 HP. I can't survive more than a few hits, let alone contribute much in a fight. He said it without much guilt after all. He was essentially just a tag-along. Zhou Wuji suddenly spoke up. Who's brave enough to lure the monsters? I'll try to locate the leader. If I can successfully take it down, we'll gain the upper hand. But judging by their HP, I probably can't finish the job in one hit. He'll need someone with high damage and burst to deal the final blow. As he spoke, Zhou Wuji shared one of his abilities with the team. Shadow swap, switch positions with a designated target, ally, or enemy. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Seeing this skill, Song Qing immediately volunteered. I'll do it. Su Yang, you can assist from a distance. As long as the leader's HP drops below 200,000, it shouldn't be too hard. Zhou Wuji burst into laughter. Song Qing, are you kidding? He's a summoner. What kind of damage do you think he can deal? His attack might not even outpace the boss health regen. Forget it, since we don't have any real range DPS. I guess letting him chip in won't hurt. He then turned to Zhuang Hu and asked, you're a tank, right? Can you hold off this many monsters? Zhuang Hu's heart sank. Even with his successful class advancement and the overpowered gear Su Yang had given him, he couldn't guarantee he'd survive against this kind of onslaught. As Zhuang Hu hesitated, Su Yang suddenly spoke up. I'll do it. He'll deploy a large number of battle beasts and coordinate their attacks. Zhou Wuji, finding the leader will be your responsibility. After finalizing their plan, but before taking action, Su Yang activated his aura skill, United Resolve. Zhou Wuji couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, man? A summoner with an aura skill? Are you really planning to lead your beasts into a brawl? Song Qing sighed and corrected him. Look closely at the aura's attributes, it's meant for the team, not the beasts. Zhou Wuji stared in disbelief at the attribute list provided by the aura, his eyes widening in shock. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unwilling to trust what he was seeing. After a moment, he couldn't help but let out a shout. 60 lifesteal? Dude, this is insane. I'm scared I might get banned for this. Zhou Wuji's voice trembled. Don't tell me you own this game. Even a warlock's aura isn't this overpowered. He kept mumbling as he read through the other stats. 25 poison resistance, 25 defense, 15 HP, 5 attack, 25 lifesteal attack, 30 evasion. By the time he finished, Zhou Wuji was utterly dumbfounded, unable to even recall the first attribute he had read. Snapping out of his stupor, Zhou Wuji turned to Su Yang with an incredulous expression. You call this an aura? Aren't auras supposed to be minor boosts, like a 10 increase in attack speed or something? Su Yang didn't respond and stood silently. Zhou Wuji continued analyzing. Typically, aura effects should be minimal since everyone in the area can benefit from them. But this is just ridiculous. It's better than a priest's buffs, and it's practically a teamfight cheat code. Seeing Su Yang remain silent, Zhou Wuji grew impatient. Hey, are you mute or something? Su Yang cast him a glance and said flatly, be quiet and focus on your task. Zhou Wuji immediately shut his mouth. Despite his sharp tongue, as the son of a crime syndicate leader, he held deep respect for those stronger than him. He swallowed his astonishment and refrained from saying more. Su Yang summoned the first group of battle beasts, 100 in total. He issued orders through the lead beast. Move out from the cave entrance, turn left, and attack the monsters below. The beasts charged out of the cave with a roar, drawing the attention of the nearby creatures. Zhou Wuji pointed at a minion following a small boss. Song Qing, they'll sneak in first. Take that monster down, but don't kill it. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Wuji activated his shadow swap skill. With a swoosh, the bewildered fire demon was knocked unconscious by Song Qing in a flash. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Wuji slipped into the monster cluster, activated his stealth ability on the nearest creature, and vanished without a trace. Su Yang's battle beasts stormed down the slope, catching the attention of all the bosses and elite monsters below. Within the cluster, a few small bosses moved toward the edges to prepare for battle. This initial probe didn't reveal the leader of the monsters. Su Yang sent another 100 beasts to attack from the right. Once again, 3 small bosses moved to intercept. Frowning, Su Yang thought to himself that these beasts, while numerous, lacked the strength to serve as the main force. Just as he considered stepping in himself, Zhou Wuji's voice came through. I found an opening. Song Qing, get ready to cover me. Everyone, stay sharp, I'm making my move. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhou Wuji's figure suddenly appeared above the venom scorpion. He unleashed a flurry of skills, Soul Lock, Assassin's Spirit, Bloodline Power, Shadow Strike Combo. The dagger in Zhou Wuji's hand gleamed coldly as he landed dozens of attacks on the Venom Scorpion in rapid succession. The damage numbers that erupted were staggering, and the Scorpion's health bar visibly dropped. Caught off guard, the Venom Scorpion raised its massive pincers and swept at its attacker. Realizing he couldn't continue his assault, Zhou Wuji swiftly activated Shadow Swap, switching places with the unconscious fire demon subdued by Song Qing, and returned to the team. Zhou Wuji anxiously observed the monster's reaction. While the group appeared somewhat disoriented, the Venom Scorpion itself remained unusually calm, clearly not the leader. Damn, no luck this time, Zhou Wuji muttered, disappointment evident in his tone, not just because he hadn't identified the leader, but also because his prized burst skills had only dealt minimal damage. Song Qing suddenly spoke up. I noticed the boss health isn't regenerating. Could this be a clue to how we can clear the level? Zhou Wuji let out a sigh of relief and grinned. So if I sneak attack it 100 more times, we can take it down? Looks like those old geezers didn't want us dead after all. As the team discussed their strategy, Su Yang silently observed the cluster of monsters below. He had been paying close attention during Zhou Wuji's attack. Perhaps because he was used to managing his large group of battle beasts, Su Yang keenly noticed the movement patterns among the monsters and locked onto 3 that might be the key. Activating his insight skill, Su Yang inspected the attributes of the 3 monsters. Qingfeng Bird, HP 1000, Attack 50, Defense 50. The stats were shockingly low. Su Yang's own battle beasts had similar attributes. Those with low stats but high intelligence often served as commanders. Such creatures usually either possessed exceptional intelligence or terrifyingly powerful abilities. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yang thought to himself, these 3 must be the true core of the monster cluster. Su Yang took a deep breath, his sharp gaze locking onto the 3 monsters as he marked them. He glanced at the group still fervently discussing strategies. Without waiting for them to reach a conclusion, he raised his hand and launched 3 seemingly ordinary attacks. The faint orbs of light drifted out of the cave, tracing graceful arcs through the air. At the same time, Su Yang decisively recalled all his summoned battle beasts. These low-level creatures might be useful against lone enemies, but they were utterly ineffective in a large-scale assault. Instead of sending them to their deaths, it was wiser to withdraw them early and avoid unnecessary losses. The battle beasts, which had been clamoring moments earlier, vanished suddenly. Coupled with the seemingly harmless orbs of light, the monster horde below let down their guard. Just then, 3 muffled thuds echoed in quick succession. Zhou Wuji turned his head sharply, only to see the 3 marked monsters drop dead simultaneously. Raising a finger, Su Yang calmly said, I've taken out their command nodes. Now it's time to charge. Zhuanghu, activate your skill and lead the way. We're going to create chaos and force them to trample over each other. As Su Yang stepped out of the cave, Zhuanghu followed close behind, holding a massive shield. They were met with an organized assault from the monster horde below, a torrent of attacks raining down like a storm. Without hesitation, Zhuanghu activated the skill of his divine cloak, Harmony and Chaos. Taunts all enemies, enters invincible state for 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. During the skill's duration, absorbs all damage received and counterattacks a target within 10 meters. As the skill took effect, a radiant holy light enveloped Zhuanghu. The airborne attacks shifted direction, cascading toward him like falling stars, a truly spectacular sight. Using the invincibility granted by Harmony and Chaos, Zhuanghu fearlessly charged through the barrage of attacks, plunging straight into the heart of the monster horde. As the 30-second duration ended, he found himself beside a small boss. At the same moment, Song Qing, with impeccable timing, transformed into a blur, swiftly clearing the surrounding minor monsters. Grinning at the boss in front of him, Zhuanghu quipped, goodbye. As the words left his mouth, the holy light around him condensed into a sharp blade, piercing through the boss and killing it instantly. Before the two could catch their breath, the surrounding monsters swarmed toward them. Even as a tank with high defense and health, Zhuanghu couldn't afford to let his guard down. He quickly crushed a defensive charm to boost his defense and downed a potion to temporarily increase his health. Come on, let's see whose health pool is bigger, yours or mine. Zhuanghu roared, raising his massive shield to block the incoming attacks while his divine cloak flared brightly. With the dual skills Divine Glow and Divine Wrath, Zhuanghu was no longer a passive punching bag. Armed with top-tier defensive gear, his counterattack damage reached an impressive 2,000 points, surpassing even Zhou Wuji's burst damage in both consistency and output. However, against the monster's massive health bars, his attacks seemed insufficient. Progress was painfully slow. As Zhuanghu's health bar dipped below 50, Zhang Huanhua intervened just in time. A healing spell landed on him. 200, 30,060. The wildly differing numbers appeared, instantly restoring Zhuanghu's health to full. Zhou Wuji gaped in astonishment. 30,000 health in a single heal? Who could even take that much damage? What shocked Zhou Wuji even more was Song Qing's performance. Wielding a berserker's axe, Song Qing darted through the monster horde like a phantom, executing a dazzling display of what could only be described as health bar dancing. Any health lost to the boss's attacks was replenished within a few strikes, rendering healing spells unnecessary. A berserker? You might as well rename yourself Health Bar Dancer. Zhou Wuji was utterly dumbfounded. Compared to these powerhouses, his earlier efforts seemed utterly insignificant. As Zhou Wuji watched in awe, the sky suddenly darkened, and a meteor shower rained down the signature skill of the Lunar Lion, falling stars. While each hit dealt only 450 damage, the skill's massive area of effect was staggering. Instinctively, Zhou Wuji's gaze shifted to Su Yang, and he was left completely speechless. Su Yang calmly continued launching attacks, the seemingly harmless orbs of light obliterating most monsters instantly. Even elite monsters couldn't withstand more than a few hits. The sheer efficiency with which Su Yang dispatched the horde made the Lunar Lion's performance seem lackluster in comparison, let alone Zhou Wuji's burst damage assassin. Seeing the trio effortlessly dominate the battlefield, Zhou Wuji decided he needed to contribute somehow. Sneaking around the edges, he targeted a single monster, unleashing a flurry of attacks before vanishing into stealth to wait for his cooldowns. Though his efficiency was low, he at least managed to carve out a semblance of relevance. However, during his second attempt, Zhou Wuji made a mistake and was forced out of stealth. With no other option, he braced himself for direct combat. 600, 250. Thanks to the aura effects, each attack restored 850 heal, the recovery rate even better than that of most healers. So this is the secret of health bar dancing? Forget being an assassin, I want to be a warrior too. Zhou Wuji exclaimed, a newfound determination in his voice. The assassin class traded consistent damage output for high burst potential. However, this came at the cost of low sustain and minimal health, leaving little room for error. Unlike Song Qing, Zhou Wuji lacked the guts to charge headlong into the fray. Under the relentless assault of Song Qing, Zhuang Hu, and Su Yang, the outer layer of small bosses was quickly wiped out. The monster horde, now leaderless, descended into chaos and fled in all directions. Unfortunately for them, the terrain was a natural basin, leaving no escape. The battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Watching the carnage, Zhou Wuji couldn't help but feel envious. So this is the strongest team in Lake City? Their combat prowess is insane. But then, he cloaked himself in stealth and posed a question to his teammates. You clearly had the strength to bulldoze through everything. Why all the unnecessary theatrics earlier? The question gave Su Yang pause. After a long moment, he replied casually, I thought this challenge would be tough, so I took it seriously. Who would have guessed they'd be so weak? They're easily defeated? Zhou Wuji pondered over this statement, a flicker of doubt flashing through his eyes. He quickly locked onto the nearest mini-boss, determined to test it out himself. Zhou Wuji's figure flickered like a phantom as he unleashed a flurry of skills. Soul Pursuit Lock, Assassin's Spirit, Bloodline Power, Shadow-Piercing Strike. Each move was executed with precision, his attacks relentless. However, as the dust settled, the mini-boss had only lost about 30 of its health and remained standing strong. The corner of Zhou Wuji's mouth twitched slightly as he inwardly complained. You call this easily defeated? He decisively pulled back, retreating like a shadow to Jiang Huanhua's side. As an assassin known for his high attack power, the sight of him guarding the healer was undeniably a peculiar one. Meanwhile, in an office elsewhere, 5 figures sat in silence. The difficulty of this dungeon was comparable to a large-scale university-level assessment. Yet, these young individuals had breezed through it as if it were child's play, showing no signs of struggle. What stunned them even more was Su Yang's casual remark, didn't expect them to be so weak, which felt like a slap to their faces. After a long pause, an elderly man with white hair finally broke the silence. We'll take these students. Tianlong Academy welcomes them. Their admission letters will be delivered in a few days. Please ensure they receive them. As per tradition, during their time at Tianlong Academy, Huhai City will be exempt from taxes and will also receive 2 additional artificial dungeon access opportunities annually. We hope you continue to cultivate outstanding talents. Upon hearing this, another elder quickly stood and replied, of course, I will personally deliver the admission letters. Thank you. He was inwardly overjoyed. This was an early admission from Tianlong Academy, the highest-ranking institution in Yen Nation. These kids had truly brought honor to Huhai City. Back in the dungeon, under the team's combined assault, only the final boss of Venomous Scorpion remained. It crouched on the ground, trembling as it cautiously observed the group, not daring to make a move. Zhuang Hu, like an armored turtle with spikes, grew more frustrating to deal with the longer the fight dragged on. Worse still, he could receive healing from his teammates while the Scorpion's own life recovery had been nullified. How could it possibly win this battle? As for Song Qing, his axe swung so fast it left after images. Hitting him once would likely result in dozens of retaliatory strikes. Who would willingly endure that? Lastly, there was Su Yong, who approached with a casual swagger. He was the most intimidating of all who knew how terrifying his attack power was, and his skills were all lock-on abilities. At this moment, the venomous scorpion was as docile as a kitten. Seeing this, Su Yong extended his hand and calmly said, "Hand it over the loot you're supposed to drop." The scorpion immediately opened its mouth, spitting out a pile of items onto the ground. Skill books, potions, consumables, equipment, and more. Su Yong casually stored them in his inventory and announced to the team, "Team members get an 80 discount for purchases. Prices negotiable." Lin Shai, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, carefully examining the items. Without hesitation, he spent a fortune to buy several skill books and 3 full sets of equipment. Just like that, millions were gone. Su Yong gave him a thumbs up. Truly the wealthy elite of Huhai City. As if afraid Su Yong might change his mind, Lin Shai immediately exited the dungeon and left the party after securing his purchases. Zhou Wuji approached hesitantly. That golden skill book looks pretty good, but could you drop the price a bit? My dad's rich, but my own wallet is a bit tight." Su Yong glanced at the golden skill book. It read, "Shadowless Slash can be chained up to 7 times. If the target is in an abnormal state, the skill requires no casting time and is executed instantly, dealing 1,000 attack damage per strike. On the 7th hit, it deals an additional 7,000 damage." This skill was straightforward but had outrageously high stats, deserving its golden tier status. Turning to Song Qing, Su Yong asked, "What's the market price for something like this? Offering it to the team at half price seems fair, right?" Song Qing chuckled heartily. "Sure, whatever you say." While this would reduce their profits, both Song Qing and Zhuang Hu had become strong thanks to Su Yang's help, so they had no objections. Su Yong turned back to Zhou Wuji. "All right, 4 of us here 4 million, and the skill is yours. By the way, we don't need these low-level healing potions. If you're interested, I'll bundle them for 2 million. The equipment? 6 million for the lot. Oh, and I've got more in my storage, and Song Qing does too. Tell you what, if you're willing to buy everything, we'll sell it all for 20 billion per person, 80 billion total. Excluding this golden skill book, everything else is yours." This bold offer made Zhou Wuji's eyes light up. He realized this was a huge bargain. For 80 billion, he could upgrade his entire gang's equipment from head to toe and acquire a ton of skill books and potions. It would be a massive boost to the gang's strength. "All right, let me check with my dad." Zhou Wuji immediately contacted his father. In the end, he secured the deal for 100 billion, pocketing the extra 20 billion as a broker's fee. After the transaction was complete, Zhou Wuji suddenly spoke up. Su Yong suddenly turned to Zhou Wuji, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "If your team needs more people, just call me. And if you need to get rid of any junk gear, come to me as well. My dad's got plenty of money and stuff to spare." He paused, a sly look crossing his face. "Got any powerful battle beasts?" Zhou Wuji raised an eyebrow, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Oh, we've got plenty." He clapped Su Yong on the shoulder with excitement. "Got time today? It'll take you to snag a few for free. Otherwise, I'd feel uneasy sitting on this 2 billion. Free." Su Yong almost choked, silently cursing. This is daylight robbery, even if it's his own dad getting scammed. The 5 of them exited the dungeon, and an old man pulled out a small notebook, quickly jotting down their contact information. "Come back in a few days to collect your admission notices," he said sternly, his gaze sweeping over each of them. "The academy has given us 6 spots. You'll need to decide on the other 2 teammates yourselves. Tianlong Academy has strict standards and fierce competition, so finding a few strong teammates is always a smart move." After finishing his instructions, Zhou Wuji grabbed Su Yang's arm. "Let's go. The car's over there." Turning back to the old man, he grinned. "Old-timer, how about coming over to our gang for a visit?" The old man's face darkened, and he responded coldly, "No." Zhou Wuji shrugged indifferently. "Suit yourself. I'll take them there anyway. Don't worry, you know how our gang operates, none of that dirty business." The old man, clearly familiar with Zhou Wuji's father's gang, didn't stop them from leaving. However, as they were about to get into the car, he added a final warning. "Be careful out there, and keep today's events confidential. Fame attracts trouble, so don't draw too much attention to yourselves." Before long, the group arrived at the gang's headquarters. Su Yong curiously scanned the surroundings, noticing it looked more like a massive corporate office than a stereotypical gang hideout. Zhou Wuji stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, "Get the warehouse manager over here. I need to store what we bought today. And tell my dad to hurry up and wire the money. 100 billion. And he's still dragging his feet. How's he supposed to do business like this?" Turning back to Su Yong and the others, he added, "You guys are real stand-up people, bringing the stuff over directly. You wouldn't get this kind of treatment anywhere else." Before he could finish speaking, a balding middle-aged man came running over. Seeing the car was full, he grabbed onto the door handle and hung there, panting. "Young master, you're finally back," he said breathlessly. "The boss just had a major deal fall through and is in a foul mood. But your good news couldn't have come at a better time. Once he's done dealing with things, he'll definitely reward you handsomely." Under Zhou Wuji's lead, the group ventured straight into the depths of the warehouse without encountering a single obstacle along the way. The dimly lit storage area was filled with towering stacks of goods that cast long, eerie shadows. The wheels of their vehicle rolled across the floor, producing a low, muffled sound. As they disembarked, a bald warehouse manager hurried over, grabbing a tattered notebook from a nearby table and scribbling something down hastily. He looked up, speaking with a respectful tone. "Young master, some of your items have already been stored. I just checked, and everything is in order. May I ask what you're here to retrieve this time?" Zhou Wuji stood with his hands on his hips and spoke loudly. "What do you mean by steal? This is a gang warehouse, right? And I'm the gang's young master, correct? So if I, as the gang's young master, take something from the gang's warehouse, it's taking, not stealing. Got it?" The bald manager couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. "Of course, young master, you're absolutely right. So, would you like to take today?" Zhou Wuji turned and pointed proudly at Su Yang, who stood beside him. "This is my friend, a summoner. Doesn't our warehouse have a few powerful battle beasts? Bring them over." The bald manager's legs nearly gave way upon hearing this. He grabbed Zhou Wuji's sleeve and lowered his voice, whispering urgently, "Young master, please don't joke around. Those beasts are meant as tribute to the higher-ups. I heard Yin Country has recently trained an exceptionally skilled summoner, and these beasts are a significant gift." Zhou Wuji shook off the manager's hand impatiently. "What nonsense, summoner? Can they possibly be more impressive than my friend? Let me tell you the truth. My summoner friend here is level 12. He charges straight into packs of monsters and slaughters them. His army of beasts is practically endless, and some of them are incredibly strong. Yin Country's so-called top summoner? My friend is the only one worthy of that title. Look, my friend is from Yin Country, right? And he's an up-and-coming summoner, right? So these beasts are obviously meant for him. No problem here, right?" Cold sweat dripped from the bald manager's forehead as he listened. He knew the young master was always headstrong, but this was on another level. Powerful battle beasts were extremely rare, especially ones of such high caliber they were practically one-of-a-kind. Acquiring these few beasts had been an arduous task. How could they be given away so easily? After secretly contacting the master of the house, the manager wiped his forehead and forced a smile. "How about this? Battle beasts are difficult to tame anyway. Why don't I take your friend to try them out? If he can manage to handle one, then giving it away wouldn't be a problem. And if he can't, at least our people will be there to ensure no one gets hurt. What do you say, young master?" Zhou Wuji looked at Su Yang questioningly. "Is that true?" Su Yang nodded reluctantly. "That's how it works. If I find a suitable one, they'll pay for it at market price. I've got plenty of money on hand right now, so don't worry, I won't take it for free." Hearing Su Yang's reasonable response, the bald manager finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the way. This time, he intentionally took a longer route, stalling for as much time as possible. Finally, he received a reply from the master. "Give it. If it can be given, give it. If not, find a way to make it happen." Reading the message, the manager broke out in another cold sweat. He muttered to himself, "What's gotten into the master today? Is he really in such a good mood over a new business deal? Those beasts are worth a fortune. Are we seriously just giving them away?" Zhou Wuji looked around at the various battle beasts, each housed in its own enclosure, and seemed a bit at a loss. "Manager, which ones are the strongest? You should know, right?" Clearly, he had no idea how to judge the beasts himself. The manager quickly pulled up a tablet and displayed some information. "There's a stone arm ape. It's incredibly strong and, according to evaluations, has exceptional magic immunity and high physical defense." Zhou Wuji waved impatiently. "Stop talking so much and just lead the way. My friend can tell if it's good or not with one look. Our family isn't so broke that we can't afford a few beasts." The manager had no choice but to comply. Before long, Su Yang spotted a small stone arm ape confined in a cage, barely the size of a palm. He immediately activated his appraisal skill. Stone arm ape juvenile. Level 1. HP 500. Attack 30. Defense 100. Spirit 30. Skill 1. Shielded hide possesses a stone-like outer layer that regenerates periodically, absorbing 10 of max HP as damage. Reduces physical damage by 30 while active. Skill 2. Magic immunity, completely immune to magic effects. After carefully examining the ape, Su Yang shook his head. To him, its abilities were underwhelming. Both skills were defensive, and the physical damage reduction only applied when the shield was active. While the constant magic immunity was decent, Its base HP of 500 was too low on par with the starting stats of his earlier beasts. Even if raised properly, it would just become a high-defense glass cannon. This one's not for me, Su Yang said bluntly. It might be better suited for someone else. If this were Songqing Song Corporation, Su Yang might have taken it simply for the magic immunity skill, even if it wasn't ideal. But this was a gang warehouse, where items were meant to be sold or traded. Besides, while magic immunity was rare, it wasn't irreplaceable. Worst case, he could sacrifice a beast slot later to learn the skill himself. Seeing Su Yang's lack of interest, Zhou Wuji suddenly pointed to another enclosure. What about that one, Su Yang? That turtle looks pretty energetic. It doesn't seem like some rune-off-the-mill creature. The bald manager quickly interjected. Oh no, young master, please don't suggest that. We've tested it multiple times, and aside from its high HP, it doesn't have any notable traits. Please don't give random advice. Su Yang followed Zhou Wuji's gaze and activated his appraisal skill again. Black Armor Turtle Juvenile, incomplete form. Level 1. HP 4000. Attack 40. Defense 200. Spirit 100. Skill 1. Water Mastery. Skill 2. Insight identifies weaknesses in any target. Skill 3. Regeneration activates upon taking damage, gradually restoring 50 of the damage taken over 10 seconds. Effect stacks and can be upgraded. Skill 4. Dullness, all damage is delayed, spread over 10 seconds instead of being applied instantly. Su Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. This black armor turtle was a perfect fit for him. The synergy between its regeneration and dullness skills effectively halved the damage it took. More importantly, it significantly mitigated burst damage. For example, if an assassin dealt 2000 damage to Su Yang, the dullness skill would spread that damage out over 10 seconds, meaning he'd only lose 200 HP per second. At the same time, the regeneration skill would heal 100 HP per second. This effectively turned the assassin's high burst damage into manageable ticks. And since each tick was calculated separately, his armor would further reduce the damage while the regeneration skill restored HP based on the original damage value. This essentially doubled his effective HP, if not more. This one's perfect, Su Yang thought to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. How much for this one? Su Yang asked bluntly, his eyes fixed on the Xuanjia turtle. The bald warehouse manager was startled by the question and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Young friend, don't rush. Our tests show that while this Xuanjia turtle has excellent defense, its attack power is very weak. As a top-tier summoner, you should be able to see its limitations, right? Without a taunt skill, its strong defense might be hard to utilize effectively. Hearing this, Zhou Wuji began to waver and turned to Su Yang. That's true. Without a taunt skill, its defense might not be all that useful, but Su Yang firmly shook his head. I trust my judgment. It has value to me. Seeing that Su Yang was unmoved, Zhou Wuji, recalling Su Yang's past surprising decisions, decided to drop the matter. He waved his hand dismissively. It's not worth much anyway. Consider it a gift. The warehouse manager chimed in. Yeah, just think of it as a bonus worth a few $1,000. If you want it, take it. Without another word, Su Yang immediately activated the contract formation on the Xuanjia turtle. As expected, while the turtle's resistance wasn't strong, it was unusually persistent. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang commanded in a low voice, Zhaoyue Night Lion, help me suppress it. In response to Su Yang's summon, the Zhaoyue Night Lion materialized out of thin air, releasing a faint trace of its aura. Instantly, the Xuanjia turtle cowered, abandoning all resistance and obediently submitting to Su Yang. The contract was successful, and Su Yang's stats received another boost. The Xuanjia turtle added nearly 2,000 points to his health equivalent to the total health of most level 20 ranged classes. Even more astonishing was the 100-point defense boost, a value surpassing the limits of even white-grade SSS equipment. Though this enhancement was substantial, it seemed rather modest compared to Su Yang's already godlike stat panel. As the others were still processing what had just happened, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit approached briskly. The warehouse manager immediately dropped to one knee. Greetings, master. The man waved him off and walked straight up to Su Yang. Su Yang, nice to meet you. I'm Zhou, the leader of the Black Gang. My son, Zhou Wuji, hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Su Yang quickly shook his head. Not at all. Young Master Zhou has been great. Zhou let out a hearty laugh and called his son over. Wuji, set up a tea table here. I'd like to have a chat with these young friends. Before long, everyone was seated. But at the moment Zhou called out Wuji, a strange feeling surged in Su Yang's heart. He opened the game interface and carefully checked his friends list. Sure enough, he found something peculiar. Wei Wuji, Governor General of the Wilderness Dungeon in Lake City. No wonder the name Zhou Wuji had felt odd to him. With this realization, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, may I ask why you named him Zhou Wuji? Zhou burst into laughter. Back in the day, I had some disputes with someone named Wei Wuji. When Wuji was born, I decided to name him that just to spite him. We were evenly matched in strength, so I used this as a way to annoy him. More than once, I called out Wuji, my son, right in front of him. His expression was priceless. If you want, I can record it next time and send you a copy. Su Yang sighed inwardly. So there was bad blood after all. Wei Wuji was the governor general of Lake City, while Zhou Yishan was from the Black Gang. It wasn't surprising that they had conflicts. Still, this way of venting grievances seemed rather childish. Zhou Yishan chuckled. That's all in the past. Now, there's no real conflict between us. We each live our own lives. Let's get to the point. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I have a favor to ask. You're heading to Tianlong Academy soon, right? I'd like Wuji to tag along with you, so he can broaden his horizons and learn some discipline. Zhou Wuji immediately protested. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not unruly. Don't I always follow the rules when I do things? Zhou Yishan merely smiled faintly at his son's defense and continued. I know how valuable a spot in the academy is. This opportunity might cost a fortune, or it could even be priceless. Su Yang responded with a relaxed smile. No problem. Actually, we weren't planning to release any more spots internally. Song Qing, who was sitting nearby, quickly agreed. That's right. Once we enter Tianlong Academy, we'll essentially be fixed teammates. Our team doesn't really need more members right now, so we're leaving 2 slots open. Hearing this, Zhou Yishan took a deep breath. I managed to obtain footage of your exam performance in the dungeon through certain channels. I also spent a considerable amount to consult a reclusive elder from our Black Gang. The elder provided me with several growth plans for you. Don't worry, although the elder isn't the ruler of Yin Nation, his strength and insight are on par. Would you like to take a look before making a decision? As he spoke, Zhou Yishan gestured for his men to distribute 4 files to everyone present. Before opening his file, Su Yang asked, May I ask how you obtained the footage? Zhou Yishan gave a nonchalant smile. Money makes the world go round, and it's just a video, after all. With the reputation of our Black Gang, there's no risk of a leak. Hearing this, Su Yang finally opened the file. At first glance, his expression grew unusually serious. When the elder from the academy had visited last time, even with the computational power of the skyscreen system, they could only infer that he possessed the golden skill Soul Link. But this file contained an actual hypothesis. Likely possesses a rare talent with significant additional attributes. Realizing this, Su Yang immediately closed the file and carefully examined the red seal marking it, confirming that it was intact when he had opened it. Sensing Su Yang's concern, Zhou Yishan explained, the elder personally sealed each file, and there's video evidence of the process. This is guidance from a senior, not ill intent. Our Black Gang isn't your typical criminal organization. You can rest assured. Only then did Su Yang reopen the file and carefully read its contents. The elder had outlined 2 clear and feasible development paths for him, along with corresponding success stories. One option was to cultivate a large number of battle beasts, leveraging their stats to achieve extraordinary panel values. The only challenge would be the immense experience points required. The other option was to specialize in a summoner subclass known as Beast Devourer. This unique path involved absorbing battle beasts to directly convert their attributes into part of the summoner's own stats. With the boost from additional attributes, this path could unleash unparalleled combat power. Both recommendations were accompanied by detailed success stories and extensive battle records. From this, it was evident that the old man's guidance to Su Yang was sincere. At the end of his advice, he added a thought-provoking remark. The path you walk yourself is the one that suits you best. Every method used by those before you to grow stronger serves only as a reference. Su Yang closed the file, his eyes sweeping over Zhuang Hu, Song Qing, and Jiang Huanhua. Their expressions revealed that they had gained quite a lot from their reading. After a brief discussion, Su Yang spoke. Well, consider what you've said. Zhou Yishan laughed heartily and nodded. That's great. This battle beast and this skill book are gifts from the old man for you. As for the gifts for the other 3 of you, they're still being prepared. I'll deliver them to your residences soon. Su Yang's gaze fell on the Crimson Bird. He immediately activated his insight skill. Information surged into his mind. Swallowing Cloud Fire Phoenix Juvenile Stage. Level 1. Health 1000. Attack 300. Defense 50. Stamina 300. Skill 1. Scorching Flames of Heaven Wide Area Fire Rain. Upgradable. Skill 2. World-Ending Divine Blaze High Fire Element Burst Damage to a single target. Upgradable. Skill 3. Burning Flames inflicts continuous damage for 30 seconds after a fire element attack hits. Damage stacks and refreshes duration. Skill 4. Rebirth in Flames revives after each death, restoring half health and stamina. Skill 5. White Bird Facing the Phoenix Unknown. Just by looking at the attributes of the Swallowing Cloud Fire Phoenix, it was clear that it was no ordinary creature. With an attack power of 300 at level 1, it even surpassed the Crimson Dragon. Not only did it have standard wide area damage and high single target damage skills, but it also had a stacking continuous damage effect that pushed its offensive capabilities to the extreme. Additionally, the Rebirth and Flame skill was a near-perfect defensive mechanism. What was even more astonishing was the mysterious skill that even the Insight skill couldn't analyze. Su Yang thought to himself, if this swallowing cloud fire phoenix were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly shake the summoner community to its core. Next, Su Yang picked up the skill book. The old man had said it was a choice between two options. One was 5 Elements Foundation, which used the 5 Elements technique to turn 5 battle beasts into formation cores, exponentially boosting his own attributes. The other was 5 Elements Expansion, which also used 5 battle beasts as formation cores but created a large domain that enhanced the combat power of all battle beasts within it. For Su Yang, this should have been a choice, but it turned into a no-brainer. He already had the United as One skill, which could replicate the effects of 5 Elements Expansion. Besides, the combat power provided by 5 battle beasts couldn't compare to the attribute boosts he could extract from their stat bonuses. I choose the 5 Elements Foundation skill, Su Yang decided decisively. Zhou Shan handed the items over immediately. Su Yang learned the skill on the spot, and the detailed information appeared. 5 Elements Foundation. 5 battle beasts of different attributes serve as formation cores. Their levels and stats proportionally enhance the summoner's combat power. This enhancement is classified as a special boost, applied after all other attribute calculations. With this new skill, Su Yang felt a surge of energy. By selecting 5 battle beasts with different attributes from the 300 under his command and specifically leveling them up, he could not only strengthen himself but also further empower the Moonlit Night Lion and the newly acquired Swallowing Cloud Fire Phoenix. At this moment, Su Yang's mind was set on heading to the Wilderness Dungeon to improve his battle beast strength as soon as possible. Zhou Shan suddenly chuckled. Ah, the vitality of youth. Your eyes are brimming with determination. Su Yang, if you're planning to explore the Wilderness Dungeon, you can always rely on members of our Black Gang. Here, take this Black Gang token, it's reserved for our esteemed guests. By the way, our gang typically gathers at the southern gate entrance to the Wilderness Dungeon. After some polite farewells, Su Yang and the others parted ways. Song Qing, facing financial strain in her company, stayed behind. Zhuang Hu, as her bodyguard, naturally remained as well. Jiang Huanhua expressed her intention to visit her family and reminded Su Yang that the money had earned twice now should be counted as interest owed to her. After all, the one-time use artifact she had given him was incredibly valuable, usable by all professions and capable of creating a god, if paired with the right skill. Jiang Huanhua increasingly understood the significance of Su Yang's decision to give her that artifact. While it was partly because he couldn't use it at the time, it had profoundly altered the course of her life. She silently resolved that once she became stronger, she would find a way to repay this kindness. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, Zhou Wuji caught up with him and suggested, Su Yang, how about taking me along? It'll even cover the costs for leveling up. Besides, wouldn't it be boring to go alone? I can keep you company and chat with you. As he spoke, he directly joined Su Yang's party and called for a driver to take them to the southern gate of the Wilderness Dungeon entrance. Upon entering, Su Yang was surprised to find that this entrance wasn't as bright and open as others. Instead, it was a massive cave, with bustling markets scattered throughout. Noticing Su Yang looking around curiously, Zhou Wuji explained, this is the black market. All black markets are under the management of our Black Gang. That's why we're so wealthy, don't worry. I can afford any expenses. So, what level of monsters do you want to farm? Are you looking for experience or gear? I've got the best guides, and I guarantee they're tighter-lipped than a locked vault. Su Yang hadn't expected the Black Gang to have such a vast network and offer such comprehensive services, even including recommended leveling routes. After a moment of thought, he replied, someplace with a high amount of experience would be best. Right now, I'm not lacking in items, what I need is experience. For a summoner, the levels and skills of their battle beasts were of utmost importance. However, Su Yang currently only needed to level up. His key fighters, the Moonlit Night Lion, Crimson Dragon, and the newly acquired Black Armor Turtle and Swallowing Cloud Fire Phoenix all came with their own skills and simply required a significant amount of experience. As for the remaining 300 battle beasts, Su Yang only needed the attribute bonuses from their level ups. Aside from overwhelming large numbers of weak enemies, he didn't expect them to be of much use in combat. As they walked, Zhou Wuji spotted a woman by the roadside advertising her services. Grinning mischievously, he threw an arm around Su Yang's shoulders and teased, hey, want to have a bit of fun? Su Yang waved his hand impatiently, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Women only slow me down when I draw my sword. Zhou Wuji couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. He teased, come on, stop acting all righteous. A little virgin is a little virgin. No need for such grand excuses. If you're interested, I could introduce you to someone suitable. Seeing Su Yang about to retort, Zhou Wuji quickly added, relax, I'm not saying now. But if you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Remember, this is the wilderness dungeon. Every outing could be your last. Living in the moment is the key to survival here. Su Yang dismissed Zhou Wuji's words with a wave, his tone indifferent. Forget it. They'll leave things like that to fate. Anyway, what's the route for farming monsters this time? How long would it take to level up an ordinary battle beast to 20? Noticing Su Yang's lack of interest in the topic, Zhou Wuji slung an arm over his shoulder and led him to a small hut. Knocking on the door lightly, his tone carried a subtle threat. It's Zhou Wuji. Get me a map for fast leveling. I'm taking my buddy on a trip. Hurry up, or I'll have my dad deal with you. A hand extended through the slightly opened window, handing over a map. Zhou Wuji glanced at it briefly before asking, oh, by the way, how long would it take to level up a regular battle beast from scratch to 20? Got any routes with high experience, easy monsters, and plenty of them? After a short pause, another map was handed out. On the back, it read, halfway through the route, the battle beast will hit level 20. The character needs to complete the full circuit to reach level 20. Satisfied, Zhou Wuji tucked the map away and knocked on the door again. I'll make sure you get an extra meal today. Tell them Zhou Wuji ordered it. A raspy voice from inside muttered a word of thanks. With the new map in hand, Zhou Wuji led Su Yang out of the Black Market Mountain. As they approached the exit, Zhou Wuji suddenly activated a skill. Su Yang was startled to see a special mark appear on his body, and the surroundings instantly dimmed. What's this? Su Yang asked, puzzled. Zhou Wuji smiled nonchalantly. Group stealth. Let's get moving. I may be the son of a gang leader, but my dad wouldn't let me join you at Tianlong Academy without some special tricks up my sleeve. Su Yang was taken aback. Typically, only priests could grant buffs to teammates, and even then, it was rare. He checked his status bar and found that the group stealth effect was equivalent to an assassin stealth skill. This meant that the first attack after breaking stealth would deal 100 bonus damage, essentially doubling the impact. Not bad. Looks like no one will dare to criticize you when you run dungeons in the future, Zhou Wuji said smugly. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This was the privilege of having a well-connected father. Most of their classmates struggled to acquire skills they desired, let alone ones of golden quality. Even if they were lucky enough to obtain one, they had to consider whether it suited their role and often had to compensate teammates. Students simply couldn't afford such high costs, and many ended up selling good skills they couldn't keep. As they traveled, Su Yang asked, does this skill have no casting animation? Zhou Wuji laughed heartily. It only goes on cooldown after everyone in the party initiates an attack. Until then, the stealth duration is infinite. Su Yang gulped. Infinite duration? Such an overpowered effect would elevate the value of this golden skill book to a prismatic tier. He glanced at his own golden skill, Soul Link, and suddenly felt it paled in comparison. Zhou Wuji then demonstrated another skill, Shadow Swap. Su Yang asked curiously, what's special about this one? Zhou Wuji explained proudly, when a teammate is in danger, I can use Shadow Swap to trade places with them and then block the attack with an assassin substitute technique. It's like giving them an invincibility skill, plus it lets non-mobility classes perform a long-range blink. Su Yang's eyes lit up in realization, though his mouth twitched slightly. You mean? Zhou Wuji grinned. Exactly. It's another golden skill, but it's functional rather than offensive, so it's not as expensive. He then displayed another skill in the party chat called Blood Mist Bloom. Su Yang was utterly stunned by its effect. The skill significantly boosted teammates' attack power, provided lifesteal, increased attack and movement speed, and dealt additional all-attribute damage. Seeing Zhou Wuji's ridiculously overpowered skill set, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. If I'd known you earlier, I would have given you that item that lets you modify a single character. Honestly, I wouldn't mind calling you my godfather after seeing all this. Zhou Wuji's eyes lit up. You got that item? Su Yang shrugged helplessly. I didn't think it was that valuable at the time, so I gave it to Zhang Huanhua. I mostly needed her for healing. Zhou Wuji's face twitched violently. If Head had that item, he could have moved the 2 from the 120-second cooldown to the duration of his skill, turning it into 220 seconds of duration with a 10-second cooldown. This would have allowed him to activate buff skills for 22 squads simultaneously, with no interruptions. Even the Emperor of Yin would have to address him as boss after seeing such power. A permanent 50 attack boost alone would elevate the team's overall damage output by half. Su Yang felt a pang of regret too, but he had only met Zhou Wuji today. There was no way to turn back time. This was a real loss. As Su Yang was secretly marveling at the situation, Zhou Wuji suddenly spoke up. Do you have any skills you can show off? I'm just curious. Don't worry. My lips are sealed tighter than a fortress wall. Su Yang thought for a moment, then demonstrated 2 of his skills, Soul Link and 5 Elements Foundation. He explained, so far, I only have 3 skills. Soul Link is gold tier, 5 Elements Foundation is red tier, and there's an aura skill I can't show right now. Initially, Zhou Wuji wasn't too impressed by this Soul Link skill, thinking that a 50 attribute buff wasn't overly extraordinary. He reasoned that unless someone, like Su Yang, raised a large number of battle beasts, the skill's effect wouldn't be significant. Moreover, as the beasts leveled up, the experience required would increase exponentially, making this path far more challenging than the average one. However, when Zhou Wuji noticed the final line in the skill's description allowing shared use of the battle beasts' learned skills, his mind went blank. He immediately shouted in the team chat, "Now this is a godder skill. You're telling me you can bind a bunch of battle beasts, and as long as their skills are usable, it's like you have unlimited skills at your disposal? And you don't even use energy when casting them, right?" Su Yang looked confused. "Energy? What's that for?" Zhou Wuji nearly choked. "Bro, have you been enjoying this too much already?" He took a deep breath and explained, "Energy is like mana, it's what you consume when using skills. Are you seriously saying you don't use any energy to cast your beast skills?" Su Yang scratched his head. "Haven't noticed it changing?" Zhou Wuji's mouth twitched. "What the heck? Even mages struggle with energy before level 20 and can barely chaincast their skills. And here you are, asking what energy is. Unbelievable." Despite his exasperation, he still sent a message in the team chat. "Man, this guy really knows how to flex, but I'm impressed. Unlimited skills and enough battle beasts? You're more broken than a mage." Suddenly, Zhou Wuji suggested, "Want to try something fun? We've arrived at the spot. Why don't you unleash all your beast skills at once?" Without hesitation, Su Yang targeted an ironhead fish emerging from the water and activated the falling stars skill of his moonlit night lion. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, leaving Zhou Wuji momentarily dizzy. "Whoa, your attack power is insane. How many battle beasts do you have? Are you planning to grind levels here for a whole month?" He was starting to worry. If they were stuck in the wilderness dungeon for a month, he might lose his mind. Su Yang glanced at his stats and compared them with the skill panel of his moonlit night lion. "Based on my stats, the damage shouldn't be this high. Wait, am I still in stealth mode?" Zhou Wuji raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. "That's my group stealth skill. It adds 100 base attack damage." "Hold on, why are you still stealthed? Try another skill." Su Yang selected one of his weaker battle beasts with an attack power of 10 and targeted another ironhead fish that was barely clinging to life. He cast the skill Fire Arrow, which dealt 100 fire attribute damage based on attack power. Just as I thought. Zhou Wuji's suspicions were confirmed. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. "Have you ever heard of a skill bug? Like when a skill works where it shouldn't, or doesn't end when it's supposed to?" Even Zhou Wuji was stunned. "What kind of bizarre combo is this? I activate stealth, and now you can spam skills recklessly? Not only is your damage doubled, but you can also cast infinitely without worrying about energy? You're even more low maintenance than a mage." He was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, a video quickly climbed the trending charts of the wilderness dungeon. Shocking. Ironhead fish suddenly dropped dead. Possible major event incoming. The footage showed Su Yang taking down the ironhead fish, its health bar inexplicably plummeting in unison. In just 10 seconds, the notoriously tough fish, known for fleeing when near death, mysteriously died without dropping a single item. Speculation ran rampant. Could it be a volcanic eruption heating the water and cooking the fish alive? All you ever think about is food. What's next? Adding spices for hot pot? I remember something like this happening before. It's usually a sign of a major boss appearing. Panic quickly spread among everyone inside the wilderness dungeon. In his office, Wei Wuji stared intently at the video. He analyzed. Ironhead fish have close to 9,000 health. Based on this rate of damage, it's about 900 points of area damage per hit. It's possible there's an assassin with a rare class leveling up nearby. A subordinate stood up to report. The terrain around the pond has been fully surveyed, nothing unusual. We've scouted a 10-mile radius and found no signs of a major boss or any anomalies. Report. Latest findings indicate 2 sets of heat signatures left at the edge of the pond. Judging by the footprint size, they appear to belong to 2 individuals around 20 years old. As the intel poured in, Wei Wuji stroked his chin, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Although he continued replaying the footage, his focus had shifted. After some thought, his memory traced back to the entrance of the wilderness dungeon. Wei Wuji quickly opened his friend list and was relieved to see a familiar avatar online. He turned to his team and said, "No need to worry, it's probably a friend leveling up. We'll check in with them." The tension in the office eased as everyone continued their tasks with a lighter mood. Wei Wuji initiated a private chat and messaged Su Yang. "Are you leveling up with the Moonlit Night Lion? We noticed some unusual activity at the Ironhead Fish Pond." Not long after, Su Yang replied with a simple yes. Wei Wuji exhaled deeply, instructed his team to pause their investigation, and opened a teleportation portal based on the chat history. Moments later, he appeared at Su Yang's location, only to find the area eerily empty. After a brief moment of thought, he called out, "Wei Wuji here. I'd like to meet with you too, to confirm the area's safety. Please cooperate. As Wei Wuji's voice fell, the swarm of phantom mosquitoes flitting around in the distance instantly dropped dead. His sharp eyes caught a faint anomaly, and his gaze shifted to the edge of a nearby hilltop. Su Yang, is that you? Wei Wuji asked in a deep voice. Su Yang had no choice but to reveal himself. He casually struck a rock with a basic attack before grinning and saying, "Yeah, it's me. Just leveling up here with a friend. Sorry for the disturbance." Wei Wuji's gaze landed on the moonlit night lion at Su Yang's feet. A faint green light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he quickly analyzed the lion's stats. He nodded slightly and said, "The intel checks out. Sorry to interrupt your leveling. I appreciate your contribution and cooperation in maintaining the peace here." With those polite words, Wei Wuji turned and left the area. Once Wei Wuji was far enough away, Zhou Wuji emerged from stealth, striking the same rock with a backstab skill to reveal himself. A sly smile spread across his face. "Gotcha, didn't I?" Wei Wuji has a skill that lets him teleport to a friend's location at any time. You're under his watch now. My old man got busted a few times because of that back in the day. This is insider info we've pieced together. Su Yang thought for a moment before sighing. Well, what can I say? I'm not strong enough. If I ever need help, at least I'd have backup. Zhou Wuji shrugged. He's not a bad guy, really. Just not too friendly toward us black market types. So, how much XP have you racked up? Shall we keep going? Su Yang nodded, secretly checking the stats he'd just looted. He had gained a 50-point boost to base defense, a decent reward for this wilderness dungeon. Drawing on past experience, Su Yang had summarized the loot patterns. Artificial dungeons only drop basic stats like health, defense, attack, stamina, and lifesteal, and even then, drops were rare after the first clear. Wilderness dungeons, on the other hand, dropped more advanced skill stats like lifesteal attack and evasion, which Su Yang classified as secondary skills. The 50-point base defense he had just acquired, when amplified by various buffs, was worth far more than its surface value. Base defense stats could be enhanced, unlike ordinary defense stats. As for the elusive tertiary skill stats, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. And so, the two of them spent 5 full days grinding mobs in the wilderness dungeon. Thanks to the map's guidance and Zhou Wuji's group stealth skill, they progressed smoothly without encountering major trouble. I can't go on anymore, Zhou Wuji panted. Let's head back and rest. My old man says tomorrow's the college entrance exam. You gotta take me to school to show off. Su Yang was also utterly exhausted, especially after enduring the barely edible food in the wilderness dungeon. His craving for real food temporarily outweighed his desire to level up. He glanced at his battle pets, 300 of them, all leveled up to 5. Their stats had doubled since they were at level 1. He had also collected a variety of stat drops, including a surprising tertiary attribute, Fire Damage 0.01, which had dropped after defeating a road-blocking elite monster. Attribute damage was entirely independent of attack power, making this 0.01 increase far more valuable than a 0.01 boost to attack power. With numerous attack power amplifiers already in play, further increases to attack power would yield diminishing returns. Attribute damage, however, opened up an entirely new dimension of power. In addition to the tertiary stat, the run had yielded a number of healing potions, though most were of little use to Su Yang at his current level. Potions that restored a mere 1,000 or 2,000 HP were negligible for him, so he sold them all to Zhou Wuji at an 80 market price discount. Zhou Wuji eagerly bought them and immediately called his father to transfer the funds. Hey bro, the money's in, Zhou Wuji exclaimed excitedly. So, tomorrow, we hit the school, yeah? I'm a pro at showing off together. We'll be unstoppable. Su Yang sighed and nodded. Fine, but it depends on whether I can even get out of bed. After hitching a ride back to the villa, Su Yang collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. 5 days without proper rest had left him utterly drained. However, in the middle of the night, a sudden phone call jolted Su Yang awake. Groggily, he answered. Who is it? On the other end of the line, amidst the chaotic noise of a casino, Jiang Huanhua's trembling voice came through. Su Yang, please help me. I'm at the casino. Su Yang instantly snapped awake, his expression darkening. You went gambling too? Jiang Huanhua quickly explained. No, I was tricked into coming here. Before Su Yang could respond, a harsh and piercing voice cut through the background noise on the other end of the call. That's my daughter you're talking about. Just 1 million? The bet should be at least 2 million. These words struck Su Yang like a bolt of lightning, jolting him awake in an instant. He sat upright in bed, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, Butler, get the car ready. I'm going to the East District Underground Casino. Moments later, a sleek black sedan pulled up in front of an abandoned textile factory in the East District. Once a bustling hub of activity, the factory had now become a haven for gamblers. Its underground parking lot had been converted into an unregulated casino, a place where, According to rumors, many of Lake City's wealthy elites had made their fortunes. As Su Yang approached the entrance, two bodyguards in sharp suits stepped forward to block his path. One of them sneered and said dismissively, "Where do you think you're going, kid? This isn't a place for someone like you." Unfazed by the taunt, Su Yang maintained his composure and calmly pulled out a black credit card from his pocket. This was a special card prepared for him by Song Qing, one that not only allowed for currency exchange but also granted access to a certain credit limit. In all of Lake City, fewer than 50 people owned such a card. It was the ultimate status symbol. Upon seeing the black card, the bodyguard's demeanor shifted instantly. Their expression softened, and one of them quickly asked with a respectful smile, "May I ask what brings you here, sir?" Ignoring them, Su Yang strode past with purpose and said coldly, "I'm here to take back what's mine." As he stepped into the underground casino, which had been transformed from the old parking lot, Su Yang's eyes immediately locked onto a gambling table in the distance. There, Jiang Huanhua was tied to a chair, while a middle-aged man stood nearby, haggling with the dealer. 2 million is already a steal, the middle-aged man bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. "She's a healer. I've done my research. She can restore over 5,000 health points in one go. 2 million, take it or leave it." The dealer, expressionless and composed, set down the cards in his hand and replied coolly, "We're well aware of her value. Our casino has always been fair. The 1 million offered to you was after deducting the 30 million plus debt you owe. What's left is 1 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly broke into a grin, as though grasping at a lifeline. All right. How about another round?" he said, unfazed, as he picked up the dice cup and vigorously shook it. The dealer's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain, almost imperceptible, as he asked indifferently, "Big or small?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to roll the dice, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the poker table. The entire casino erupted into chaos. "Who dares cause trouble in my casino?" "Security." The middle-aged man stood up abruptly, his face contorted with rage. Yet, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. This was no ordinary intruder. It was a priest, a rarity worth a fortune. Even at just level 20, she already boasted over 5,000 points of health recovery. The secrets she held were invaluable. Selling her to a powerful faction could bring unimaginable wealth, far exceeding the debts owed by the two gamblers combined. As the man calculated his newfound fortune, another figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Instinctively, he dodged to the side as the figure barely grazed his sleeve before crashing heavily to the ground. "Security!" the man shouted again. Before his words could fully echo, a towering, muscle-bound man emerged from the back. In his hands was a massive chainsaw that roared to life with an ear-piercing screech, filling the casino with its deafening sound. "Everyone, heads down. Anyone who tries to run, I'll cut them down." The burly man surveyed the room, his gaze eventually settling on Su Yang. He slightly adjusted the angle of the chainsaw's blade and bellowed, "You here to gamble?" Su Yang let out a cold chuckle and replied indifferently, "Someone stole my property and used it as a gambling stake here." Hearing this, the burly man stepped aside to let Su Yang through. Once Su Yang passed, the man resumed maintaining order in the casino. Su Yang approached the poker table, his eyes sweeping over Jiang Huanhua, who was tied up tightly. He noticed the red marks on her face and the shattered phone on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at Jiang Huanhua and turned to the middle-aged man. "Who laid a hand on my property?" he demanded. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "Your property? Those two over there are her parents. Wouldn't that make her their child? What does she have to do with you?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow, and a fist-shaped summon suddenly materialized at his feet. The middle-aged man's expression tightened. Su Yang was a summoner. While summoners often required significant protection during dungeon exploration, even a level 20 summon beast could easily overpower ordinary people in the city. "Who hit her?" Su Yang pressed again. The middle-aged man decided it was best to give the summoner some leeway and pointed to a nearby security guard dressed in black. "He did." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Yang's summoned fist shot forward, striking the guard and knocking him to the ground. The summon then deftly untied Jiang Huanhua's bindings. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. "It seems you're determined to protect her, but there's still a problem. You're not her parent. You have no right to make decisions on her behalf." He was clearly trying to negotiate, unwilling to give up on Jiang Huanhua, whose healing abilities were extraordinary and whose appearance was equally stunning. Selling her would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Su Yang remained unfazed. "I ask, you answer." He turned to the now free Jiang Huanhua and asked her 3 consecutive questions, all of which she answered affirmatively. After the brief exchange, Su Yang looked back at the middle-aged man. "Until she repays me for the item she owes, all the money she earns belongs to me. Calling her mine isn't unreasonable, is it?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "That may be true, but you have no proof. Besides, her parents are right here." Doesn't the debt of raising her outweigh a mere transaction with you? Su Yang suddenly broke into a chilling smile and turned his gaze toward Jiang Huanhua's trembling parents. So you're saying if I kill them, I can take her with me. Is that right? The middle-aged man inwardly cursed his predicament, but quickly proposed a compromise. How about this? 10 years. For the next 10 years, all the money she earns will go to you. After that, she comes back to us. Su Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Paying off interest with labor? Your casino seems sincere, so how about this? I'll reveal the item in question. If your casino can afford it, plus 10 years of her earnings, she's yours. The middle-aged man, sensing an opportunity, eagerly agreed. Su Yang then had Jiang Huanhua demonstrate her unique talent skill. Smiling, he added, you can look up what an astrologer priest's talent typically looks like and compare it. Then research what kind of item could enable such an effect. The middle-aged man meticulously verified the information, and his expression darkened. Not only did he identify the item capable of altering skills, but he also stumbled upon an astronomical bounty. The Kingdom of England was offering 30 years of its entire national revenue, along with any position of power below its monarch, in exchange for the item. With a resounding bang, the middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, his teeth clenched in frustration. The item's value far exceeded what the casino could afford. Even if the casino were sold 1,000 times over, it wouldn't come close. Seeing this, Su Yang calmly stood up. It seems you can't afford it after all. Seeing Su Yang about to leave, the middle-aged man's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he spoke sharply. What about the 3 million she owes the casino? Hearing this, Su Yang sat back down calmly, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He locked eyes with the middle-aged man, his tone steady yet unyielding. Since this is a casino, let's settle it by casino rules. I'm not familiar with all the games, so I'll keep it simple. And don't worry, I won't take advantage of you just a dice game. You roll, I guess the total. If I'm right, the debt is cleared. If I'm wrong, you can have this black card, no strings attached. With that, Su Yang gestured for the man to proceed. A flicker of hesitation crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but he quickly gritted his teeth and grabbed the dice cup. How many rounds decide the winner? He asked in a low voice. Su Yang simply raised one finger. The man took a deep breath, then picked up the dice cup and gave it a vigorous shake. The dice rattled loudly inside, the crisp sound filling the air. Su Yang, on the other hand, closed his eyes, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. The man stared intensely at Su Yang's face, searching for any sign of unease. He knew full well the Stakisa black card required a fortune of at least tens of millions to apply for. Losing would be a heavy blow. Yet despite shaking the dice for a full 20 seconds, Su Yang's expression remained serene, as if he were on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Still not done? Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as it met the man's. Startled, the man slammed the dice cup firmly onto the table. Unperturbed, Su Yang spoke evenly. 6 dice, 2 of them cracked. The numbers are 1, 3, 6, 6, 5, 1, 4, and 2. Oh, and there's half a die leaning against the cup. Based on your technique, when you lift the cup, that half might settle on its flat side, showing a 1. He paused, then added casually. By the way, the tricks you set up under the table? I already had those removed. Before the man could react, Su Yang stood up and turned his attention to Jiang Huanhua. He gently pinched her cheek, his tone a mix of teasing and sincerity. This time, you owe me 3 million. Don't forget to pay me back. Jiang Huanhua's mind was blank, her ears ringing. She cast one last glance at her parents, who were cowering by the table, then gritted her teeth and followed Su Yang out. The middle-aged man clenched his jaw in frustration. As a seasoned casino operator, he couldn't believe he had been bested by a young upstart. Watching Su Yang approach the large bodyguard stationed by the door, the man gave a sharp nod. The bodyguard, who had been stepping aside to make way, suddenly grabbed a chainsaw and swung it down at Su Yang with brutal force. The screech of the saw filled the air, sparks flying as it descended. In that split second, Su Yang's health bar materialized above his head. Without a trace of panic, he reached out and firmly caught the spinning blade. His lips curved into a faint smile. Did I forget to mention something? Gambling isn't exactly my strong suit. But fighting? I can manage. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly activated a skill, Battle Roar, attempting to reduce Su Yang's attack power by 10. Without pause, he followed up with a heavy punch, shouting, piercing fist. An attack that bypassed defenses to deal true damage. As the casino's enforcer, he wasn't without skill. After all, one didn't last long in this line of work without some real ability. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Su Yang. Confident his attacks had landed, the bodyguard launched a relentless flurry of punches, taunting, die already. A summoner like you, how many hits can you even take with that fragile body? Punch after punch flew, But when the bodyguard glanced at Su Yang's health bar again, his jaw dropped. It hadn't budged. Not even a sliver. His legs trembled as fear took hold, and he stumbled backward. Su Yang yawned lazily, a hint of amusement in his voice. True damage, huh? Nice attribute. But your damage output's a bit low. It doesn't even outpace my passive regeneration. With that, he pulled out a berserker's staff and casually launched a basic attack. There was no damage number, no dramatic animation, just an instant, full health kill. Su Yang smiled faintly and took Jiang Huanhua's hand. Let's go. On the way back, Su Yang listened as Jiang Huanhua explained what had happened. After she returned home, her parents hadn't scolded her. Instead, they had treated her with unusual kindness, gaining her trust. Then, they drugged her and brought her to the casino. Given the frailty of a healer's stats, particularly the negative resistance values in certain hidden attributes, it wasn't surprising she had been overpowered. After all, non-combat deaths were among the leading causes of death for healers. Alright, stop looking so down. I'm not really going to make you pay back the 3 million, Su Yang reassured her. Then, with a playful smirk, he added, unless you're offering to spend the night with me. I wouldn't exactly mind. Back at the villa, Su Yang arranged for the housekeeper to help Jiang Huanhua recover. Shortly after, he received a message from Zhou Wuji. Well, I heard you caused a stir at the casino. Knowing you, something must have happened, right? Su Yang briefly recounted the events, then added, by the way, Song Qing just messaged me. She's free tomorrow. How about we form a party and explore the wilderness dungeon? If we're heading to college together, we might as well start building some team synergy. Zhou Wuji responded quickly. Sounds good, but let's meet near the school. I want to swing by and check out those poor souls still cramming for finals. The next morning, as soon as Su Yang opened his eyes, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. It wasn't the usual refined dishes prepared by the housekeeper, it was the familiar smell of fried eggs. He got up, still in his pajamas, and headed to the table. Jiang Huanhua carefully brought out a small bowl of steaming soup from the kitchen and gently placed it on the table. She quickly pulled her hand back, pinching her earlobe with her fingers to ease the pain from the heat. When she noticed Su Yang walking out, she grew visibly nervous, her voice trembling slightly. I didn't do a great job with this. Please don't mind it too much. Su Yang glanced at the table, taking in the sight of golden, crispy fried eggs and steaming porridge. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You've improved so quickly. Just a few days ago, you were burning everything. Hearing this, Jiang Huanhua's face flushed red with embarrassment. She quickly found an excuse to retreat back into the kitchen. Su Yang didn't mind. He could sense a subtle change in her attitude through the meal she had prepared. To Su Yang, this change was a good sign. He silently reminded himself, some people are beyond redemption. The best you can do is keep your distance. Time quietly slipped by, and before long, it was nearly noon. The group of 5 finally gathered at the school gate. Since Su Yang had taken a post-meal nap, he was the last to arrive. As soon as Song Qing spotted Su Yang and Jiang Huanhua, he eagerly rushed over. Su Yang, long time no see. I heard you've been off messing around in the wilderness dungeons again these past few days. You couldn't even bring your good buddy along to make some money? Before Su Yang could respond, a voice rang out from nearby. Turning toward the source, he saw Zhou Wuji shouting at the students who were steadily filing out of the school gate. Do your best, everyone. Don't be like me, getting accepted straight away and skipping the college entrance exams. What a tragedy for me, huh? His provocative words drew glares from many of the students, but Zhou Wuji seemed entirely unfazed, continuing his boastful remarks to every group that passed by. Noticing something unusual about the number of people, Su Yang asked, is this the last group? Song Qing nodded and explained, this is just the beginning. The college entrance exams are different from the rally tests. There's no priority system. Everyone enters the artificial dungeon for assessment at the same time. But I've heard that to increase the difficulty, the rewards in the college entrance exam dungeons have been significantly reduced, cutting down on the computational power required. So, there probably won't be much worthwhile loot. Su Yang gave a slight nod and was about to call everyone to set off when the sudden ringing of a phone interrupted him. The ringing of a phone shattered the quiet of the office. Su Yang picked up the call, and a familiar voice came through the receiver. Hello, is this Su Yang? It's Huang Yuran from the Ministry of Education. We met a few days ago at the Song Group. I have something urgent to ask of you. Don't worry about the payment or compensation. Su Yang frowned slightly and glanced at his companions. Song Qing cleared his throat and muttered, the Ministry of Education has plenty of connections. Helping them now could lead to significant benefits later. Zhou Wuji was more direct, saying, old man, just spit it out. I'll handle convincing my brother. Huang Yuran then explained the situation. We've received intel that the Black Knight Alliance is planning to eliminate the younger generation in Huhai City to gain an advantage in the ongoing conflict. We need you to infiltrate the student group taking the college entrance exam. With your skills, you can lure them out. There will be experts ready to assist you in taking them down. Don't worry, reinforcements will be at the designated location within half an hour. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yang agreed. With his abilities, acting as bait wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, connections like these often prove invaluable at critical moments. Before long, the school provided exam admission passes, and the 5 of them joined the student group entering the artificial dungeon. Inside the dungeon, each student had a floating device behind them, which recorded their combat performance. The results were evaluated by the Skyscape system to determine their final scores. The students were busy hunting monsters and showcasing their skills to earn high marks. When Su Yang and his group entered the dungeon, many students had already completed their first battles. The devices of some standout performers had changed color to reflect their scores. Su Yang turned to Zhou Wuji and said, "Your turn to shine. Let's find a big monster and turn that device red." Zhou Wuji nodded and immediately activated a group stealth skill, causing all 5 of them to vanish without a trace. On a distant hill, 2 observers looked puzzled. Did a team of assassins just enter? How did they all disappear like that? Maybe. Don't worry about it for now, let's focus on spotting the top performers. Using the map provided by the Ministry of Education, the group headed straight for the final boss, a humanoid mechanical puppet. Su Yang didn't even bother checking its stats. He launched a basic attack right away. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and a critical hit of 2,500 damage appeared. Su Yang's floating device instantly turned bright red, with its level evaluation. Level under 20, 2,500 damage classified as a genius level performance. Su Yang paused, careful not to trigger Skyscape's protective mechanisms. Next, Song Qing charged forward with his massive battle axe, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Though his individual strikes weren't as powerful, his rapid attack speed led to a total damage output slightly surpassing Su Yang's. Evaluation. S level? Then it was Zhuang He's turn, and he also achieved an S level rating. Zhou Wuji followed with a perfectly executed assassin combo, earning an SS level, flawless evaluation. Finally, Jiang Huanhua stepped up and cast a single healing spell. To everyone's surprise, she received a none rating, and the system immediately instructed her to leave the dungeon and report to the school. The other 4 were stunned, especially Zhuang Hu. How does one healing spell break the system? Jiang Huanhua looked apologetically at Su Yang. Should I try again? Su Yang chuckled. No need. This kind of anomaly works to our advantage. He pointed to the group's floating devices and explained, look, all of you are S level, but suddenly there's one person with no Ratinga fragile healer, no less. There's no way those fish won't bite. Zhou Wuji gave a thumbs up. You're as devious as ever. Su Yang smiled calmly. You flatter me. With their setup complete, the group left the area in a conspicuous manner, drawing envious stares along the way. Wow, an SS level score. The whole team has S-level ratings. They're definitely getting into college for free. Their actions quickly caught the attention of the Black Knight Alliance. A team full of S-levels, but one person with no rating? Something's off. The Skyscape system doesn't skip evaluations. This must mean she exceeded the system's limits. Eagle Eye, move in and investigate. A hawk circled above, locking its gaze on Jiang Huanhua. The Eagle Eye skill activated. Name, Jiang Huanhua. Class, Astrologer Priest. Suspected to have used 2 special items. Su Yang, sensing the time was right, commanded his battle beast to strike down the hawk. On the distant hill, a middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. I've been attacked. That team is suspicious. We need to report this and intercept them immediately. Elsewhere, Lu Zhang activated his far sight skill to observe the group closely. Suddenly, he frowned. So it's them again. Something's not right. Why is Su Yang only rated S-level? He should be the strongest of them. A black-robed figure beside him asked, You know them? Lu Zhang hurriedly explained, They tricked me last time. That Su Yang should be the most powerful among them. So why is he only rated S-level? Could it be that the Skyscape system's protective mechanism has been triggered? After a brief moment of hesitation, the scar-faced leader gave a decisive order. Listen up, everyone. The plan has changed. We can't let this team get away. Lu Zhang, Lu Yin, take your men and start a diversion immediately. The rest of you, target the primary objective. Remember, aside from Su Yang's team, no engagement should last more than 2 minutes. Once the time is up, whether the target is eliminated or not, regroup and provide support immediately. As the command was issued, the tension in the examination battlefield rose sharply. At that moment, the captain of the Sangong squad from Huhai First High School turned his head warily toward the other side of the hill and gave a low warning. Stay sharp. Something's up. Fang Jun, you're new to the team. Don't act recklessly. Follow the orders. He quickly laid out his strategy. Eagle Scout, light arrow. The moment he finished speaking, a luminous arrow shot into the night sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Enemy attack. Southeast hilltop, position 1. The 6-member team sprang into action, forming a protective formation with the 3 archers in the center. 2 warrior-class fighters dashed to the front like lightning, ready to confront any incoming threat hidden. Suddenly, a shadow darted into the range of the light arrow, its stealth broken in an instant. The assassin, seemingly unaware of his exposure, charged forward with a blade in hand. 3 shadow clone technique, he shouted, splitting into 3 identical figures that advanced toward the Huhai First High School team from different angles. The squad captain raised his bow and activated a tracking arrow skill. Swallows chasing the moon. A single arrow was released, shattering midair into 3, transforming into darting swallows that pursued their respective targets relentlessly. The assassin attempted to change his path, but the swallows adjusted their course just as quickly. No wonder they're from Huhai First High School, the assassin muttered under his breath. What a bizarre team. Yet they actually have countermeasures for ambushes. Spitting on the ground in frustration, he shouted loudly, "Hey, if you don't step in soon, I'm done for." The bitter cold wind swept through her frail body, triggering another uncontrollable coughing fit. The woman glanced around at the battlefield. It was a scene of devastation. Archer number 1 had already fainted from the pain, and the remaining 2 were barely clinging to life. Only 2 warriors, with their naturally higher health and fewer targeted attacks, were still standing, albeit struggling, trying to buy the team a sliver of hope. She turned around with great difficulty, her gaze falling on the crumbling sand behind her. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, silently bearing witness to the brutality of the battle. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air. Beep, beep, beep. Rating: Super SS level. Super SSS level. The system's notification made Fong Jun's eyes widen in astonishment, envy written all over his face. He knew exactly what this rating signified. It wasn't just an open ticket to any university during the college entrance exams, but also a guaranteed spot at Yin Nation's most prestigious institution, the Tianlong Academy, home to the finest mentors in the land. Just as Fong Jun was about to speak, the earth beneath his feet began to shift and surge, trapping him in an instant. "Captain, what's going on?" he shouted in alarm, only to find the other 4 team members unfazed by the situation. Clearly, this was the work of the warlock. Within their domain, warlocks were virtually omnipotent. Fong Jun must have revealed some kind of weakness during the earlier fight. A voice came through from their teacher. "The enemy outnumbers us. They'll take the injured and 1 undercover agent back first. Stand by for reinforcements." As the strongest team from Lake C First High School temporarily retreated from the battlefield, the Black Knight Alliance finally launched their assault on the remaining student groups. However, as they passed through the battle site, the sight of dozens of corpses strewn across the ground made them gasp in disbelief. The strength of Lake C First High School far exceeded their expectations, even though these were just lower-level students. The fierce battle had not only caused massive casualties, but also bought the other students 5 crucial minutes to evacuate. The Black Knight Alliance's meticulously planned operation was now in complete disarray. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang and Lu Yin remained oblivious to the chaos behind them, pressing straight ahead to intercept Su Yang's team on their predicted path. Lu Zhang carefully surveyed the terrain, formulating a new attack strategy. After the failure of their last ambush, he was determined to redeem himself this time. Just as Su Yang and his group were about to step into the ambush zone, they suddenly vanished from sight. Lu Zhang's brow furrowed deeply, a sinking feeling in his chest. Sensing trouble, Lu Yin quietly activated her stealth skill. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as a massive fist materialized out of nowhere, smashing into Lu Zhang's face with a gale force impact. Caught off guard, Lu Zhang was sent reeling, his head spinning from the blow. The punch triggered a stealth-breaking damage bonus, dealing a staggering 500 points of damage in a single hit. What the hell? A monkey? And it hit me for 500? Lu Zhang snapped back to his senses, quickly casting a healing spell on himself while aiming a vicious kick at the fist. Die already! But before his kick could land, a retrieval magic circle appeared beneath the fist, causing it to vanish. Lu Zhang's kick hit nothing but air. Furious, he glared into the distance and shouted, "Su Yang, I know it's you. Come out and face me like a real man, unknown." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Yan's body was sent flying backward. Breaking her invisibility, Song Qing emerged with a smug grin. "Oops, my bad. I just turned 18 and have lightning-fast reflexes. Guess I blocked that by accident." He turned to Lu Zhang, who stood dumbfounded, and smirked. "Oh hey, it's you. Catch this axe." Before Song Qing could finish his sentence, Zhuang Hu, the tank, had already raised his massive shield and slammed it into the ground with a thunderous roar. Earth Tremor. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, throwing Lu Zhang and Lu Yin off balance. Before they could recover, relentless barrage of attacks rained down on them like a storm. Throughout the chaos, Su Yang refrained from joining the fray. He knew that the most effective way to deal with the Black Knight Alliance wasn't to annihilate their visible forces, but to extract valuable intelligence from them. If they could uncover the location of the Black Knight Alliance's headquarters, Yin Nation could launch a decisive counterattack. Moments later, Lu Zhang and Lu Yin were subdued. As Su Yang prepared to summon his war beasts to transport the captives, Zhou Wuji called out, "Hold on, boss. They're just low on health, not dead. If you let the war beasts carry them, it'll spell trouble eventually. Watch this, it'll show you a flawless blade technique." Without hesitation, Zhou Wuji stepped forward and efficiently severed the tendons in Lu Zhang and Lu Yan's hands and feet. He even slipped a poison pill into Lu Zhang's mouth, patting his handsome face with a mocking grin. "Hello there, dual-class kid. You must have a ton of secrets. When it's time to interrogate you, I'll make sure to request full participation from the school." Lu Zhang's heart burned with rage at Zhou Wuji's cheerful expression, but he was powerless to resist. Before long, he slipped into unconsciousness, as lifeless as a corpse. "So, boss, what's the plan? Do we keep playing along? Or what?" Zhou Wuji asked. Activating his war beast's clairvoyance skill, Su Yang quickly scanned the battlefield before replying, "Let's move. The enemy and our students haven't clashed yet, and the evacuation is still underway. We'll block the Black Knight Alliance's advance. Just so we're clear, for this fight, no matter the performance or contribution, the rewards will be split evenly." Zhou Wuji burst into laughter, barely resisting the urge to plant a kiss on Su Yang's face. "Big brother, I love you so much." One of the companions shouted excitedly, "Next time, it's my treat. Let's go make some money." Su Yang's generosity and magnanimity shone through at that moment. He declared that regardless of individual performance, all rewards would be evenly split. While such a decision might provoke dissatisfaction or slackness in others, for Su Yang, it showcased his remarkable leadership and character. When it came to combat prowess and achievements, Su Yang's strength was unmatched. He and the Zhaoyuan Night Lion each unleashed their Falling Stars skill once. As long as the Night Alliance couldn't interrupt the casting, Su Yang's performance would far surpass the others. By comparison, the rest were still engaged in unknown duels. Even Song Qing, who performed relatively well, was only managing to take on a dozen enemies at a time, nowhere near the efficiency of Su Yang's massive area effect skills. Suddenly, a teacher's voice cut through the chaos. "All students who have received their scores, retreat in an orderly manner. The rest, gather here." His voice was filled with urgency. "If there's truly no chance to gain more points, I will risk my life to buy you all time to escape. The college entrance exam only happens once in a lifetime. It's the most critical turning point in your lives. Never give up lightly." These words struck like a hammer, hitting the hearts of those students who were dissatisfied with their scores and on the verge of leaving. They stopped in their tracks, torn with inner conflict. This was their one and only chance to earn these scores. How could they abandon the most important test of their lives out of fear? Among the students, D and A level scores were the most common, but they were clearly not enough. Seeing them pause, the teacher suddenly shouted, "All students, listen up. Form a defensive line. Be ready to fight at any moment." Ahead of the student group, wave after wave of battered squads fled in panic. They had already witnessed the overwhelming strength of the Night Alliance and had lost all will to fight. "Run. What are you standing there for? Do you want to die?" A student with a severed arm and bloodied mouth roared angrily. "Go. Staying here is a death sentence." Yet his shouts failed to sway the students who had gathered together. They thought, with so many of them united, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. As the Night Alliance's forces closed in to within 500 meters of the student group, the teacher who had called for the students to halt suddenly roared. He deliberately disrupted their loose formation, raising his arms high and shouting, "Here, the students are all here. Come and get them." Chaos erupted among the students. "Mr. Ma, you traitor. I'll take you down with me," one student shouted furiously. Suddenly, a stone spike pierced through Mr. Ma's body. Moments later, a stone wall rose in front of the students. A woman stood atop the wall, narrowing her eyes slightly as she coughed twice before shouting, "Everyone, retreat. All students, leave the instance in an orderly manner." However, the students below remained bewildered. Some even assumed this was a trick by the Night Alliance and fainted from fear. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The students' combat readiness is still far too weak. At the moment when the woman stood bewildered, unsure of how to direct the students to retreat, Su Yang calmly positioned himself atop the hill. Utilizing the lion's roar skill of his battle Biasta skill, usually used to amplify volume, he turned it into an effective tool. Clearing his throat, his powerful voice resonated in the ears of every student. "I am the commander sent by the school to assist. The school has confirmed that retreating from the instance will not affect your scores. Due to this unforeseen event, the Tianqiong system has adjusted the scoring rules. Whether you can improve your scores depends on how orderly you evacuate. With just 3 concise and commanding sentences, Su Yang managed to dispel the students' worries and ignite their motivation. The previously panicked crowd of students began to show signs of organization. The woman standing atop the earthen wall turned to look at Su Yang, her tone softening slightly. You're only level 13. Step back. This is not a battlefield you should be involved in. After a brief pause, she added, I've already reported your performance to the school. There's no need for you to risk your life further. Before Su Yang could respond, Zhou Wuji suddenly deactivated his stealth mode and leapt out. Hey girl, is that how you talk to my big brother? Let me tell you, when my big bro makes a move, the so-called Night Alliance won't even have their underwear left. Even if they call for their parents, it's useless. The woman gave Su Yang a puzzled look. She first sent him a team invitation but found that he was already in a party. Then she sent a request to join his team. Moments later, she was added to the group and spoke up. Are you a 5-person team? Or are you just missing one member? Never mind. Everyone report your class and specialties so we can plan for the upcoming battle. Lin Muji, level 25, Geomancer. Good at commanding and providing backup for the team. Noticing the new addition, Song Qing asked, Su Yang, is this from your end? Do I need to report it? Su Yang nodded in agreement. All right, everyone. Reveal your cards. Song Qing was the first to speak. Song Qing, level 22, hidden class, Berserker of the Earth. Specializes in frontal combat. Zhuang Hu, level 23, hidden class, Celestial Guardian. A tank that can deal a decent amount of damage. Zhang Huanhua, level 20, astrologer. Responsible for healing. Zhou Wuji eagerly chimed in. Me. Zhou Wuji, level 28, assassin. I'm Big Brother's right-hand man and the best at activating group stealth and shouting. 666, for our boss. Finally, it was Su Yang's turn. Su Yang, level 12, summoner. Lin Muji glanced at Su Yang in surprise. A summoner, huh? No wonder you're low level but still part of the team. A summoner's strength depends on their battle beasts, and control skill something that can't be explained in a few words. Shifting her gaze to the edge of the formation, she continued, they're already coming in. Zhuang Hu, once about 100 of them are inside. I'll close off the other entrances. You'll be in charge of holding the only entry point for 5 minutes. Song Qing, Zhou Wuji, be ready. You can unleash your full potential within my formation. I'll protect and assist you. Zhang Huanhua, follow my commands for healing. Don't cast randomly. Su Yang, summon your battle beast. I'll assign it a role shortly. She added, in my formation, you'll receive a 50 boost to movement speed, attack power, and attack speed. Other attributes will be addressed later. Let's begin. As soon as the orders were set, Su Yang suddenly stepped forward. Zhou Wuji action. Without hesitation, Zhou Wuji activated the group stealth skill for Su Yang. Lin Muji looked puzzled. Group stealth? For a summoner? Shouldn't that be used on warriors? Even if you double it, a summoner's attack power is hardly worth mentioning. Suddenly, the team chat exploded with a barrage of messages. Boss 666. Boss 666. Boss 666. Lin Muji was left speechless at the sight. This Zhou Wuji sure was a character. In the next moment, Su Yang's figure reappeared, and beneath his feet, a starry formation and glowing aura emerged. Skill. Falling stars. At the same time, his moonlit night lion materialized beside him and immediately activated the same skill. The first wave of attacks reached beyond the boundaries of the Earth formation, targeting members of the Night Alliance. A massive 2,700 damage was dealt. Even though most of the Night Alliance members were around level 40, their health was barely over 3,000, just enough to survive the hit. But what about the next round? 4 ranged classes at level 40. Unless they specifically stacked health stats, their maximum health wouldn't exceed 5,400. Boom. The Moonlit Night Lion's skill landed slightly delayed. Although it didn't benefit from the stealth damage bonus, its 450 damage perfectly rounded the total to 3,000. This devastating assault left only quick-reacting assassins, who relied on substitution techniques and life-saving tools, barely escaping. The vanguard warriors and tanks weren't so lucky. 3 seconds later, they all fell. Lin Muji stared at Su Yang in shock, then down at the battlefield littered with corpses and the Night Alliance members who were now too intimidated to advance. Suddenly, she recalled her teacher's words, a summoner is the only class qualified to choose their teammates. Looking back at the team chat, still filled with enthusiastic messages, Lin Muji found Zhou Wuji's antics surprisingly less absurd. Su Yang is amazing. Su Yang, 666. Boss is incredible. After a moment of thought, Lin Muji added her own comment to the chat. Su Yang, 666. Indeed, he was formidable. With just one skill, he had suppressed the Night Alliance, leaving them too scared to move forward. Such dominance. Although she had chosen this choke point, Su Yang's uninvited arrival clearly indicated he had also recognized its strategic value. With his wide area damage skills, as long as he remained standing, holding this position would be no problem. Having a summoner with limitless potential as a teammate was truly reassuring. Zhou Wuji, noticing Lin Muji joining in the praise, immediately shouted, "Hey, girl over there. My big bro is single, you know? Why not exchange contact info?" Lin Muji's newly improved impression of Zhou Wuji instantly plummeted. What does your big bro being single have to do with me? Meanwhile, the Night Alliance spent about half a minute analyzing the range and limits of Su Yang and the Moonlit Night Lion skills. They soon established a safe boundary and began regrouping. Just then, a man carrying a black longbow arrived leisurely from the rear. Summoner Su Yang stood at the center of the battlefield, his presence as unyielding as an indestructible fortress. Beside him stood Lin Muji, an experienced earth sorcerer who added an impenetrable layer of defense to this fortress. In the distance, an archer wielding a black bow fixed his gaze on Su Yang. His eyes were as sharp as a precision scope, calmly calculating the distance. 500 meters, he murmured to himself. The range of this ability is absurd. The archer didn't act hastily. Instead, he turned to a nearby member of the Night Alliance, requesting detailed information on Su Yang. Scanning through the intel quickly, his brows furrowed. Low level, but high health. That's going to be a problem. His eyes flicked over the summoned beast's details. A moonlit night lion and a monkey. Shouldn't be an issue. 2 minutes later, a warrior, unable to contain himself, asked, "Can you handle it?" The archer lifted his gaze from the documents, focusing instead on Lin Muji's profile. She's a veteran. She can counter my ranged attacks. We'll need to separate them to take them down individually. Hearing this, the Night Alliance members cursed silently. They had hired the archer to solve their problem, not to incur heavy losses just to clean up afterward. Unfortunately, their ranks lacked any capable range specialists, let alone experts in dealing with summoners. "We don't have a choice," the warrior growled through clenched teeth. "The skill damage is too high. Our tanks can only hold out for 5 or 6 seconds. We'll have to wait until the skill ends." The archer cast a cold glance at the warrior, his tone indifferent. "If you're unwilling to make sacrifices, your entire plan will fail. These people are formidable. If they're not dealt with now, when you attack Lake Sea City in the future, you'll be facing level 40 elite students." The warrior clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. "I know we can't wait, but I can't accept sending my men to die for nothing. You need to come up with a plan to make sure their sacrifices aren't meaningless." The archer paused in thought before revealing a skill. "Your people will charge in first. At the 4th second, they'll activate this skill to buy you some time. You have one objective: separate them. If you have extra manpower, try to infiltrate. You've got 3 minutes to prepare." With that, the archer closed his eyes, mentally simulating the upcoming battle. 3 minutes later, the archer opened his eyes to see dozens of tanks charging into Su Yang's skill range. A flurry of damage numbers appeared above the tanks, their health bars rapidly depleting. The second wave of starfall descended, and the tanks simultaneously chugged health potions, bringing their health back to near full. By the third wave, their health had dropped below half. They activated their respective defensive skills, struggling to hold on. As the 5th wave of starfall approached, the tanks found themselves on the brink of death. At this critical moment, the archer suddenly raised his black bow and released a soft but decisive sound. Silence ring. Su Yang's skill was abruptly interrupted. He checked his status bar and realized he had been silenced. All channeled skills were forcibly cancelled, cooldowns tripled, and he was unable to cast any abilities for 10 seconds. Lin Muji immediately stepped forward, erecting several earthen walls in quick succession. The Silence Ring is a top-tier red skill, specifically designed for PvP. 10 seconds of silence with triple cooldowns renders mages and clerics completely ineffective. It's a powerful ability. Su Yang glanced back at his retreating classmates, who had barely made it a tenth of the way. "This attack is aimed at me?" Lin Muji nodded. "Yes. This skill is common among the Assassin Alliance. They rarely raid wilderness dungeons, so there's limited intel on them." Taking a deep breath, Su Yang steadied himself. For others, a 10-second silence might be fatal, but for him, even if it were extended 100-fold, it would merely be a minor inconvenience. Just then, a black rift suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang. A massive hand shot out from the void, lunging straight at him. "Watch out!" Lin Muji cried, instantly raising an earthen wall in front of Su Yang, while manipulating the ground to form a giant hand that pulled him back a few steps. "Great reflexes," Su Yang praised, his admiration for Lin Muji's protective abilities growing. However, the danger was far from over. Another rift opened at Su Yang's side. This time, Lin Muji couldn't react in time. Fortunately, she had already pulled Su Yang toward her earlier. Without hesitation, she leapt in front of him to shield him. Simultaneously, 2 messages were relayed within the team. "I can only buy you this much time. In 8 seconds, activate your skill and suppress them." The silence ring's cooldown is 20 minutes. If you endure the next round of attacks, everyone will be safe, Lin Muji added with a feigned lightheartedness. Now that you've seen it once, you should know how to handle it. Good luck. A faint smile played on Su Yang's lips. Was this a farewell? The trap set for him was riddled with assassins, their numbers unknown. Lin Muji was just an earth sorcerer. How many waves of assassins could she possibly withstand? Suddenly, Su Yang reached out and pulled Lin Muji behind him. Standing in front of her, he met her startled expression with calm determination. Save the goodbyes for after we leave the dungeon. Boom. The world before Su Yang's eyes abruptly shifted, plunging into darkness. His body lost balance, crashing heavily onto the ground. Quickly getting back on his feet, Su Yang scanned his dim surroundings with caution. He noticed a new message had appeared on his status bar. Black Meteor World, a skill meticulously crafted by the Assassin Alliance. Anyone trapped within it would continuously lose health until they managed to escape. Interesting, Su Yang muttered, stroking his chin in thought. Suddenly, a black arrow whistled through the air and struck his chest with immense force. The arrow shaft bent into a shape under the impact and eventually snapped in two. Turning toward the direction the arrow had come from, Su Yang activated his night vision skill. Instantly, the darkness lifted, revealing a small ballista set up not far away. His insight skill automatically kicked in, displaying the details of the ballista. A trap tool set by an archer, capable of autonomous attacks. It inherits 10 of the archer's health and defense, boasts 200 attack power, has 300 HP, 1000 attack power, and a duration of 1030 seconds. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yang thought to himself, this battle is quite unique. The enemy hides in the shadows, while I'd spite my overwhelming attack power struggle to hit the target. Frustrating, yet intriguing. A grin spread across his face. A contest between people. How fascinating. Before he could finish his thought, another arrow shot through the air. This time, Su Yang's reflexes were sharp. He snatched the arrow mid-flight and quickly scanned the direction it came from. He caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure darting behind a rock. Too bad. Still a step slow, he murmured, crushing the arrow in his hand and taking a deep breath. Time to end this game. Su Yang raised his hand, and a beam of starlight descended from the heavens, forming a guiding line visible only to him. It pointed directly behind the rock. Falling stars, he called out softly. A barrage of celestial energy crashed down, obliterating the archer's cover into dust. The archer was exposed, and Su Yang immediately launched 2 basic attacks while activating his Ren skill to amplify his damage. The ghostly flames of his attacks homed in on the archer with precision, slow yet exuding a sense of inevitable destruction. The archer, well aware of Su Yang's fearsome reputation, activated his stealth skill without hesitation. But to his horror, Su Yang's attacks remained locked onto him, unshakable. In desperation, he shifted positions 3 times, yet the blazing orbs relentlessly pursued him. In a moment of panic, the archer glanced back at Su Yang, noticing the ballista he had set up earlier preparing to fire again. 3 arrows shot forth simultaneously. A glimmer of hope flickered in the archer's heart. Even if Su Yang has superhuman reflexes, there's no way he can block all of them. This would be his chance to uncover Su Yang's defensive capabilities. The arrows struck Su Yang, but instead of piercing him, faint sparks flickered upon impact. The arrows bent under immense resistance and snapped apart. The archer stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how Su Yang could withstand such attacks purely with his defense. Before he could process what had happened, Su Yang's basic attacks and celestial strikes landed simultaneously. 3 attacks, 5 combat logs, totaling 4,730 damage, far exceeding the archer's 3,000 HP. In the darkness, a radiant glow flashed. Just as Su Yang prepared for another move, he suddenly felt his body grow light. Blink and substitution skills triggered simultaneously, teleporting him to a distant hilltop. In his place stood Zhou Wuji. A black arrow streaked toward him, striking with a loud thunk. Zhou Wuji dissolved into a puff of white smoke, leaving behind a wooden log pierced clean through by the arrow. The team chat instantly erupted with messages. I'm here, Big Bro. Big Bro is still alive. Big Bro 666. Reading the flood of messages, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Wuji appeared beside him, lowering his voice to ask, "Why are you here?" "There's no need for me over there," Zhou Wuji replied casually. "With the Earth Sorcerer and Jiang Huanhua, that god healer, there's no way anything could go wrong. So, I thought I'd join my big bro and enjoy the show." Although this set of skills seemed quite unnecessary, Su Yang couldn't help but feel like he was merely a bystander if he did nothing. Shaking his head in frustration, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He had been ready to take the damage heeded and deliver a decisive strike to the archer, but unexpectedly, Zhou Wuji acted first. Frowning in thought, Su Yang realized that the existence of life-saving items was not surprising. In this battlefield of scheming and treachery, the shadow of death loomed large in everyone's heart. Without 3 to 5 life-saving items at hand, one was hardly qualified to set foot in this arena. Just as Su Yang turned, intending to discuss the missed opportunity with Zhou Wuji, his attention was suddenly drawn to a distant scene. Sensing Su Yang's unusual reaction, Zhou Wuji asked curiously, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Though Zhou Wuji, being an assassin, had an unrestricted field of vision, he could only faintly make out the silhouette of a skeletal fortress in the distance. In contrast, Su Yang's view was much clearer. At the base of the massive fortress, countless school teachers were fiercely engaged in battle. Su Yang clapped Zhou Wuji on the shoulder, speaking urgently, "Let's go. I was wondering why our reinforcements were taking so long. It turns out they're trapped here." Zhou Wuji, despite being unable to see the full situation, responded without hesitation, "Big brother, you lead the way, and I'll be your cheerleader." The two immediately abandoned their pursuit of the archer and sprinted toward the fortress. Hidden in the shadows, the archer breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly furrowed his brows again. Reviewing the combat logs from his near-death experience, his frown deepened. A summoner? How could an ordinary attack deal this much damage? This doesn't make sense, he muttered to himself. Where did the intelligence go wrong? This mission is completely beyond my capability. Just as the archer was about to retreat, a shadow suddenly materialized beside him. Zhou Wuji's voice, cold and ghostly, rang out, "Soul Lock, Assassin's Spirit, Bloodline Power, Shadow Strike Flurry." Before the archer could react, Zhou Wuji seamlessly followed up with another move. "Take this, Shadowless Slash." The first blow of Shadowless Slash alone drained the archer's health bar entirely. The golden skill book was already formidable, but when wielded by Zhou Wuji, known for his high-damage assassin class, its power was unparalleled. The archer's figure vanished instantly, evidently triggering a second life-saving mechanism. However, before the archer could make any move, Zhou Wuji's shadowy form reappeared behind him, ruthlessly delivering the second strike of Shadowless Slash. The archer had no time to react, not even enough to activate his third life-saving item. The icy dagger struck his heart like a flash of lightning, ending his life instantly. The shadowy figure silently dissipated, as though it had never existed. Su Yang turned to glance in the archer's direction, only to see the black meteor world shatter like a mirror, collapsing into a void of nothingness. The archer's lifeless body lay there alone, devoid of any vitality. Su Yang turned to Zhou Wuji, giving him a thumbs up with a teasing tone. "Big bro, the trouble in the back is taken care of." Impressive, right? Or maybe you're just better at this whole kill and loot business. Hearing this praise, Zhou Wuji's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was no compliment, it was clearly a jab. But remembering it was his big brother speaking, he quickly let it slide. After all, sticking close to his brother was the smart play right now. Meanwhile, below the skeleton fortress, the school's reinforcements were holding their ground. Tank-class fighters stood at the forefront, blocking the skeletons that leapt down from the fortress. Warriors flanked the sides, providing cover, while the priests tirelessly healed their teammates, keeping a close eye on everyone's health. The captain, clad in golden armor, watched the looming skeleton fortress above with a heavy expression. One of his teammates whispered a suggestion, "Captain, it seems like there's nothing inside the skeleton fortress. It looks like it's locked onto us. Should we send half the team to provide support elsewhere?" The captain immediately rejected the idea. "No splitting up. The attacker who ambushed us earlier is still unaccounted for, and this fortress keeps spawning skeletons. If we lead them toward the students, it will only cause more casualties. Stay focused. The school has deployed other reinforcements besides us. Our job is to hold this thing off." As the captain prepared to search for a weakness to bring down the fortress, a dozen glowing orbs suddenly shot toward them from the distance. "Summoners!" the captain exclaimed in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized the orbs were attacks aimed at the skeleton fortress. Clearly reinforcements had arrived to assist. However, when he activated his eagle eye skill and saw only 2 individuals approaching, his jaw clenched in frustration. Those fools. Fragile summoners can't possibly withstand the onslaught of this skeleton army. He immediately issued an order. "Everyone, follow me to support the summoners." Before he could act, a friend request popped up unexpectedly. The captain quickly accepted it, and before he could ask anything, Zhou Wuji's message arrived first. The skeleton fortress is a special summoning item. It tracks the person who deals the most damage to it, and continuously spawns vengeance skeletons. It will only stop when its target dies, or its duration expires. You guys head over to support the students they are caught in a brawl. Leave this place to us. The captain hadn't even had time to reply when Zhou Wuji used a shadow step skill, leaping onto the top of the skeleton fortress. Moments later, Lin Muji's message arrived, albeit slightly delayed. "I remember this skeleton fortress. There's an altar in the center. Destroying the offering on it will make the fortress disappear. Su Yang, you have to make it back alive. Only you can stabilize the battlefield. Herathi already breached the formation. Su Yang quickly messaged Zhou Wuji. Find the spot quickly. I'll hit it hard when you're ready. Zhou Wuji weaved effortlessly through the skeletons rushing towards Su Yang, using his assassin-class mobility and stealth skills, which the skeletons couldn't counter. Before long, he reached the deepest part of the skeleton fortress. After a brief search, he finally found the altar. Big bro, I found it, Zhou Wuji reported. I tried attacking it earlier with my shadowless slash, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Big bro, it's all yours now. Shadow step. In an instant, Su Yang and Zhou Wuji swapped positions. Zhou Wuji remained in stealth mode, swiftly evading the relentless vengeance skeletons. At the same time, he cast a group stealth skill on Su Yang for added cover. Standing before the jade-like altar, Su Yang summoned a blazing flame in his palm, instantly breaking his stealth. Focusing his energy, he hurled the flames with immense force, unleashing the single-target skill, World-Ending Blaze, from the devouring Fire Phoenix. With the stealth bonus, the attack dealt a staggering 240,000 damage. Yet, it only reduced the altar's health by a quarter. Undeterred, Su Yang raised his hand again. A phantom tiger descended from the sky with a thunderous roar, slamming into the altar. Heavenly Tiger Strike. This devastating blow inflicted an incredible 360,000 damage. After these two attacks, the altar's health had dropped to nearly half. Just as Su Yang prepared to launch another attack, he steadied himself for what would come next. A blazing crimson flame erupted from Su Yang's palm, radiating an aura of divine might. Crimson Dragon's heaven-scorching flame. He growled, and the fierce fire surged upward from beneath Bu. Damage numbers flashed, 480,000. 3 consecutive attacks followed, dealing a staggering total of 1,080,000 damage. Bu's thick health bar finally hit rock bottom, losing half of its total health. Yet, just as Su Yang held his breath, focusing intently, Bu's health began to regenerate at a visible rate. The speed of recovery rivaled the Crimson Dragon's Reign of Grace, restoring 1 of its health per second. Su Yang's heart sank as he realized that with such an absurd regeneration rate, Bu's health would likely be fully restored by the time his skills cooled down. While his War Beast's single-target high-damage abilities were formidable, the lengthy cooldowns proved to be a fatal flaw. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged that his current output was far from sufficient. At that moment, a faint light descended upon Su Yang. Zhang Huanhua appeared by his side, wasting no time as she handed him an item. Lin Muji told me to give you this. Without taking a closer look, Su Yang immediately crushed the item. The system notification chimed. Item. Time reversal. Restores the user to their state from 1 minute ago. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Yang unleashed his skills once more. World-ending divine flame. Tiger's descent from the heavens. Crimson Dragon's heaven-scorching flame. Another devastating combo erupted, dealing a colossal 1,080,000 damage again. However, the item had come just a moment too late. Bu's health clung to a sliver, barely a thread. Su Yang frantically swung his staff, but it wasn't enough to prevent Bu's health from continuing to regenerate. In the critical moment, a swift breeze swept past Su Yang. Wei Wuji's voice rang out, "You too, join the party." Azure Dragon's sun roar. Before his words faded, a stealth skill had already cloaked him. Wei Wuji acted decisively, delivering the final blow to completely drain the last sliver of Bu's health. The massive skeletal fortress disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. He calmly holstered his weapon, left the party, and sent a message to Su Yang, a free favor. No need to dwell on it. As the skeletal fortress collapsed, the surrounding world suddenly shattered. Su Yang and his newfound allies found themselves behind the Black Knight Alliance's army. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Cover me!" Stars fall. From the rear, a constellation of stars ascended, poised to descend upon the enemy's core like harbingers of death, delivering a catastrophic blow. Su Yang seized this rare opportunity, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield like lightning. The Dark Knight Alliance, in their haste to mobilize, had foolishly set an exit point right at their gathering site. The moment Su Yang crushed the puppet fortress, the murky world shattered, and he suddenly appeared at the rear of the Dark Knight Alliance's massive army. Without hesitation, Su Yang raised his staff high, instantly activating the Starfall skill. Brilliant starlight rained down like a meteor shower, enveloping the entire battlefield. Fragile classes were forced to trigger their life-saving items, buying themselves only a brief moment to withstand another hit from the relentless stars. Nearby warriors roared ferociously as they charged back into the fray, their weapons gleaming as they aimed directly at Su Yang. "You bastard! Die!" Their furious shouts echoed across the battlefield. "Avenge our brothers!" Facing the imminent threat, Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression calm and composed. Nearby, Zhou Wuji quietly stepped back a few paces. On the surface, It looked like he was positioning himself to provide better support, but in reality, he was simply avoiding the inevitable bloodshed about to unfold. The warriors finally closed in, entering striking range, and unleashed their ultimate skills. Stunning Warhammer, Earthquake, Lion's Roar. One powerful ability after another was hurled at Su Yang, their confidence unwavering. As long as they could interrupt his casting, victory would be within their grasp. However, as one damage notification after another appeared, despair washed over the warriors like a tidal wave. How is this possible? Only 1 damage, they exclaimed in disbelief. We're all at least level 40. What terrified them even more was that Su Yang's skill remained completely unaffected. Something's wrong. Why isn't his casting interrupted? Try again. If we don't stop him, we're all dead. Su Yang gazed at the doomed warriors with a calm expression, a hint of mockery in his voice. Let me give you a quick lesson before you die. Remember this in your next life. High school, sophomore year, first class, third lesson. Force damage does not interrupt channeling skills. The desperate warriors swung their weapons wildly, but each strike landed on Su Yang with the same pitiful 1 damage. Within just 10 seconds, everyone within the skill's range, including the proud tank classes, had fallen to the ground. Su Yang turned his gaze toward Zhou Wuji, who had already infiltrated the enemy's ranks. With a single glance, he signaled, "It's your turn now." Catching the cue, Zhou Wuji nodded and used a shadow swap technique to teleport Su Yang into the center of the advancing army. Just as Su Yang was about to unleash another starfall, a broad hand pressed firmly against his fist. "That's enough," said a white-haired teacher, his eyes filled with regret. "There's no point in shedding more blood." Su Yang withdrew his hand and chuckled softly. "Very well." With that, he casually rested his hands behind his head and strolled toward the earth array. As soon as he stepped onto it, the ground beneath him solidified into a makeshift skateboard, carrying him swiftly back to Lin Muji's side. Lin Muji took a deep breath and said, "Su Yang, that's enough. The teacher just sent word for us to hold back for now. It seems the Dark Knight Alliance has offered some significant concessions, and the higher-ups in Lake Sea City have ordered us not to kill them recklessly. Besides, we've already achieved our goal." Surveying the surroundings and confirming that his teammates were unharmed aside from being exhausted, Su Yang suddenly asked, "Do you know Wei Wuji? The one overseeing the wilderness dungeons near Lake Sea City?" Lin Muji nodded. "I've had the honor of meeting him. Why? How has his career been going?" Su Yang asked. Lin Muji thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Not very smoothly." Su Yang burst into laughter. "I see. Wei Wuji's struggles in his career aren't due to a lack of ability, but because he meddles too much and plays by his own rules. He doesn't align with the higher-ups' agendas or protect their interests. No wonder he's stuck where he is." He began calculating in his mind. Wei Wuji had helped him out of a tight spot this time. While no repayment was strictly necessary, such a significant favor couldn't go unacknowledged. As Lin Muji prepared to leave, Su Yang suddenly asked, "Which university are you planning to attend? Our team happens to have an open spot. If you're interested." Before he could finish, Lin Muji interrupted. "First of all, the lesson on force damage not interrupting channeling skills is actually covered in the 2nd semester of freshman year. Secondly, my team isn't incapable of fighting, and I dislike teammates who don't follow orders." Su Yang froze, his thoughts racing. "I finally got to show off, and she had to ruin it? Can't you cut me some slack? And what do you mean by not following orders? If you were in that situation, could you have survived?" Lin Muji suddenly smiled faintly. "All right, I was just teasing you. Despite all your flaws, I'm glad to have fought alongside you and your team. If the opportunity arises, I'll consider it. After all, my team suffered significant losses this time, which might affect my chances of attending university. Anyway, let's stay in touch." With that, she sent him a friend request, then deactivated the array and dashed out of the dungeon. Su Yang shrugged helplessly and asked in the team chat, "Recruitment failed. What now? Is my charm not enough?" Zhou Wuji smirked mischievously. "It's not that, boss. She's just a bit wild. But trust me, if you follow my plan, I guarantee she'll be in your team let's say by your side in 3 days tops." Seeing the smug expression on Zhou Wuji's face, Su Yang couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. "Oh, give me a break, you old virgin." The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Wuji's face turned red with anger. "Don't talk nonsense," he shouted. "Me? The son of a mafia boss, still a virgin? If I wanted to sleep with women, do you think I'd need to work hard for it?" Su Yang couldn't hold back a chuckle, clearing his throat as he teased. "You really need to kick the habit of talking nonsense, even in your dreams." Zhou Wuji's face turned an even deeper shade of red. He quickly sent Su Yang a private message, his tone full of pleading. "Bro, my dear bro, for the sake of our years of friendship, can you not say such soul-crushing things? Spare me a little dignity, will you? You're embarrassing me here." When Su Yang and his group noisily exited the game instance, they were met with a group of about 10 stern-faced teachers. One of them stepped forward, speaking in a calm yet firm tone. Su Yang, we need your cooperation. Your performance in the instance was rather unusual, and we feel it's necessary to conduct a psychological evaluation. If any assistance is required, the school will provide the best mental health professionals available. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Do I look like a lunatic to you? The teacher hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, before explaining helplessly, Su Yang, we're just following orders. Hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the journalists holding cameras nearby. His tone turned cold. Whose orders? The school's? The teacher quickly nodded, as if clinging to a lifeline. Yes, the school's orders. Su Yang frowned. All right then, hold on. Let me check with someone. With that, he pulled out his phone, preparing to contact the elder from the Ministry of Education. He thought to himself, I just did them a favor, and before I even get anything in return, they're already labeling me as mentally unstable? That's downright treacherous. Seeing Su Yang about to make a serious inquiry, the teacher quickly lowered his voice. Don't ask. It's someone important from Lake Sea City. Rest assured, this individual means no harm to you. Su Yang snapped his phone shut with a sharp click. Sorry, I don't have time for this. The teacher's expression twitched. Seeing Su Yang about to leave, he immediately signaled his colleagues to block the way. His face darkened, and his tone grew stern. What's with this attitude? We're doing this for your own good. You just killed so many people in the instance. Psychological burdens don't always surface right away. Someone as young as you, with an underdeveloped mind, could harbor seeds of trauma. If we don't address it now, it'll be too late to fix later. Listen to your teachers and get checked while there's still time. Su Yang crossed his arms and turned to Zhou Wuji. Zhou Wuji cracked his knuckles without hesitation, the message clear as day. Song Qing offered Su Yang a firm nod, clearly signaling his support, even if it meant clashing with the school. As for Zhuang Hu, Su Yang didn't even need to ask. Instead, he turned his gaze to Jiang Huanhua. What do you think? Su Yang asked. Jiang Huanhua tensed up, speaking softly, I think you'll make the right decision. Seeing his teammates all standing by his side, Su Yang cleared his throat and looked at the teachers in front of him. His voice was steady and commanding. First of all, if something like this needs to be communicated, it should come from my unreliable homeroom teacher, not strangers like you. You're teachers, but you're not my teachers. Why should I blindly cooperate with people I don't know? Secondly, when those people killed my classmates, I doubt they lost any sleep over it. So no, I won't either. Lastly, if you block my way again and hinder my work, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Su Yang summoned his familiar, Fist. While Fist's combat abilities weren't particularly strong, it was enough to show that Su Yang was ready to take action. The teacher, seeing the anger on Su Yang's face, immediately backed off a few steps. There are so many students here. Aren't you afraid of hurting them? You clearly have psychological issues. Su Yang spat on the ground and barked, Fist, hit him. Shut that foul mouth of his. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Education, and you're trying to stab me in the back? What are you, a mole for the Dark Knight Alliance? Planning to trick me into going with you, and then take me out to avenge them? Whatever the teacher's intentions, whether genuine concern or something else, his manipulative tactics and moral high ground had soured Su Yang's perception completely. From that moment on, any goodwill was lost. His priority now was to stir up enough chaos to make a quick exit. After all, with all the attention he'd drawn today, who knew how many eyes were watching him? The Dark Knight Alliance and whatever assassin group they had were nothing to scoff at. Just as Su Yang was rallying his group to leave, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Let's not leave just yet, Zhou Wuji said. Let's clear this up and find out who gave the order. My dad's already here. Trust me, when he decides to protect someone, no one in Lake Sea City can touch them. You're my brother, my big bro. If my dad dares not step in, I'll spill the beans about his mistress. Su Yang turned sharply, looking at Zhou Wuji in shock. You just said it out loud. Zhou Wuji froze, realizing he'd forgotten to switch to the team voice channel. He had just blurted out his father's secret in front of everyone. Oh no, he exclaimed. Now I'm really going to get it. My dad's going to kill me. The last guy who leaked something got strung up and beaten in front of the black market. I don't want to get beaten. Grabbing Su Yang, Zhou Wuji bolted toward the luxury car parked outside the black market. As they scrambled to get in, Su Yang stood by the car door, still processing what had just happened, when a sudden gust of powerful wind rushed toward him. The force was stronger than any pressure he'd felt from Zhou Wuji before. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yang dodged the attack and saw Zhou Wuji holding up a photo with both hands. Just inches in front of the photo was an iron fist, poised to strike. Zhou Yishan, Zhou Wuji's father, slowly withdrew his fist, his eyes narrowing as he warned, You'd better sleep with your mother's photo under your pillow, or I'll break your behind. Zhou Wuji trembled with fear, but still dared to stick his head out from behind the photo and make a face at his father. Huh. Hit me if you can. Zhou Yishan raised his hand, ready to strike. But Zhou Wuji quickly lifted the photo higher. Mom's protection. Zhou Yishan's mouth twitched, but he stopped mid-motion. Wuji, stay with your teammates and don't wander off. I don't want you getting caught in the crossfire. With that, he leapt into the air, the wind whistling beneath his feet. In the sky, two figures stood with their hands behind their backs, warily observing Zhou Yishan. The wariness in their eyes made it clear this mafia boss was not someone to be trifled with. It's been a while. Zhou Yishan let out a cold chuckle, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. In a low voice he said, "It's best if we never meet again. Otherwise, who knows when the fragile remnants of our so-called friendship might turn to ashes." One of the men stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of compromise. "To be honest, neither of us wants to be your enemy. How about we both take a step back? You take Zhou Wuji with you, and he'll pretend I never knew he teamed up with the target. In return, don't stop me from taking my target. We're not family, not even close. What's in it for you?" Zhou Yishan clenched his fists, the sound echoing faintly as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His lips curled into a faint, menacing smile. "What's in it for me? Of course, it's for my kid's happiness. Back then, just because he wanted to see snow, I single-handedly fought my way through the snow-buried mountains. Do you think you can stop me?" The two men exchanged glances, inhaling deeply as resignation appeared on their faces. One of them spoke up, "All right, let's take another step back. We can guarantee this person will return alive. We've already made significant concessions. Please don't make things harder for us, old classmates." Zhou Yishan chuckled softly, his voice laced with a subtle threat. "Oh, I suggest you don't bring up certain past events. Otherwise, my gang doesn't mind going all out. If I can't wipe you out completely, I can still ensure centuries of your accumulated resources vanish into thin air." Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a man dressed in green suddenly appeared beside Zhou Yishan. His movements were so light and swift that it was almost imperceptible. The young man casually draped an arm around Zhou Yishan's shoulder, a friendly smile on his face. "Haha, what's all the excitement about here? Looks like quite a lively discussion." Zhou Yishan's brow furrowed, his guard instantly up. This man's speed was extraordinary, so fast that even Zhou Yishan hadn't noticed until he was already at his side. However, judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem hostile. If he were an enemy, with such speed, a sneak attack would have left Zhou Yishan defenseless, forcing him to rely on life-saving artifacts to survive. Stealing a glance at the young man, Zhou Yishan noted his youthful appearance and harmless smile. Yet the golden dragon embroidery on his robes hinted at a far more significant identity. Suddenly, Zhou Yishan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Professor Longfu." The young man waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. "Titles are just empty labels, not worth mentioning. I heard there's an impressive young talent in Lake City already pre-admitted to Tianlong Academy by 5 national pillars. I've been sent by the Academy to observe these kids. I hope no one interferes with my mission. Gentlemen, can you do that?" The two men exchanged uneasy glances before clasping their hands together and responding respectfully. "Of course, Professor. We, along with our respective factions, will stay out of this entirely." Hearing this, the young man grinned, his tone carrying a subtle warning. "Good, good. Stick to what's in your bowl, and stop eyeing the firewood under the pot. It's better for all of us. Now, scatter." With those simple words, the young man vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Not even the 3 individuals present, despite their best efforts, could detect a single lingering hint of his presence. The air around them felt eerily empty, yet none dared to question his existence. Suddenly, Zhou Yishan chuckled and gestured toward the two men with mock politeness, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Su Yang is just down below. Shall I show you the way? While you're at it, why not grab Zhou Wuji too? That way, I can work with some strong reinforcements and really pull the rug out from under you." The two men's faces twitched in frustration as one of them snapped, "Stop hiding behind others' power. Zhou Yishan, after all these years, you're still the same coward." Zhou Yishan shrugged nonchalantly, a smug grin on his face. "Ah, yes, yes. Back in the day, no one wanted to team up with you. Meanwhile, I was known as the little summoner prodigy." The 3 bickered in the sky, but none dared make the first move. That man had already shown himself. Who would dare stir up trouble now? Within the borders of Yin Nation, Tianlong Academy held authority second only to the nation itself. Even the Academy's students commanded respect, let alone its professors, especially the youngest professor in its history. The storm had come and gone in an instant. After receiving a call from a senior official in the Ministry of Education explaining the situation, Su Yang finally felt at ease and returned to the villa with Jiang Huanhua. The official hadn't revealed the identity of the visitor, merely stating that Yin Nation had intervened. That alone was enough. Back at the villa, as Su Yang stepped into his room, his gaze landed on the sofa in the living room. Sitting there was a young man who appeared only a few years older than him. Su Yang's eyes flicked to the man's luxurious attire, and a guess formed in his mind. "Thank you for stepping in earlier," Su Yang said cautiously. The young man snapped the book in his hands shut and removed his glasses, studying Su Yang with a smile. "Not bad, your combat ability. But you've been a bit too flashy lately, so I thought I'd teach you a lesson." Boom. The surroundings abruptly shifted. The villa disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of green grassland. Su Yang's heart raced. He instinctively tried to summon his battle beasts, but his body refused to move, as if frozen under the gaze of a predator. Even his moonlit lion and crimson dragon were completely suppressed. "This guy's a sorcerer, and a powerful one at that," was Su Yang's only thought before his mind went blank. In the haze, he seemed to hear a slightly familiar voice. "You might be a genius, but genius is merely the baseline for entering Tianlong Academy." Whoosh. The scene shifted again. The oppressive atmosphere was gone, replaced by the gentle breeze flowing through the window. The sweat on Su Yang's body felt icy cold against his skin. The young man was still seated on the sofa, in the same position as when Su Yang had first entered, as if nothing had happened. Before Su Yang could speak, the young man looked up and flashed him a radiant smile. "I'm Long Tianyu, a professor at Tianlong Academy and the one assigned to oversee your team. To be honest, it's my first time as a professor, so I hope you'll bear with me. In a way, we're around the same age, so it'd be too hard to get along, right?" From calmness to deadly intent and back to calm, his introduction left Su Yang feeling a chill down his spine. The sheer control and presence this man exhibited were unlike anything Su Yang had ever encountered. What baffled him most was the man's age. If this was his first time as a professor, he had likely only just graduated from Tianlong Academy this year. This man was no ordinary figure. Yin Nation's Tianlong Academy was undoubtedly a place of fierce competition. Under Long Tianyu's calm gaze, Su Yang's fingers twitched slightly, catching the professor's attention. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Tianyu's eyes. Moments later, Su Yang raised his trembling hand. Though his voice quivered at first, it gradually steadied. "Su Yang, at your service, Professor." For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Long Tianyu's otherwise composed face. This kid was interesting. Perhaps being a professor wouldn't be as dull as he had imagined. Glancing at the unconscious Jiang Huanhua nearby, Long Tianyu casually instructed, "Go take care of your little girlfriend first. I have some matters to attend to today, and won't be staying. I'll return tomorrow." With the closing of his book, the room was left with nothing but the sound of a gentle breeze. The room was filled only with the sound of the wind. Su Yang took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear rising in his chest. He glanced over at Jiang Huanhua, unconscious on the side, and gently picked her up. He placed her on the sofa and covered her with a blanket. Taking out his phone, Su Yang began searching online for information about Long Tianyu but found nothing. The software Song Qing had given him also yielded no clues. As he sank into thought, his eyes fell on a thin book that had mysteriously appeared on the tablet. Was the very one Long Tianyu had been flipping through earlier. Did he forget it, or did he intentionally leave it for me? Su Yang pondered for a moment, leaning toward the latter possibility. He picked up the book, which had no cover, and opened the first page. It detailed Su Yang's entire life from his birth to every small event up until now, including his relationship with his uncle. When he came across the judgment, cold-hearted and indifferent, Su Yang frowned. But right after, there was an additional note. "I don't really see an issue with that." That sentiment oddly resonated with him. As he continued to read, Su Yang's expression grew more animated. This wasn't just a record of his life, it was a tell-all expose on everyone connected to him. From the shady dealings of his homeroom teacher, Chai Quanbin, to Lou Fay's flirtatious escapades, every page held Su Yang's undivided attention. When he finally finished the gossip book, Su Yang closed it with a sigh, marveling at the complexities of human nature. His gaze shifted to Jiang Huanhua, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment that the book contained nothing about her. As the night deepened, Su Yang returned to his bedroom but hesitated about whether to carry Jiang Huanhua inside. Torn between the potential judgments people might have, he ultimately decided to leave her where she was. The next morning, Long Tianyu's voice suddenly rang out, waking Su Yang, who had just gotten up. Quickly throwing on his clothes, he stepped out only to find Jiang Huanhua still asleep and Long Tianyu waiting. Long Tianyu handed Su Yang a bag of steamed buns and asked whether he wanted to start his training with practical experience or theoretical learning. Su Yang opted for practical training, so Long Tianyu arranged for them to meet that afternoon at Song Qing's company to prepare for a wilderness dungeon exploration. At that moment, Jiang Huanhua stirred awake. She lazily rubbed her eyes, seemingly unbothered as her shoulder strap slipped down. When Su Yang pointed it out, she looked directly at him instead of fixing it, her tone laced with subtle implications. "So, whether I pull the strap back up or not doesn't really matter, does it?" she said softly, her gaze dropping. Whatever it is you want to do, I wouldn't resist. After all, I owe you. But what I still don't understand is, with that tool you have, you could have any girl you wanted. Why did you choose me? Su Yang swiftly grabbed the edge of the cup, gave it a light flick, and in an instant, the cup flipped over and landed steadily on Jiang Huanhua, covering her. He immediately said, "Can you let me finish and stop making wild guesses? I only have one thought about you. I need a competent healer. My HP bar is ridiculously thick, and an average healer just can't keep up with my healing needs." Jiang Huanhua frowned and retorted, "But there are many types of priests, and an astrologer blood priest isn't exactly a rare hidden class." Su Yang leaned closer to Jiang Huanhua, gently pressing a finger to her lips. "I said, let me finish. If you keep cutting me off, I might really have to teach you a lesson." A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes as he continued, "Yes, there are many priests, but you're different. First, you came to me when you had nowhere else to go. You owe me for that, and I know you won't forget it. Second, everything you have now is because of me. So when I need you, you prioritize me. I can't afford to miss critical opportunities because of you. Remember, as long as I'm alive, you'll benefit too. You wouldn't want to see me dead, would you?" Jiang Huanhua slowly shook her head and suddenly shifted back slightly, avoiding Su Yang's hand. "Then why do I have to repay you later?" she asked with a puzzled look. Su Yang grinned, showing his pearly whites. "Isn't it obvious? It's because of your gambling-addicted parents. Do you even realize what 2.5 billion can do? You could live a life of luxury, partying every day, hiring 5 or 6 boy toys for fun, and still not run out of money so long as you stay away from gambling and drugs. But if you touch those, your wealth will last only as long as it takes for some scammer to clean you out. I can't let the healer I've invested in be ruined by 2 gambling addicts. Now do you understand?" Jiang Huanhua's expression flickered with discontent, but quickly returned to calm. She looked up at the close proximity of Su Yang and smiled faintly. "You're not so bad after all." Su Yang chuckled softly. "Of course, if I can save someone, I will. But those beyond saving? I stay far away from them." Suddenly, Jiang Huanhua took Su Yang's finger into her mouth and murmured, "I had a nightmare last night." Feeling the smooth sensation, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "What kind of nightmare?" Jiang Huanhua slowly reached out and held onto Su Yang's arm. "I dreamt that you married Lin Muji, and I was just a crying, confused bridesmaid." Su Yang's brow furrowed. "What the heck? Women really do jump ahead in their dreams, huh? What are you even thinking? I'm not even close to her." Jiang Huanhua suddenly tugged him into her embrace. "I can't compete with her. So, I guess I'll just have to claim you before she does." By the afternoon, Su Yang and Jiang Huanhua got off the car one after the other and arrived at Songqing's company. Neither of them spoke, walking in silence like strangers. Zhuang, who was already waiting at the entrance, seeing the two approaching, he hurried over and said, "Su Yang, the teacher is waiting inside." Noticing the two arriving separately, Zhuang, whose eyes sparkled mischievously as he sent Su Yang a team request. After confirming they weren't already in a team, Zhuang, who sneakily asked in the party chat, "What's going on between you two? Did you have a fight?" Su Yang glanced back at Jiang Huanhua, who stood stiffly like a startled bird. He sighed, "It's nothing." Zhuang, who grinned sheepishly, "Come on, man, tell me. You two have always been close. Here, let me share a secret my dad passed down to might works on both wives and girlfriends." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Switching to private chat, Zhuang, who said, "No matter how big the problem, just, one round will solve it. If one doesn't work, then go for 2 rounds." Su Yang's mouth twitched at the suggestion. He suddenly slapped Zhuang, who on the shoulder. "The teacher said there's going to be a test later. You'll need to stand in front of the teacher and buy us some time. Don't worry, our teacher is very controlled, won't actually beat anyone to death." Zhuang Hu's legs instantly turned to jelly. "Su Yang, don't mess with me. I didn't even know about a test. Even if there is one, your HP is way higher than mine. You should be the one standing in front." Su Yang shrugged innocently. "I'm just a fragile summoner. Even a basic attack from a ranged class is too much for me." Zhuang, who nearly cursed out loud. "A basic attack? Are you kidding me? With your build, charging headfirst into mobs, I've never seen you flinch." "Fine, whatever. They'll take the lead. Worst case, I lose half my HP. You said it yourself, nobody's dying." Putting on a determined face, Zhuang, who led the two of them down the corridor and into the backyard. There, Long Tianyu was lounging with his legs crossed, intently staring at his phone screen. To an outsider, it might seem like he was reviewing important documents, classified files, or training methods. But Su Yang knew better. There was only one thing Long Tianyu could possibly be looking at right now. Long Tianyu was fully engrossed in his phone screen, his fingers swiping rapidly as excitement sparkled in his eyes. He was immersed in some breaking news, his expressions shifting animatedly, as if savoring a visual feast. Song Qing hurried in through the back door and enthusiastically greeted Su Yang and the others as soon as he saw them. Su Yang, Huanhua, you're here. Where are Zhuang Hu and Zhou Wuji? Haven't arrived yet? Before his words had fully landed, a faint shadow quietly appeared behind the door. Zhou Wuji, yawning lazily, said, I didn't feel like dealing with the curfew, so I slipped in quietly. His gaze fell on Long Tianyu, and with a hint of disdain in his voice, he muttered, that guy over there. The one who looks like a street drifter, is he really our teacher? Doesn't seem very reliable. Hearing this, Su Yang and Jiang Huanhua instinctively took a step to the side in unison. Song Qing braced himself and stepped forward quickly, covering a few steps in no time. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hu stood there looking confused, clearly not following the situation. Suddenly, Zhou Wuji froze, every hair on his body standing on end. Unbeknownst to him, Long Tianyu had somehow slipped out of his awareness and was now silently resting a hand on his shoulder. Reacting purely on instinct, Zhou Wuji crouched, grabbed the hand, and used the force from his waist to execute a textbook-perfect shoulder throw, swift and seamless. Just as Zhou Wuji struck a triumphant pose, before he could even locate the figure he'd just thrown, a teasing voice sounded behind him. Young people these days so quick-tempered. Why not learn from your teacher and be a bit more composed? Startled like a rabbit, Zhou Wuji leapt a good distance away, only to realize that his opponent from the throw was nothing more than an innocent plastic mannequin hand. Long Tianyu closed his phone, his gaze sweeping across the 5 people present. With a puzzled expression, he asked, why is there one missing? Su Yang responded respectfully, Teacher, we currently only have a 5-person team. Long Tianyu smiled faintly. I know. That's why I've arranged for one more to join you. Judging by the time, they should already be here. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure on a makeshift dirt skateboard came speeding into view. Excuse me, coming through, she shouted, skidding to a halt right next to Long Tianyu. She quickly bowed deeply. Teacher, I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Muji straightened up and apologized again earnestly. My apologies. Long Tianyu cast a faint glance at Lin Muji and said calmly, the injuries of your team members are severe enough to impact their university studies. Coincidentally, there's an opening in their team, and I've secured the spot for you. He continued with a composed tone. Don't worry, they performed well in the recent battle. I've already informed the Ministry of Education. Once they recover, they'll be able to enroll in the Tianlong Academy. However, their abilities are limited, and the Academy's resources aren't freely given. They'll serve as your reserve team for training purposes. Upon hearing this, Lin Muji immediately nodded and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, teacher. A faint smile appeared on Long Tianyu's face. Go and get acquainted with your new teammates. In 10 minutes, I'll suppress my strength to level 20 and spar with you all. If you can touch the edge of my clothing, you'll graduate. There was a unique pride in his calm tone, the hallmark of a Tianlong Academy elite. Suppressing his strength to level 20 and setting such a seemingly simple goal of just touching his clothing, this level of confidence was astonishing. Ani against 6 scenario, and yet he remained at a complete advantage from any perspective. Just as Lin Muji took a step forward, she paused and turned back. What about your skills, teacher? Long Tianyu casually pulled out his phone and replied, all skills and talents will be restricted to level 20. Any invisible attribute modifiers I possess will be proportionally reduced. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Lin Muji joined the team and directly sent an application to Su Yang to be added to the group. However, it was Song Qing who confirmed it. As the team reunited, Lin Muji glanced at Su Yang before saying, our teacher is a prodigy of Tianlong Academy. He achieved astonishing feats at level 20. We need to come up with a strategy. What do you all think? Su Yang frowned slightly. Where did you hear that? Why can't I find any information about it? Lin Muji thought for a moment. Technically, it's confidential, but since we're teammates, it should be fine. I have connections with the administrator of the Tianqiong system, and I asked him to look into it. However, the details of the battles are unavailable. Tianlong Academy erases all external records of its students. Even our own data has been wiped, with only the Tianqiong system keeping a backup. Understanding dawned on Su Yang's face. He glanced at Long Tianyu, who was still engrossed in his phone, and asked, what's your plan? Lin Muji fell silent in the team chat. I don't know. I've never faced an opponent like this before. Song Qing proposed. Why don't we start with a conventional approach? Zhuang Hu and I will take the front lines while the rest of you look for openings from the back. Su Yang and Lin Muji pack the firepower, so we'll try to buy time. Huanhua will focus on healing, and Zhou Wuji will ensure everyone's safety. The group nodded in agreement. This was a standard formation, honed through countless battles. Su Yang made the final call. All right, let's go with that. Moments later, the 6 of them took their positions. Zhuang Hu raised his massive shield. Teacher, we're ready. Long Tianyu glanced at them indifferently. Still 8 minutes left. In such a hurry? Song Qing chuckled nervously. We don't have a better plan. So this is all we can do. Long Tianyu scanned the group, noting that everyone was prepared. He closed his phone, picked up a brick from the ground, and tossed it high into the air. When the brick hits the ground, we'll begin. Song Qing had already drawn his berserker axe, positioning himself half-hidden behind Zhuang Hu, ready to strike at any moment. Before the brick hit the ground, Su Yang summoned his Moonlit Night Lion, a powerful fist, and a small army of level 5 beasts. He refused to believe that Long Tianyu could make it through such a swarm unscathed. Standing beside Su Yang, Lin Muji acted swiftly. Before the brick could land, a pillar of earth suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming to intercept it. Oh! Long Tianyu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. This little one seems even more eager to fight than I am. Charge! Zhuang Hu roared, his shield glowing brilliantly as he barreled toward Long Tianyu. The distance between them was already short, and his charge closed it even faster. Roar of the Lion! Zhuang Hu unleashed his skill at close range. No matter how skilled the opponent, with his strength capped at level 20 and facing 6 opponents above that level, how could they possibly lose? Yet, Long Tianyu simply raised a hand to cover his ears. To everyone's astonishment, he endured the roar at point-blank range without any visible impact. What? Zhuang Hu's heart sank. Such a bizarre response, and it worked. In the brief moment Zhuang Hu hesitated, a hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Congratulations, you're out. Zhuang Hu quickly checked his health bar. It had dropped to a single point. He even wondered if tripping over himself might finish him off entirely. Seeing Zhuang Hu eliminated so quickly, Song Qing gritted his teeth and swung his berserker axe, attempting to form a defensive net with its blade to block Long Tianyu. But Long Tianyu pointed forward, and a sharp pain shot through Song Qing's palm, radiating through his entire body. Song Qing cried out as he collapsed to the ground. A quick glance at his health bar revealed the same fate, reduced to a single point, with the fall damage sealing the deal. Another one taken out with just one hit. Before Long Tianyu could advance further, multiple earthen walls sprang up, and sharp spikes erupted from the ground with immense force. Long Tianyu sidestepped gracefully, his gaze lingering briefly on the spikes before he suddenly pointed above them. Lin Muji, who had been covering Su Yang and Jiang Huanhua's retreat, let out a soft gasp as her health bar plummeted. Feeling the sudden change within her body, she shouted, "He's using sorcerer techniquesets of formation." Before she could finish her sentence, a hand gently tapped her head. "Using your own body to test my methods? You've surprised me. But, congratulations, you've passed." A flash of light emanated from Long Tianyu's palm, and the scene before Lin Muji shifted. She now stood beside Zhuang Hu and Song Qing. "What? You got taken out so quickly? Doesn't that mean Su Yang and the others are in trouble?" Lin Muji slumped against the wall in frustration. "If only I'd thought of it sooner. No matter how powerful one person's techniques are, they must have a foundation to grow from. Too bad I didn't have the chance to share that insight." At this moment, Su Yang and Long Tianyu were locked in an intense battle. Long Tianyu's movements were as elusive as a phantom, effortlessly breaking through the meticulously arranged layers of battle beasts that Su Yang had deployed. The sight left Su Yang deeply shaken, as he thought to himself, is he even human? The dense formation of battle beasts, which should have been an impenetrable wall, seemed like nothing but an illusion to Long Tianyu. He moved through them with ease, as if strolling through a garden. In merely 2 breaths' time, Long Tianyu had closed the distance to within 10 paces of Su Yang. Su Yang clenched his teeth, his fists tightening so hard that his knuckles turned white. At this point, he had no choice but to fight Hedon. Targeting Long Tianyu's position, Su Yang launched a powerful punch. However, with a swift movement, Long Tianyu dodged, and Su Yang's fist barely grazed the edge of his clothing, missing by no more than the width of a finger. Su Yang instantly adjusted his move, sweeping his fist horizontally. He kept in mind the rule set by Long Tianyu. As long as he could touch even the edge of his opponent's clothing, it would count as a victory. But Long Tianyu gave him no chance. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand and struck an incoming Qingxi Luan bird mid-dive. Using the force of the strike, Long Tianyu's body shot forward like an arrow, skimming just above the ground. Su Yang's punch missed once again, and what shocked him even more was that, just like before, the distance between his fist and Long Tianyu was still only a single finger's width. This precise margin of error was no accident, it was a testament to Long Tianyu's skill. He not only maintained this subtle distance in every attack, but could also suppress his teammates' health bars to a sliver with pinpoint accuracy. This was the true strength of the youngest professor at Tianlong Academy. And this was with his level suppressed to 20. If he unleashed his full power, there would undoubtedly be even more astonishing techniques yet to be revealed. After Su Yang's sweeping punch, he left a glaring gap in his defense. Long Tianyu seized the opportunity, extending a finger to strike Su Yang. He had been about to declare his victory, but when he saw Su Yang's health bar, he froze in surprise. Previously, he had to deliberately hold back his strength to leave others with a sliver of health. Yet now, even with a full-force strike, he had only managed to reduce Su Yang's health by a third. This was far from enough to declare Su Yang defeated. Even more surprising was that the impact of Su Yang's incredible defensive power left Long Tianyu's finger feeling slightly numb from the recoil. Seizing this fleeting moment, Su Yang lunged forward, wrapping his arms in a bear hug. In a close-range fight where he was at a disadvantage, this was the simplest and most direct way to attack. Long Tianyu chuckled lightly at the sight, thinking, "You still have a long way to go." Suddenly, Su Yang's arms were repelled as if struck by a powerful force, and his entire body was sent flying. Long Tianyu calmly retracted his arms, his gaze fixed on the airborne Su Yang. Taking a step forward, he shouted, "Tianlong, second strike." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Long Tianyu's figure flashed like lightning, appearing beneath Su Yang. With a single kick, he sent him soaring even higher into the air. After these two consecutive blows, Su Yang's health bar had already dropped to below half. Reeling from the strikes, Su Yang felt his entire body go numb, as if his pressure points had been targeted. He realized that Long Tianyu's attacks were not ordinary skills but rather a unique form of technique. Long Tianyu pressed his advantage once more, flicking his fingers to unleash two bursts of energy, which struck Su Yang with a resounding impact. The relentless onslaught drained Su Yang's health bar completely. Alarmed by the overwhelming damage, Su Yang quickly called out in the team channel, "I need a healing spell." Moments later, a faint glow enveloped Su Yang, accompanied by a number that left Long Tianyu utterly stunned. 30,160. A single healing spell had restored over 300,000 health points. At that moment, even Long Tianyu couldn't maintain his composure. Su Yang's health, which had been just over 200,000, instantly shot back to full from near death. This wasn't just a healing spell. It was practically a portable fountain of life. Just as Long Tianyu prepared to exploit the cooldown period of the healing spell for another attack, yet another faint glow appeared around Su Yang. A rejuvenation spell had been activated, restoring 5 of his health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The additional healing effect provided Su Yang with nearly 10,000 health points of regeneration per second. Long Tianyu sighed inwardly, thinking, with a boss like this, whoever wants to fight him can have at it. He immediately abandoned the idea of a direct confrontation with Su Yang and shifted his focus to Jiang Huanhua. It seemed the healer needed to be dealt with first. A chilling killing intent swept through the air, prompting Jiang Huanhua to immediately activate her first life-saving item. The sight nearly made Long Tianyu cough up blood in frustration. He had only shown a slight intent to attack, and yet she had already used a protective measure? Before Long Tianyu could recover from his surprise, Jiang Huanhua had already pulled out a second life-saving item without hesitation. The corner of Long Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "This battle might be even more troublesome than I imagined." He glanced at Su Yang's health bar, which could only be described as boss level, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Huanhua, who kept pulling out life-saving items one after another. He was utterly speechless. Su Yang seemed to rely purely on his stats, while Jiang Huanhua depended entirely on his arsenal of items. Especially when Jiang Huanhua produced his 10th or so life-saving tool, Long Tianyu nearly choked in disbelief. Even in a civil war among humans, no one would prepare this many life-saving items. Long Tianyu thought to himself, "Does your family run a business selling these things?" As he puzzled over it, a finger suddenly emerged from the sand at his feet. Jiang Huanhua and Su Yang's figures vanished in an instant. The next moment, Su Yang broke his stealth with a simple attack. Falling stars. With Su Yang's current stats, a single attack could deal 2,700 points of damage lethal for any level 20 player. Stars began to plummet from the heavens, and Long Tianyu instinctively looked up, seeing a cascade of starlight crashing down toward him. Just as the stars were about to hit, Long Tianyu pulled an unassuming mirror from his pocket and casually tossed it into the air. To everyone's astonishment, the falling stars suddenly reversed their trajectory and shot upwards into the sky. Huh. Su Yang's mind went blank, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Long Tianyu grinned and explained, "This is the latest research product from the Tianlong Academy. Any skill that differentiates between friend and foe must have a targeting mechanism, and every targeting mechanism has a countermeasure. For example, your falling stars skill uses starlight to lock onto its target. Alright, I've seen enough of your tricks. Now it's time for the real fight." Before his words had fully registered, Long Tianyu's figure was already in motion. He swiftly evaded an incoming attack, using his left hand to block Zhou Wuji's slashing strike. With a quick spin, Long Tianyu hurled Zhou Wuji into the fist hiding beneath the ground. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Su Yang, locking eyes with him and aiming a finger at Su Yang's chest. The human body is a fascinating thing. Now, you get to experience that fascination. Although Long Tianyou's finger only lightly tapped Su Yang's chest, a surge of overwhelming force erupted within Su Yang, as if a mountain had crashed down on him. His health bar, just recently replenished, was instantly wiped out. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "What?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.